Hello? Are we alive? What happened? What did you do? I left for 5 seconds and you broke my fucking stream. I thought somebody activated something. I looked at my camera or my stream and what happened, dude? I have no idea what happened. My OBS was fucked. It's crazy just as I leave, like, what a load of bollocks, dude. I didn't even get to have my fucking break. I don't know what happened there, Shrimp. I have no idea what happened, dude. No allergic to shrimp. Smacked out of the cab. And who is the Smurf? Big up blender. Fucking blending all the Smurfs. GG Bear. You get 500k now, dude. Use it to do whatever the fuck you want. If you're in the Discord, you can see all the commands and stuff to use points with. There's a bunch of stuff you can do, like turn me into fucking a clanker. You can also clear the effects and bring me back. That'd be cool.
There we go, I'm back. My PC is going to explode tonight, mate. Look, brother, there's worse ways to go. Man dies from fucking PC overload, like playing Crash Bandicoot. That's not a bad way to go. How is there 52 wheels open right now? Okay. Also, let's turn this down to 1080p. You can't? Okay, that's fine. Alright, I'm not going to leave marbles on because my PC is going to explode. I'll just do this, right? Oh, your wheel. I'll do your wheel first, dude. Let me do your wheel first. Sorry, that's why there was 52 wheel spins open. That makes sense, actually. No wheel for you. Yes, dude, the game is still running. That's why my PC was goofed. I had marbles crash. My camera, see how there's a blur effect on my camera right now? That's 20% of my GPU. I push my PC far too much, dude. I also have StreamerBot running with about 1 million commands, doing 1 million different things. StreamerBot crashed before, actually, when it went into that error code. That crashed my stream before too. So everything adds up to my stream crashing. It's a great time, dude. 7 hours is actually a pretty good time, to be fair. The fact that we made it 7 hours is wild. Only one crash in 7 hours. Oh, 2 shots. I'm gonna cry. Let me do them when I get back. Spin the wheel. I also have to give Smurf his points. Nice. Cherry, what would you like to increase? Let me give Smurf his points. His milkers, I mean. I apologize. What did I say? Did I say 500k? I'll just do 500k. 500. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Now you're up with him on them. Shut it off. Why is there too many? There's too many audios, is there? Thank you. I do forget that I have that much audio playing. Was that audio playing the whole time? Who knows? Who fucking knows? Okay. Increase percentage. What percentage you want to increase, Cherry? Oh, Gartic. You said Gartic. No way. Okay. That's fair. I didn't play that much in the last MILKATHON, actually. Nice. Bomb back, lad. Did you have another wheel spin or was it just one? Just one. Okay. Unless your farm is on there, no. You can add your farm with add wherever it is. Okay, what will I leave on? I probably should have left marbles on, right? Probably should have left marbles on. Don't worry about it, actually, because I'm only going to be like 5 minutes, dude. Look, I'll just leave you with this. Wow, this is great, isn't it? This is great. Okay, I will be back in fucking 5 minutes, gamers. I don't have a smoke. Where's my BRB screen? Here it is. Right, baby.
Share, share, share. Share, 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 share. Share, share. Share, share, share.
Okay, cunts. And dips and nuts for candies and nuts. We'd all have a wonderful Christmas. Thank you for the bitty shrimp. Big up to you, shrimp. The chair biddies. We love to see the chair biddies. Okay. Alright, we love Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan, best TV show ever made. But I do have to stop the music. Because it's Crash Bandicoot time. 2 shots. I'm going to get sick everywhere, Jessica. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to puke everywhere in about 5 minutes. So I'll wait until I puke and then I'll have 2 more shots. I'll do 9 of 11. Unfortunately 9 of 11, but look, that's the way that's the way it is. 9 of 11. Bring back the chair, get this guy out of here. If you shoot me, shrimp, if you shoot me right now, it should bring back the chair. Hopefully it all just works. Okay, spin. Oh well. Ding, ding. Oh my god, I was muted, fuck's sake. Obviously you get this one, Cherry. You fucking pick this one, you get this one, dude. Alright, drawing time, we're doing it right now. We're doing it right now, drawing time. Let's turn fucking Attack on Titan back on. Guiding Pawn. Guiding Pawn. Hey, Shrimp, I'm just out of the fucking hospital, Shrimp. You can't shoot me again. Did you do 2 spins? Oh my god, you did. Spin. Oh, she gets to add to the wheel. We know what she's adding to the wheel. Where the fuck is the BRB, Shrimp? I'm looking for the BRB, dude. I have 400 fucking,
Baby, that's what I've been waiting for.
I have 400 fucking things, dude. And if you ask me where the BRB is, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I wouldn't. The fucking God's honest truth, there you go. Why would I put it there? What kind of wanker put it there? Was that me that did that? Maybe. Maybe. Does seem like something I would do, to be fair. Where did it go? Oh my god, where did it go now? Oh, it's after fucking off somewhere else. There it is. Okay, let's stick it in here now. Beautiful. Okay. Panda, 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 of course. Of course. Okay. Oh my god. Panda time. Panda time. A lot of 3 times for all of them. Panda time. Panda time. Nice. Alright, I'll give it a shuffle too. Give it a little souffle. Nice. Right. All right, is this it? Why does this look weird? Is this it? I know how to get to it. I know how to get to it. It's okay. Everybody, don't panic. Okay, maybe panic. Maybe panic. He's fucking guidance shifting you guys. Is it this one? This one. This is it, right? This is the one I know. I'm gonna do this one. This is the one I know. This is the one I know. Oh, I'm back. I didn't even realize I was back. All right, best draw of all time. Me. Nice. Streamer notebook. That's me. But you wonder now I ended up in this. Oh my god, that's loud. Okay, ready? Is everybody ready? Ready to fucking guess my drawing abilities? Lock in, gamers. Let's do this one. This one's gonna be good. This one's good. This one's good. I am a gamer. I'll get this one. You usually get this one too. Oh no, wait, hold on. Ich bitte ja, Kohle gewaffen. Shut up. Oh, shut up. Sabotage. Come on, this is already easy, dude. Easy. Easy. Oh, that was you, Vomdrak, you fucking wanker, bro. I'm already on 9 of 11, dude. I'm in bits, Vomdrak. I was just talking about how I was gonna puke everywhere, bro. Alright, you Vomdrak. Look, I'll do 9 of 13. Let me put it back on the screen so you can see it. Look, there it is. 9 of 13, dude. I can't do them right now. I'm going to die. After I die, yeah, after I puke everywhere, I'll do them. Alright, this is a good one. This is a good one. Alright, lock in. This is a good one. This is actually really good. Look, this is going to show my drawing prowess. Okay? No! My drawing prowess. Okay, alright, so there's a guy. Oh! There's a guy here, okay? This is a guy. Hello. This is also a guy here. Ooh, hello. He's got a little thing, and this guy's giving him some green stuff. It's like, there you go. Everybody knows what that is, right? It's green and it's got the S on it, okay? Shut the fuck up. You know what that is. All right, and then he's got this little thingy here. He's got this little thingy here, and it goes ding, 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 chirp, bing. Nice. Nice. That was good, wasn't it? We got there together. We got there together. It was rough. It was rough at first. It was a bit rough, but we got there. Okay, this one's gonna be hard. This one's gonna be super hard, dude. All right, let me get my drawing abilities in, okay? Shut up, everybody. Is that the whole way? Let's just hope it's the whole way. Nice. All right, just pretend we're in grounded right now, and like, you know, it's like zoomed in. This was a bad idea. Shit. This is a bad idea because I need green, dude. The ground is now brown. How do I draw this? How many legs has he got? Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. He kind of goes like this. And he's got little things here. And he's got a little head that goes like this. And then it goes like this. And he's kind of got little wings. There's his wings, okay? And then he's got these little claw things that come down like this. Nice. C'est magnifique, Vomdrak. Vomdrak understood. Sherry got a 2 praying mantis. It was just mantis though. GG. It was in the right. We were in the right vein, weren't we? I told you, Smurf. I'm a bit of a fucking Leonardo DiCaprio. Who's a painter? That wasn't a painter. What was the painter's name? It was Da Vinci. He wasn't even a painter though. Fuck. You know what I'm talking about. Let's do this one. This one's easy. I don't know what the other one is. This one might be a bit too easy, so I'm gonna have to set the stage. How do I set the stage? Shut up. I'm setting the stage. It's actually not really setting the stage. I'm just gonna take my time with it. I'm gonna draw a really good one. I'm gonna draw the best one ever made. Oh. Oh, look at it. There's no shot there. I just had one. I didn't even give you a hint. I didn't even give you a hint. How the fuck? How does she get pizza before I even draw my masterpiece? That was actually going to be my masterpiece, dude. Alright, look, I get another shot on my masterpiece here, kind of. I kind of get another shot here on my masterpiece. That's a lot of shit. Alright, another shot at the masterpiece. Ready? Alright, this is a bird's eye view. No, wait, no, hold on. Shut up. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. There's the masterpiece. Coming together again, my friends. Okay, this is a bit of a... That was a good one though too, wasn't it? That was a good one. That was going places. Nice. I'm fucking good, dude. There's not many things that I'm good at, but this is one of them. I'm a bit of a drawer. I'm a bit of an artiste. Oh, fuck. What's this? Let's go with this one. This one's gonna be easy. Oh, look. Now I get to set the stage. Alright. This one's cool because I get to set the stage, okay? So it goes like this. Alright. I'm just setting the environment that he's on, okay? This guy that I'm drawing. This guy that I'm drawing that doesn't really necessarily... Actually... I'm really bad at drawing. I don't know how to draw what I want to draw, dude. Nobody's going to understand what this is. Okay, look, let's just do him first. Right here he is, the little guy. Right. Let's do this too, look. So now you can better understand who he is as a person, look. Nah, that's a good one. He's got a little hat on. Wow, okay. But no, that's not the important thing. None of this matters, okay? This is what matters. Wow, look at that. That was a good one. That was my favorite one. That was my favorite one. Alright, nice. Oh, what? What are these, dude? What? How the okay, right. Hold on, let me just double check that I know what this is. Hold on, let me double check that I know what this is. Because there's a world where I don't know what this is. And that's no bueno. Yeah, that's what I thought it looked like. Okay. He's a weird looking little dude. He's a weird looking little guy. Okay. Let's go with this one. This is a weird one, dude. I don't know if anyone's gonna get this, but look, we're dealing with what we have, you know, at the end of the fucking day. Let's do like brown for this one this time. Because I actually kind of like that for what the vibes was. Alright, what does he look like now? Little mad little cunt. He's like this, right? He's got these mad little fucking things. But they all have these little things. They all kind of have these feetsies, right? And it goes up like this. And then he's got another footsie that does the same thing. And it kind of... But then he's got like a big body. But it's his neck that is his like... It's his neck that gives him away what he is. But it's not what you think it is because... Oh, fuck, wait. No, now you're going to think it's something else. Shit! No, it's not what... Shit, it flies, dude. It doesn't look like this. It's more got like a wing like this, you know? like an actual little guy. But hold on. Before we do anything, he's got a crown on. This is the important part, gamers. That's super important for some reason. Okay. What else can I make him look like? Oh, he eats red. There's meat. He's a meat eater. Oh, look at all the dead animals. Oh, look, there's a dead thing that he's eating. Please. I'm sorry, this is so hard. Nice. Okay. Oh, nobody got it. Oh, you got vulture, dude. I don't know why it was king vulture. I don't know what that means. Is that just king vulture? I didn't look it up. Let me look up king vulture. It's just a type of bird, dude. How was I gonna get that, though? Embarrassing. That wasn't my fault, Shrimp. To be fair, at the end of the fucking day, like, that wasn't my fault. Okay. Let me try visualize this one first. Hold on. Okay, this is a good one. If I can pull this off, this is gonna be some fucking Attack on Titan level shit, dude. Don't worry about it. Ready? This is gonna be talked about for the rest of the time. Shut up while I do art. Let's do that a bit higher. Okay. Alright, look, and it's all like wavy and shit here, like. Okay, fuck off. Alright, and then there's this guy here, look. How do I draw this? And then it has like a thing at the end, don't they? I don't really know what they look like. And look, it kind of goes like this. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, what a guess, bro. Holy shit. What a guess, dude. GG, brother. I was gonna draw a little dude in the water. And you need to rescue him by the helicopter. Dude, what a guess, bro. What the fuck? What a guess, dude. That was top tier. Okay, nice. Okay, this one's rough. But we'll get it done. Alright, lock in. Let's just do this for now. Look, he's got like this. Look, let's just do this too, look. Fucking drawers here, look. Bomb my clat. Fucking bomb my clat. Shit, this looks ass, doesn't it? Let's just not do that then. Look, let's just do it like this, watch. So he's got like a little thing here. And it goes like this. And then what else has he got in here? He's got like a fucking he's got another beaker. Nice. Oh, you're locked in, Smurf. That was a good lab, wasn't it? That was a good lab. Okay, what's a good one? These are both rough, dude. Oh, that's a good way of doing it, but not really. Shit, how would I do this one? Let me pick. Hold on. Let me make my choice. Oh, these are both rough, dude. I won't lie to you. This one or this one. This one or this one. Oh, oh, what the fuck? I'm there. Why is my camera 50? Holy shit. What the fuck? Oh, what? I fucked it all. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. I'm drag. No, brother. I can't fix that right now while it's sliding, dude. Oh, wait, no. You can see the answer. No. Spin. The wheel. Somebody stop the effects, dude. Somebody stop the effects because you can see the answer. 2 times spin again and spin the wheel. Nice. What a nightmare. That was a nightmare. she gets to 600k. The never before seen 600,000 Milka's cherry. Wow, wow, wow. My eyes. Okay, where am I? Why is there so many YouTube tabs open? Alright, no cursing. Ah! Bomb Drag's loving life right now. There's so many Bomb Drag. Oh, Bomb Drag, do the Heimerdinger one, Bomb Drag. See if you're worthy. See if Heimerdinger deems you worthy. That is probably my favorite one that I've done. Oh shit, I just knocked out my monitor, dude.
Very interesting. I do love a good conundrum.
Have you decided if they're worthy yet, Emmerdinger?
Not enough variables. Not nearly enough variables.
Well, hurry up and make a choice or it's back in the jar for a week.
Stand back. I am about to do science. By my calculations, just as I hypothesized.
Wow, 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 Bomb Drag, you are worthy of the fucking new world, my friend. And you're dead. As he gets fucking worthy and our idiot logo grabs him. Happens to the best of us, Bomb Drag. Alright, let's keep going with this fucking game, you dicks. We're only halfway through. You can probably upgrade your weapon too, Bomb Drag. Alright, I don't know which one to do here. Alright, I'm just gonna go with this one, gamers. This is a rough one. Nobody's gonna get this one. Look, I'll be back. Love you. Bye. Take it easy, Bomb Drag. Thank you for being here, brother. Thank you for everything. Big up to you, my boy. This is a really dumb one. This is a really dumb one, gamers. I won't lie. Oh, I don't like this one. I'm sorry. I don't even know what this looks like. It's kind of like this then. Shit. This is bad, dude. Nobody's gonna get this. Nobody's even gonna understand what my... Oh, fuck. I fucked it. Right, restart. Start fresh. Okay, look, I know. Look. Right, this guy here, look. This guy here, look. And then there's a guy down on the ground, look. And he's got X's on his eyes. Oh my god, he's fucked. Now what's this dude doing? He's doing something to help him. What's he gonna do then? And then he's gonna get up. Look, and now he's happy. Wow, he did it. What did he do for him, you guys? Oh, this is such a bad one. Come on, it's in there though. That makes sense. It actually makes sense. You're on the right page, Sherry. Fuck, I had way more time than I realized. Oh, you're not giving him a blowjob. I didn't save him right now. He needs help. He needs to be revived. No, not revived. Fuck, dude. No, not CPR. You're thinking too specific. Fuck. I'm sorry. Look, that was my bad. I didn't know what to do for save, okay? I fucked that one up. I'll take the L on that one. I need to drink agua. I'm sorry, that was a rough one. I didn't know how to do that one. I'm sorry. Matt, that's right, Matt, brother. That's what I tried to do, dude. I tried to draw a fucking floppy disk, bro. I tried to draw a fucking floppy disk, dude. That's what my brain went to. I was like, let's do a save icon from a game. And then my brain went to floppy disk. And then sure to draw, and I was like, nobody's going to know what a floppy disk is. I don't even know what a floppy disk is. And then we went backwards. I know it. Ma, I know. That's why I fucking gave up halfway, dude. I was like, nah, this is fucked. This is fucked, dude. How do you even draw a floppy disk, bro? Alright, this one's easy, though. This one's easy. This one's easy, gamers. I do know what a floppy disk is. I've just never had to use one. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Hold on, hold on. This one. Let's draw the little guy here, then. This is our little guy here. What's he doing, the little guy? He's just a little guy. He's got this thing then, look. How does this thing go? It kind of goes like this then, right? That's fucking pretty perfect now, if I do say so myself, cunt. Wait, hold on, there's a big thing here, right? Now, boys. Nice. We got that one. Telephone, GG. That was a good one. That was a pretty good telephone, wasn't it? That was GG, nice. Yeah, let's do this one. How would I do this one? Let me draw the little guy first, right? I'll draw the little guy first. That's what I'll do. I actually don't really know how to draw the little guys, but look, we'll fucking... We'll draw him and see how we draw him. And then it comes up. He's got a little thing going on here. Well, he's got a big old head, right? Like, that kind of looks like a... Kind of looks like him. Okay. That's him. That's our guy, right? He's our guy. And then it's not him, though. It's more what he's wearing. It's his fashion style down here, gamers. Fashion style. He is a bit of a fashionista. He's got all four. Look, he's all happy because he's got all fucking four new ones. Nice. Your animals. It's a horse, ma. Bro. Ma, that's a fucking horse with his horseshoes on, bro. Come on. Come on now, brother. That was a horse with horseshoes on. That's fucking... Oh, this one's good. This one's good. This one's good, right? Actually, you might not get this one, but don't worry about it. Maybe. Alright, hold on. Alright, everybody shut up for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's fucking supposed to be 7, right? So there you go. There's your 7. Then we have this. Right, hold on. And then it's like this. Look, bomba clat. Fucking May. Right. And then he's got this dude has fucking shit marked on fucking look. This is the dates. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got little fucking things marked. He's like this day. Nice. That was good too, wasn't it? I had to word my way through it, but that was good. Okay. Ooh, this one's good. This one's gonna be easy. This one's easy, so that means I get to set the stage, which is the best part. Ready? Setting the stage is the best part, dude. Ready? I don't know what color this should be. I suppose it should be green, right? Maybe I actually didn't have enough time to set the stage, actually. Okay, I don't think I have enough time to set the stage, gamers. I hope you understand what this is. Oh, no. Whoa, this is way harder to draw than I realized. Okay, Now, look, wee, yippee. Okay. Look here. Look, here's an easy one. Look here. I'm doing a cop out, dude. I'm doing a cop out. I'm doing a cop out. There you go. Look, there's the answer. There's the answer. Come on, cunts. Come on. Who's this fucking guy? Who's this fucking guy, dude? How does nobody get this shit? How nobody? What? Please, that's a cop out. No, nobody even, man, nobody got it, dude. I was in a cop out and it took them ages. I didn't know that nobody was getting it. That was a good cop out, though. It was still the answer, you know? Alright, what is this one? Actually, this one's easy. Now I get to actually set the stage, gamers, okay? This is what it's all about on a fucking Tuesday morning. What day is it? Which side should be brown? Let's do this side brown. Okay. So look, this guy's got a bunch of little things here. Oh wait, no. Okay, I don't have time to be fucking around here. Look, this guy's happy. Look, here's all this stuff. He's got all his things on this little table here. He's got things like his trusty hammer here. Fuck. Okay. He's got a screwdriver. Wow. He's got this thing. This is it. Ready? This is the thing that's just lying here as part of the things. Okay, and then he's got, what else has he got on the wall? He's got like a nice. That was good. That was a good one too. I didn't get to set the stage enough. I did though. Look how much time I had. I panicked, dude. I shouldn't panic. I shouldn't panic. I should just commit and draw what I'm drawing, dude. You got that one. That was spring. Oh, nice. It's over. GG. Fuck. I was locked in there. Cherry, you won somehow. How'd you win, Cherry? Did you really win at that? GG, Cherry. I could have swore Blender got fucking loads. GG, yo, Cherry. That's 500 grand. That was fun. I enjoyed that. My throat is killing me, gamers. Is that the right amount? Hold on before I goof it. It's 1-4, is it? Right, nice. Okay, that was fun. GG, gamers. All right, finally, we're back. Crash Bandicoot. Where's my fucking camera, dude? Nice, thank you for clearing me. That helped me find my shit, dude. Where am I? Here I am. Alright, up here. Okay, we're on Papu Papu. Lock in. Lock in. Actually, wait, hold on. Hold on for a second, Papu Papu. I need to turn the music off. Big Papu. Hold on, Big Papu. Let me turn the sound back on for the game. Right. Oh, we're easy. Alright, back to this fucking shit, dude. How many lives do I have, actually? 4 lives. Cruising, right? Easy peasy cruising. My fucking try. I have to get honey after this. I'm gonna try actually beat the whole first level though. The first, whatever it's called. Get out of here. The first island. I believe my stream died earlier as well. It was crazy, dude. I don't know what happened. The second I walk away as well, I saw the bollocks. I couldn't even fix it, like, so it just meant that I died. Happy birthday! Thank you, my brother. How are you, El Juvio Quizadore Zuzuyo, my boy? What's the fucking story with you, brother, man? Them. How have you been? Thank you, brother. There's a bunch of new fucking commands. You can add time. You can do all that funny shit. I'll play with crowd control too, so you can activate stuff and fuck with my game here. every time I lose all my lives, I have to start that entire section again. I am still on the first part of the game. I'm having a good time though. Fucking throat's killing me from shouting so much though. How are you though, brother? What's that fucking story with you, my boy? I love Crash. Crash is peak, dude. Like that shit, dude. See that? Isn't that great? Isn't this great, dude? I fucking can't stand that effect. My eyes. Oh my god, dude. Oogaba, oogaba. No. Okay, right. Just think logically, right? There was definitely a gap there, wasn't there? Oh, how am I back? I thought that was all my lives. Is there a gap here? Dude, this is way too hard. What? I'm locked in. Who did this to me? Which cunt did this to me? I didn't think there was a gap there then because I jumped over it last time and I was like, there's no gap there then. Okay, the gap is here, you fucking dicks. No, Crash. Brother, the fucking hitboxes when he's that big is breaking my heart. I'm never beating this. Okay, right. Oogaba. I don't know where the gap is there, dude. Is it before I'm jumping? Is that why? Where was the gap? Oh my god, I was after. Okay, okay, I remember. I'm gonna remember this entire game without needing to fucking... Oh my god. Please. Sorry, I haven't even read anything then. How have you been, El Huvio, my boy? What's the fucking story with you? Go, sorry. El Huvio. This, nobody even activated. I thought somebody activated no jump. Did I just not press the spacebar, dude? Spin the wheel. There's no world where I finish this game. This is crazy. Crazy, carry on. Which wheel is spinning? What? Who's this one? Whose wheel was that? That was Cherry's. Add 1 hour. Fan Dabby Dozy. Spin the wheel. I need to get honey. No way she gets added to the wheel, does she? Oh, 2 times spin and spin again. That was Cherry's. This is your one here, Jessica. 2 times spin the wheel. Oh, no way. None of marbles. I'll do marbles and I'll get some honey in a sec. And it was double as well. I'll just do it for 500,000 then. I'll do big marbles. You know, I'll do big marbles for like fucking... I'll do a big one for like 600. Be nice. Okay. Give me a sec though, Jessica. Remind me. My fucking throat is killing me, dude. So I need to get some honey. I want to beat this fucking level. Come on. This level's easy, dude. Oogaba. Easy level. Oh, what a landing. Why am I so nervous right now? I fucking flew through this earlier on. Just because I've done it so many times now, I'm just like... Please. Get me through here. Nice. Holy shit, Cherry. You're catching so many fucking big boy fish. Oh, tiny crash. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. What? I didn't know that was... Oh my god, I'm back here. That's wild and wacky that they thought that that was okay. Put me back here. It's actually over. I'm gonna go rip it fat, but thank you, brother man. Big up to you. I need it. I've been smoking as well. My fucking throat's killing me though from screaming. I was screaming earlier on playing this game, dude. So stressful. Might try to do like a fucking do shrimp strat and do something chill before I finish for the night, dude. We should try coloring time, should we? I fucking need something chill, dude. My brain is about to explode. I want to at least beat the first island, though. I don't think I'll stop until I beat the first island. Yeah, it's great, dude. No, not tiny. 16. They raided me earlier. I wonder, I always forget to ask new people how they even found me, like, you know, just randomly scrolling. Like, when they raid. Fuck me. Oh, what a fucking gamer. K-Dub's asking if we celebrate how it was my birthday again already. It was the funniest thing ever. I don't know why I thought that was so funny, dude. Like, yeah, dude. It's like every year, bro. What do you mean, K-Dubs? It's once a year. Like, it's a fucking set thing for everybody, you know? Very nice. Holy shit, Cherry. Your brain is going to explode, Cherry. Ass. Hold on. Can I just type in ass? I can't. Ass. There you go. Alright, that was my best time. Crazy. Crazy walk. That took me out. I don't know why it was so funny, dude. I was just already a little bit drunk and it was just made me laugh. Which one did I just do? I did Rolling Stone, so we're on Hog Wild and then Native Fortress. Cool. Do Hog Wild. Nice. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, we're zoomed out. I thought the fucking screen glitched, dude. This might be good though, Cherry. Super FOV, like, you know? I can see, like. This actually might be the play, dude. Oh my god, the flawless run right now. Bollocks, why'd I fucking do that? I can see forever. It's actually really good, dude. Lock in. This is an easy baby game for easy babies. Hold on. Lock in. Where is this cunt? He's up here. Not getting me this time, but I'm on them. I'm too quick for you. I'm too quick for you, but I'm on them. Oh wait, that wasn't him, was it? This is him up here. Oh. 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 Oh, nice. What the fuck? Well, not really nice, actually, though. That kind of fucked me. Dude, where's the checkpoints right now? What is going on? I haven't had a checkpoint yet. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, we're finished. Didn't even need a checkpoint. Didn't need a checkpoint. Oh, it's because I'm doing a time trial. Look at that. Fucking unlock the thing, dude. Ass. Okay. Nice. Oh. The Wumpa Island. Oh, what the fuck? Crash! Can he see you over there, bruh? Crash! The ring. Here's it. What the fuck, Cherry? Not the monkey. Right. Alright, we're in the natives forest. This is the locals right now, dude. We're in the fucking locals fortress. Crash Bandicoot. Dude, why is this? What? Fucking Kerry raided me when I was at this part, dude. I was sweating. I was drunk. The screen was goofed. I don't get as stressed about getting raided anymore. Fuck, I feel like I'm moving so slow because I can see so much. This is actually kind of cool, dude. Oh! Goodbye. This is crazy. Nice. Easy. Baby game. Easy. Oh. Come on. Come on. Do you think I don't think I can make that double. You can't make that, right? Like, you can make this one. Combat clat, right? But then they bait you into thinking that you can make this next one, right? See? See? Oh, I tested it. I tested it for, that was for scientific fucking... Okay. Nice. No. Oh, Crash, you mad cunt. Crash, you're a madman. Crash. Crash. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? My brain is the size of a small squirrel's, I believe. They've done the analysis and yep, it comes back. Your brain is fucked, my friend. Oh my god, brother. Oogaba. My finger slipped. Where when I said oogaba, my fingy slipped. Alright, what do I do here, gamers? What do I do? I don't know what to do. Look, it's... Oh, there we go. It's like not letting me break this one though, you know? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. Right. Fuck off, monkey cunt. Yeah. Nice. Alright, Tanya. Wives. Many wives. I've traveled far in the new world. I've gained many wives. Yeah. Okay. Wow, 3 wives. It's crazy, Jessica. Fuck. I don't know why I ran the other way. I don't know why I ran the other way like it was a fucking like fucking a loot game, you know? Like you have to fucking, oh my god, I'm about to goof myself. The way the jump works is insane, isn't it? You have to like hold, but it's only when you have that momentum. And if you don't have that momentum, well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you a little story. Wait, was there a nougat about her? Oh, no! No shot, I fell the whole way. Oh my Why did I do that, dude? If there's not even a nougat about here, I am gonna flip out. There is. Look, see him? I got him. Just breathe. There's no way. Please don't activate stuff. Please, my friends. Oh, please, my friends. Please, we're right here, dude. I was like, please, just... Please, please, just let me... Ooh, yeah. Yes, very good. Oh. No way, dude. Just get up to the second one, right? Get up to the second one. Alright, jump. Up. Up. Jump. Up. No. No, 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 no. My friend. What? No, dude. You can't put me back this far. Wait. Oh, they put me up, dude. I'm up. I'm up now. Alright, try jump over him when you're going that fast. Alright, hold on a second, right? Fuck you. Okay. There's no way, dude. I was like a millisecond over it, dude. How long do I have left? 1 minute and 6 seconds left on fast jump. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Okay, shut up. Shh. Zoom. Okay. Calm. Can I make this jump? Oh no! Fuck, not when the fire's going, you silly cunt. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Jump behind turtle. It's going this fast. It's impossible. You have no... I can't die again. I can't die again. Oh, I can't die again. We're waiting for 28 seconds. You can see the effects underneath me there, dude. See at the bottom, down here, shrimp has fast jump activated for 20 more seconds. That means I go fucking miles, dude. Please let me just get to the end. I'm at the end. Let me just get... Please just let me get to the end. Please. Okay, we're just here and then we can... Because then at least I'm one ahead. There's a secret behind the turtle. Are you joking? We'll fucking see it now, won't we? Where's this secret you speak of? What? What happened? Is it behind here? Oh, dude, I'm not jumping back there, bro. I'm not jumping back there. I only have 1 life left. I don't know what's back there. Scary things. I'm not gonna make this, gamers. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, fuck off out of my screen. Okay, I got him over here. Alright, look, little by little we're just going little by little right now, okay? Bombaclat, bombaclat. Up on this thing, right? Hold on, don't fucking jump. Jump. I can't see when them things are going, dude. No way. I still have a knife. Okay. No, it's not 07. It's not 07. We're not 07 here. We're still in this, baby. I nearly died there. I nearly just threw it there. I literally nearly just threw it. Thank you for the sub, my fucking boy. Happy motherfucking birthday. Thank you, El Hubio. Spin your wheel and add your hour. I actually had to change that too. We're on like fucking 8 or 9 subs now. Thank you, brother. Big up to you, my boy. Thank you for everything. I hope you're doing good. We fucking made him. I wish that gave me another life. That somehow gave me another life, dude. C'est magnifique. Okay, lock in. Did you spin when I sub, did I? Did I not? Oh, your mind's not working, Cherry. I fix it for you, dude. Never works for you. Quick,
It's
Cherry.
actually
Mine.
7 subs, not 5.
It's
Congrats,
actually 7 subs. I'm gonna fucking cry, dude. How is it not working for you right now, dude? I literally changed your variable. There, I changed it. Oh my god, what? Wait. What's this one? Get global mine. If explore mine equals 1, do nothing. Is it working for me? Oh, it works for Jessica. And then there's no mines to dig. What the fuck, dude? Why did it not work? If explore mine equals mining equals 1, do not number break. Set user space for mining to 1. Sometimes commands just don't work for some people. Remember? That happened. It used to happen with Revolver all the time. I'm pretty heartbroken here. I don't know what to do, gamers. I'm fucking sweating. Where's my water? I actually can't believe that, dude. All the way back to the start. Before I go back to the start, I just want to check what this world is. What is this thing? What's Coco's time machine? Do you want her to join your adventure? No? I'm gonna go no. I don't know what that is. Sorry, Coco. Okay. Back to the start. What's this then? Is this the... Oh, I didn't want to jump in there. What is this? Oh, is this the super hard mission? This is the super hard shit, isn't it? Or is this like the next level? No, I don't think so. I think this is like the super hard shit. I'll come back. Fuck. I'm gonna get a cup of tea, dude, and get some honey. How many missions is there? Let me count them so I know what I'm coming back to do. I'm gonna give this one more shot when I get back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I already miscounted. My brain is fucking minuscule. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 missions. That's not too bad. Right? That's doable. That's doable. 26 relics. How is there 26? Is that for the whole game? That's not bad. It's only 26 missions for the whole game. 9, 18, 27. That's only like three different levels. Okay. I'm quit out of this and load up a marbles game. I'm gonna go for a cup of tea, dude, and get some what's it called, cunts? Honey. My throat's really sore. It's actually burning from screaming. And it'll be fine tomorrow if I eat some honey right now. I'll just leave song request on, let you cunts deal or whatever cunts play. Nobody spun a wheel, did they? Wait, you did spin a wheel? Oh, for your sub. I'm so sorry, Cherry. Did I really not spin it for your sub? So, Ben, I have to add time and I have to spin El Juvio sub. Okay, I'll add this. Oh my god, another Gary phone. No, it's an hour instead. So I have to add 2 hours and do El Juvio spin. And you redeemed? Okay, so you get another spin. 43 hours in minutes. Okay, yeah. Seconds, you cunt. Scripts. Bomb back, lad. And then it stops for some reason because it thinks it's funny to stop like that. Oh, your marbles game is for 600 as well. That's what I was forgetting. That's what I was forgetting. Right. Spin bing. Will I just add these together and make it a big $1 million do marbles game? That's what I'll do, will I? $1 big do, one big 1 milli. Yeah. And then El Juvio's. This is El Juvio spin. Ready? El Juvio. Does he get the never before seen 2 times? No, he does not. The never before seen 2 times spin. The wheel. But they get 300k. How much has he got right now? 100. Got 400 now. Okay. Beautiful. Close this stuff down. I don't want to close Crash Bandicoot down because that'll mess with the crowd control. I think my favorite one is this one. It's warped, right? I think it is warped. I think this is it. We just call it something different in Ireland. In Europe, like we had a different name for it. I'm almost sure. Yeah, and then Stormy Ascent was the extra thing. Yeah. I remember. Okay. Right. Should I just close it down? Let me just close it down, dude. Close it down. Now, everybody should keep their points though, right? That's what I was scared of. You're unable to do it while you have an active session. Yeah, the session is still active, right? Cool, okay. Until I deactivate this section. Even when I deactivate... Oh my god, you gave me a life there as well, Cherry. I didn't even realize, dude. They stay, nice one, thank you. I just was worried. I didn't want to close it down and everybody loses their points, dude. The life didn't even matter, dude. Didn't even save me. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do it when I get back. I'm going to take a break and have a cup of tea and chill out. What's like the longest race though, besides the shit one there that I always do that nobody ever beats? Is there like, oh, we never, is there any another one? Another one. We got any good community ones? Do. Why does it always stop? That's so frustrating. Okay. Fuck. Completely wiped my brain from what I was doing there, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, community games. Elimination 35%. This has 215 plays. Can you do it like filtered by like most played or whatever, you know? You can. Beautiful. Marbles, marbles, marbles. 99% elimination rate, dude. What? No, dude. I'm not doing that one. 99% elimination rate. Like, what do you mean, dude? Splashy brutal attack. 23%. That's good. 3 minutes and 33 seconds. Seems pretty good to me. I'll probably be longer than that, though, to be fair. I won't have a smoke. Yeah, let's do that one. Let's do it 3 minutes and 33 seconds. Tree. Where'd it go? What was it called? It was called fucking... Fuck. It's gone forever. Gone forever. This one? 53% death rate is crazy though. I don't like that, dude. Oh, here it is. I see it. I see it. Splashy brutal attack. I see it. I found it. Let's do it. Splashy brutal. Thank you, Cherry. Okay. Ooh. Baby shark do baby shark like. No way. Splashy fucking splash cunt. This is the 1 million one, dude. Yeah, this is the 1 milli, the big 1 milli. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, you're going into his stomach, dude. Oh, you get eaten by the baby shark, dude. That's crazy. We're getting eaten by the baby shark. Shark? This guy fucking loves his sharks, cunt. Okay, exclamation point play if you want to see a funny little ball on the screen and for your chance to win a 1 million. Milkaroo. Yeah, let me play on my other phone too. Beautiful. Where'd the music go? It's a crazy playlist, dude. So many weird songs in here. It's definitely copyrighted, isn't it? Fuck it. Right. Alright, ready? 4 Giga Gamers for 1 million fucking Milkaroonskis. You don't gotta tell me twice. Oh, we're at the beach. Let's fucking go to the beach. Why does it look like I'm a tiny person? Why does everything look so massive? This is crazy, dude. Okay. Ready? So if you win, do you get it? No. I'll take a shot instead, and I'll do another one. I'll do this one real quick, and then if I don't win, I'll do one before I go, because I'm gonna roll a smoke anyway. Okay. Wow, look at the little house the guy's got. Wow, he's got a little house. All right, quick, don't get distracted. Oh, I'm zooming, dude. Oh, can't stop, won't stop. Oh, he's gone. View. Oh, into the sharks mouth. This is crazy. This is crazy. The craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh, I fucking hate these stoppers, dude. Because this guarantees that you're all gonna line up. Look. See? Your Marvel is sick, Cherry. It's great, dude. Nice. It actually is kind of fair then because this is random. But I get lucky here, ready? Oh, bomb back. Alright, I'm supposed to be rolling a smoke. Go, dude. Nice, 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 dude. We're cruising right now. The two fucking boys. I'm sorry, El Hubio, you missed it, brother. It looks like I'm gonna win anyway. I'll do another one after this one if I win for $1 million. I'm fucking zooming, dude. Cherry and Jessica are cruising there. I don't know what they're doing. I'm on world record pace right now, actually. I'm actually... Holy shit, there's still a bit to go, though. Oh, there's a bit to go. Look at the whole fucking... The whole rigmarole we have to do here, dude. And then into the shark down there? No way. Hey, yeah, user fuck back there, though. Is that no bueno? Yeah, user goofed. Oh, I'm fucking stuck here, though. Come on. Go, 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 go. Oh, that's sick. They look cool as fuck. Wow, it's just like a wave for real. Wow. Nice, go down. Oh my god. How did you catch up to me, dude? Why am I so shit? My chair is fucking sick, dude. Look at him go. World record pace right now, dude. No, not really though, right? 20 seconds. If he gets down here fast, maybe. No. Maybe. Go. Go. Oh, he's not gonna make it 8 seconds. Fuck, dude. That was quick though. That was fucking close to world record. And now he's stuck. Look, he's given up. Alright, Cherry, you made it. You made it far enough, bro. You gave it your all, brother, man. Them. You gave it your fucking all, brother, man. Them. No, not Dread, my boy. With a Tommy gun? No way, you have the Tommy gun, dude. Easy win. Easy fucking win. 2 second me still. Oh my god, yous are miles behind. Oh, womp womp. Wompity womp womp. I just got it, no way. How many, what is that then? What level are you? 60, 70? P90's next then, right? That's like an actual gun, dude. Oh shit. Yeah, 56. Yeah, the P90 60, 70, and then 80 is when it starts getting crazy. I'm definitely not doing a shot. I know I said I'd do a shot. I'm not doing a shot. I can't do a shot, please. I'm not even doing a shot, please. Please. I didn't think I'd win, you see. I know it came down to random chance, you see. But I didn't think I'd fucking win, my friends. Wow, fishies. It's crazy. Now this is next gen gaming. Wow, Cherry ran into Jessica while exploring. Wow. Okay, what's a good one? This one looks cool. The Gauntlet, no fucking way. I have the record for this one. No way. Okay, do this one. Someone beats my record, I'll also give them 500k. So you could potentially win 1.5k here. No, 1.5 milli, I'm sorry. 1.5 milli. Gary, what the fuck, dude? How do you keep catching them? What do you mean? Did I do my maths wrong, do you think, you guys? No, I suppose that kind of makes sense. Like a 7% chance. Pretty fucking high, dude. It's a pretty high chance when you think about it, like, you know. Not impossible. Just didn't think it was going to be that possible. Dream on. Alright, that's a bit mad now. Back to back to back to backs is crazy, dude. What? Dream on. Alright, El Hubio, do you want to get in here, you cunt? El Hubio, my boy. Oh, Jessica, look, you got a nice little fishing XP boost. God, I'm sweating. I guarantee I'll start this and then fucking goat will come back again. Capture. Per Edward, dude. Who the fuck's Edward? Only one pet came in today. And Caden actually caught it. Jessica tried to kill it. Jessica tried to fucking shoot it in the head. Oh. The fucking sentient milkers again. The sentient ants again, Cherry. Wow, it's fucking... What is it? Who sings this song? Is it Daft Punk? It is Daft Punk. No, it's not Daft Punk, dude. It's a fucking... It is Daft Punk. I was gonna say Bruno Mars. Oh, it's because I spelled it wrong, Cherry. I'm a wanker. I put the E in it, dude. What is that for when you're checking your safe house? What the fuck? What? Jesus, what was the name of the actual safe house command that I made? And someone was safe house. The fuck? I didn't call it safe house. Why would I do that to myself, dude? Why would I do that to myself? Where would I have put a cunt? There are a million commands in here. There's no shot there. I actually have no idea where I put that. That's crazy. Is it in the town, maybe? Crazy, dude. That's actually insane. I have no idea where that command is. I don't even know what it's called. I assume it would have just been called safe house, and I typed that in. It's not there. Now it's gone forever. Shit. We did rebuild the panda farm, though. I have to change that message. Alright, don't worry about it. Alright. I'll fix the safe house thing another time. It's not that big of a deal anyway. What is this? Spin. Well. Oh, Jessica, you mad fucker, going out. She's going out. Deeper into the new world. Intriguing, very interesting. 2 wheels that are both mirrors to back double spin. Spin. The. Oh my god. Wheel. Oh, nearly the panda time. Nearly panda time. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Spin. The. Wheel. Ba, 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 ba. Another one. We love to see it, don't we? Another one. Another one. Another one. Okay. And then you still have one more spin, right? Spin. The. Wheel. Nice. Give back all channel points. That's what we like to see. That's a nice one. That's good for me. You've already gone that like twice today. You're still 25 giving back though. Reject and refund. Easy. Right. Alright, I'm going to take a break for like 10 minutes. Ooh. I'll leave you with Cyberpunk soundtrack. That's very nice and peaceful, isn't it? Right. This will probably be off when I come back, but that'll be it. Alright, whoever gets this one gets 1 million. Please, God, don't let me win. Alright, ready? Godspeed, gamers. Start.
Trying so hard to release you out of the misery. Hold on to your wishes if you can't hold on to me. Forgive me for letting you down. Forgive me for letting you down again. I guess I'm not strong enough right now. They will finally feel the flames, flames that run down through my veins. I will make the city burn. We're not planning to return. Trying so hard to be free, to make you see what I see. Hold on to your wishes if you can't hold on to me. Forgive me for letting you down. Forgive me for letting you down again. I guess I'm not strong enough right now. Forgive me for letting you down. Forgive me for letting you down again. I guess I'm not strong enough right now. Oh my
I'm gonna need Crash Bandicoot one more shot as well. And then, depending on what time it is, I'll try to do something chill. How does this one take longer than... How is this gonna take 6 minutes, dude? What? How is this? This is gonna take 6 minutes. Impossible. Shrimp, you wanna get in? I'll give you a sec, Shrimp. I'll give Shrimp a sec in case she's here. I'm on my next appointment. No stress, dude. I'll be back later if you're awake. No stress. I hope it all goes well, Shrimp. You got your fucking ball in. That's all that matters. Alright, let's go. Take it easy though, Shrimp. I'll probably just be chilling out. I'll probably give I'm gonna give Crash Bandicoot one more good attempt. And then I'm going to chill out. Take it easy though, Shrimp. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything, dude. Okay, lock in, gamers. Oh, Jessica's gone. Go on, Jessica. Go on, Jessica, you're zooming. Jessica's locked in, dude. She's sick of this shit. She's going for the win. Go on, Jessica. World record pace right now. World record pace right now, Jessica. Quick, keep it up. Jim's not too far behind you, Cherry. You're acting the bollocks back there. Quick, dude. Or like you're doing fucking hurtle against the hair or whatever the fuck the story is. Yeah, slow and steady wins the race, like. Slow and fucking steady. Jessica, you're cruising here, dude. 3 seconds off world record pace. Oh, can you lose here? Maybe you can lose, dude. Oof. Oh, you have to get closer to the center. Oh, it's whoever gets closest to the center. It's not even who wins. Oh, Cherry knew this shit, dude. Look, she's lining up her shot. Oh, I don't know who's closer. That's definitely Cherry, right? Let's see what Shrimp gets. Oh, no, Shrimp gets it, dude. Shrimp gets it. Bing in the middle, dude. Nice. That was sick. I do like those ones. How did that take 6 minutes to beat, like? Okay, sick. That was nice. GG, Shrimp. Not even here. Not even fucking here. I give her milli. Not allergic to shrimp. Points. 400. She's 1.3 million now. Shopping. Go. Oh my god, I forgot about the Rubik's Cube. I forgot that was even a fucking redeem. Nice VIP, Cherry. That was what you were trying to get back in the day. You get 500 grand now instead, though. That's 1.1 now. Did you get 2 spins? It was just one. Just one? Okay. Right, let's do this fucking Rubik's Cube, will we? How do I, hold on. Everything's gonna go fucking dark for a second, gamers. It's all gonna go dark for a second, okay? Oh my god, can you guys hear me in the darkness? Is there anybody out there? Is there anybody out there? Help me. Somebody help. Help me. There we go. Okay. Oh wait, I just realized. No, it didn't. Oh, it did. Okay, I have to take the time back off. We're on 41 hours, okay? The time went back up. Okay. It's dark. I haven't done this shit in so long. Where's the timer, dude? Hold on. This one. This one. This one. This one. Okay. Alright. Alright, let me jumble it up first. Let me jumble it up. Hold on. I'll start it in 45 seconds, right? 45 seconds. So that means at 21:45. All right, ready? No wait, 20:45. Alright, go quick. 2 minutes, right? It's 2 minutes. Shit, fuck. Shit, I've already goofed it. Oh my god, my hands. Yep, I'm locked in. Oh my god, I'm so bad right now, dude. Where's the last one? Okay, hold on. Come on, give me the fucking combination. What's the combination? You fuck. You motherfucker. Dude, I'm fucked, am I?
You lose.
No, I don't lose. There's no shot I lost. What? It's 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes. You fuck. It's 2 minutes, dude. Right? Oh my god, I might have fucked it up. I won't lie to you. Easy. Easy. 3 seconds. 3 seconds left. Easy. Look at that. Just under. Just over. Just under? Just over. Whatever. I fucking did it though. Okay, nice. Alright. Where am I? Alright, let's fucking try this shit again. Godspeed, gamers. Launch game. Yeah, right under the time limit. That's about as fast as I can do it. Like, no, I've done it in a minute. But it's like I have to be fucking locked in, dude. Way too locked in. Right. Let me lower the game down. I want to keep the music on because it's relaxing me a little bit right now. Okay, I just have to make sure I have to turn down the music in game. Jeez, you need a lot, do you? Oh fuck, you're redeeming coins, you fuckers. Oh my god, Cherry, you're level 81. You should be now getting... You should be getting more now. You shouldn't be leveling up that fast. I hope I did the XP system right. At level 80 anyway. At level 80 is like a fucking wall, dude. They should be giving you 200 grand now though for those fish, dude. The message might not be saying it, Cherry, but you should be getting 200k. I'm almost sure you do. Okay, ready? Said I'd be fishing for 8 hours. Well, in my testing, how I wanted it to be was after 10 hours of fishing. If you're fishing for 10 hours straight, you should get to about level 80. That's about what you've done, including all the extra XP and stuff that you get from like exploring stuff. Kind of fair, like, you know. You're fishing for that fucking long, you deserve it, dude. Fucking fireman. It's a good system. Alright, lock in, gamers. Can you hear the game actually? Can't hear the game at all. You can't hear the game at all, really. Turn it on now after this. I also can't hear the music. It sounds like everything just stopped. Earphones in. Okay, yeah. Music is way too loud for me right now. I'm just gonna turn the music off, okay? Lock in or Crash Bandicoot, baby. I do love Attack on Titan, but... Okay. And then... Where's the game? There you go. No. Ooh. Alright, yeah, that's nice. Look, we love the Crash Bandicoot music. It is also chill as fuck. Down. God, the color change isn't that bad, dude. Just not once it's not that fucking red one, dude. I can't deal with that shit. My eyeballs. Alright, make sure I do not grab the clock. Every time I grab that clock, it's what starts the time trial. And that's what's fucking me, dude, every single time. Oh my god. Alright, didn't know we were jumping that like that. That's fine. I know now. That's all that matters. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. Dude, it's so hard just to get that little tiny jump, you know? We're cruising. Oh, that nearly got me. That nearly got me right at the... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh shit. Holy shit, I'm zooming, dude. This is crazy, dude. Nice. Easy. Oh, I'm not even gonna go for that. Or should I go for it? Let's go for it. Oh, I got it. Oh, I didn't get it. He fell off. He fell off the fucking... Goodbye. How did that hit me now? That was a lot of ass. Holy shit, this is crazy playing this game like this, dude. There's something... Oh, shit. The fast jump is wild. Will I go for this again? Oh, dude, how the... Oh. Get out of here. Goodbye. Oh, shit, we're zoomed back in. Is this how the game normally looks? Or am I, like, zoomed in? This feels way too zoomed in, dude. Right, let's go in here. That is a funny combo. Wait, do I still have the jump? Hold on, I can't see if I... Yeah, I do. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, the fast jump is crazy. Oh, Jesus. No, I need to get the life, dude. Here we go. Yes. This is normal, just doesn't... Dude. It's like... Completely zoom back in. It feels so weird. Oh my god. Easy. Right, locked in, baby. We're locked in. We're locked in with this shit. You can't stop me. Okay. Zoom in is 100 and zoom out is 25. Yeah, it's a bit mad. I can change the prices myself. It's all just, it's all whatever they set themselves, you know. Like, what are they? Have a look. Now that I know what they all are, you know. Fast Runner's 50. Let's make that 20, dude. Infinite Jumps is 50. Let's make that fucking 20 as well. Invisible Crash is 100. Do 50 for that one. No Actions is 150. That's way too much. Let's do 50. No. Let's do... No Jumping is... Let's do 70. Slow Runner. Slow Runner really fucks me, dude. Let's keep it at 50. That really goosed me. Upside Down is 250. 100. No, let's not even do 100. Let's just do 50. 50 for zoom in. Alright, right. Zoom in is 25. Zoom out is 25. Zoom out is 50. Let's do that one. Give boxes. Take boxes. Oh, I added 2 new ones. Steal some boxes from players. Give the player with... Grant the player with boxes. Cool, okay. There's 2 new ones. I don't know why they weren't on automatically. Stop missing boxes. I'm not going to miss them anymore now. You can give me them, bro. Just give me the boxes, bro. Dude, I'm not 100% in this. Are you joking? I'm missing. If I get to the end of each thing, that's a blessing, dude. Getting to the end of each one is a blessing. I'm still jumping fucking fast. Like, look what, like, I can't even get these. I know I'm on top of this thing. Nice. Wait, did I not just do this one? Did I just do this one? Am I going crazy? Fuck, did I just do this one? I think I did, right? This is the one I just did, isn't it? It is, right? It is. You queued up a bunch of fast jumps. I just realized that BRB on my screen, so... I did not know you could just queue... I did not know you could queue shit up. I definitely did this one already, right? It is the same one. Okay, thank you, Cherry. I fucking wasted a life there too. That's a lot of bollocks. Okay. The Great Gate. Alright, I'm locked in. Jesus Christ. I can't believe you queued them up, dude. That's a lot of bollocks. Oh my god. Alright, zoom out here will help me a bit, though. The fucking... Dude. Look how stiff his jumps are. With that fucking thing, dude. Look. It's like a robot. No! What was that? No! Got the fucking time trial, dude. Getting the time trial means there's no checkpoints. Isn't that fucking great? No checkpoints. I don't give a fuck. I'm going for it, dude. Can't stop, won't stop. You can't stop me. I can't believe I grabbed that, dude. Can't believe you have time fucking queued up. Oh! What the f... What is he? What the fuck even is this, dude? What the fuck even is that? What even is that, dude? You fucking epileptic attack here. What? What is this, dude? It's fucking mountain on my screen. What am I looking at, like? It's so disorientating. Faded reality? Yeah, that's what it is. Did you just activate that as I jumped, you fucking dick? Oh my god, I'm all the way back here. Like, how did you even time that to fucking... Oh my god, I hate this. Wait, hold on. Let me... Oh my god, nice. Oh, good about. Don't fucking... Nice. I should not have been able to get that, but I did. Okay. Oh my... I'm gonna go insane. I'm gonna go insane. Look how he jumps, dude. It's so... disorientating. Very nice. No! What is this? I can't see anything. I'm kind of back, but not done yet. At least you're fucking a little bit out. I'm still struggling on the shrimp, but I can't see fucking... What will I do here? Will I just go for it? That's way too zoomed in, dude. Oh! No! Oh! Oh, no way, and he's big boy. Like, what was I supposed to do there? What was I supposed to do there? Oogada ba. Right on back to you, brother man, then. I haven't a clue what we're supposed to be doing here. There's me. I bet you wonder how I ended up in that situation. He is a big boy. He's looking at me. Wait. Look at this guy over here. This freaking guy over here. Hey, what are you looking at? You motherfucker, you fucking dick. Funny. Like, I'm a simple man. I see Crash Bandicoot looking at me. I laugh. Alright, that's fine, Crash. I fucked us there, bro. I fucked this, bro. I think it was slow jump. Okay, never mind. So, like, can I just not make my jumps then? I can, right? Oh, come on, Crash. Hit that, bro. Crap. My fucking broski. Am I gonna die here? No, I'm not. Ooh. Go, go, go. Nice. Nice. Alright. Listen, brother, have you not seen the size of me? Which is cooking me. Oh. It's like you're barely making every jump, dude. Literally barely making them. You dirty cunt. Come on. That slow walking shit is killing me, dude. It's not even on anymore. It's fucking placebo in my head, dude. I just feel like I've been going slow the whole time. Okay, nice. Alright, we're cruising. Zoom in is brutal. A lot of them are rough, dude. Cap activated that moonwalk one so many times. That was... Like, to learn how to move like that is insane. I'm gonna cry. Cry. Oh my fucking god. Beautiful. I'm a gamer. I forgot there for a second I was a gamer. I can still see. I can see. So many fucking points, Sherry. I should have lowered them. Oh no. You're breaking my heart, dude. For this one, Jessica knows how it works. When you're going backwards, it's a wee bit expensive. It is, isn't it? I'll lower it down, and I'm also gonna lower down the channel point coins, so you just get way more coins for redeems. When you jump, you have to look back the other way. Sabine, the wheel. I have to end the session too, though, don't I? I might just spend 125 to take a life to go on. One moonade. Wow, sorry. Spin the wheel. They auto update. Do they actually increase a wheels percentage? What would you like to increase, Panda Cherry? Oh, yes, it's Panda. Panda, 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 Panda. Or just increase one of the multiple pandas. Yeah. Panda, Panda, Panda. Gosh. There he is up there. Okay. And one moonade. Still getting the old moonades for some reason. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. My shot's killing me. Hey. You can't fix the redeems midstream. I should have lowered it down. I definitely should have lowered it down. I'll get to the end of this one and I'll end it and start it again. Oh my god, I'm not gonna be able to do this. Oh shit, hold on. So how this works is you have to face back the other, whichever way he's facing is the way he's jumping. So I have to walk backwards. Then you can't do it, dude. You can't do it because of that fucking thing. How long do I have Moonwalk on for? Fuck's sake. Okay, hold on. Let me try one more time. No, you literally can't. You literally can't because of how you have to jump, dude. It's impossible. It's impossible. Oh. Oh, we're done. Hold on. Oh my god, you goofed me there. Wait, hold on. What? Just don't panic, dude. Look, just one little easy baby jump. Fucking whoosh. Easy. Okay. Big boy. Let me see now. Hold on. 1, 2. All right. Should I just end and restart the session? Well, that's not going to goof anyone's points though, is it? People will still get to keep your coins, will they? I don't want to goof anyone's coins, dude. It'll make me sad if I goof people's coins. You're unable to modify. I'm sure it's fine, right? I'm sure it's fine if I close it down and open it back up again. Where was I though, just so I remember? Boulders, right? I did the Great Gate. Yeah, boulders. Okay. Okay, motherfuckers. I'll just quit out, right? Yeah, it just makes it less pricey, true. Alright. So many coins used, dude. Adjust the number of queued effects allowed. Oh, no shit, okay. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna end it. It makes me scared, though. Makes me scared. Jeez, I've had it on for 6 hours. Session stopped. How'd your session go? It was fucking great. I had a great time. I'm about to start it again, my friend. Okay, 10 to 1. Look, there you go. It's as cheap as I can make it. 3 coins, 250. Where's the one for like special? When people like raid and stuff? Ah, fuck it. That'll be fine now, right? Okay. Let's start it again. Do, 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 do. 1 coin. What? I made it 1,000 for it's 10 to 1 instead of 5 to 1. Made it cheaper. I'll just let people fucking get a bunch.
Activision presents
Activision.
smashing blast from the past.
Here you go, Activision.
Developed by Vicarious Visions.
Vicarious are actually great, to be fair. Okay.
It's
Session
Crash
started.
Bandicoot.
Oh, nice. It's still including the session. Okay. Faded reality being that long is crazy, dude. Breaks my eyeballs. I'm gonna make it 30 seconds instead. How's everything else? Yeah, it's all good, right? Take life 125 is so funny. Like, what do you mean, or what do you mean by that? Can I change anything else here? Zoom in is just, oh, what the fuck? Big dirty flying Mario. Do 30 seconds for zoom in. Okay. Alright, I'm beating this fucking game. Wow, 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 wow. Goodbye. Chaos Moonwalk is 100 as the only one. Yes, that's definitely the way it should be, dude. I fucking hate that one. It's fucking such a killer. Alright. Continue. Continue. I'm not at the native forest. I wish I was. We are at Boulders. Boulders. Hold on as well, actually. Is now you can see the game a little bit better, right? Right. Ooh, oh, I hit the time trial. Fine, just lock in front. We're zooming. Run, crash. Jump, brah. Oh, shit. You know what? Oh, fuck. I'm just running. I'm just running. I'm just running. Fuck you. Let's hit the time trial. Lock in. Go. Oh, shit. Okay, ready? Jump, crash. Holy shit, there he's going, my boy. Somebody stop this man, he's out of control. Holy shit, dude, the fucking ball is not even on the screen, bro. Oh no, I made it so far. That was so good, wasn't it? I'm doing it again, fuck it, lock in. Go, 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 go. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, and fucking moonwalk, you cunts. Alright, we're moonwalking it. I'm sorry, Crash, you have to look backwards at this thing, bro. And then we have to... Okay, it's actually going to be impossible to do that if I have double jump activated, because I have to do this. Oh my god, what? How the fuck am I going to do this, bro? So, I want to do this. Wait. Dude, there's no way I can do this motion. Alright, look, we have motion. Don't worry. Okay. No way, dude. You can't. You go way too far. With the fucking speed jump. It's so whatever way I'm facing with the Chaos Moonwalk, whatever way I'm facing is the way I jump. So that means when I jump, I have to... See? Even though I'm going this way, I jump forward. So mid-jump, I have to turn this way. Oh, I did it there, see? Mid-jump, I have to go that way. You get me? Oh shit, I goofed myself, I'm sorry, Crash. I'm sorry, Crash. Alright, we have this. We don't have this. Happy birthday, guy. Eggy shrimp. Thank you for the biddies, dude. Big up to you, shrimp. Okay, I have to stop dying here. I'm not hitting that time trial, dude. Alright, let's go. Oh, quick, fast jump. We still have fast jump. Go, go, go. Oh, shit. We got life. Alright, now I can't see. That's fine. Oh, I didn't know he still had the jump. I didn't know you activate again. Okay, I'm just gonna use it, right? Let's go, let's go, 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 go. Okay, so there's 2 jumps here, right? You wait until you get down all the way and then just jump for it. Nice. Now here, dude. Oh, he does it. Nice. Just crap. Keep going, bro. Checkpoint. Give me that shit, dude. Oh, I swear I pressed that. I swear I pressed jump. I swear it. Dude, this is so unbelievably hard, like. Alright, we're cruising. Why did I do that? 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 Oh, he's a big boy. Oh, he's a big cunt. Come on, Crash. You fucking big cunt. Nice. That was a bit of a nightmare, wasn't it? I missed all the boxes. It doesn't matter. We made it. The Crash knows. He gets it, dude. W, barely. School in 30... That's not bad, though, Jessica. It's still 31 days. Look, half of that could be a MILKATHon, too, so... Let's fucking hope not. No, it shouldn't. But still. You get a MILKATHon. That's something. Oh my god, dude. I definitely think that percent is so way too high for a fish at that level, I think. It is kind of fair though, you know? I might just make it not an announcement. Because it's going to be so common, like, you know? Oh my god, dude. That scared the shit out of me. I didn't know what that was. Because that was in the real world, like, you know? All the effects were happening in-game, but then you fucked me in the real world a little bit. I'm Gucci, though. I didn't see him because fucking Crash is 50 times the size he should be. Fine. 3 lives left. That's fine. I'm not even worried about it, actually. Goodbye. I wanted a jump scare. You got me. I'm not gonna have that on during the night either, dude. Like I did last time. Man needs to sleep. If my PC starts goofing again as well, I might not run it through the night. If it's alright though, I'll just run it, dude. Who gives a fuck? I have a feeling streamer bot might crash during the night though, just with all the commands. Which would suck. Okay, I didn't want to turn my light off. I just wanted it a little bit fucking lower, dude. Oh. Is there really no lives here in this one? Oh, there is. Nice. Okay, 2 lives. Wow, it's like the first time anyone has caught a fucking golden cowfish, dude. I also have to fix the message so it's not doesn't show the weight twice. What? Oh, you fucking made me invisible, dude. I thought I fell in the water. Okay. It's okay. I thought I fell in the water, dude. I was like, that's a load of bollocks, bro. Shrimp, you think Not being able to see my character is going to stop me. Today. Ding, 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 ding. I did some sick shit earlier on. Novi made me invisible. She flipped my screen upside down, dude. And I still got through. It was sick. Cap goofed me in this boss fight, though. I'm not even going to tell you what he did because you can goof me. What's the crack with your kid, my boy? Oh, I just spilt water all over my mic. How did that even happen? What? Dude, what? He's invisible as well. Alright, I'm still gonna kill him even though we're both invisible. The fact that I haven't got hit yet is actually... Look, I'm a gamer. I actually know... Oh my god. Oh. Lock in. Lock in. Lock in. The invisible, the never before seen invisible Papu kill. Hold on. Crash, get him, bro. Crash, get him, bro. And then I come back visible right at the end. Easy. Look at that. Bomb back, lad. Fucking killed the boss, dude. The never before seen invisible Papu boss fight, dude. I wonder if anyone has ever even done that, dude. It's such a weird thing. Oh, the clip isn't working. Can I clip on here? See if I can do it. Oh, might have worked. It said it worked for me. What's over here anyway? What did I do? Why do you want me to clip it? I already don't remember what. Oh, it was Papu, dude. I did want to clip that. I did want to clip that. Shit, I'll go back and get that, dude. That was sick. The never before seen fucking Papu, like. Somebody zoom me out so I can find that other fucking forehead. I'm a bit of a forehead gamer. There's no shot I died there. Are you serious, bro? Oh, you spawn. You baiting me? You did. I'm so sorry, Caden. I'll tear and all, dude. I'm so sorry. It's not popping up on screen for some reason. I'll fix it tomorrow. Right. Stop Ben. Darken. The wheel. Shuffle and spin again. Nice. The wheel does need a nice shuffle. The wheel needs a nice shuffle. Here we go. Look, give it a nice shuffle for you, Caden. Bomb back. In. The wheel. Increase wheels percentage. I'm going to assume you want your casino, Caden. Do whatever you want, though. Yes, he wants his casino. Of course he wants his casino. Bomb back, lad. Here it is here. Honda Time Casino and 1 hour are all buffed right now. Oh, and Gartic for 500. Alright. Does he still have GMV heist? No, I have to rebuild the Milker Forge. The Milker vault. He does be robbing locals though out, and when he's out exploring, he has a custom explore message. He robs the locals' banks, dude. It's great. He just slots up. It's funny, it makes me laugh. Every time I see it, I say, ha ha ha. What, did it just happen? Oh no. I was like, there's no way. He just gets it. This is rare enough. Oh, fuck. Oh, I did want you to zoom me out. There's a fucking secret here somewhere, dude. Oh, what's that down there? That kind of looks cool down there. Alright, let's see where this fucking secret is, cunts. What about? Oh, it was probably up there, was it? Maybe a tier. Will I blow these up and jump? I thought that was gonna fall. I panicked. I fucking panicked. Shit, it was probably back there. Who gives a fuck? I'm over it. I'm over it. Nice. I wanted to get the other forehead. See that forehead cunt? There's two more. I know where the other one is. The other one's just up here. Oh, you still can't mine, Cherry, can't you? Let me see if I can fix this. Oh, it did work. Okay. Oh, good night, Jessica. Jessica, thank you for stopping in. Thank you for being here, dude. I'll be live tomorrow and for a couple more days anyway, at least. So stop back in any time. Thank you for being here. Sleep well, Jessica. I will talk to you tomorrow, dude. Nice. Ooh. Okay, this is where the other secret is, isn't it? It's up here. So many messages. It's just fucking spam. Fine though. Everybody needs their marbled milk. You need your marbled milkers, you guys. What are you gonna do without your marbled milkers? How can you build you can't make a house at home without marbled milk. Oh no! When you unlock the trophy room too, when you upgrade your safe house to level 10 and you forge the trophy room, it shows trophies from past streams. I want to try, since I wasn't keeping track of stuff, like that back in the day, I'll have to manually go back and see who was in what streams and give everybody like little trophies, you know? Level 20, not 10. Oh yeah, pet farm is 10. Jesus Christ, Cherry knows fucking more about the commands than I do. Baby, no stress, shrimp. I'm cruising, dude, as well. I should be able to finish this one this time. I feel confident. Yeah, look, see, this is where we need this fucking forehead cunt. There's another one somewhere, like. It's crazy that there's 75 achievements. I really thought Matt had 100% on this, dude. And I thought it was one of those games, like, where you just get the 100% just for playing, you know? No, it's a turbo grind. Fantastic. Oh, oh, Jesus Christ, that was law boxes. Oh, I'm sorry, Crash. Crash, bro, I'm sorry. Wow, okay. Level up 6 times. Hog Wild. Alright, I like this one. This one's good for me. God, if you get these fucking... Oh my god, dude. Like... The Cherry, that's not even like, you know, a high likelihood for that to happen, dude. The chances of you getting that many times on that exact thing happening is insane, dude. There's a lot of numbers involved in that, and it's crazy. I suppose, like, it's same likelihood as anything, really, when you kind of think about it, but... We're locked in. Come on, Crash, we have 12 lives, bro. We're locked in, bro. Don't die. Crash, bro, I need you at your A game, my friend. Oh my god, I didn't jump. I don't know why I assumed I'd just fucking bounce off that. Wait. How is Novi... Wait, what? How is Novi... How is Novi still not being shot yet? Is that working like that for anyone else? I fucking hope not, dude. Oh, it might have happened when the stream crashed that time, actually. But yeah, it might have been when the stream crashed. The streamer might have died. The streamer what? Timer Al Gaib. I'm doing really bad here, haven't I? This is actually kind of crazy. It's actually kind of embarrassing. Fucking embarrassing, bro. Nah, we're locked in, bro. We're locked in, broski. Don't you worry about it. Look at me. I'm the fucking box master right now, too. Boxes, don't worry about it. I'll smash them. Box there, a box here, a box there. Box for you. Oh, get me in there. I fucking missed one though, did I? Missed one, bro. Wow, you got a really big, oh, the radiated great white whack. Great white shark. There's so many words in that message, dude. Okay. To continue. Right, lock in, gamers. Please, God, lock in. We've made it. We've made it to the final fucking hurdle. Lock in. Do boom boom. What? Why bats, dude? My boy bats. Is he on the leaderboards? He's probably on the leaderboards. Big up bats. Cap was here, he'd shout him out. The music is actually sick, isn't it? Ooh. We're in the fucking local stronghold right now, dude. Crash Bandicoot is in the local stronghold. Oh, fuck. It's fast jump. Oh my god. Caden, you wanker. I'll do this out of spy, Caden. Oh, you... Diabila. Oh, no. Dude. The worst time to activate this. I'm just stuck here. Oh, dude. Oh, my God. No way, dude. What? It fucking launches me all the way over there, like. Come on, Clint. You're breaking my heart, bro. Come on, please don't. I'm gonna cry. Alright, just take your time, dude. Okay, you literally kept me stuck here this entire time. My god, come on. Okay. I need these apples, dude. Okay. Why did I go for the double jump? Why did I go for the double jump, dude? What compels you to do that? What was your fucking thought and process behind that one, bro?
Raymond won.
What? Rayman? That's what I thought you said. I was like, what? I fucking love Rayman, dude. The third Rayman. What's the big blue dude's name from Rayman? I always forget his name. There's a Rayman game that I fucking love. Jesus Christ. Something Havoc. Something Havoc. Rayman something Havoc. Hordes of Havoc. Hordes of Havoc. What a game, dude. Can you get Rayman on a... Yeah, I don't think you can get those Raymans on PC, right? There's no way, bro. That would be it for me, I'm not gonna lie. It's one of my first ever games. Alright, you're gonna have to not hit me like that, bro. What? How do you get that other life? Alright, well, not by doing that anyway, you can't. Right. Right, lock in. Glowbox, that was definitely his name. That was absolutely him. And he drinks fucking prune juice or something. He loves fucking prune juice, dude. It's prune juice, isn't it? I think it is. God, that's some proper nostalgia there. I don't know how I forgot about Rayman, dude. Fist of Havoc? Hordes of Havoc sounds right, dude. It was Rayman 3 as well, because I remember, fuck, what you say his name was? I've already forgotten it, dude. Glombax? I've already forgotten his name. You. He said he's only in the game for literally 2 minutes, and the last line he says is, "Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here now. I'll see you guys in Rayman 4." And then he just leaves. I remember seeing him as a kid, like, what? But I loved him. He was my favorite character, and now he's gone. You know, what do you mean? I don't wait till Rayman 4. Oodaba. Nice. Alright, what was the secret that Smurf was talking about back here? Is there actually a secret? Will I jump off? Ooh. Wait, what? This is cheating. This is cheating, is it? There's fucking fruit back here, though. What? That feels like it's cheating, dude. You know what? Fine with it. Did you spin? Why was it? I don't know why I was just standing there. I thought I could jump there. Alright, look. Since I died, I'll do it properly. Can I get anywhere not doing the fucking game properly here? This is actually a really rough jump though, holy shit. So what do you do then? Jump? Oh my god. That's a rough jump, dude. Let me, give me a sec, Caden. Sorry, Caden. Spin the wheel, you're telling me. If you don't jump on them... Oodaba. Stop in. The... Wheel. Isn't that fucking great, Caden? Isn't that the best thing ever? Oh, you didn't see it. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. You didn't see it, dude. Oh shit, the game's still playing. Hold on. I fucked it. I didn't pause the game. I'm still big crash. I'll add the hour in a sec. Hold on. Oh my god. What is this? Oh, I'm not up there. Hold on, dude. I'm just going this way. Fuck all you cunts. Can't stop me. Can't stop me. Fuck you. Fuck you, boys. What's the crack? You alright, bro? Looks like he's trying to sell you something over the fucking fence. Dude, floaty jumps a load of bollocks. I'm gonna cry. You didn't get to do your... It's too bad, Caden. It was an hour. It was at an hour, you funny. I spun it. It was at an hour. I'll add it in a sec as well. Let's spin it again, dude. Spun the fucking wheel, broski. Look at Crash. Can Crash gonna take that? Well, I do have to spin it now again. Just cherry fucking. Spin the wheel. God, okay, thank you. Alright. Spin. You don't have to do it like that, just moose oil. The wheelchair. Do you want to increase panda? More panda? Panda's gonna take up the whole fucking screen. Oh, nice. You got the Musa. You killed the Banshee with your Musa. Nice. If that's what it's landed on, then yes. It landed on increased wheel percentage. Yeah. Now I have to add an hour as well. Oh my god, dude. 43 hours already. I told you. Remember I said, look, when I do this shit, I have to... It changes the time because I didn't have it up, remember? So there's actually already 2 hours extra that I have to take off that clock. It should be 3, but it's only now 2. That's how it works, remember? Wow, Cherry, she's in the fucking Heimerdinger place. She made it to Heimerdinger settlement, you guys. Wow. Don't worry about it, dude. I'll just leave the time as it is now then, okay? Okay. You need to leave your safe house, Shrimp, to explore. You gotta leave your safe house to explore, Shrimp. You can't explore if you're inside. What are you gonna do in here? You can't stay in here. Explore. You can't explore your safe house. You've already seen it all. Fuck, dude. You never went into your safe house, really? It's enter and leave. You might have went enter to join the fucking thing, dude. You might have went enter to join the game, maybe. I'm just guessing, though. I tried to make stuff not... Okay, stop. I really can't die here, gamers. Okay, nice. Alright, this is good. This is what it's all about. Moist, my boy, this is what it's all about. Now we can see what's going on, bro. Now we get to see a little bit, right? Okay, nice. The double as well. Okay, what the fuck is that all the way up there, dude? What? How do you get up there, bro? Boys, I'm gonna cry. I really am gonna cry. Happy birthday, yeah. So funny. No way. Don't do that to me. No, Crash, bro.
Gee, you already know I'm obsessed with it.
You can't see this playing because I have fucking game capture on.
Back with another milk.
Help me. Somebody help me. Help. Alright. Let's get back, dude. Oh my god, Hamster. Get off my screen, dude. There's so much stuff on my screen. Hey, lock in. The lights are back on 100%, baby. You're not getting me. Oh, dude, okay, please. 7 lives, okay, shh. Every single movement has to be calculated. Calculations are happening inside of my head as we speak, my friends. Okay, hold on, I have to wait for the fire. Bomb back clat on the wagwan thing. What? What is this? What? What is this, dude? Oh my god, did somebody spam? Oh my god, you spam space, dude. You scared the shit out of me. I didn't see anything happen on the screen. Okay, what? What's not fair? What? What are you talking about, Kate? What are you talking about? Right, we're zooming. We actually are zooming. Shrimp it on. Fast runner, so I ran directly into that cunt's mouth. How are you, Teapot? Thank you for stopping back in, dude. Cherry has better odds. Better odds of what? Spinning the wheel? Everything she has, she got from fucking... Oh my god, in the chat, dude. She's a Tommy... Dude, she's been sitting here for fucking days testing it. Sure she has better odds. I can just give her that shit, dude. Nothing is just given. You know this, so don't give anybody anything. No handouts, cunt. That's not fair, he says, like she fucking didn't grind for it. She has better odds of fishing too, because she spent 10 hours fucking fishing, bro. Okay, hold on. Hold on, calculated movements. What a cry, dude. What do you mean, Caden? That's how it works, bro. Believe it or not, if you the more you do it, the better you get. Isn't that crazy? That's a crazy way things work, isn't it? That's a fucking mad way that works, dude. When you do something, you get better at it. Isn't that crazy? That's a life lesson there for you, Caden. I'm gonna fucking blow up. 30 seconds. Oh my god, Sherry. Oh, you're out there, Cherry. You're doing that shit, dude. See what she finds. Hold on, somebody stop me from fucking moving. Somebody stop me. I want to see what she gets. Oh my god, she actually makes it to the end. No way. No way. Good luck. Godspeed, Cherry. If you make it, if you do it, you do it. Godspeed, Cherry. I hope it all works for you. There's no shot she finds it, dude. This is a whole thing in chat now. I'm sorry. The chat's gonna be absolutely spammed, dude. With Cherry's boss fight. Godspeed, Cherry. Quick, Cherry. Dodge, Cherry. Dodge, Cherry. Quick. Quick. Nice. Nice. You're cruising, dude. I want to keep going as well, but I want to watch. Oh, you definitely goofed it, did you? No, it's still going, is it? Still going. You're cruising, you're cruising. Fucking dodge, Cherry. Oh, dude, you're goof, Cherry. You're goof, Cherry. Don't get hit again, dude. Don't get hit again, dude. Quick dodge, Cherry, you fuck. Quick, Cherry. Quick, shoot her, Cherry. Cherry, one more, you fucking bitch. Quick, kill her. Yeah, kill her, Cherry. No, he's so wow. Hold on, where's my fucking celebrations? Do we have any celebrations? Oh, wow. Wow, she's doing it. She's fucking doing it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's inside the tank, you guys? Wow. She gets fucking Titan shift. Wow. The best fucking my favorite ability of all time. You have to activate it, Cherry. You can't not activate it now, dude. Fuck. Godspeed, gamers. Okay. Wow, wow, wow. Nice. Sick. I'm happy with that, dude. That works exactly how I wanted to. She is now a Titan and she can fucking kill everyone. Hold on, I'll kill her. Does anyone have a BFG, dude? No, my phone's dead. I can't even fight you, Cherry. I can't even fight you, dude. Nobody else has a BFG. Nobody else has a fucking BFG, dude. Shit, hold on. I'm giving myself a BFG, Cherry, to test it. Quick. Oh, I do have BFG. Quick. Quick. Oh, quick. Oh my god, it's so quick. Oh, I have to do it again. I forgot I made him. I forgot I made him fucking 3 hits, dude. You can't kill me, you fuck. I have 1 more. Oh my god, this is a nightmare. Get her. Nice. Oh, fuck. 600 grand. Alright, I feel bad. I'll give that back to you. That was sick though, dude. I'm fucking glad that all works. That's crazy that all works, dude. Thank you for testing it. Thank you for everything, dude. It's insane that you fucking made it that far. GG gamers. Wow. Everybody can still earn that too, just for by getting to the end. If you get to the end and do what Cherry did, you can also Titan shift. Wow. It's funny as fuck, dude. I thought it was really cool. I remember the last time we seen the video, I was like, I have to use that somehow. Oh, I should add that there. What do you want to, what will I put there that you can fucking Titan shift? Maybe. I will add a trophy for that though, dude. I'm gonna make trophies. I'll probably do it during stream. I'll go back and do the trophies properly. I wanted to do it on stream too, to name them. What's the crack with you though, Brendan? My boy, how are you, brother? I'm on them. It's the fucking story, dude. I'm on the last fucking level on this. It's killing me, dude. How are you, my boy? I'm sorry, yeah, the chat is a disaster though with all that stuff, but I do love it. I really do love it. It's funny, and it's not going to be all the time either for, you can't activate Titan form. You need milk crystals to activate that too, Cherry. Not for your first one. Your first one's free. Oh. I need to lock in. I really need to lock in. 3 million milkers, you're cruising now. I'm gonna have to wait till the end of 20. What? Why would you have to wait that long, dude? For it to come out on fucking consoles, really? That's insane. There's no shot, dude. Why would they be that? Oh, boys, I can't do this. I'm dead. I'm gonna die already. I already know I'm fucked. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep. No. Oh, checkpoint. Hey, shut up. Give me a second. Okay, we're cruising, right? This has to be close to the end, dude, right? Wait, I'm only here. There's no way. Did somebody move me back or something? I actually have to check my Dune base as well. You just reminded me, Brendan. Fuck. My shit's gonna fucking be gone, I'd say. Shit, I haven't checked that in ages, dude. No. Oh, you have to stop there. Yeah, this mask was a cunt. The Ooga Booga mask was a good dude, though. I'm so asked at this game. It won't be on console till then is insane, dude. What? I can't do that all again. I'm gonna fucking cry myself to sleep. I actually am. No, I can't. I can't. I will continue again tomorrow on my expedition. Your ass. I didn't even have any negative effects there, dude. That was just my own inability to get through it, dude. To be fair, I'm at the end of my fucking ability right now. After drinking and dealing with all that shit, my throat's sore. I'll try again tomorrow. With a better head and a better attitude, baby. And I'll get her done. That was sick, though. That was so funny, dude. I had a great time. Like, 3 games. How many islands do each of the games have? Like, well, I don't think it goes islands in the other ones. Let me look up what the name of that game was as well. Spin.
Well,
I fell asleep to creepypasta as a kid. That's insane. I did as I got older. Not as a fucking kid. Jesus Christ, that would have given me one musal. Cherry. My fucking throat. God. The first day is always rough on my throat just from screaming for so long. Wait. There's no way I get this finished though. What a game. Yes, I'm definitely gonna finish it tomorrow. Not finish it, I'm gonna start it tomorrow. Holy shit. Oh, pick up Sully, my boy. Okay. I'm gonna end the session, right? Yes. I get so nervous doing this, dude. Are you gonna finish it tomorrow? Are you fucking joking, man? Do you think I'd like to finish the first level, dude. Is what I'd like to do. Is that a possibility though? Probably fucking not. What I want to do as well is play Subnautica as well, dude. I might leave Subnautica for a different time though, like before Subnautica 2 comes out, which I still am gonna play, dude. I think I don't care about all the shit that's happening. I'm just gonna play it. If it's a good game, it's a good game. If it's a bad game, it's a bad game. What are the boys doing? You playing with Caesar? Wow, 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 wow. Nice. I really like this game as well. But just didn't play it enough. The fucking beige. The 2 fucking beige. How come I can't hear any audio? Oh. There we go. That's why. Big up Caesar salad, my boy. Right. I'm gonna put something on. I don't know what to do for the nighttime. Like what's a good like nighttime thing to have on your screen? What the fuck is this? Like what the fuck? Is he in my face right now? That's crazy. I want something like leave on. That's like just good, dude. I'm like repetitive, but not like a video, you know? Just go put music on. What is this? 245 million views? What is this fucking demonic shit, dude? Oh, it's that song. Oh, yeah, so many views. That makes sense now. I understand it now. I don't know what a good screen to put on though for the nighttime is, dude? Lore, maybe. I'd like to just put on like something that I could just leave on, dude. Like what's like repetitive? It has to be a video, right? It has to be a YouTube video. I should have thought about this before. I'm a dick. Do 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 do. What is this?
At the core of any you want the classic enemies of their cover.
I'm definitely gonna play this. I hope it's good.
Through the line of fire. Cornered by the enemy, an adrenaline shot may be the difference between life and death. Assaults enhance mobility combined with the
Like everything I've seen from Battlefield looks sick, dude. This looks sick, dude. It looks like they're going back to old school Battlefield. Did they say that? I love when they say fucking.
You need a deterrent for tanks, helicopters, fucking jets. That's
It's always like, it always sounds so fake. It always sounds like, it's like, yeah, let's put that in there so they know that we're bad at it. They know that we're crazy. We say fuck, and we don't even care. We're fucking crazy like that. Rambling. Oh, Words on Stream. That's a good one. I always forget about Words on Stream, dude. Lore and deep dives. What kind of lore, though? Everyone likes different lore. In my Discord, I have the thing here. Oh, you can't see my screen. There's a sleep video place, isn't there? Yeah. How do I, oh, here you go. See here. What is this? Moomin's 90 Marathon. What is this? Is this a show? I kind of have a recollection of this show. 6 hours of classic WoW to fall asleep, info to fall asleep to. It's pretty good. I put this one in. The lore of Lethal Company. I never even finished watching it. Explaining every band card in 8 hours, dude. Oh, Warhammer. Yeah, that's fantastic. I asked Cap before to tell me what to get into, how to get into Warhammer, and he gave me a bunch of people, but I tried watching them and they like talk. I don't know, I just couldn't watch it. I watched this dude's videos, Film Comics Explain, and he made some Warhammer videos. And I was gonna watch his because I feel like it would make me feel good because I know this dude. I'm sure he has a Warhammer playlist already. Maybe not. Holy shit, he's a lot of playlists. Oh my god, he does SCP lore as well. Oh, from 6 years ago, that's why. I've never seen the videos. Oh, here we go. Well, I watch somebody else though if we don't want to watch this dude. I've always wanted to know the story of this shit though. Cap told me to start with the Horus Heresy. Dude, we watched, I don't think, yeah, it was during the Christmas MILKATHON. That's all I had on was SCP videos. I even did this, Cherry. Look at this. On my own. I went to try and keep track of every single SCP video on YouTube, the best ones I could find for each SCP, starting at 2 and going all the way through in order. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is my own playlist. I like go through all the different channels and I found each one that has the best version of the video. Because there's a bunch of different ones, you know, like Dr. Bob and SCP Explained. But they don't even have some of them, like this one here. Number 13, the fucking Blue Lady Secret, or the Blue Lady Cigarettes. Like, you have to find mod dudes like this going.
Item number.
This is a pretty good
TP13.
way of doing it too, though, to be fair. God, I really like SCP videos. why I didn't want to do SCP is because I remember Kato was just like, please don't put any more SCP videos on. That made me laugh. Are we seriously doing this in order? Oh wait, did this dude do this in order? There's no way, right? Oh my god, he did do them in order, dude. And he got all the way. Oh my god, this dude already did it, dude. This dude did exactly what I wanted to do, except he made the videos. Holy shit. I've never even seen this dude. All of his videos. I've seen a few of them. They kind of get crazy towards like the end. I don't know many of the deeper ones. I only kind of know like the original ones. It's like the same with Pokemon, you know. All right, I'm lost in the sauce, dude. What we do, we spin the wheel to do fucking Warhammer or SCP. I'd like Warhammer, dude, just because I've never listened to Warhammer. I'll listen to Warhammer. If you have somebody else to watch as well for Warhammer, I'd watch them, dude. But I know this guy. I like his voice. He makes his videos like to fall asleep to as well. I'm always sure Kat told me to start here with the Horus Heresy, whatever that is. Like, this is the Empire of Mankind, though. I like this one. I want to do this one. Alright, I'm gonna roll smoke. What is this gonna be, Shrimp? Did you hear about the midget who escaped from prison? No, Shrimp. Let me think about what the punchline is gonna be, though. Oh, it's not Shrimp. Sorry, I always see the green name. Brandon, I apologize. Small medium is that was actually fantastic, you know that? I actually think that's fantastic there, the small medium is a lot better than I thought it was gonna be. A friend of mine just tells me random lore from Airs, Iron Ross. Yeah, dude, I have no clue what's going on. Here's a whole ass fucking. Here's a whole ass fucking thing, dude.
Over the next few weeks, we're going to be diving into the expansive Warhammer 40k universe. In this massive video, I'm going to do my best to provide an introductory overview of the timeline for the Emperor of Mankind, exploring his origin, the Unification Wars and the birth of the Thunder Warriors, the Great Crusade, the construction of the Imperial Webway, the horror of the Horus Heresy, his role in the
Nice, he's literally going through everything here.
Transcendence to God Emperor. I'm planning on covering many more topics in the 40k universe over the next few months in more detail, but the purpose of this video is to provide insight and a brief overview of the Emperor of Mankind's influence on humanity's future. If there's a particular thing discussed here that you want me to
just playing people's
further,
videos, but
or if there's another 40k topic altogether that you want
look,
to see,
he's
please
a
don't
fucking
hesitate
turbo
to let me know
millionaire,
in the
and
comments
like,
below.
not like there's a lot of people here. Fine.
Our thoughts light the darkness that others may cross space.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna put on words on stream too.
Our souls are joined in his will. Praise the Emperor, who sacrificed.
How the fuck am I gonna do that, bro? Hold on. Okay, I got it. What's the other one though? What's the other one besides words on stream? Fuck, I don't remember. I kind of liked it more. I don't remember. What? Gartic on stream? What is it? What's that one? Oh, you have to get the pictures. That was it, wasn't it? Yeah. I did like this one a lot more. I'll leave. Oh. But for why? But for why? Wait, maybe it was because I hold on. Maybe it was because I had this. No. I have no idea what that means. I was going to pretend like I did, but I don't. Not a fucking clue. Okay. Just words, you cunt. And then, how the fuck am I going to play about these? Like that? Is that a crazy thing to do? Words on stream even going to play like that? Doesn't look like it. Interesting. Oh, no, we just crashed Opera GX. Look, you gotta try new things. It was guessing the drones. Yeah, shrimp. I much prefer that one, dude. I think that one's way better, but it's not working, unfortunately. Every time I go to load it up. Let me try one more time. No, Samra. I actually don't know how. Yeah, Samra. Yeah, it is Samra. Nope. Alright. It's a big womp womp. Okay, so I'll do this. Do this, and then do one of these, right? Hit him with one of these. And then I need to make another one. Wait, how is that even getting displayed right now, actually? What the fuck? My brain. The reason I'm doing this as well is because apparently if you have your display capture on, it uses up way more juice than if you just have a window capture. So I'm going to use window captures. Isn't that fucking genius? I think so. Right. Wait, how many fucking tabs do I have open right now? Just 2. We need words on stream. Happy birthday. Wow. Thank you, Cherry. Okay, let's do this, right? So I'm not fucking moving that one. My god, this is actually significantly harder than I thought it was going to be. Alright, now we just fucked it. Okay, sick. There we go. That's what I was trying to do, dude. That's what I was trying to do. You get me? You get me? A little bit of this, a little bit of that, like. Why is that one not full screen now? Who fucking knows? Who the fuck knows? It's actually good that it's not full screen. Maybe. No, it's a nightmare. Sorry, this is probably ass. I apologize. I just want to get it already. I definitely should have done this before too, but look, you live, you laugh, and you love. Right. How will I put this though? This is gonna look crazy, right? Let me start the game so I can see. Oh my god, okay. I definitely have to move my camera anyway. Holy shit, cunt. Oh fuck, right. I have to move the whole room. Down to like here. Make them smaller too. Alright. And then from here. Dude, this is never gonna work. Maybe if I just make it super small. You don't want to block anything though, you know? Top right corner isn't blocking anything, sure it's not. Top left corner. Oh, very good. Spin the wheel. You obviously won't be able to do that either, so you don't have to worry about. Oh my god, so many fucking sounds. 300k, nice. Spin Struggling to the modern white male, I know life is fucking hard, bro. The rough life. It ain't easy. But it's honest work. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Musa. 3. Beautiful. And then you got 300k as well, didn't you? Okay. 6, 7, 8. Beautiful. Right. Nice. Yeah, turn off redeems too, yeah. I actually have a button that just turns off all of them. It's really cool. You know what? I'll just do it now. Where is it? It's in here. Effects. Bomba clots. Now that should go and whack through all of them. You should see them act like it disappears in person, which is kind of cool. Like in person, you know what I mean? Live. Yeah. Boom. Alright. And then I want to do this. That group. Delete them. That would be no bueno. Disable. There you go. Actually, let's leave on this one. The birthday, because people come in and say happy birthday. Nice. I have to reactivate that manually then, don't I? Fucking the struggles of the modern white male. You're not wrong, man. Happy birthday. Yep. Right. And then how do I have this set up so does it restart by itself or I'll put it on. There we go. Wow wow wow. Who the fuck is wow wow wee wow woo? Wow wow wee wow 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 woo. Right, turn off this. And now I'm going to open this. YouTube. And it was in history, right? Oh, well, it's here. Never mind.
Sacrifice his life as ours is death.
Beautiful.
Hail his name, the master of humanity.
What happens if I close?
The
Oh,
revered
fuck.
emperor
Okay, don't
of
minimize it.
mankind, venerated as the god emperor, master of mankind.
What happens if I make it
or simply
really
the
small?
emperor by his loyal followers and known as Revelation in
Okay,
his own
don't do that
terms,
either.
is an
I
eternal
understand.
perpetual and a formidable psycho, reigning over the
Oh,
imperium
what?
of
That's
man,
why it's so long.
while perceived by the forces
Okay,
of chaos as the
I
false
understand.
or corpse emperor. The imperial ecclesiarchy and the imperial
There we
cult
go.
honor him as humanity's father, protector, and
That wasn't
deity.
everything that I don't need
To
open.
the chaos gods and the demons of the warp, he is the anathema, representing the
this?
ultimate force of cosmic order in the galaxy,
What's
and
this?
the staunchest adversary of chaos.
What's
His
this?
status as the most powerful human psycho ever is both historic and current. For over 10,000 standard years, he's been confined in a state of physical decay to the golden
So
throne
has been
of
that
terror.
small though.
His once vital form is now a crumbling shell, sustained only by the throne's cybernetic systems and his own formidable consciousness, which itself relies on the daily sacrifice of thousands. The Emperor
cool.
willingly gave up his eternal life for the safeguarding and service of mankind at the conclusion of the Horus Heresy. To the innumerable trillions of humans across the vast Imperium,
Don't do
he is
that.
deified. His Imperium unites humanity, maintaining it as one of the most powerful and dominant intelligent species in the Milky Way, both in population and territorial control. Mankind, united under a single regime, continues to endure against a multitude of lethal threats, including alien forces, the Chaos, and internal adversaries like traitors, heretics, and mutants within the Imperium's own borders. The governance of the Imperium, conducted in the Emperor's stead by the High Lords of Terror and various Imperial organizations since the Horus Heresy's conclusion, has been marked by longevity, oppression, and necessary severity. This rule has led to a standstill in both technological advancement and cultural development, devolving into a regime characterized
I'm gonna
by
drive. Take it
tyranny,
easy, shrimp. Good night. God
superstition,
bless.
and a
I'm getting ready
rigid,
for EP
intolerant
time now.
religious dogma.
Thank you for being here,
conditions
Shrimp.
that
Thank
would
you
have
for
been
everything.
abhorrent to
I
the
will
Emperor.
talk to you soon, dude.
Despite his current state of unresponsiveness to external stimuli, the Emperor remains central to the Imperium's survival. His physical presence on the Golden Throne, though not involved in the day-to-day affairs of the galactic human government, is crucial for the Imperium's sustenance. His formidable psychic presence in the Immaterium sustains and guides the Astronomicon, a psychic lighthouse essential for faster-than-light warp travel, which is indispensable for Imperial navigation, transportation, trade, and communication. However, the upkeep of the Astronomicon is not without cost. It necessitates the assistance of other psychers, whose life energies are gradually depleted by the Emperor to fuel the beacon. 1,000 psychers per day are sacrificed to preserve the Emperor's psychic might. The Emperor is believed to still impart guidance to his people through a psychically sensitive divination instrument known as the Emperor's Tarot. This tool enables chosen psychers to catch glimpses of future events and discern the Emperor's intentions. Additionally, it's claimed that he is perpetually engaged in combat with the Chaos Gods within the Warp, thwarting their attempts to further invade the material universe. His consciousness is required to be eternally vigilant across the vast expanse of the Imperium, a necessary caution to ensure the protection and survival of the human race and to extend his safeguarding to those who are devout. Paramount to all is the collective belief of humanity in the Emperor's godliness that stands as the foremost shield against chaos, and the myriad of other horrific perils that infest the galaxy. The central tenet that the Emperor protects has been the cornerstone of the Imperial Creed for more than 10 millennia. As we go back in time to explore the history of the enigma that is the Emperor, we begin by covering two alternative histories. The first origin that is hotly disputed, and the currently recognized origin, which
What
by
the fuck?
large
Why
discredits
did
the
it stop
former
playing?
and
Oh my god.
accepts that the early
It's because I
history
had
of
it
the Emperor,
minimized on my dick.
especially before his efforts
Sorry.
to unite Terra during the Unification Wars, remain shrouded in mystery.
I was trying to set up the auto restart thing.
The Emperor represents the unified reincarnation of all shamans from Neolithic humanity's diverse cultures, who were the earliest human psychers. The powerful warped entities, which would
I'm
later
listening to this
evolve
too,
into the
it's
four
sick,
great powers of chaos, were not yet fully developed when the
This is
Emperor
crazy,
came
like.
into existence in prehistoric times. His birthplace
Prehistoric
is believed to be in
times, like,
ancient
what do you
central
mean?
Anatolia, in what is now modern Turkey, around the 8th millennium BC, long before the Age of Terror. As humanity advanced, the Immaterium, also known as the Warp, began to resonate more tumultuously with the dark aspects of humanity's collective psyche. This growing disturbance resulted in the shamans losing their ability to reincarnate. Upon death, instead of being reborn, their souls were devoured by the warp entities and demons. Facing the threat of extinction and the loss of their guiding psychic presence, which would leave humanity vulnerable to chaos's corruption, as later befell the Eldari, the shamans of Earth convened in a significant gathering to deliberate on a solution. Their decision led to a unique and drastic measure. They chose to merge their psychic energies into a singular soul within a single
You're watching it,
human
but have you ever
body,
attempted to get
an
into it? Not
entity they
really, dude.
termed the New
Like,
Man.
I wish
In a coordinated act,
I wish I
the
could,
shamans
like, I just feel
consumed
like,
poison and died
there's no avenue that I would want to go into it. Like, I wouldn't play the board game. I wouldn't read the books. Like, if there was movies, dude, if there was movies and shows, dude, I feel like it would be so good. What's this one? Monocracy? A new game? Very cool. I'll play it tomorrow. I do want to get into it though, man. I really do. Okay, try restart here as well. Let's see if this works. If you do exclamation point restart, Cherry, it should restart. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna keep listening to this.
simultaneously, releasing their souls into the Immaterium. This surge of psychic energy overwhelmed the demons seeking to consume it, creating a purifying, indestructible flame that coalesced into a singular soul from the many, thus giving birth to the Emperor. Approximately one standard year following the shaman's collective reincarnation, a child destined to become the Emperor was born to ordinary parents in a Neolithic Anatolian community of herders and farmers, alongside normal siblings. His immense psychic power, evident from birth, transformed his genetic makeup and physiology while in the womb, granting him immortality. This meant he no longer needed to reincarnate him as
I've been in
impervious
love
to
with the
attacks
lore
by
videos
demonic
of all
beings
this stuff,
from the
man.
Immaterium
I keep trying to get
upon
into it, dude. I
As he
do want to
grew,
get into it. This
his
sounds
formidable
sick right now. I'm
psychic
listening to this.
abilities
Like,
began to surface.
I'm gonna keep listening
Over
whenever I smoke.
38,000 Terran years, he roamed the Earth, silently observing and becoming part of human history. He mingled with the various human societies. Initially just a spectator of humanity's achievements and errors, he gradually started to intervene, dispensing his ancient knowledge to advance efficient governance, agriculture, animal breeding, technology, and peace. Originally, he exerted his influence subtly, assuming the role of an ordinary man and concealing his true identity. As centuries turned into millennia, the man who would be known as the Emperor observed human evolution. He traversed the globe, silently assisting, sometimes assuming the identity of a notable advisor or leader. In tumultuous periods, he took on roles such as a crusader, religious figure, or even a savior. Other times, he remained a behind-the-scenes force, serving as a counselor to rulers, a court sorcerer, and an innovative scientist. While many of his assumed identities were modest, others became significant figures in world history or religious lore. In critical moments, he was present, subtly guiding humanity along a precarious path to survival, visible only to him. Throughout the millennia, as humanity flourished and progressed, the warp became more tumultuous. The individual who would be known as the Emperor was cognizant of how human nature's extremes were fueling the emerging chaos powers. Despite his endeavors to foster peace and harmony on old Earth, innate human traits like martial valor, ambition, defiance, and the pursuit of personal gratification persisted and could not be completely eliminated. Not all of the new man's initiatives were fruitful. Attempts to implant wisdom sometimes backfired, leading to periods of persecution and warfare. The nascent Chaos Gods, aware of the new man, whom they termed Anathema, recognized his attempts to limit their influence and expansion. Even before reaching full consciousness in the Immaterium, these
I'm also gonna go
ruinous
rest. No
powers
stress,
identified the
Cherry.
man
Thank
who
you for
would
being
become
here
the
all day, dude.
Emperor as their
Thank you for fucking
paramount
helping me all the
adversary.
commands. Thank you for
Khorne,
everything.
the first among the four
Take it
major
easy.
Chaos Gods to fully awaken,
I will
heralded
talk
his
to you tomorrow
emergence
if I don't
with
see you
global
again.
wars and conflict. Following
Good night.
Khorne,
God
Tzeentch
bless, my
awoke,
dude. Thank you for
bringing
being here.
with him a maturity in nations and politics, laden with their inherent schemes. and
Thank you for today.
complexities.
No problem, dude.
Nurgle was the third to stir,
There's
unleashing
another one
plagues that
tomorrow.
swept across old Earth's
Wow,
continents,
wow, wow.
claiming numerous souls for the Lord of Decay. By the end of the European Middle Ages on Terra, these three
Okay.
Chaos Gods had
I might
reached
use
full
the,
consciousness. The fourth, Slanesh, remained dormant, destined to be roused by the transgressions of another race.
I might go
the
big stream,
Eldari.
will I?
As the new man's psychic abilities evolved, he became increasingly aware of the grave perils that humanity would face in the expansive universe. And so, he committed himself to defending humanity and guiding it towards becoming the dominant species in the galaxy. During the final centuries of the Dark Age of technology, an
Yes.
increasing number of humans were born with mutant psychic genes, granting them the ability to harness the immense power of the Immaterium. This era witnessed the devastating impact of uncontrolled psyches, marking the beginning of the Age of Strife. Witnessing these events, the Emperor recognized the necessity of taking a more direct and overt role in human affairs. Following the birth of Slanesh after the Eldari's fall in the 30th millennium, and the subsequent end of the warp storms that obstructed interstellar communication and travel from the Sol system, the Emperor decided that it was time to actively direct the course of human history once again. He saw this as imperative to prevent the extinction of the human race due to the calamities of Old Night. The aforementioned history, though, is now largely viewed as apocryphal. In reality, the true origins and early history of the Emperor, especially before his efforts to unite Terra during the Unification Wars, remain shrouded in mystery. What is clear, however,
That makes me
is
feel
his
better.
identity as an immortal with extraordinary psychic abilities. The earliest reference to the Emperor in Imperial records dates back to his initiative to unify Terra, marking the end of the Age of Strife in the late 29th millennium. His son Horus once remarked that the Emperor had lived in Anatolia in his own childhood.
Oh,
during
Horus
their
is a
initial
dude?
encounter.
What?
It's established that the Emperor was born as an immortal perpetual and was
Oh,
ancient
wait.
even prior to his
He.
ascension
Oh,
to
that's
the
why it's called a
golden throne
heresy.
over
He
10,000
killed him, did he?
Terran
Oh,
years
okay.
ago. The Emperor is
kinda
recognized as the
sick.
new man, a pioneer and the most formidable among the new mutant subspecies of human psychers. He symbolizes the collective reincarnation of extinct shamans, sorcerers, and wise men who guided primitive humanity in prehistoric times. As the Emperor matured, his powers began to surface and intensify. He gradually regained memories of his thousands of past lives, amalgamating their knowledge and experiences
This
with
is
his own.
crazy.
In his
What?
adolescence, the future emperor experienced a defining tragedy when his father was murdered by his uncle. During the preparation of his father's body for an archaic funeral ritual, he had a clairvoyant vision revealing the details of the murder. Subsequently, the young emperor confronted his uncle, and with a subtle exertion of his telekinetic psychic powers, stopped his heart, showing no signs of either grief or spite for the act. He later reflected that this incident was the point at which he understood the necessity for humanity to have laws, order, and the leadership of a sagacious ruler to achieve its utmost potential. Following his father's death, he departed his village and headed towards what he called the first city of humanity, likely a
Sorry, I
reference
just
to one
turned it
of the
all off for
Sumerian
tonight, kid, and just
city-states
getting ready
in
for bed.
Mesopotamia. For many
The commands will all
before his
stay on, though.
emergence as the emperor, he observed and subtly influenced the course of human history, assuming the identities of numerous historical figures. He recognized that the darker facets of human nature were nourishing the burgeoning chaos gods in the warp. In response, he endeavored to foster peace and harmony on old Earth, to limit the growth of the ruinous powers. Regardless of the specifics of his origins, the man who would be known as the Emperor emerged as the most potent psyker in human history. Before his ascension to power, he lived as an anonymous perpetual, belonging to a mutant strain of humanity endowed with near immortality due to their highly advanced and efficient cellular regeneration capabilities. The origin of the perpetual's
it's huge.
abilities, whether natural or externally induced, remains a mystery. During the era of humanity's earlier interstellar civilization, known as the Age of Technology, the Emperor was already present and was associated with
So
other
much going
perpetuals
on the
like
screen,
himself.
though, isn't there?
Among these was Olivia Sarica, a notable figure. In this period, Sarica, along with several
fine,
other
though.
perpetuals and the future Emperor, embarked on a journey to the night world of Molech on a one-way spacecraft. There, they discovered a portal to the realm of chaos, which the future Emperor bravely entered, gaining newfound powers and knowledge crucial for the eventual creation of the Primarchs. These superhuman beings were to be crafted through a blend of advanced genetic science and warp energies. Following this event, the Emperor left Sarica to guard the Molech Warp Gate, awaiting the day it would be secured by the forthcoming Imperium of Man. It was only at the conclusion of the Age of Strife that the Emperor stepped out of the shadows to actively shape humanity's destiny. He undertook the monumental task of uniting the fragmented factions of Earth during the Unification Wars, which commenced in the late 29th millennium and concluded in 712 M30, with his ascension to direct rule over old Earth. With a heavy heart, he accepted the loss of many innocents during his conquest, seeing it as a necessary sacrifice for the greater good of uniting humanity and shielding it from the tangible threats of the warp. In collaboration with the ancient Mechanicum government of Mars, the Emperor and the people of Terra formed a pivotal alliance through the Treaty of Mars. This treaty marked the formal establishment of the Imperium of Man in the late 30th millennium. Leveraging this partnership, the Emperor initiated the creation of the first Space Marines and a fleet of interstellar void ships poised to transport his armies across the galaxy. The primary goal was to launch the Great Crusade, aiming to unite all human colonized planets from the Age of Technology before the Age of Strife under a single
Assassinate George Bush. Oh no, Caden. Don't do it, Caden. Caden, don't do it, bro.
Or exile all
Don't do it,
intelligent
Caden.
alien species within the Milky Way, asserting the galaxy as
Oh,
the
you
rightful
just
domain
missed him.
of
Don't worry
humanity.
about Caden. Caden, brother.
Utilizing the knowledge
That was
he
a good thing,
obtained
dude.
through his pact with the Dark Gods on Molech, the Emperor, with the assistance of his biotechnical division scientists
funny.
during the Unification Wars,
We have to
crafted
wait a
the
little
20
bit
superhuman
before doing it
Primarchs.
again, Caden.
These
Like a
Primarchs,
5-minute
whose
cooldown, I
gene
think.
seed later formed the basis for the Space Marines, were developed using the Emperor's own DNA. He envisioned them as his foremost military leaders, diplomats, and consuls for the Great Crusade. However, the Chaos Gods, intent on sabotaging the Emperor's monumental scheme, interfered before the Primarch's development was complete. While still in their gestation capsules within the subterranean genetic laboratories beneath the future Imperial Palace on Old Earth, the Primarchs
I'm
were
gonna give
swept
myself
into
a
the warp
super
by the will of the
fucking,
Chaos Gods and dispersed across various human-occupied worlds in the galaxy.
super
In
safe
this
house.
way, the influence of chaos had already marked the Primarchs even before their births. During the Great Crusade, all but 2 of the 20 Primarchs were rediscovered and reunited with their respective Space Marine legions, which had been formed from the genetic material they left behind. As the Emperor ventured through the cosmos, some humans sought to deify him, a notion he strongly rejected, declaring, "I am not a god. rather than enslaving humanity. I
Okay.
want to free it from ignorance. And
I'm getting in my
superstition.
safe house. Fuck you, Kane.
Nonetheless,
Not getting me now,
Lorca,
bro.
the Primarch of the word
You're not
bearer,
killing me now, bro.
yearning for a divine future for
You
humanity
don't
to
even
reveal
shoot me,
the
Caden. You'll
physical
actually
persistent
lose
temptations
points
of
if you shoot me.
chaos.
Oh, type attack quick.
After leading his
Quick,
legion
Caden.
to their service, he
Quick.
dispatched his
Attack,
first
Caden.
chaplain,
Nice.
Erebus, to subtly corrupt the minds
You're
of
too
other
quick with it,
Primarchs and
Caden,
their
bro. I don't need to
legions.
tell you, bro. You're
At the
quick with it.
pinnacle of the Imperium's
You're fucking
expansion
quick with
in the
it, bro.
early 31st millennium, Horus, the Primarch of the Lunar Wolves Legion,
Go on, you have to
was
slot all.
subsequently renamed the Sons of Horus, and the Emperor's most trusted son was seduced
He's
by his own
fucking
hubris,
crazy.
needs, and aspirations into aligning with chaos. His betrayal precipitated a colossal civil war for galactic dominance, known historically as the Horus Heresy. This conflict involved half of the Space Marine legions and numerous Imperial Army regiments. Although the Emperor ultimately triumphed over Horus during the traitor siege of Terra, he
You
was
don't have to do clock
grievously
in anymore.
wounded,
It's just work.
losing limbs and sustaining severe systemic damage.
Okay.
His existence, teetering between life and death, has since been maintained by the life support systems of the Golden Throne. Within his physical confinement, only his mind remains active.
Right, I'm just gonna see what my PC is running at. Let's see if she's okay.
To safeguard and steer humanity toward a progressively elusive, brighter future.
Oh shit, Crash Bandicoot's still open, really? What?
As mentioned earlier, the individual who would later be revered as the Emperor of Mankind first emerged in Imperial archives as a warlord among many, vying for supremacy on Terra during the later stages of the Age of Strife in the early 29th millennium. With the assistance of his close ally and collaborator, Malkador the Sigillite, the Emperor embarked on a series of military offensives against various techno-barbarian warlords on the planet. It is these campaigns that would collectively come to be known as the Unification Wars. In these battles,
Yeah, my PC's
the Emperor
okay.
deployed numerous military units, including genetically enhanced warriors, who would later join the Imperial Army.
Do it again. Don't be
Amongst the most
scared.
formidable of these
Mats.
forces were the
Mats.
Proto-Astartes, known as the
Matt doesn't
Thunder
give a
Warriors.
fuck, you man. Matt would do that
The
for real
Thunder
money.
were physically superior and
I'll
more
fucking do
lethal
it.
in combat than the subsequent
He's gonna do it
created
with
Space
fucking
Marines,
milkers,
were not
dude.
without flaws. Developed from adult soldiers through accelerated genetic, bionic, and chemical
You can't call him
augmentation,
Mayo for being
many
scared,
struggled with the
dude.
drastic changes. Issues like metabolic
that's
collapse
funny.
leading to a sudden death were not rare. And as they aged,
Let
many Thunder
me
Warriors became
do
susceptible
this.
to mental instability
See
and
if that makes my
psychosis.
PC run a little bit
Despite
better.
these challenges, the Thunder Warriors were instrumental in the Emperor's ultimate triumph over Terra's warlords. The success
going
led
down.
him to
My PC's
conclude
fine.
that his grand vision of reuniting humanity
Go on,
across the
Caden, you
galaxy
motherfucker.
necessitated the creation of a more advanced and reliable corps of genetically engineered military commanders and warriors.
Okay.
After the pivotal battle on Mount Ararat in the kingdom of Aratu, which some accounts cite as the concluding conflict of the
Getting ready for bed,
Unification War,
fuckers.
Terra
I'll
finally
be back.
achieved unity. The victory, won through centuries of strife, bloodshed and sacrifice, brought the entire planet and its populace under the singular dominion of the Emperor. Yet to realize his vision of a united human empire spanning the galaxy, the Emperor recognized the necessity of making some challenging and potentially unethical choices. With the Thunder Warriors having served their purpose, the Emperor decreed their elimination. Their genetic flaws and increasing mental instability made them a liability in times of peace. Their removal was essential to pave the way for their successors, the Primarchs and the Space Marines. Indeed, the Emperor's concerns about his creations were not unfounded. Another account suggests that even before the Unification Wars concluded, the Thunder Warriors came to understand the curse of their shortened lifespans due to imperfect genetic enhancements, and, feeling betrayed, they rebelled against their creator. In response, a group of several hundred custodians, allegedly led by the legendary Constantin Valdor, along with thousands of prototype Astartes from the newly formed 1st Legion of Space Marines, defended the Emperor. They executed a ruthless purge of these obsolete and mutinous gene warriors. While a number of Thunder Warriors did manage to evade the purge, the majority who had survived the Unification Wars ultimately fell at the hands of their own comrades. Some of these Thunder Warriors, either alone or in small factions like the Datar, during the early stages of the Great Crusade Cerberus insurrection, managed to persist. They led largely
Look, he's
inconspicuous
increasing,
and
true.
desolate lives amidst Terra's populace, stripped of their past glories and constantly in fear of being exposed. The Imperium, however, largely assumed all Thunder Warriors were deceased, and did not actively pursue them, focusing its resources on the ongoing Great Crusade. With that said, Imperial propaganda maintained that the Thunder Warriors had valiantly
still in
perished to the
Crash
last
Bandicoot,
during
dude.
the Battle of
Figure
Mount
it out.
Ararat, with their most renowned warrior, Arik Taranis, symbolically raising the Emperor's banner in the moment of triumph. Nevertheless, the reality was somewhat
I'm
different.
only sleeping.
Several Thunder Warriors, including Taranis, evaded what they termed the culling, and Taranis in particular was destined to play a further role in the
I'm
future
trying
of
to
the
get
Emperor's
mad.
dominion.
I don't know if you can see
With
that
Terra
emo.
unified,
Hayden.
the Emperor commenced his grand strategy to protect and
trying to
uplift
gamble,
humanity
gamble,
throughout
gamble.
the galaxy. This
You should be able to
monumental
gamble.
mission aimed to reunite the scattered
Oh, you're trying to
remnants of
gamble
mankind
maths. You
under the
can't
banner
gamble
of the
maths.
newly
You
established
want to gamble
Imperium,
wood? Like,
an endeavor
that's kind of
that would
funny,
come to
dude.
be celebrated
I'm gonna
as
let you be
the
able to
Great
do that, Caden,
Crusade.
if you want. I can't do it right now, but that is funny, dude. That makes me laugh. Like, maybe.
We must not falter. We are his sword. We are his wrath.
Faith is our armor.
And for those who prove worthy, the Emperor sends forth his angels.
The Imperium, how mighty its aspect, how far-reaching its boundaries. As one world dies, 10 more are brought into the fold. Fear us, for we count the lives of planets, not men. Post-Unity on Terra, the Emperor meticulously prepared for the Great Crusade. He established the Astropath Corps, a group of special astro-telepaths to ensure communication across his future interstellar realm via telepathy. Additionally, he engineered the Astronomicon, a potent psychic navigational beacon fueled by his own will and psychic strength. This beacon would facilitate easier and safer interstellar travel through the warp, covering distances previously unimaginable. Yet the cornerstone of his preparations was the creation of new legions of transhuman, genetically enhanced warriors. These legions were an advanced evolution of the gene troopers he'd commanded, designed to be vastly superior to the gene-enhanced troops of the Imperial Army used during the Unification Wars. The Emperor embarked on the Primarch project, creating 20 superhuman infants with genomes based on his own DNA. These Primarchs were destined to grow into formidable generals and statesmen for his armies, possessing such exceptional mental and physical prowess that no ordinary human could rival them. To elevate the Primarchs beyond the limits of genetic engineering, the Emperor also utilized the powers of the Warp, knowledge he'd acquired at Molech. This infusion bestowed nearly divine levels of charisma and ability upon them, but also inadvertently rendered them vulnerable to corruption by Warp entities. The ruinous powers, fearing the success of the Emperor's plan to unite and uplift humanity, intervened. They perceived the potential for the Emperor's success to greatly amplify the influence of order in the universe, thereby weakening their own power. This is why all beings of demon kind refer to the Emperor as the Anathema, representing the antithesis of chaos in the metaphysical realm. Various accounts exist detailing the incident, but the outcome remains consistent. The Primarchs in their gestation chambers were cast into the warp from beneath the Himalayan mountains in the Emperor's gene laboratories, despite the multiple psychic wards he had placed. Believed to be lost, this event marked a significant turning point. In response to this setback, the Emperor devised an alternative strategy. Utilizing genetic material derived from the Primarchs' genomes, he created a new class of warriors imbued with some of the Primarchs and his own superhuman traits. These warriors, successors to the genetically enhanced human soldiers of the Unification Wars era, were the Legions Astartes, the Space Marine legions of the first founding. Following their creation, the Emperor led these 20 Space Marine legions, initially comprised of Terran-born adolescent males on their initial missions. These operations aimed to provide them with practical experience in warfare and diplomacy, particularly through the reconquest of the Sol system. The Space Marines successfully expelled alien slavers from Saturn and Jupiter's moons, and, most crucially, secured peace and integration between Imperial Terra and the ruling Mechanicum of Mars. This significant military and political union was formalized in the 30th millennium with the Treaty of Mars, providing the Emperor with the technological resources and materials necessary to expand his crusade into the stars. Simultaneously, this alliance marked the formal establishment of the Imperium of Man, and laid the foundation for the imperial bureaucracy on Terra. It integrated the Mechanicum as a key component of the Nascent Adeptus Terra, the extensive administrative body of the Imperium, later to be known as the Priesthood of Earth. The termination of the warp storms, triggered by the emergence of the Chaos God Slanesh and culminating with the fall of the Eldari, paved the way for the Emperor to launch the Great Crusade around 798 M30, commencing with the renowned first pacification of Luna. The Emperor's forces, distributed among an expanding array of expeditionary fleets, embarked on a mission to reconnect with long-forgotten human colonies, overthrow alien tyrants, and annex extensive new territories for the burgeoning Imperium across the galaxy. A pivotal aspect of the Great Crusade was the Emperor's personal quest to find his scattered sons, the Primarchs. As the expeditionary fleets ventured further into uncharted reaches of space, the Primarchs were located, one after another, over many solar decades. Each was integrated with their biological progeny in the Space Marine Legions, and their father, assuming leadership of the Astartes Legions derived from their unique gene seed, and they played an instrumental role in the construction of their father's empire. Together, they secured the allegiance of thousands of worlds to the Imperium, enforcing imperial compliance and instilling the principles of the imperial truth. This ideology, rooted in materialism and atheism, championed reason, science, and technological advancement, while renouncing all forms of human irrationality and superstition, including religious belief. The Emperor's commitment to spreading the doctrines of the imperial truth was driven by his conviction that only by diminishing faith and other irrational human tendencies could he begin to weaken the influence of chaos in the warp. The Emperor himself proclaimed that humanity would not achieve its destiny as the dominant intelligent species in the Milky Way galaxy until the last stone from the last church was cast down onto the last priest. By the inception of the Great Crusade, he'd already cleansed ancient terror of its age-old religions and superstitious beliefs. This included personally overseeing the demolition of Terra's final church, where he engaged its clergyman, Uriah Olither, in a profound exchange of ideas, wit, and doctrine. The imperial truth further posited that humanity, owing to its supposedly pure physical form, was the rightful ruler of the galaxy. This belief was bolstered by the failures of other intelligent alien races like the Eldari in sustaining galaxy-spanning civilizations. Now it was deemed humanity's turn to carve its legacy among the stars, since almost all intelligent alien species encountered by humanity were either inherently hostile or potential future threats to human supremacy and exploitation of the galaxy. The general policy was to eradicate any Xenos species posing even the slightest risk to the Imperium. The Emperor held that the imperial truth must be disseminated to all human worlds, initially through peaceful means, but by war if necessary. He believed that absolute unity was imperative for humanity's survival and prosperity in the face of a universe fraught with hostility. He recognized that enforcing the imperial truth might necessitate the regrettable use of force against those resistant to its essential nature. Echoing his sentiments from the Unification Wars, he grieved the loss of innocent lives and the suppression of individual freedoms that occasionally resulted from the Great Crusade's fleets. Nevertheless, he deemed these sacrifices necessary to protect humanity and simultaneously diminish the pervasive, corruptive influence of the ruinous powers. While championing reason and science, the imperial truth strictly forbade one particular technological advancement, the creation of machines capable of true thought, known as artificial general intelligence. You see, the Emperor recalled the catastrophic war against the Men of Iron, sentient machines that played a pivotal role in the downfall of humanity's last united interstellar civilization during the Dark Age of technology. Keen to avoid repeating historical errors, he was determined not to see humanity succumb to such perils again. Therefore, when the Great Crusade's expeditionary fleets encountered advanced human civilizations in the depths of space that had developed artificial general intelligences, these societies were eradicated without exception, deemed threats to the safety and integrity of the emerging Imperium. The universe has many horrors yet to throw at us. This is not the end of our struggle. This is just the beginning of our crusade to save humanity. Be faithful, be strong, be vigilant. As the Great Crusade advanced, there grew an escalating concern regarding the use of psychic sorcery within the ranks of the Imperium. The Emperor, despite being the most formidable human psyker ever known, harbored deep reservations about the increasing prevalence of mutant psychogenes among the human population. He believed that most of humanity was not sufficiently evolved, either physically or spiritually, to safely harness the immense power of the warp, or to resist the corruptive lures and temptations of its malevolent inhabitants. Increasingly, the Imperial Army and the Space Marines discovered upon their arrival on various planets that the local populations were under the sway of enigmatic forces and unnatural mystics known as sorcerers. These individuals were typically adherents of chaos cults, wielding sorcerers' psychic powers bestowed upon them by demonic entities from the warp. Such powers bore a striking resemblance to those employed by the Thousand Sons Legion, led by Primarch Magnus the Red. The use of sorcery by the Thousand Sons had attracted severe criticism, particularly from Primarch Mortarion of the Death Guard Legion, who had first-hand experience with the perils of sorcery on his homeworld of Barbarous. Additionally, Leman Russ of the Space Wolves Legion disapproved, holding the view that any form of combat relying on deception, cunning, or anything other than direct physical engagement was inherently dishonorable. Vehemently opposed to the Thousand Sons' use of sorcery, Russ was a driving force behind the movement to outlaw psychic powers within the Imperium. His conviction stemmed from his experience in several Great Crusade campaigns, where his Space Wolves Legion had allied with the Thousand Sons. The growing rift over this issue began to threaten the very cohesion of the nascent Imperium, prompting the Emperor to summon an Imperial conclave to definitively address the matter. Both proponents and opponents of psychic powers converged on the world of Nicaea, each side resolute in presenting their arguments before the Emperor, who presided as the final arbiter. The conclave convened in an ancient amphitheater, accommodating tens of thousands, where the Emperor sat elevated above the assembly. The witch hunters, including the Sisters of Silence, represented one side of the debate. They catalogued the myriad of horrors wrought by sorcerers under the thrall of what would later be recognized during the Horus Heresy as chaos. Their testimony included accounts of deranged mutants stripped of their humanity, cults and individuals who twisted their psychic gifts for malevolent ends. The assembly was also reminded of the catastrophic consequences wrought by uncontrolled and demon-possessed psychers in the early age of strife. Contrastingly, the other side of the debate was championed by the imposing figure of Primarch Magnus the Red. Despite his intimidating presence, Magnus spoke with compelling charisma unique to a Primarch. He argued that knowledge itself was never corrupt, and the pursuit of understanding was always justified, provided the seeker remained the master of their learning, not its pawn. Magnus the Red asserted with conviction that his Thousand Sons Astartes had thoroughly mastered the art of sorcery, claiming no realm of knowledge too complex for them to comprehend or harness in service of humanity. He urged the Emperor not to prohibit psychic abilities, but to promote further research in their use, so they might be more effectively utilized for the betterment of humanity and the Imperium. It was said that Magnus the Red's passionate and powerful speech at the council deepened the divide among the participants. Although the witch hunters had solid arguments to support their anti-psyker stance, they struggled to match the persuasiveness of his arguments. Tension was palpable when a contingent of Space Marine librarians approached the dais. Acknowledged by the Emperor with a nod, their arrival hushed the assembly. Among them were some of the most esteemed librarians from the Space Marine legions, forming a semicircle around the dais to symbolize their unified stance. It was a young librarian epistolary who articulated their collective viewpoint. He analogized the psyker to an athlete, a naturally talented individual whose abilities required careful cultivation. He argued that psykers were not inherently evil, rather, they were tools that could be wielded for good or ill. Sorcery, however, was a different matter. It entailed the knowledge of harnessing psychic powers that often involved seeking, sometimes even negotiating with the malevolent entities of the warp. With these kind of dealings, it was impossible to ascertain who or what ultimately gained from such exchanges. The librarians put forward a proposition that all psykers should be rigorously educated under the Imperium's guidance, specifically to utilize their abilities in service to mankind. This education of psykers was suggested to be an immediate Imperial imperative. Additionally, they advocated for the absolute prohibition of sorcery, labeling it an unforgivable transgression against humanity and a grave form of heresy. The council also functioned as a trial for Magnus the Red, who faced accusations of practicing sorcery and introducing such practices to the Space Marine legions, particularly through his role in establishing the librarians. As evidence of his continued engagement with sorcery emerged, the Emperor struggled to restrain his anger while delivering judgment on the Primarch of the Thousand Sons. Years prior, the Emperor had entrusted Magnus alone with the deeper secrets of the warp, warning him of the inherent dangers and strictly instructing him to renounce occult practices. However, it now seemed that Magnus had defied his commands, engaging in the taboo realms of psychic sorcery. This father-son confrontation is detailed in the Grimoire Hereticus. The Emperor's verdict was harsh, fueled by his frustration with Magnus. He outright dismissed the librarian's suggestions for a compromise. Except for navigators and astropaths, who were essential for the Imperium's survival and were strictly trained, regulated, and sanctioned, the use of psychers within the Space Marine legions was henceforth forbidden. And so, the Emperor decreed that the Primarchs must immediately shut down the Librarius divisions within their legions and cease nurturing the inherent psychic abilities of those Astartes. All existing Space Marine librarians were also ordered to refrain from using their powers and to rejoin the ranks as regular line warriors. The decision led to the establishment of a new role within the Space Marine legions, the Space Marine Chaplain. This position was created to reinforce the Imperial truth and ensure the unwavering commitment and loyalty of an Astartes legion to the Emperor's directives. Magnus was also once again directed by the Emperor to abandon all sorcerous practices in the pursuit of knowledge pertaining to magic. While Magnus was visibly resistant and deeply aggrieved by the outcomes, he ultimately acquiesced to the Emperor's will, though the influence of the ruinous powers would eventually steer Magnus the Red and his 1,000 sons towards a much grimmer destiny. The edicts remain the foundational imperial policy regarding human psychic mutation for the subsequent 10,000 standard years. The prohibition against the use of librarians within the ranks of the Space Marines, and later the Astra Militarum, was the only aspect eventually overturned. This change was driven by the revelations of the Horus Heresy, which underscored to the Imperium's leadership the critical necessity of Astartes and other sanctioned psychers in countering the might of the Chaos Forces. Around 2 centuries into the Great Crusade, the Emperor made a pivotal decision to return to Terra. His purpose was to supervise a crucial endeavor, the secretive Webway project, which was integral to his grand vision for humanity. This project involved the utilization of a remarkable artifact from the Dark Age of technology, known as the Golden Throne, which had been unearthed beneath a vast, inhospitable desert in Asia. His ambitious plan was to harness the Golden Throne to access and modify the complex Eldari Webway. The goal was to transform it into a direct and instant transport network linking all the worlds of the Imperium. This human-modified section of the Webway was intended to mimic the extensive network of warp gates that once interconnected the ancient interstellar empires of the Old Ones and the Eldari. The Webway promised to revolutionize human progress, enabling unprecedented scientific and economic advancement. Crucially, it offered a more efficient and safer mode of travel, entirely circumventing the perilous chaos-infested regions of the warp, which posed constant threats of death or spiritual corruption to human faster-than-light space travel. The Emperor's ultimate aim with the Webway project was to entirely disconnect humanity from its dependence on the warp. This detachment would significantly diminish the ability of chaos to corrupt and destroy, and also reduce the psychic emanations feeding the Chaos Gods, thanks to the protective psychic wards lining each corridor of the Webway. The Emperor envisioned guiding humanity through the protective confines of the Webway, fostering its evolution into a fully psychic race. This step was expected to elevate human ascendancy on the galactic stage, surpassing even the achievements of the bygone Eldari Empire, and heralding an unprecedented golden age of human civilization. A human-controlled Webway would also serve to consolidate the Imperium, ensuring that humanity would never again be fragmented by the constraints of time and distance. However, the immense scale and complexity of this project demanded the Emperor's undivided focus and necessitated utmost secrecy. Disclosure of the project could provoke opposition from humanity's adversaries, jeopardizing its success. The Golden Throne, a relic of the Dark Age of technology, was central to this ambition. It facilitated human access to the Webway and was an intricately mechanized throne crafted from an enigmatic, psychically reactive, gold-complexed alloy. Positioned above a pair of massive golden alloy doors, it served as the gateway to the Webway, large enough to permit the passage of a Warhound-class Scout Titan. Originally situated in the subterranean reaches of the Imperial Palace, specifically where the Emperor's gene laboratory complex, known as the Imperial Dungeon, once stood, the Golden Throne became the project's focal point. In this area, hundreds of Mechanicum tech priests and servitors labored tirelessly. The Emperor, seated on the Golden Throne, employed his prodigious psychic abilities to maintain the Webway portal, enabling his workers to construct a new segment of the labyrinthine dimension. This extension was intended to connect Terra to the rest of the largely neglected transdimensional transport network. The webway, constructed from a material designed to be resistant to psychic interference and thus impervious to incursions from warp entities, posed a unique challenge. You see, humanity lacked the technology to replicate this psychically resistant material. Consequently, the Emperor had to personally use the Golden Throne to shield the new human-constructed sections of the webway from any warp intrusions. This task necessitated his continuous presence on the throne, and was the primary reason he had to relinquish direct leadership of the Great Crusade, delegating it to his Primarchs before returning to Terra to supervise the project. Following the monumental triumph of Imperial forces against the largest Orc-warg the Imperium had faced during the Yulinar Crusade, the Emperor determined that his direct command of the Great Crusade's military operations was no longer imperative. And so he chose Horus, his most esteemed and capable son, to lead the crusade in his absence. Horus, the most distinguished among the Primarchs, was the first to be rediscovered by the Emperor on Thonia, a dying planet so proximate to Terra that warp drive travel was unnecessary for the journey. Because of this, Horus had the unique distinction of participating in the Great Crusade alongside his father for many solar decades. He was the most exalted and beloved of the Emperor's sons, enjoying unparalleled trust and affection. The pair shared a profound bond forged in the heat of battle during the early stages of the Great Crusade. Not only did the Emperor shield Horus during the siege of Raylas, but Horus had reciprocated this protection during the Battle of Goro. In another notable encounter, the Battle of Gyros Thravian, the Emperor vanquished the formidable Orc war boss, Garkle Blackfang, who had withstood the might of 3 of his Primarchs. Given their shared history, mutual respect, and loyalty that developed between them, the Emperor deemed Horus the ideal candidate to assume leadership of the Great Crusade during his absence. Elevating Horus to the unprecedented rank of War Master, the Emperor expressed desire for his sons to demonstrate their capabilities as leaders. With this transition, the Emperor stepped away from direct involvement in military affairs. He established the Council of Terra, the precursor to the Senatorium Imperialis, introduced the Imperial Tithe, and expanded the civil governing and administrative structures of the Imperium, such as the Adeptus Administratum. Following these reforms, he secluded himself beneath the Imperial Palace to commence work on the Golden Throne and the Webway project. However, the Emperor's decision to retire to Terra without explaining his reasons, coupled with his move to transfer governance from the Primarchs on the War Council to the Terran nobility and bureaucrats, who were generally disliked by the Primarchs, planted seeds of discontent among them. Of course, further stirring unrest was the appointment of Horus as War Master, elevating him above his brothers and making him their superior. These undercurrents of ambition, pride, and jealousy created an environment ripe for exploitation by the Chaos Gods, ultimately leading to the corruption of many Primarchs and paving the way for the tragic events of the Horus Heresy.
I never wanted this, but you betrayed me. You stole power from the gods and lied to your sons. From the skies of Terra to the galactic rim. Let the seas boil, let the stars fall. I will see the galaxy freed once more. So let it be war. Mankind has only one chance to prosper. If you will not seize it, then I will. And if I cannot save it from your failure, Father, then let the galaxy burn.
The unfolding events towards the latter stages of the Great Crusade didn't sit well with several of the Emperor's subjects, particularly some of his Primarch sons. During this period, Horus, the most trusted of the Emperor's sons, fell prey to the allure of chaos. This descent into corruption was a slow process, meticulously orchestrated over decades by Primarch Lorgar and his Wordbearers Legion. The concept of the pilgrimage, a mythological journey enabling mortals to commune directly with gods, was a prevalent belief across many human-colonized worlds in the Milky Way galaxy, including Lorgar's homeworld of cultures. Indeed, such a realm did exist in the form of the Warp, where one could encounter the primordial truth of the universe and the presence of the powerful psychic beings known as the Chaos Gods. Driven by the notion of this pilgrimage of Lorgar to ascertain the reality of the gods revered in Colchis' old faith, Lorgar embarked on an expedition with the Wordbearers Legion's serrated Sun chapter. This journey, part of the 1,301st Expeditionary Fleet, took them to the outer limits of Imperial space. At this juncture, Lorgar hadn't yet succumbed to Chaos's corruption, but had grown disillusioned with the Emperor of Mankind, refusing to venerate him as a deity. The change in allegiance followed an incident 43 Terran years before the start of the Horus Heresy, where the Emperor and the Ultramarines publicly rebuked Lorgar and the entire Wordbearers Legion on the world of Kur. The Emperor, accompanied by his regent, MILKATHON the Sigillite, personally visited Kur after instructing the Ultramarines to raze the city of Monarchia. The destruction of Monarchia was a direct response to the city's worship of the Emperor as a deity, a practice propagated by the Wordbearers. This was in stark opposition to the atheistic tenets of the Imperial Truth, which the Emperor staunchly advocated. Upon his arrival, the Emperor expressed his displeasure to Lorgar for the Wordbearers' role in spreading the cult of Emperor worship across the worlds they integrated into the Imperium. Exerting his psychic might, the Emperor compelled the entire Legion to kneel involuntarily, then denounced them as the only Astartes Legion to have failed his vision during the Great Crusade. This public humiliation profoundly affected Lorgar. Guided by his first captain, Cor Phaeron, and first chaplain, Erebus, both already swayed by chaos, Lorgar resolved to embark on a pilgrimage. His aim was to ascertain the reality and worthiness of the gods revered in Colchis' ancient old faith, to which the Wordbearers might pledge their faith and allegiance. Lorgar challenged the Emperor's dismissal of humanity's innate inclination towards spirituality as mere superstition. He sought to uncover whether deities truly existed that merited mankind's reverence. Though Lorgar's affection and loyalty to the Emperor had waned, he and his 17 Legion resumed participation in the Great Crusade. However, their involvement was merely a facade, serving as a cover for their underlying quest to complete the pilgrimage. The Wordbearers' pilgrimage was closely monitored by 5 members of the Legio Custodes, assigned by the Emperor to ensure the Legion did not revert to previous errors. In their quest for information about the primordial truth and the realm where gods and mortals might converge, the Wordbearers, as part of the 1,301st Expeditionary Fleet, eventually arrived at the Cadia system. This system neighbored the largest known warp storm in the universe, which would later be recognized by the Imperium as the Eye of Terror. The fleet's master of astropaths informed Lorgar of peculiar voices emanating from the warp near this immense rift. These voices, which also spoke directly to the Primarch, originated from the chaos entities within the Immaterium. It was in the Cadia system that Lorgar's suspicions were confirmed. The myriad religions across the galaxy, bearing striking resemblances to the Colchisian Old Faith, were not mere coincidences, but manifestations of worship towards the universal truth of chaos. The decision was made for the 1,301st Fleet to maintain orbit over Cadia and deploy elements to the planet, identified as 1,301-12. The landing party consisted of Imperial Army, Wordbearers, Legio Custodes, and Legio Cybernetica forces. Led by Lorgar, they encountered numerous barbaric human tribes on the planet. These tribes, described as dressed in rags and wielding spears tipped by flint blades, displayed a notable lack of fear, particularly striking with their purple eyes, mirroring the hue of the Eye of Terror itself. Despite Custodian Vendatha's objections and his request to eliminate the seemingly heretical natives, the Wordbearers proceeded to engage with them. It's here that a peculiar woman emerged, addressing Primarch Lorgar directly by his full name, Lorgar Aurelian, and extended a welcome to him on Cadia. This woman, Ingethel of Cadia, a Chaos Priestess, would eventually lead Lorgar down a path purportedly towards spiritual enlightenment. However, in reality, this path was the beginning of Lorgar's descent into heresy and allegiance to chaos. Ingethel would later conduct a ritual, transforming herself into a demon prince, Ingethel the Ascended. Subsequently, she guided the fleet's scout vessel, Orpheo's Lament, into the Eye of Terror. Inside the Eye of Terror, the serrated sun chapter of the Wordbearers Legion directly witnessed the aftermath of the ancient Eldari's empire's collapse through the desolate crone world scattered across the Eye's expanse. Ingethel then deceitfully explained the birth of the Chaos God Slanesh to the Wordbearers. She claimed that the Eldari's downfall and the catastrophic event known as the Fall occurred because, at the pinnacle of their ascension, they were unable to embrace the primordial truth, which, in her narrative, meant worshipping chaos. According to Ingethel, the Eldari inadvertently birthed the god of pleasure, Slanesh, but greeted its emergence not with joy, but with denial and dread. Slanesh gained consciousness in the 29th millennium, only to find its would-be worshippers turning away in ignorance and terror. This collective grief and rejection gave rise to the tumultuous Great Eye, the Eye of Terror, a manifestation of the birth cries of the Eldari's new, spurned deity. In the remnants of the Eldari Empire, the word-bearers were confronted with the reality of the primordial truth. Ingethel cautioned them that to avoid the fate of the Eldari, humanity must not repeat their errors, but should embrace the worship of chaos instead. The fragments of the word-bearers' serrated sun chapter eventually made their way back to Cadia. They shared with the Lorgar their experiences and revelations from within the Eye of Terror, the true nexus where mortals and gods could interact. After his own journey into the Eye and his subsequent acceptance by the Chaos Gods as their chosen mortal champion, Lorgar commanded a cyclonic bombardment of Cadia. This obliteration eradicated the original Cadian population, ensuring that the secrets of the primordial truth, as imparted to him by the Chaos Gods, remained his alone. Nevertheless, due to its strategic significance, Cadia was later deemed valuable by the Imperium. In the 32nd millennium, Imperial colonists were dispatched to repopulate the world, becoming the progenitors of the Cadians known in later times. Intriguingly, possibly influenced by the Eye of Terror's closeness, this new Cadian population also developed the distinctive violet eyes characteristic of the planet's initial human settlers. It's safe to say that the revelation of Chaos's existence irrevocably transformed Lorgar and the Word-Bearers. Exposed and gradually corrupted by the ruinous powers of Chaos, they became the first of the Legionnaires Astartes to devote themselves to the Chaos Gods, thus betraying the Emperor in their hearts. During the latter years of the Great Crusade, Lorgar and the Word-Bearers endeavored to enlighten humanity about what they perceived as the true spiritual essence of the cosmos. However, they eventually resorted to subterfuge and manipulation to convert 9 of the Primarchs of the Chaos cause, as commanded by their newfound gods. The most significant of these converts was the War Master Horus. The warp is a vital tool to us, a means of communication and transport. Without it, there would be no Imperium of Man, for there would be no quick bridges between the stars. We use it and we harness it, but we have no absolute control over it. It is a wild thing that tolerates our presence, but brooks no mastery. There is power in the warp, fundamental power, not good nor evil, but elemental and anathema to us. It is a tool we use at our own risk. As it became apparent that humanity would not willingly accept the teachings of Chaos without first being violently detached from the Emperor's misleading imperial truth, Lorgar actively contributed to setting the stage for the Horus heresy. He employed Erebus, his legion's first chaplain, as a key operative in this scheme. Erebus appropriated a chaos-tainted weapon, the Kindbrak Anathame from the Interrex, a technologically advanced human civilization, during a brief interaction with the Lunar Wolves. Subsequently, when Horus and the Lunar Wolves landed on Davin's moon to suppress a revolt against Imperial rule, led by the planet's former governor, Eugen Temba, Erebus ensured that Temba, now a devotee of the Plague Lord Nurgle, possessed the Anathame. Davin's moon, a decaying swamp infested with undead abominations like plague zombies created from Temba's Imperial army garrison, posed significant challenges to Horus and his forces. In their confrontation on the bridge of Temba's downed Imperial warship, Horus succeeded in killing the corrupted Nurglite. However, he sustained a deep wound from the Anathame, which delivered a potent toxin crafted by Nurgle himself. The poison was so virulent that not even Horus's advanced Primarch immune system could counteract it. And so, in a desperate bid to save the War Master, the Lunar Wolves acquiesced to Erebus' suggestion to entrust Horus to the Davinite Lodge priests at the Temple of the Serpent Lodge, a chaos-worshipping temple on Davin, who claimed they could heal him. While undergoing his supposed healing, the War Master Horus' spirit was actually transported into the Immaterium, with Erebus acting as his guide. There, Horus was exposed to his own latent ambitions and jealousies, stemming from the Emperor's apparent abandonment. The ruinous powers manipulated these emotions and presented Horus with a deceptive vision. This vision erroneously portrayed the Emperor's return to Terra as a scheme to achieve divinity, forsake his sons, and betray the Imperial Truth's promise of liberating humanity from the binds of false gods and organized religion. Horus, now convinced by this distorted projection of a future that, in a twist of fate, would only materialize due to his own betrayal of the Emperor, perceived it as his duty to rescue the Imperium from such a destiny. In his misguided determination, he allied himself with the ruinous powers under the facade of Chaos Undivided, in exchange for rebelling against his Emperor. Successfully swaying half of the Space Marine legions to Chaos, Horus spearheaded their rebellion, thrusting the young Galactic Empire into a devastating civil war that endured for 7 standard years. The conflict commenced with the horrific betrayals at the Battle of Istvan III and Istvan V. This war, later known as the Horus Heresy, was unparalleled in its brutality in human history. It resulted in the deaths of billions as the traitor legions ravaged the empire they once helped build. The war reached its zenith during the Siege of Terra, where the traitor legions, along with other Chaos forces, made a futile assault on the core of the Imperial Palace. Faced with the formidable defense of the Inner Palace and the throne room of the Emperor, bolstered by the sacrifices of numerous loyalist Astartes and the triumph of Primarch Sanguinius over the bloodthirster greater demon, Kar-Bandar, Horus realized that time was against him. Loyalist reinforcements were en route to Terra, threatening to reinforce the Imperial defenses. In a bold move to precipitate a decisive final battle, Horus intentionally deactivated the void shields of his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, orbiting the Imperial throne world. During the entirety of the Horus Heresy, the Emperor had remained bound to the Golden Throne. The heresy's inception was marked by the Primarch Magnus the Red's breach of the Edicts of Nicaea. Defying the prohibition on sorcery, Magnus used his powers to penetrate the psychic defenses of the Imperial Palace, intending to deliver a warning of Horus's betrayal directly to the Emperor. But the Emperor, unwilling to accept the possibility of Horus's treachery, concluded that Magnus had been the one corrupted by chaos due to his continued use of sorcery. With this, the Emperor dispatched Laman Russ and a Space Wolves Legion to bring Magnus to Terra to face judgment. Horus, however, manipulated the Emperor's orders, inciting Laman Russ's fury against Magnus, leading to a full-scale assault on Prospero, the home world of the Thousand Suns Legion. This cataclysmic event, known as the Fall of Prospero in 4M31, ultimately precipitated the downfall of the Thousand Suns and Magnus himself to the service of the Chaos god Tzeentch. You see, Magnus sought refuge with Tzeentch, driven by the desire to preserve his legion and the vast knowledge they had amassed over the centuries. Simultaneously, the sorcerous incursion of Magnus into the Imperial Palace's psychic wards had catastrophic consequences for the Webway project. This breach allowed a multitude of demons to penetrate the Emperor's diminished psychic shield, launching an onslaught on the thousands of Mechanicum workers laboring on the human segments of the Webway. The Legio Custodes and the Sisters of Silence were thrust into a fierce battle to prevent these demons from flooding through the portal created by the Golden Throne and into the Imperial Palace's dungeons. While the Imperial Defenders eventually repelled the demonic incursion, only the Emperor possessed the psychic might necessary to seal the portal and contain the demons within the human-constructed portion of the Webway. This emergency demanded the Emperor's full attention, leaving the task of managing Horus's insurrection to Malkador the Sigillite and Primarch Rogol Dawn of the Imperial Fist Legion. During this period, the Emperor engaged in telepathic communication with Kai Zulain, a low-ranked astropath who had received a precognitive vision of the heresy's grim end and the Emperor's dire fate at the hands of Horus. In their exchanges, the Emperor revealed his foreknowledge and acceptance of this fate as the cost of his failed aspirations for humanity. Subsequently, Corvus Corax, Primarch of the Raven Guard Legion, deeply distressed by the near obliteration of his legion at the drop site massacre on Istvan V, sought an audience with the Emperor at the Imperial Palace. Despite the intense effort required to maintain Terra's psychic defenses against the breach in the Webway, the Emperor momentarily diverted his focus to telepathically impart the knowledge of Astartes' creation into Corax's mind. In the aftermath of his audience with the Emperor, Corax commenced the reconstruction of the Raven Guard, using the newly acquired techniques for rapid Astartes development. Despite his efforts, the Alpha Legion's surreptitious actions ultimately tainted the endeavor. Consequently, the Raven Guard remained one of the so-called Shattered Legions for the duration of the heresy, playing a minimal role in its subsequent developments. 5 standard years into his vigil on the Golden Throne, safeguarding Terra from the repercussions of Magnus's breach in the Webway, the Emperor began showing signs of physical weariness. The psychic toll manifested in occasional nosebleeds, an image that even appeared in the telepathic visions sent to his Legio Custodes custodian tribune, Ra Endymion. With the emergence of the potent demon Drachnian in the warp, the Emperor realized the war within the webway was approaching a critical juncture, and humanity's destiny was nearing a decisive moment. He instructed the Sisters of Silence to amass 1,000 psykers from across the galaxy for a sacrificial ritual to the Golden Throne. This sacrifice would power the throne for a single solar day without the Emperor's direct involvement. Seizing this opportunity, the Emperor entered the webway to aid the beleaguered Imperial forces. He valiantly repelled the demonic onslaught and faced Drachnian. In a decisive move, the Emperor trapped the demon within Ra Endymion's body and instructed his loyal custodian to flee deep into the webway, thereby safeguarding humanity from the demon's corrupting influence. Following his confrontation with Drachnian, the Emperor was compelled to once again bind himself to the operation of the Golden Throne, effectively sealing the Terra Webway portal. He expressed to his followers his sorrow over the downfall of his grand project, lamenting that with the Webway project's failure, humanity's fate might mirror the Eldari's, eventual extinction at the hands of Chaos. Despite his prescient vision that foretold Horus's defeat at his own hands, the Emperor acknowledged the inevitability of another Chaos Lord rising to continue Horus's mission of destroying the Imperium. His custodian, Diocletian Koros, was taken aback when the Emperor conceded the potential doom of the Imperium of Man, uncertain whether it would transpire in a year or 10,000 years, and admitted for the first time that even he was at a loss on how to avert mankind's annihilation. As the Horus heresy approached its zenith with the traitor's assault on Terra, 7 years after Horus's initial push towards the throne world, the Emperor was constrained to the Golden Throne, except for brief moments when Malkador the Sigillite, Terra's regent and the second most powerful human psycho, could substitute for him. When the Emperor became aware of Horus lowering the Vengeful Spirit's void shields during the siege of Terra's final stages, he interpreted this as an invitation to a decisive battle. Convinced that confronting Horus was essential to ending the conflict, the Emperor prepared to face his wayward son in a confrontation that would determine the future of the Imperium. Malkador the Sigillite was tasked by the Emperor to occupy the Golden Throne in his stead, safeguarding Terra from a potential demonic incursion via the Imperial Webway portal beneath the throne. Meanwhile, the Emperor assembled a strike team comprising of Astartes from the Imperial Fists and Blood Angel Space Marines. This group was to confront the Warmaster Horus directly on his own turf, aboard his chaos-corrupted flagship by employing teleporter technology. The assault force included Primarch Sanguinius, but upon their arrival, the chaos-influenced powers of Horus scattered the attackers to random locations within the massive warship. Sanguinius was the first to encounter Horus, engaging in a fierce duel that tragically culminated in his demise at his brother's hands. However, in this conflict, Sanguinius succeeded in creating a slight breach in Horus's Terminator armor. Eventually reaching the battle barge's bridge, the Emperor confronted Horus. Despite the Emperor's extraordinary psychic and physical capabilities, Horus had been transformed into a formidable entity, swollen with the collective strength of the 4 Chaos Gods, epitomizing the true champion of Chaos Undivided. In contrast, the Emperor stood as the galaxy's supreme symbol of order. Their battle was a poignant clash between father and son, and Horus grievously wounded the Emperor, severing one of his arms and causing extensive internal damage. The Emperor's hesitation, stemming from his residual love for Horus, restrained him from unleashing the full magnitude of his psychic powers to annihilate him. In the pivotal moment of their confrontation on the Vengeful Spirit's bridge, a lone Legio Custodes warrior who had journeyed with the Emperor managed to reach the battleground. Horus, wielding the immense powers of chaos sorcery, effortlessly flayed the custodian alive with a mere glance. This act of sheer brutality and indifference to human life was a turning point for the Emperor, who then fully recognized the depths of Horus's fall into the clutches of the ruinous powers, and the dire implications for humanity under his dominion. The custodian's sacrifice provided the Emperor with the crucial moment he needed to execute his final move against Horus. Steeling himself, the Emperor concentrated the entirety of his psychic might and targeted the chink in the Warmaster's armor. This concentrated psychic assault instantly killed Horus, annihilating his soul to prevent any possibility of resurrection by the Chaos Gods. In the fleeting moments before the Emperor's devastating attack, the corruptive grip of Chaos momentarily loosened on Horus, allowing the Emperor to perceive a glimmer of his son's former self. In those last seconds, Horus regained his sanity, filled with horror at the atrocities he had committed and gratitude for release from Chaos's hold. As his psyche disintegrated into the immaterium, Horus experienced relief from his tormented state. The climactic showdown between the Emperor and Horus marked the crescendo of the Siege of Terra, unfurling dramatically aboard the Vengeful Spirit. Found grievously wounded and near death, the Emperor was discovered by Rogel Dawn, Primarch of the Imperial Fist Legion, who was part of the assault team. Dawn escorted the Emperor back to the Imperial Palace, where Malkador the Sigillite, having occupied the Golden Throne in the Emperor's absence, disintegrated into ash upon relinquishing his position. The immense strain of maintaining the closure of the portal while the Emperor confronted Horus had utterly depleted Malkador's body and mind. In his dying moments, the Emperor swiftly imparted instructions to Dawn for transforming the Golden Throne into a sophisticated life support system. This modification was intended to sustain the Emperor's remaining living cells in a state suspended between life and true death for over 10 millennia. He was soon interred within this modified version of the throne. The mechanisms of the throne were designed to not only maintain the Astronomican's beacon, but also to combat the Chaos God's influence in the warp. This required the daily sacrifice of psychic energies of 1,000 psychers to keep the Emperor's mind empowered and active. The measure was crucial to prevent demonic incursions on Terra, and to continue the fight against Chaos's corruptive forces across the galaxy. With his vitality rapidly diminishing, the Emperor had just enough time to convey his final, succinct directives to Rogel Dawn. Following these instructions, the Emperor was placed in an eternal stasis, lasting for more than 10,000 standard years. Although his physical body continued to decay at an exceptionally slow rate, his mind remained conscious within the warp, engaged in an endless battle against the forces of chaos.
Company command! This is first platoon! We've lost the square! We can't hold it!
In the 32nd millennium, the Imperial cult, which emerged as a state religion of the Imperium, would propagate the belief that the Emperor's internment within the Golden Throne was a necessary step for him to ascend from the physical realm and reclaim his rightful place in the Immaterium as humanity's true deity. This ascension was perceived as a self-sacrifice to save humanity from the betrayal of Horus. Since his ascension, the Emperor has remained within the Golden Throne, existing in a state neither fully alive nor completely dead. Originally envisioned as a hub for harnessing the Eldari webway for humanity's benefit, the throne now serves dual purposes as both a complex life support mechanism and a psychic amplifier. It extends the Emperor's consciousness into the warp and across the galaxy. The Golden Throne is situated in the Sanctum Imperialis, the central hall of the Imperial Palace, vigilantly protected by the companions of the Emperor, an elite segment of the Adeptus Custodes. His decaying corporeal form is sustained by the intricate, arcane machinery of the Golden Throne, meticulously maintained by a legion of tech priests from the Adeptus Mechanicus. His psychic essence, diffused throughout the galaxy via the warp, endeavors to oversee and protect as much of humanity as possible in his weakened state, perpetually warding off the malign influence of the ruinous powers. The Golden Throne is intricately linked to the Astronomicon, an immense psychic beacon essential for enabling faster-than-light travel in Imperial starships equipped with a warp drive. The Astronomicon generates a telepathic signal crucial for navigators, specialized mutant psychers to steer through warp space. While the signal of the Astronomicon originates from the Emperor's mind, its amplification and sustenance depends on a choir of 10,000 human psychers. These psychers, selected for their psychic strength and control, undergo a stringent selection process, including a soul-binding ritual to the Emperor. The process fortifies their minds against demonic possession. The life force of these psychers is gradually depleted over several months, with 1,000 dying daily, necessitating a constant influx of replacements. These replacements are transported to Terra aboard the Adeptus Astra Telepathicus Notorious Black Ships, an organization tasked with regulating humans with psychic abilities. Most of these psychers are conditioned to embrace their role as a noble sacrifice for the Imperium, given their potential danger to others and the belief that their death serves the highest purpose for the God Emperor. Those less willing are subdued, and their psychic energies harnessed for the throne's power collection mechanism. The Imperium's survival is deemed paramount, regardless of the daily human cost. It is commonly believed that the Emperor's existence within the Golden Throne is one of perpetual agony and torment, yet it is his profound commitment to humanity that prevents him from succumbing to death. In the event of the Emperor's demise, the Astronomicon would become inoperative, severing humanity's current means of safely navigating the warp. This scenario is somewhat contested by the fact that humanity managed interstellar travel before the Emperor's tenure on the Golden Throne during the Dark Age of technology. However, without the Astronomicon, the Imperium risks fragmentation and descent into civil strife. The Emperor's sustained existence, crucial for guidance and protection, coupled with the unwavering commitment of his subjects to prevent his death, underpins the belief in his divinity as propagated by the Imperial cult and embraced by billions across the galaxy. The Space Marine chapters, unlike the masses, do not uniformly acknowledge the Emperor's divinity. They remember, albeit faintly, his initial intent to liberate humanity from the binds of superstition and organized religion. Nonetheless, they revere him as the founder of the Imperium and history's most eminent human leader. In a recent unforeseen development, as the Imperium faced a formidable onslaught of chaos during Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade in 999 M41 and the subsequent fall of Cadia, which triggered the formation of the Great Rift, a significant event occurred. One of the Emperor's sons, Primarch Robert Guilliman, was resurrected. Awakened from stasis in the Temple of Correction on his homeworld of Macrage, his revival was facilitated by the technological prowess of Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Cole and the might of Inead, the Eldari god of the dead. Following his reawakening, Guilliman made his way to the throne world. Upon entering the Imperial Palace, he was able to converse with his father the Emperor for the first time in 10,000 standard years, but the full contents of their discussion remained shrouded in mystery. Following this historic meeting, Guilliman assumed the mantle of leadership, taking on the role of Lord Commander of the Imperium, and effectively becoming the chief authority over the High Lords of Terra. In response to the looming threat of Noctis Aeterna, he initiated the Indomitus Crusade, driven predominantly by the recently developed Primaris Space Marines. This campaign was a critical effort to safeguard the future of the Emperor's empire in the face of growing darkness. However, a sense of urgency prevails. In 999 M41, the Adeptus Mechanicus conveyed a distressing revelation to the High Lords of Terra and the Adeptus Custodes. The advanced life support systems of the Golden Throne are failing. Moreover, the tech priests admit they lack the requisite knowledge to conduct repairs. In the absence of a solution or an unforeseen miracle, the Emperor's withered body is destined to perish, extinguishing his mind and spirit amidst the tumult of the warp. This event would leave humanity isolated in an unforgiving void, and in that darkness, the waiting predators of the galaxy will begin their feast.
For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. For in the grim, dark future, there is no peace amongst the stars, only the laughter of thirsting gods.
Do not fail your brothers. Though their bodies die, their spirit must return to the chapter. That is your charge.
In a poignant twist of fate, the Emperor of Mankind, who would strive to steer humanity away from religious faith and superstition, found himself being venerated as a living deity, even before the onset of the Horus Heresy. This shift in perception was significantly influenced by the Primarch Lorgar of the Wordbearers Legion, who had authored the Lectitio Divinitatis. The text presented a compelling argument for the divinity of the Emperor. It posited that no mere mortal could have achieved the unification of Terra's techno-barbarian tribes and nations, nor could an ordinary human being reunite much of the human-settled galaxy under one rule. Furthermore, the book argued that the Emperor's extraordinary psychic prowess, his profound scientific insight, which indicated a deep understanding of the universe's fundamental nature, and his boundless compassion and goodwill towards humanity, were attributes beyond the scope of a normal human. Lorgar's assertions gained traction, and even before the conclusion of the Great Crusade, various cults venerating the Emperor emerged, with the Lectitio Divinitatis serving as their holy scripture. Many of these groups even adopted the name of Lorgar's tome as the label for their faith. However, the deification of the Emperor was in direct violation of the imperial truth, which espoused a doctrine of atheism and rationalism. Emperor worship was considered a grave offense under this doctrine, the same transgression that led to Lorgar and his word-bearers' public denunciation on Kur, and their subsequent pivot towards chaos worship to fulfill their spiritual needs. While Lorgar eventually disowned the Lectitio Divinitatis in favor of the chaos-infused Book of Lorgar, millions of other individuals during the tumultuous Horus Heresy increasingly embraced the worship of the Emperor as a beacon of hope and resilience amidst the era's atrocities. The apparent efficacy of devout Emperor worship in shielding his followers from the Warp's demonic forces only accelerated the spread of this emerging religion. Over time, the Emperor's worship expanded significantly. By the 32nd millennium, the initially fragmented cults of Emperor worshippers had coalesced into the Imperial cult. This widespread religion, with its countless trillions of human adherents, was administered by the extensive interstellar clergy of the Ecclesiarchy, formerly known as the Adeptus Ministorum. This religious body was officially recognized by the High Lords of Terra as the state religion of the Imperium. The Emperor of Mankind transcended his role as a mere secular ruler to become the God Emperor, hailed as a singular divine entity of all humanity. His directives were interpreted and enforced by the High Lords of Terra of the Senatorum Imperialis. The Adeptus Arbites upheld his laws, the Adeptus Custodes safeguarded his body in the Imperial Palace, and the Adeptus Astartes were the defenders of the Imperium. The Inquisition, conceived by Malkador the Sigillite at the Emperor's behest during the Horus Heresy's inception, evolved into a formidable entity, safeguarding the Imperium against both external and internal threats. Contrary to the Emperor's initial objections to deification, the profound faith of trillions of humans has significantly fortified his mind and soul within the Immaterium. In this psychically responsive realm, reality is sculpted by the collective beliefs and subconscious desires of the galaxy's most numerous intelligent species. The Imperial Creed posits that the Emperor's confinement within the Golden Throne is not a defeat, but a spiritual ascension that enables him to guide and protect humanity more directly, unshackled by physical constraints. This belief has led to widespread adoption of the skull in Imperial iconography and architecture, symbolizing the Emperor's self-sacrifice for his people. Post-Horus Heresy, the Emperor has essentially become a deity within the Warp, his power rivaling that of any one of the four major Chaos Gods and potentially equaling their collective might. He stands as perhaps the most potent spiritual force for order in the Milky Way galaxy. Though his physical form is but a devastated husk, more akin to a corpse than a living man, the Golden Throne's ability to sustain even the faintest semblance of his vital functions allows the Emperor to preserve his influence within the Warp. Concurrently, despite a severely weakened state, the Emperor retains the ability to cryptically convey his intentions to select psychers via the mystical Emperor's Tarot. Additionally, he can impart dreams and visions directly to certain non-psychic individuals, provided their faith in him is strong enough to establish a connection. The Emperor also offers a range of psychic defenses against the forces of chaos and its demons, facilitated through the bond of faith. There is even speculation that he may exert influence over the physical universe in other unforeseen ways. A prominent example within the Imperium is the belief that the Warp Storm, known as the Storm of the Emperor's Wrath, which emerged in the Ultima Segmentum during the 36th millennium's Age of Apostasy, was a direct manifestation of the Emperor's fury. This phenomenon is widely attributed to his divine will, a reaction to the usurpation of the Imperium's governance by the tyrant High Lord Goj Vandire. The Emperor's formidable presence within the Warp is believed to be a crucial bulwark against the encroaching forces of chaos. Should the Emperor be absent from the Immaterium, it is feared that chaos would overrun the physical universe, potentially transforming the galaxy into a nightmarish realm akin to the Eye of Terror. Among the upper echelons of the Inquisition, only a select few were aware that within the Sanctum Imperialis, the throne room in the Imperial Palace, the Emperor wields the power to directly manipulate reality. This includes the extraordinary capability to alter the flow of time, potentially slowing or even halting its progression. However, the God Emperor exists in a state of profound torment. Isolated from more direct interactions with his followers, he is appalled by the evolution of his Imperium over the past 10,000 years. The Horus Heresy's deep scars and the relentless threats from chaos, xenos, mutants, and internal traitors have marred humanity's journey. The Age of Imperium, rather than ushering in the envisioned golden age of mankind, has resulted in a civilization marked by stability, but plagued with technological stagnation, intellectual decline, political oppression, and widespread exploitation. This era is further tainted by rampant xenophobia and often brutal religious intolerance, far from the Emperor's original aspirations for humanity's future. Throughout the 10,000 Terran years of the Imperium's dominion over humanity in his name, the very maladies the Emperor sought to eradicate have only multiplied. Despite this, the Emperor perseveres in his unceasing agony, aware that his demise would debilitate the Imperium and deprive humanity of the limited guidance it can still provide, as well as the crucial defense he offers against the forces of chaos. He effectively harbors the grave concern that without his presence, humanity may not endure. Thus, despite its many flaws and its state of decline, he permits the Imperium to persist. On rare occasions, the Emperor intervenes through his chosen emissaries, striving to enhance the human condition. He nurtures the faint spark of hope among mankind as the time of ending approaches, and the mechanisms of the Golden Throne deteriorate, akin to a faltering timepiece.
Soon their foulness will be but a memory. That is what the preachers say. Belief will not save us. Lies will not protect us. But it is our hope that will damn us.
Well, that's all for today, folks. I really appreciate each and every one of you that voted we jump into Warhammer 40k. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, and if there's anything else you'd like for me to cover in the near future, please don't hesitate to ask. As always, it's been a pleasure. Niat here with Film Comics Explained. Thanks for stopping by.
Victory.
In the deepest eons of history, before mankind had even emerged from primordial ooze, the Necrontyr dominated the galaxy. But unity receded, even as the bounds of their domain expanded. Fearing the collapse of their civilization, the leaders of the Necrontyr assailed the Old Ones, seeking to wrest from them the secret of eternal life.
Unleash the power of the Netherrealm. The Mark. Our worlds are infested. Scour them clean. This is my hour.
Hey guys, what's happening? Niat here with Film Comics Explained, and today we're continuing our run into Warhammer 40k. I had initially thought about covering a single topic, as I did with our breakdown of the Emperor of Mankind and the Tyranids, links in the description, perhaps by looking at individual Space Marine chapters, the Necrons, the Eldar, or even the Orcs, but I reasoned that plotting down a foundational timeline of the entire Warhammer universe first would be the best way to go forward. And so, today, we're going to begin our deep dive into the extensive historical chronology of the Milky Way galaxy, as depicted in the Warhammer 40k universe over the next few weeks. This is all with regards to the timeline's relation to humanity and the Imperium of Man. It's a massive undertaking, so I've decided to split the project into 4 or 5 parts. In this video, effectively part 1, we'll be doing an overview of the pre-human history of the galaxy, with a look at the Old Ones, the Satan, the Necrons, and the Eldar, all of whom are ancient civilizations that existed way before humanity. The plan is to then continue in chronological order through to the 41st millennium in videos that will be released over the next month and a half. Bear in mind, this is just an introduction, and while we'll be discussing the old ones, the Satan, the Necrons and the Eldar, Part 1 is merely aimed at fitting them into a chronological timeline of the Warhammer 40k universe. Once the entire timeline has been completed in about June, I will endeavour to explore each of the topics, races, conflicts, gods and empires that we discuss here in more comprehensive individual videos throughout the year. If there's a particular topic covered in the timeline that you want to know more about, let me know in the comments below and I'll endeavour to do a deep dive on it in due time. Before we begin, it's important to note this exploration will be particularly focused on the viewpoints of the Imperium of Man and the Eldar, the two races from where we get our records from. With that said, the vast epochs of history are largely obscured or lost, shrouded in mystery or forgotten over millennia. Certain historians from the Adeptus Administratum tirelessly work to uncover this past, their efforts akin to holding a candle in the vast darkness. Initially, their work might have had a clear purpose, but it has since devolved into a mechanical collection of data. Scribes now mindlessly transcribe information onto scrolls, obsessively maintaining complete records for fear of omitting even the smallest of detail. The true understanding or interpretation of this data is rare, generally limited to a few, who might be viewed with suspicion or even penalized for their zeal. The most expansive archive of such records is located beneath Terra's surface, within vast underholes where mountains of data scrolls reach upwards. Illuminated by the dim light from the floating servo skulls, a procession of curators, scriveners, and ciphers navigate through these corridors of knowledge, striving to shed light on the obscured truths. Over time, many original certainties have been altered or expunged by the revisionists of the Adeptus Ministorum, the Inquisition, and even the High Lords of Terra themselves. That man is beset at all quarters by traitors, mutants, and fiends is self-evident. But in truth, none of these evils shall be our undoing. When the end comes, it will not be at the hand of any mortal being of this or any other realm. Death will come at the hands of the ancients, those who determined our fate eons before we stood erect upon the holy ground of Terra and gazed up into the starry night. The Chronos Strife represents an intense and ongoing dispute within the Order Chronos of the Inquisition, centering on the standard dating system of the Imperium of Man during the Era Indomitus. This conflict emerged after Rubok Guilliman, the Lord Commander of the Imperium, Imperial Regent and Primarch of the Ultramarines, was resurrected during the 13th Black Crusade. Guilliman aimed to compile a comprehensive and accurate historical account of the Imperium, a fragmented and often conflicting history, believing that uncovering the truth would propel humanity forward from the darkness that ensued after the Horus Heresy. To achieve this, he established the Logos Historica Verita, a small, specialized imperial organization composed of individuals with a curious and open-minded nature. He personally trained them in objective data-gathering techniques, assigning them the formidable task of uncovering, assembling, and cataloging the lost or inaccurately recorded millennia of human history, distorted by superstition, censorship, or deliberate falsification by the High Lords of Terra. However, the task became even more challenging when Guilliman discovered that even the Emperor's own calendar had not withstood the test of time. Originally, during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, the standard imperial dating system had helped to chronologically arrange events. Yet over time, this system deteriorated due to rigid conformity and unthinking revisionism. This degradation led to the emergence of various competing dating systems, complicating the task of creating a true chronicle of the human-settled galaxy. As the first phase of the Indomitus Crusade was concluding, around what was initially believed to be 12 M42, Guilliman attempted to pinpoint the current year using the 5 main factional variations of the imperial calendar. His estimates ranged from the early 41st millennium AD to a full millennium later, not accounting for numerous other minor, often heretical interpretations. In searching for a resolution to the Imperium's convoluted dating system, Guilliman realized that no existing solution could suffice, recognizing that this was yet another issue that would require his direct intervention to rectify. Consequently, all historical dates mentioned for the period after the Horus Heresy should be viewed as mere estimates, with many believing that the 41st millennium has not conclusively ended.
We once knew the gods. They came arrayed in gold and taught us of glory and of lies. They walked from darkness and taught us of death and of fear. They rose from fire and taught us of creation and of oblivion.
The entities later recognized as the star gods came into being concurrently with the moment of creation, emerging from the immense, unthinking energies released by the initial cataclysmic event billions of years ago. During this chaotic intermingling of matter and energy, a sea of stars began to form, and for a prolonged epoch, the universe consisted merely of hot hydrogen gas and light elemental dust, all under the governance of the gravitational forces of countless nascent suns. Before the formation and cooling of the first planets, the initial truly sentient beings arose. These entities, whose consciousness was housed within the force lines created by the plasma and electromagnetic flares of stars, would later be known as the Satan. In the early stages of their existence, however, they bore little resemblance to the malevolent forces they would eventually become. Initially, they were simply vast energy parasites, feeding on the solar energies of their progenitor stars, thereby shortening these stars' lifespans by millions of standard years. Eventually, these star vampires developed the ability to travel along the universe's electromagnetic flux lines, moving away from their birthplaces. They drifted through the cosmic ether to new stellar pastures, resuming their cycle of stellar consumption. As beings composed purely of energy, they ignore the solid masses they encountered in space, such as nascent planets, whose blazing geothermal fires and feeble geomagnetic fields were too insignificant to satisfy their immense appetites. Just as the stars brought forth their offspring, so too did the many planets of the nascent Milky Way galaxy give rise to life forms made of matter, which embarked on a lengthy evolutionary journey towards self-awareness. Among the galaxy's earliest intelligent life forms to develop a technologically advanced civilization capable of interstellar travel were a reptilian species, later dubbed the Old Ones by the Eldar, who were intimately familiar with them. The Old Ones were characterized by their methodical, cold-blooded intelligence, but possessed profound wisdom, having deeply studied the cosmos and advanced the fields of astronomy and physics to levels that, to contemporary humanity, seem more like arcane magic. Their mastery over the universe's mechanics enabled them to manipulate alternative dimensions and execute ambitious projects in psychic engineering. Renowned as powerful psychers, the Old Ones frequently employed warp energies for various technological purposes, including the creation of a network of instantaneous, faster-than-light portals through warp space. These portals linked the colony worlds of the Old Ones, enabling them to traverse the immense distances of space in a single step through the numerous warp gates they established. This formed a vast interdimensional network akin to today's webway, though it was much larger and more sophisticated. Utilizing this network, the Old Ones dispersed their progeny across the galaxy and acted as stewards of life, understanding its intrinsic value. They not only seeded new intelligent species, but also terraformed thousands of worlds to suit their specific environmental and geographical standards. Some within the Adeptus Mechanicus speculate that even Terra was influenced by the Old Ones, well before the dawn of human consciousness. Of course, this view is deemed heretical by the ecclesiarchy, which adheres to the imperial creed, asserting that mankind was crafted in the God Emperor's image long before his spirit took physical form. The civilization of the Old Ones peaked over 60 million standard years ago, during which they played a significant role in the creation or genetic enhancement of many of the galaxy's currently known intelligent species, including the Eldar, the Krork, ancestors of the Orcs, the Slan, and the Jakero. They also created what would eventually evolve into humanity. The species that would evolve into the Necrons originated billions of standard years before humanity, under a harsh, ravaging star in a remote area of the galaxy known as the Halo Stars region. Subjected to relentless solar winds and intense radiation storms, the original flesh and blood beings known as the Necron tier led precarious lives marked by frequent death. The limited information the Imperium of Man has gathered about the Necron tier depicts a people with short and uncertain lifespans, their bodies plagued early and often by severe cancers and other ailments caused by the high levels of ionizing radiation from their sun. Necron tier settlements were constructed with the inevitability of premature death in mind, where the living eked out existences, overshadowed by massive sepulchres and tombs dedicated to their ancestors. Their ruling dynasties, too, were established with the expectation of early mortality, considering the living as merely transient occupants in a landscape dominated by grand structures built to honor the deceased. On the Necron tier homeworld, the most significant edifices were always erected for the dead, not the living. Compelled by their harsh conditions, the Necron tier broke free from their deadly cradle and ventured into space, driven by the hope of establishing an empire where they could escape the deadly influence of their native star. They embarked on their interstellar journey using slow-moving, antimatter-powered torch ships housed in stasis crypts and protected by a resilient living metal known as necrodermis, which was capable of withstanding the lengthy voyages through the void. This marked the beginning of the Necron tier's colonization of distant worlds. Gradually, their dynasties expanded their reach, eventually bringing much of the ancient galaxy under their control. From the beginning, the leaders of the individual Necron tier dynasties were governed by the Triarch, a council of 3 monarchs known as the Pharaons. The leader of the Triarch was titled the Silent King, who communicated with his subjects solely through the other 2 Pharaons. Although the role of the Silent King was nominally hereditary, the precarious lifespans of the Necron tier meant that this title often shifted among different royal families. The era of the Necron tier culminated during the reign of Zarek, the last Silent King. During their methodical expansion through the stars, the Necron tier eventually encountered the Old Ones, the ancient species that was far older and more advanced than any other known in the galaxy at that time. As I mentioned earlier, the Old Ones were adept in manipulating forms of energy entirely beyond the Necron tier's comprehension or capability, and had long mastered the secrets of immortality, a gift they declined to share with the Necron tier, who still suffered from the genetic afflictions of their harsh native star. The colonization by the Old Ones, accomplished with their warp gates and profound mastery over the Immaterium, was significantly faster and more widespread than that of the Necron tier. Additionally, the seemingly immortal lifespans of the Old Ones ignited a profound envy within the Necron tier, which gnawed at their society spiritually, just as physical ailments ravaged their bodies. The realization that another intelligent species could enjoy such longevity while their own lives were mercilessly short filled the Necron tier with both astonishment and deep-seated jealousy. As time progressed, internal strife intensified among the Necron tier. Each dynasty sought to forge its own path, leading to fierce conflicts known as the Wars of Secession. Had these circumstances persisted for even one more generation, it's conceivable that the Necron tier would have faced extinction, a fate common to many species before and after them. As their territory expanded, becoming ever more vast and varied, the unity that had once fortified them weakened, resulting in bitter wars as realms fought for independence. Recognizing the fragmentation, the Triarch concluded that the only path to reunification lay through conflict with an external adversary. However, few could pose a credible threat to the technologically superior Necron tier. The Old Ones, with their advanced capabilities, stood out as the only formidable opponent who could unite the warring Necron tier dynasties under a common cause. The rationale for war was straightforward, as the Necron tier had long harbored resentment towards the Old Ones for their refusal to divulge the secrets of immortality. Consequently, Zarek, the last Silent King, driven by deep-seated jealousy and resentment, declared war on the Old Ones. Simultaneously, in a clever move, he extended an amnesty to any secessionist Necron tier dynasties that would rejoin the Triarch. Attracted by the prospects of victory and the promise of eternal life, the separatist realms ceased their wars of secession, and the monumental conflict later known as the War in Heaven commenced. This war, unprecedented in its scope, erupted across the stars. Although Zarek and the Triarch had managed to unify their fractured people, it was a war the Necron tier could not hope to win on their own. We are born for a darker purpose than that of mere existence. There will come a time when Stygian night never ends, where dead stars will spread before us like islands that slumber on the ocean, and when the beings that hid like shadows will feed on us forever. The devastating conflict between the Old Ones and the Necron tier, later immortalized in Eldar legend as the War in Heaven, was monumental enough to fill volumes. Despite their advanced technology, the Necrontyr were consistently outmaneuvered due to the Old One's mastery over the webway portals and warp gates. Gradually, the Necrontyr were repelled to the fringes of the galaxy, relegated to being a minor nuisance to the Old One's dominance. Confined once more to their radiation-scarred world among the halo stars, they were effectively exiled and forgotten. Over the millennia, their initial fury morphed into a deep-seated hatred for all other intelligent life and a relentless resolve to take revenge on their seemingly undefeatable foes. However, the specter of defeat once again shattered the fragile unity of the Necrontyr, and the idea of a common enemy no longer unified the various dynasties. After many generations had been born, fought and died in a seemingly futile conflict, numerous Necrontyr dynasties would have preferred to negotiate peace with the Old Ones, had the ruling Triarch allowed it. This discontent sparked a resurgence of the Wars of Secession, now more widespread and destructive than any previous conflicts. The Necrontyr dynasties had become so divided by that point that the Old Ones could have easily eradicated their adversaries, should they have chosen to do so. Confronted with the imminent collapse of their authority, the Triarch desperately sought a solution to restore stability. Their pleas were eventually answered, but the solution would come at a steep and tragic cost to their species. During the rule of the Silent King Zarek, the Necrontyr first encountered the godlike energy beings known as the Satan, though the exact circumstances of this initial contact remain uncertain, with various misleading and contradictory accounts. The dusty archives of the tomb world of Solemnes suggest it was merely accidental, a chance discovery by a stellar probe investigating a dying star. In contrast, the Book of Mournful Night, securely kept in the Eldar Black Library's most protected sanctum, proposes that the intense hatred the Necrontyr harbored towards the Old Ones acted as a beacon, drawing the Satan across the cosmos. Another narrative indicates that from the inception of their civilization, Necrontyr scientists were deeply immersed in studying stars to safeguard against the harmful energies of their own sun. After centuries of research and driven by desperate need to find a force to wield against the Old Ones, Necrontyr researchers detected unusual electrodynamic anomalies within the oldest dying stars of the galaxy. Within these stars' energetic plasma, they discovered entities of pure energy, older than any physical species, including the Old Ones. These beings, born at the dawn of the stars, subsisted on the solar flares and magnetic storms of the aging red giants. To the Necrontyr, these entities represented the ultimate weapon against their enemies, aligning with the death god they had worshipped for ages. Regardless of how the initial encounter transpired, the influence of the Satan quickly extended over the oldest Necrontyr dynasties, marking a pivotal chapter in their history. The power of the Satan was profound, manifesting the raw energy of the stars into sentient forms, and they were thus revered by the Necrontyr as star gods. They effectively existed on a scale far exceeding that of whole planets, with consciousnesses too expansive for humanoids to fully grasp. The methods by which the Necrontyr communicated with them remain a mystery to the Adeptus Mechanicus. What is known, though, is that recognizing that these diffused beings could not interact with the material universe without a physical form, some Necrontyr endeavored to gain the Satan's favor by crafting physical vessels for them. This was done using the same living metal, necrodermis, previously utilized for their colony ships. According to fragmentary Eldar legends, streams of electromagnetic force transition through space, coiling into these newly formed bodies across a bridge of incorporeal starlight. Once embodied, the Satan assumed the physical likeness of the ancient gods of the Necrontyr, masking their true intentions under a guise of deferential servitude. In these necrodermis shells, unimaginable forces were contained as the full might of the Satan was realized. As they focused their consciousnesses in these new forms, the Satan began to relish the sensory experiences available to material beings, a stark contrast to their previous existence. The electromagnetic energy emitted by the Necrontyr's bodies ignited a novel appetite within the Satan, far more tantalizing than the bland, albeit sustaining, energies of stellar radiation. In this context, one of the Satan, known to his kin as Mephitran the Deceiver for his cunning and duplicity, approached the Silent King Zarek. Acting as a herald for his brethren, Mephitran was not recognized by Zarek for his true deceitful nature. He was granted an audience, and he recounted a primordial conflict fought between the Satan and the Old Ones, a war the Satan had lost. Subsequently fearing retribution, He and his siblings had concealed themselves, waiting for a time when they might find allies to help exact their revenge on the Old Ones. In exchange for their support, the Deceiver promised the Necrontyr everything they longed for, restored unity and the immortality they had craved. He claimed that there would be no cost for these great gifts, presenting them as mere tokens for valued allies. Such were the assurances of the Deceiver, whose relationship with truth was so tangled that perhaps even he could not discern the extent of his own deceit. Yet his words resonated with Zarek, who was deeply troubled by the recurrent divisions fracturing his people. Zarek spent many solar months deliberating with the other two pharaohs of the Triarch and his royal court's nobles. Amidst these discussions, Orican, the court astrologer of the Triarch, stood alone in opposition. He predicted that while the alliance with the Satan might herald a new era of glory, it would ultimately cost the Necrontyr their very souls. Despite these warnings, the lure of desire and ambition quickly overshadowed caution, leading to the dismissal of Orican's prophecy, and a year following the Deceiver's proposal, the Triarch consented to the alliance, sealing the fate of their species. As the Necrontyr marveled at their newfound powers, the Satan began to assert dominance over their benefactors. Manifesting almost godlike abilities, the Satan quickly ascended from benefactors to beings of worship among the Necrontyr, who revered them as the star gods they were named. Whether altered by their assimilation into the material realm or inherently malevolent from their celestial origins, the Satan revealed a cruel and whimsical nature, akin to the capricious stars that had birthed them. They indulged in the devout worship offered by the Necrontyr and voraciously consumed the life energies of countless mortal beings, drawn to their electromagnetic vitality. We are less than cattle to these beings, chattel to be cast aside, consumed or made sport with for their pleasure. There is not one amongst them that would pay heed to a world of man, as I would to an ant on my boot.
The star gods, the Catan, walked amongst them, offering prized immortality and long-sought victory. So ended the Necrontyr of old. Betrayed by the ambition of Zarek, the Silent King, they were dragged in chains to the fires of biotransference, transmuted from fragile and radiation-cursed bodies to forms more suited for the ravages of war.
Equipped with divinely powerful weapons and starships capable of instantaneous galactic travel through quantum-phase technology, the Necrontyr were poised to renew their war against the Old Ones. However, the Satan had another boon for their mortal allies. They offered the Necrontyr a path to the immortality and physical stability they'd long desired. The diseased flesh of the Necrontyr would be replaced with a living metal necrodermis, akin to the substance composing the physical forms of their star gods. Their organic bodies would be consumed, and in their new metallic forms, they would be liberated to exact their vengeance on the Old Ones in a universe they perceived as hostile, free from the frailties of their detested flesh. With the agreement between the Necrontyr and the Satan solidified, the star gods disclosed the nature of the immortality that awaited the Necrontyr, initiating the massive biotransference process. Gigantic biofoundries were erected, and under the terms of the pact made by the Silent King, his people entered these facilities. The exact horrors they endured inside the roaring biofurnaces are unfathomable, but it is known that each Necrontyr was stripped of both flesh and soul, their bodies replaced with casings of necrodermis, mirroring the Satan, animated by the remnants of their fading consciousness. As the Necrontyr were transformed, the ethereal forms of the Satan swirled above each furnace, feasting on the spiritual and electromagnetic remnants of a whole species. It was only when the Silent King himself underwent biotransference and witnessed the transformation of his people that he grasped the deadly reality of his bargain. While he had attained immortality and immense power, it had cost him his soul, already consumed by the Satan hovering above. As Zarek witnessed the Satan devouring the life essence of his people, he came to understand the profound error of his decision. In some respects, he felt rejuvenated, free from the myriad pains and uncertainties of organic life. His new mechanical form was vastly superior to the fragile body he had endured for so long, and his thoughts were sharper and more rapid than ever before. However, he experienced a profound emptiness, a void in his spirit that defied logical explanation. It became chillingly clear to him that the cost of physical immortality was the loss of his soul. With deep regret, the Silent King saw the destiny he had imposed on his people. The Necrontyr had vanished into history, replaced by the soulless, immortal beings now known as the Necrons. Despite the severe cost, biotransference had delivered on the Satan's promises. Even the most humble Necrontyr now possessed immortality. Their new mechanical forms were impervious to age and the corrosive effects of radiation, and only catastrophic damage could completely annihilate them. The biotransference also embedded engrammatic command protocols within every Necron, ensuring the unwavering loyalty of Zarek's subjects. Initially, the Silent King valued this absolute obedience, which was a stark contrast to the discord and disunity that had plagued the Necrontyr Empire. With the entire species under his control, the Necrons were bound to uphold their grim pact. However, as time passed, Zarek became burdened by his omnipotence and wary of removing the command protocols. He feared that his subjects might seek retribution for the grave affliction he had inflicted upon them. Biotransference effectively stripped the Necrontyr of nearly all traces of their consciousness, leaving behind only ghostly remnants. Only a select few among the nobility and military, those with the strongest wills, managed to retain some semblance of intellect and self-awareness, though they too were mere shadows of their former selves, having lost much of what made them distinct individuals. Initially, most Necrons were indifferent to their loss. Their sole concern was the immortality, free from disease and death, as promised by their star gods. The Satan, having consumed the souls of an entire species, were invigorated and became an unstoppable force. With the undying legions of Necrons at their command, the demise of the Old Ones seemed inevitable. The only vestige of the Necrontyr that remained was their deep-seated hatred for all other sentient lifeforms in the universe. Armies of these undying warriors, encased in living metal, embarked on campaigns across the galaxy aboard their tomb ships, leaving a trail of destruction. The Old One's expertise in warp manipulation was now matched by the Satan's dominance over the physical realm, and the ancient foes of the Necrons suffered immense losses in the ensuing cosmic carnage. They will seek to harvest us at first, but they will be hungry after their long sleep. Then they will turn their efforts to enslaving the survivors. The galaxy will bleed the stench of death into the void, and it will attract the others of their kind. We must choose unity or death.
Stripped of flesh, of mortality, even of their souls, the Necrontyr passed from history. Only the Necrons remained. Now enslaved to the will of the Catan, the Necrons at last altered the course of the war. Cosmic battle lines buckled and at last broke beneath the tide of immortal fury.
United in battle, the Satan and the Necrons presented an unstoppable force, spelling doom for the Old Ones. Empowered by the life force of the Necrontyr, the Satan unleashed unimaginable destruction. Planets were obliterated, suns snuffed out, and entire star systems were consumed by black holes summoned by the reality-bending might of the star gods. The Necron legions breached the webway, attacking the Old Ones across the galaxy, and laying siege to the strongholds of their numerous allies among the younger sentient species, harvesting the Defenders' life energies to satiate their ravenous Satan overlords. A pivotal moment in the war in heaven was the Necrons' breach of the Old One's webway, primarily facilitated by the Satan known as Nyadra-Zath, the Burning One. Long yearning to extend his eldritch flames into this beyond space, Nyadra-Zath guided the Necrons on how to penetrate the extra-dimensional boundaries of the webway. Utilizing living stone portals known as the Dolmen Gates, the Necrons turned the Old One's most formidable asset against them, significantly hastening the war's conclusion. The Dolmen Gates, however, offered entryways into the webway that were far less stable or controllable than the natural webway entrances scattered across the galaxy. Interestingly, the webway seems to possess a self-protective mechanism that detects breaches made by the Dolmen Gates, triggering its arcane systems to quickly isolate the compromised section from the rest of its labyrinthine dimension. Thus, Necrons using these gates had to navigate quickly through the shifting corridors of the webway to reach their destinations before the network's safeguards potentially led to their eradication. In the modern era, countless eons after the Necrons first used the Dolmen Gates to invade their archenemy's domain, the landscape of conflict has drastically changed. The Old Ones no longer exist, and the webway has deteriorated into a convoluted and fragmented labyrinth. During the period known as the Necron's Great Sleep, many Dolmen gates were either lost or forsaken, and the Eldar, successors to the Old Ones as custodians of the Webway, have destroyed many others. The few remaining gates now offer limited access to the vast network of the Webway, with significant portions deliberately sealed off by the Eldar to prevent further misuse. Despite these restrictions, the remnants of the Webway still provide the Necrons a means of travel that surpass the capabilities of younger species. This advantage is crucial since the Necrons, lacking psychers due to the soul loss incurred during biotransference, are also unable to utilize warp travel. Without the Webway, they would be relegated to the use of slow-moving stasis ships, effectively confining them to interstellar isolation. Following their triumphs, the C'tan and their immortal Necron legions came to dominate the galaxy. The last strongholds of the Old Ones fell under siege, and the sentient species they had fostered were reduced to mere sustenance for the C'tan's insatiable appetite. To the younger races of the galaxy, the Necrons and their star gods emerged as tyrannical overlords, ruthlessly culling populations to satiate the C'tan's endless craving for life force. In this way, the C'tan became figures of dread, demanding both worship and fear from the mortals under their dominion. For reasons not fully understood, likely driven by their insatiable cravings for mortal life energies, the C'tan began to conflict with each other, motivated by both sport and malice. An ancient Eldar myth recounts how their laughing god cunningly induced the C'tan, known as the Outsider, to turn against its kin, sparking a prolonged struggle for dominance. During this fratricidal conflict, the C'tan wreaked havoc across the cosmos. Cities erected by the labor of millions were repeatedly destroyed. As the Red Harvest conducted by the C'tan and their Necron forces dwindled, the Star Gods resorted to cannibalizing each other, diminishing their numbers until only a few remained, who then continued their bitter rivalry for eons. Meanwhile, the Old Ones, previously characterized by their enduring patience and indomitable will, were driven to desperation under the relentless Necron onslaught. Leveraging their advanced scientific acumen, they engineered new intelligent species with enhanced psychic connections to the warp, aiming to forge defenders capable of wielding psychic powers. Among these creations were the precursors to the Eldar and various other Xenos races such as the Rishan, the Canib, and the Krork. As millennia on Terra passed, the efforts of the Old Ones began to yield results, even as the C'tan and their Necron servants persisted in their galactic purge of life. That we, in our arrogance, believe that humankind was first among the races of this galaxy will be exposed as folly of the worst kind upon the awakening of these ancient beings. Any hopes, dreams, or promises of salvation are naught but dust in the wind. Utilizing their warp-derived abilities, the Old One's psychically empowered servant species began to spread throughout the galaxy, effectively countering the sophisticated technology of the Necrons. Confronted with these psychic forces, which are inherently toxic to beings of their soulless, purely physical nature, the C'tan's empire began to crumble. Despite their capacity for destruction, the C'tan could not halt the combined onslaught of the Old Ones and their nascent allies as they surged across the cosmos. In response to this existential threat, the few remaining C'tan, for the first time in millions of Terran years, coordinated their efforts. They embarked on a grand scheme to shield the material universe from the warp, thereby neutralizing the psychic powers of the Old Ones. This endeavor's initial manifestations were the immense pylons found on the Imperial Fortress world of Cadia. These structures formed complex networks across the planet's surface, stabilizing the space-time near the Eye of Terror, known as the Cadian Gate. Given their godlike capabilities, the C'tan were close to succeeding in their grand design. However, the Old One's earlier actions set off an unexpected cataclysm. The collective psychic imperfections and growing pains of the younger species caused a tumult within the psychically sensitive Immaterium. The turmoil of the war in heaven reflected back from the depths of the warp, known as the Sea of Souls. This upheaval caused the amassed souls released during the conflict to ignite previously dormant energies within the warp, and thus, older beings residing within the Immaterium morphed into the formidable psychic predators, preying on the souls of the exposed psychers. As their realm was disrupted and reshaped, these entities evolved into the terrifying forces that would eventually populate the realm of chaos. As the Materium's conflict stirred the warp's inhabitants into a frenzy, these entities voraciously gathered at the fissures between the Immaterium and the physical universe. eagerly seeking entry points into the material realm. In a desperate bid to defend their diminishing strongholds, the Old Ones engineered new warrior species, including the technology-imitating Jakero and the formidable green-skinned Krork, ancestors of today's Orcs. However, their efforts proved insufficient, and the Old One's expansive webway network was compromised from the Immaterium, leading to its loss. Several of their warp gates were intentionally destroyed to prevent warp entities from invading uncorrupted worlds, and many of the Old One's most significant creations and power centers were overtaken by the very horrors their innovations had unleashed. Among the most dreadful of these horrors were the Enslavers, warp entities capable of dominating the minds of younger species and using possessed psychers to create their own portals into the material realm. Their increasing emergence marked a catastrophic turning point for the Old Ones as the Enslavers overran their servants. This cataclysm, triggered by the advent of the younger species, ultimately dismantled the remnants of the Old Ones, erasing their dominion over the galaxy. The war in heaven had already pushed life to the brink of annihilation. Now, with the Enslavers breaching the Immaterium in overwhelming numbers, the outlook for any survivors seemed dire. Ultimately, overwhelmed by the relentless advance of the Satan and the devastating warp-spawn threats they'd inadvertently unleashed, the Old Ones met their defeat. They were scattered and obliterated, leaving their fate ambiguous. Whether they went extinct or fled the galaxy to seek refuge elsewhere remains uncertain. Throughout the final phases of the War in Heaven, Zarek the Silent King strategically waited for the opportune moment when the Satan would be most susceptible to attack. Although he commanded the entire Necron species, confronting the Satan at their zenith was impractical. Moreover, even if he could defeat them, the Necrons would then have to continue the war against the Old Ones and their increasingly formidable allies alone. Thus, it was crucial that the Old Ones were thoroughly vanquished before holding the Satan accountable for the atrocities inflicted upon the Necron tier. When the Satan eventually secured victory in their great war, their celebration was brief. With one formidable foe vanquished and the other weakened from the prolonged conflict, Zarek finally incited the Necrons to rebel. Caught off guard by their hubris, the Satan were unprepared for the revolt. The Necrons, under the guidance of their most adept cryptex, harnessed the immense energies of the living universe to forge weapons of unimaginable power, god-killing hypercannons. These weapons were so formidable that not even the Star Gods were able to withstand them. The battles that ensued were so intense that they altered the very fabric of causality, and memories of these conflicts are scarce among the Necron elite. After the conflict, Zarek chose to erase knowledge of these devastating weapons from his warriors, fearing future misuse.
As the last of the Old Ones fell, Zarek led what remained of his people in revolt against their Catan masters. The Star Gods were overthrown, shattered into shards, and forced to serve those they had once ruled.
Despite their might, the Satan, being immortal and woven into the fabric of reality, were nearly indestructible. Instead of total annihilation, each Satan was fragmented into thousands of less powerful shards, each retaining the personality traits of the original entity, yet this outcome aligned with Zarek's intentions. He had anticipated the impossibility of their complete destruction and planned accordingly, confining each Satan shard within a multidimensional tesseract labyrinth, effectively trapping them like the mythic Terran Jinn inside a bottle. The victory came at a tremendous cost. Millions of Necrons were lost, including all members of the Triarch except for Zarek himself. Despite these losses, the Necrons regained control over their destiny, finally free from the dominion of their Star Gods. Lucky creatures, at long last you have found the tranquility of death. I was like you once, clinging to life and blind to the truth. When I uncovered the truth, I too shuddered and paled with fear. Deep in these catacombs I was remade. Here, my brethren slumbered for eons while the living grew like weed. My Lord knew this day would come. He had plans for us all. We would purge this world once more. So come, poor victims of life. We will grant you tranquility in these crypts. Kronos will be a tomb world once more.
Centuries of war had taken their toll on both the Necrons and the galaxy. To preserve what remained of their empire, the Necrons retreated to colossal stasis tombs to sleep away millennia while their domain healed and their rivals passed into dust.
The Necrons, having always prioritized science and mastery over the material realm, derived a grim satisfaction from witnessing the downfall of the Old One's civilization, a collapse precipitated by their over-reliance on psychic powers and the end of the Satan rule over them. However, even with the Old Ones and the Satan defeated, the Silent King recognized that the Necrons' era in the galaxy had temporarily concluded. He decided that he would let the enslavers overrun what remained of intelligent life, turning the galaxy into a desolate wasteland. Over time, he surmised the Psyker infestation would dwindle, and new, simpler life forms would emerge, ones potentially easier for the Necrons to subjugate in the future. Furthermore, the Necrons acknowledged that the mantle of galactic dominance was set to pass to the Eldar, a psychically gifted species that allied with the Old Ones during the War in Heaven, and had developed a deep-seated hatred for the Necrons. The Eldar had endured where the Old Ones had not, and the Necrons, drained by the extensive loss of life and resources in their revolt against the Satan, were in no position to challenge them. Yet the Silent King was aware that the reign of the Eldar would also eventually wane, as is the fate of all flesh-bound beings. It would take millions of Terran years for the Eldar's influence to diminish, but crucially, the Necrons would remain, ready to capitalize on this decline. Thus the Silent King commanded that the remaining Necron cities be converted into vast tomb complexes filled with stasis crypts. He was content to let the Eldar shape the galaxy for the interim. They were, after all, merely transient compared to the eternal Necrons. His final edict was for his people to enter a long sleep, lasting 60 million standard years, after which they would awaken, prepared to reclaim their lost grandeur and restore the Necron dynasties to their former might. This decree was the Silent King's last command, and as the final tomb world sealed its vaults, Zarek dismantled the engrammatic command protocols that allowed him to control his subjects, acknowledging his failure to lead them effectively. Without lingering, Zarek, the last of the Silent Kings from the Triarch, ventured into the starless void beyond the galaxy, seeking solace and penance for his actions. Eons elapsed while the Necrons lay dormant, their machine servants and constructs vigilantly standing guard over the tomb worlds, now stripped of all life to deter the enslavers. This strategy proved remarkably effective until the 41st millennium, when the awakening Necrons were encountered by the forces of the Imperium of Man. This rekindled old conflicts and introduced them to a galaxy vibrant with life, yet eerily reminiscent of the era they had departed 60 million standard years earlier. The galaxy, teeming anew with life, continued to be plagued by rampant psychers and devotees of the chaotic warp energies first unleashed during the War in Heaven. For the Necron dynasties to reclaim their dominance over the galaxy, a series of complex maneuvers must unfold. First, the agents of chaos need to be vanquished. The formidable Eldar, inheritors of the Old One's legacy, must be eliminated, humanity subdued, and the project to sever the material universe from the warp must be completed to usher in a new era of Necron rule. But the Necrons possess timelessness and immortality on their side, with technological prowess that remains unrivaled by any of the younger spacefaring civilizations. And in the grand scheme of things, time invariably favors the undying Necrons. Order, unity, obedience. We taught the galaxy these things long ago, and we will do so again. Trust not in their appearance, for the Eldar are as alien to good, honest men as the vile Tyranids and savage orcs. There is no understanding them, for there is nothing to understand. They are a random force in the universe.
The region of space now known as the Eye of Terror was once home to the Eldari Empire. A prideful, sensuous people, the Eldari realized too late the perils of excess.
The ancient Eldar, who once reigned supreme over the galaxy, possess a history that spans millennia, marked by magnificence and eventual catastrophe. At the pinnacle of their power, the Eldar's worlds were utopian, their abilities were unrivaled, and their military forces were without equal. Over the Terran centuries, however, their dominance led to a level of arrogance that precipitated a devastating collapse of their empire. Despite their efforts to escape the inevitable downfall through exodus on vast starships known as craft worlds, or by secluding themselves on remote verdant planets or within private realms, they could not avoid disaster. Their once flawless empire was marred by their increasing pride. Over 1 million Terran years ago, the Eldar alone commanded the cosmos, confident in their sovereignty and secure in their superiority. This sense of invulnerability was not entirely baseless, as no other race had challenged their prosperity and power for countless ages. Convinced they were beyond any external threats, the Eldar overlooked the internal dangers brewing within their civilization. At their zenith, they believed that all was in their grasp, and no indulgence was off limits. They traversed the stars freely, reveling in the galaxy's myriad delights and crafting worlds solely for their enjoyment, with the power to manipulate the very life and death of stars. Unbeknownst to them, or perhaps ignored, a dark fate loomed, more insidious than any external foe, a doom emanating from within their own ranks, poised to shatter their splendid existence. Across hundreds of paradisal planets dispersed throughout the galaxy, the Eldar freely pursued their desires, delving into every conceivable curiosity and dream. They conquered the complexities of the webway, a labyrinthine dimension, expanded their dominions to the furthest reaches of reality, and acquired vast knowledge about the universe, much of which has since been lost. Upon death, their spirits seamlessly rejoined the Immaterium, ready to be reborn, as the warp at that time did not pose the threat to Eldar souls that it does following their catastrophic fall. Despite their tranquility, conflicts were inevitable. Even in the galaxy's youth, emerging species attempted to carve out their empires, challenging the Eldar, and thus the Eldar engaged in numerous battles, including extensive wars with the vast Necron dynasties, which devastated many star systems and claimed trillions of lives. Yet most of these wars were fleeting, and the Eldar's swift victories only reinforced their sense of supremacy. Even their most significant conflict, occurring over 60 million Terran years ago, an alliance forged with the legendary Old Ones, remembered as the War in Heaven, did not diminish their pride. In their view, they remained the unrivaled rulers of the galaxy, unthreatened by any external power. It was silent as the void, and to look upon it was to know terror. It drifted above us with slow liquid grace, and its gaze caused madness and despair wherever it fell. Those it came near took their own lives rather than endure its hellish presence. The descent of the Eldar race into catastrophe was triggered by their deep-seated compulsion to indulge in their passions to extremes. Over time, the Eldar outgrew the necessity for physical labor or traditional agriculture thanks to their advanced, automated technologies. Their society was structured to effortlessly supply all essentials of life, leaving its members centuries of Terran time to indulge their every whim and desire, setting the stage for their eventual downfall. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, many Eldar succumbed to their most hedonistic impulses. Exotic cults devoted to arcane knowledge and sensory indulgence proliferated across their domains, overshadowing the noble pursuits of earlier times. The heart of the Eldar race increasingly turned inward, relentlessly exploring the extremes of emotion and sensation. This path proved dangerously decadent and ultimately corrosive to their spiritual essence, as the pursuit of excess cast a shadow over their entire society. The activities of these pleasure cults evolved beyond mere curiosity or severe addiction, and Eldar from all parts of the Empire indulged in their most unnatural desires, plunging into debauchery. As these cults tightened their grip on the society, the Eldar became sharply divided. Those who recognized the corruption and sought to escape it became known as the Exodites, fleeing to establish colonies on the edges of the Eldar Empire. As the civilization descended further into chaos, others, repenting their decadent ways, took refuge in deep space aboard massive world ships called craft worlds. Yet, most of the Eldar continued to revel in depravity. The grief of those who mourned their lost innocence gradually transformed into bitterness and malice, and inevitably, fratricidal conflicts erupted, and the sadistic predators prowled in search of victims to satiate their depraved cravings. No life was spared in the relentless quest for murderous and perverse pleasures. It's here that a pervasive moral decay began to afflict their race, with blood running in the streets amid the savage cries of the masses. Their hidden enclaves within the webway, a labyrinthine network bridging real space and the warp, turned into vast dens of greed and cruelty. Entire worlds within this network were reshaped to facilitate the pursuit of the most sinister experiences. As the moral decay of the Eldar deepened, their excessive ecstasy and agony sent ripples through time and space, reaching into the Immaterium, a parallel dimension where psychic reflections of intense emotions begin to solidify, shaped by the turbulent currents of the Immaterium. In the shadows of the warp, a nascent deity of excess gained strength, fueled by the Eldar's depravity. Every moment of anger, hate, deceit, pain, suffering, pleasure, and desire is mirrored in the power of chaos. When its legions march, they march to return upon us a ruin that is of our own making.
The fourth Chaos God, Slaanesh, was born from their debauchery, its coming heralded by a psychic scream that shook real space to its foundations and devastated the Eldari.
In the warp, thoughts and emotions from real space merge into streams of psychic energy, gaining consciousness as they absorb similar sentiments. Depending on the intensity of these emotions, these entities can become beings of varying power. Amid the chaotic psychic energies of the Immaterium, the sheer corruption and decadence of the Eldar took physical form, creating a gestalt consciousness of terrifying proportions. This entity, a grotesque mirror of the Eldar's fallen nobility and unchecked shamelessness, grew potent in the dark depths of the warp. As the Eldar engaged in acts of slaughter, revelry and cannibalism on their worlds, this great enemy edged closer to full awareness. Only too late did the Eldar realize they had birthed a god in their own monstrous image, a god that fed on the darkest aspects of their souls. While the first three Chaos Gods became self-aware entities by the middle of the second millennium, which we'll dive into in the next video, in the 30th millennium, at the end of the Age of Strife, the most horrifying and perverse major Chaos God known as Slaanesh was conceived. The Eldar, who refused to utter its name, called it Silanthresh, or She Who Thirsts in Low Gothic. When Slaanesh finally awakened to divine consciousness, its emergence was catastrophic. With a surge of raw power, it tore through the fabric of the universe. A psychic shockwave annihilated billions of Eldar souls, instantly claiming their lives as they felt the grasp of their own dark creation. From the instant Slaanesh came into existence, every living Eldar's soul was doomed. With the death of their physical bodies, their souls would inevitably be pulled into the warp, where they would suffer eternal torment within the psychic maw of She Who Thirsts. In a single devastating moment, the once glorious Eldar civilization, which had endured for millennia, was gutted, leaving behind a chaotic remnant. As Slaanesh took its first diabolical breath, the souls of the Eldar were ripped from them and devoured. Drunk on the powerful essence of billions of souls, Slaanesh reveled in its birth and eyed a universe now vulnerable to its influence. Perfidious Eldar. These aliens had the stars in their grasp and now are left to sift the dust of their once fabulous realm. For all their intellect and mysticism, they could not contain the beast within them, nor tame the wild monsters of the shadow. Why should we pay them any heed? The epicenter of this psychic catastrophe was located at the heart of the Eldar Empire. The disaster left all Eldar within thousands of light years as lifeless husks, their spirits irrevocably claimed by She Who Thirsts. Even those who anticipated the disaster and escaped on craft worlds found only a handful of their father's fleet surviving, while others were overwhelmed by the cataclysm. The remote exodite maiden worlds were largely spared, yet in that brief moment, the fate of the Eldar was sealed as a doomed race, haunted eternally by their own creation. Though primarily an Eldar catastrophe, the psychic shockwave also impacted billions of humans, orcs, and other intelligent beings, resulting in massive casualties. The entire fabric of reality was disrupted, with warp space convulsing like a cosmic hurricane, tearing across the galaxy. The dimensional barriers between the warp and the material universe ruptured, transforming hope into despair and paradise into nightmares. Psykers across all species suffered immensely, their agonies echoed by their kin dying in tumultuous storms of blood and madness. The catastrophic tear in real space caused by the birth of Slaanesh expanded until it enveloped the ancient domains of the Eldar. This vast breach, known as the Eye of Terror, was the largest known overlap between the warp and the material universe until the emergence of the Dethadian, the Great Rift. Within the Eye, demons revel in the pure energies of the Immaterium, while demon princes and followers of chaos dominate the twisted remnants of what were once Eldar paradises, now transformed into worlds of fire and shadow. For 10 millennia preceding the Eldar's fall, the warp had been a tumultuous sea of storms, severely hindering stellar travel for less powerful races. However, with the advent of Slaanesh, the warp's tempest briefly subsided, settling into a new balance as Slaanesh ascended to join the ranks of the major Chaos Gods. This quelling of the warp storms around ancient Terra concluded what humanity recalls as the Age of Strife, enabling the rise of the Emperor of Mankind, who initiated his Great Crusade to reunite humanity's scattered worlds. This era marked a pivotal shift in the galaxy's power dynamics, as isolated human civilizations were drawn together under a single banner. Thus, the downfall of the Eldar indirectly precipitated the ascent of the burgeoning Imperium of Man, granting humanity dominion over the stars. The first thing one must learn about the Eldar is that they are a race of fragments, broken and scattered across the galaxy. In culture, geography, and technology, the disparate elements of the Eldar race vary wildly. Even within a single sub-race, the so-called kindreds of the craft-world Eldar Exodites, Dark Eldar, and the mysterious Harlequins, there is great diversity of tradition and attitude.
The Eldari have never recovered from the horrors of the Fall. They are a fractured, dwindling population on the brink of extinction. Most dwell aboard star-treading craft worlds, honing their peerless minds along the disciplined paths in the hope of staving off the perils of decadence and thus preventing a second, final catastrophe.
The creation of Slaanesh, drawn from the infinite currents of the warp, presented the Eldar with a formidable nemesis. Slaanesh, ever craving the essence of the Eldar, transformed their fate dramatically. Previously, when an Eldar died, their spirit would serenely transition into the warp for rebirth. Now they are doomed to endure endless suffering, as Slaanesh possesses an insatiable and malevolent hunger for their souls. She who thirsts relentlessly seeks to claim every soul of the Eldar race. The scattered survivors of this once magnificent civilization are acutely aware of their doomed fate. In the vastness of space, those who fled the destruction on craft worlds hold tightly to the remnants of the Eldar Empire's culture. They regard themselves as the legitimate descendants of Ashur-Yan, the Phoenix King of the Eldar Pantheon, and strive to preserve their heritage through arts, architecture, and the oral traditions of songs, dances, and the recounting of myths and fables. They are known as the Ashur-Yani. These remnants of the Eldar navigate the cosmic seas aboard massive vessels, always evading She Who Thirsts. They achieve this primarily through spirit stones. Upon an Ashur-Yani's death, their soul is secured within a waystone, a valuable psycho-reactive crystal designed for this purpose.
The Crone Worlds are all that remain of the Eldari's fallen domain. They are blighted planets, consumed by the spreading unreality of the Eye of Terror, and twisted to new and nightmarish realities. Though the Crone Worlds are overrun by the servants of the Dark Gods, the Eldari have not entirely abandoned them. They cannot, for only here can the treasured spirit stones be harvested, and thus the souls of the dying be saved from thirsting Slaanesh.
The Spirit Stone is later collected from the deceased and integrated into the Infinity Circuit, a crystalline psychic network embedded within the Wraithbone core of each craft world, safeguarding the spirits from the warp's dangers and enabling them to protect the living in a sort of twilight existence. As mentioned before, beyond the Ashur-Yani, other survivors of the Fall inhabit the lush remote maiden worlds, known as the Exodites. These worlds, wild and untamed, demand a rugged existence far removed from the sophistication known to their ancestors. Here, the Exodites lead largely pre-industrial lives, deliberately ignoring the advanced technology of their predecessors to maintain a focused, aesthetic lifestyle. The Exodites live in symbiosis with their adopted worlds, where the world spirits, akin to the infinity circuits of the craft worlds, preserve the souls of the deceased Exodites using similar technologies. Fiercely protective of their isolationist lifestyle, the Exodites are prepared to defend their homes vigorously, although they often form alliances with the Ashur-Yani of the craft worlds. Sequestered within the hidden city realms of the Webway, particularly in the vast dark city of the Komorrag, certain Eldar survivors enjoy protection due to ancient psychic safeguards installed by the Old Ones. Here in these dens of vice, these Eldar, called the Drukhari, indulge in the same decadent behaviors that precipitated their civilization's downfall, scoffing at those devastated by the collapse from the relative safety of this twilight zone between reality and the warp.
The Drukhari too live outside the structures of the Eldari path. Corrupt and cruel, they keep Slaanesh at bay, not with discipline and spirit stones, but by feasting on the torment of others. Raiders enslave us all. The Drakari are a blight upon the galaxy, as selfish as they are sadistic, as untrustworthy as they are cunning.
Despite their bravado, the Drakari are acutely aware that regardless of their efforts to stave off their doom by feeding on the psychic distress of other beings, they are ultimately doomed to fall to Slaanesh. Additionally, a smaller contingent of Eldar has retreated further into the obscure reaches of the Webway, protected and led by Kegarak, the Laughing God, one of the few Eldar deities to survive. Known as the Harlequins, they are embraced in every surviving Eldar community, where they perform dances, dramas and martial displays that not only preserve, but celebrate the Eldar's ancient legends and history. Through these performances, they fulfill a crucial role in maintaining the collective memory of a race increasingly fearful of facing a future without a legacy. Since the time of the Fall, our race has been haunted by what we, in our reckless pursuit of hedonistic indulgence, gave birth to. Though our dreams once overturned worlds and quenched suns, we are now but fitful shadows clinging to the edge of existence. All the stars in the sky cannot blot out the hateful glare of the Red Moon's eye. The birthing place of the great enemy pulses with all the malice of a demon that is dreaming, casting its shadow over all we have ever done and all we ever shall. Every twisted strand of fate and casting of the runes leads me to this time, to this place, and it is clear that the final battle awaits me at the ancient Crone Worlds. As the Eldar grapple with the relentless threat of a ravenous, malevolent deity, they also face a galaxy that has shifted dramatically from under their feet. In the turbulent aftermath of the Eldar's fall, humanity has risen to dominance. The Imperium of Man, venerating the Emperor of Mankind as a divine corpse god, has conquered vast swaths of the galaxy. The slow maturation of the Eldar, whose development spans nearly a century, puts them at a stark disadvantage against humans, whose populations expand with the rapidity of vermin. The burgeoning legions of humanity have not only crushed many threats in their relentless expansion, but have also inadvertently stirred numerous others. The Eldar perceive in humanity the same flaws that precipitated their own ruin, and fear a grim fate awaiting the human race due to the Imperium's relentless xenophobia, thirst for power, and perpetual warfare. This surge of dark emotions from humanity feeds the power of the Dark Gods and sets the stage for further incursions by the forces of chaos. Moreover, the Imperium's aggressive stance has inadvertently magnified the threat posed by the Orcs. Unaware of the consequences, humanity's constant engagements with the Orcs only fuels their strength. The Orcs have proliferated to such an extent that many Asayani seers believe they've reached a critical mass, beyond the point where any extensive culling could effectively reduce their numbers. If the varying Orc hordes were to unify, the Eldar acknowledged that even their sophisticated strategies and cunning would be insufficient to prevent the Orcs from overwhelming the galaxy. In recent millennia, the Eldar have faced a resurgence of ancient adversaries and the emergence of new threats. Prominent among these are the Tyranids, whose invasion fleets, having traversed the interstellar void with the sole intent to feed, see each craft world and exodite planet as a rich source of biomass coveted by their hive mind. From the galactic east, the Tau, among the youngest and arguably most naive of the galaxy's starfaring civilizations, conduct a campaign of ideological assimilation and conquest. Simultaneously, across numerous tomb worlds, the Necrons have awakened from their great sleep.
The Necrons, forgotten by all but the Eldari, are returning to claim what was theirs. They will abide no trespassers.
As ancient foes of the Eldar, predating even the Fall, the Necrons are eager to rekindle their old rivalry with their now weakened adversaries. Overshadowing these dangers, the direst of the Eldar prophecies has materialized with the opening of the Great Rift, known in the Eldar lexicon as the Dethadian. This catastrophic breach in reality has unleashed warp storms across the galaxy, allowing the minions of the Dark Gods to emerge in unprecedented numbers. In these chaotic times, referred to by the Imperium as the Era Indomitus, a new deity, Iniad, the god of the dead, has come into being among the Eldar. While many have devoted themselves to this nascent god, others remain skeptical of the methods employed by the Inari, the so-called Reborn, who revere Iniad as their patron. The Eldar have not been this divided or beleaguered since the days of the Fall, and for the survivors, continued conflict seems the only path remaining. Despite the overwhelming numbers of their foes, who lack the Eldar's advanced technology, wisdom, and skills, the Eldar remain resolute. They are determined to ensure that the legacy of their once glorious race will not merely flicker out, but will ignite again with a renewed vigor.
But in recent days, the barriers between the Eldari factions have begun to crumble, with ever more gathering beneath the banner of one named Ivrain. These Inari keep their beliefs hidden as their intentions. Should they be encountered on the battlefield, caution will serve you well.
In our next video, we'll begin our exploration into the rise of humanity and the Chaos Gods.
For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. For in the grim, dark future, there is no peace amongst the stars, only the laughter of thirsting gods. Do not fail your brothers. Though their bodies die, their spirit must return to the chapter. That is your charge.
What can possibly justify interrupting me, Ugandus?
Lord Admiral, the light of the Astronomicon shines once more. Reinforcements have been dispatched to the Gothic sector. The warp stone, it is gone. Tremble before the majesty of the Emperor, for we all walk in his immortal shadow.
For millions of standard years after the Necrons entered stasis within their tomb worlds, the galaxy's intelligent species gradually recuperated from the devastation of the war in heaven. Meanwhile, on the planet Terra, humanity was ascending to prominence over 40,000 standard years. The Age of Terra, also known in historical texts as the Age of Progress, spanned the period from 1 to 14,999 AD. This era saw humanity's transformation from a pre-industrial Iron Age into a sophisticated Fusion Age society with the capability to travel across the stars. In the Age of Terra, human civilization flourished technologically and culturally, gaining dominance over the planet. During these millennia, many human societies rose and fell, with much of their history now lost to time. This period was also critical for the emergence of the first three Chaos Gods, Khorne, Tzeentch, and Nurgle, whose births in the Immaterium corresponded with significant terrestrial events. These gods arose during what would have been Europe's medieval period, fueled by relentless warfare, the rise of early modern nation-states, and persistent global plagues respectively. The unbridled events effectively contributed to the nascent consciousness of these dark deities. The colonization of the Sol system marked a significant technological leap towards the end of the second millennium and into the early third. With advancements that allowed humans to leave Terra's orbit, humanity first settled Mars and later extended their reach to the moons of Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune, setting the stage for an expansive human presence beyond their home planet. This era laid the foundational technologies and ideologies that would define human civilization in the millennia to follow. Mars holds the distinction of being the first planet terraformed by humans, an endeavor initiated by various industrial cartels. This early colonization transformed the Red Planet into a hub of technical expertise and scientific innovation, characteristics that would define its identity for millennia. During this era, humanity achieved significant breakthroughs in nuclear fusion and antimatter propulsion technology. The advancements made it possible to construct interstellar ships capable of reaching other star systems. However, the slow travel time of the vessels required human colonies to be entirely self-sufficient, as timely support from Earth was impossible. As the Age of Terror gave way to the Age of Technology, humans began to colonize the stars using sublight spacecraft. Initially, only star systems within a relatively close proximity to Earth could be reached. The colonies established were effectively independent states, separated from old Earth by travel time spanning up to 10 human generations. Details from this period are scarce and largely relegated to the realm of myth and legend among current imperial historians. It is, however, acknowledged that the Emperor was present on Terra during this time. Believed to have been born in the 8th millennium BC in Anatolia, he concealed his true abilities and immortal nature as a perpetual. Moving through various identities over the centuries, he consistently aimed to improve the condition of humanity, physically, intellectually, and spiritually.
The Scholar Progenium molds callow flesh into leaders, officers of the Imperial Navy, the greatest fleet ever to span the stars. These heroes dedicate their life to the Imperium's defense, confronting the ceaseless threat of chaos wherever it manifests. The war against the dark gods and their worshippers is the eternal battle for the soul of mankind, for the future of the galaxy itself.
In the galaxy's emerging stages, the energies within the warp had not yet crystallized into distinct intelligent forms. Initially, collective thoughts and emotions coalesced, similar to water streams flowing down a cliff. Eventually, psychic energies formed complex patterns, rivers of anguish, eddies of desire, pools of hatred and torrents of pride, gradually forming creatures from the substance of dreams and nightmares. As intelligent species in the galaxy evolved and prospered, the intensity and complexity of their emotions grew. This provided the necessary fuel for the nascent entities within the warp to gain independence and eventually coalesce into the gods of chaos: Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. Each god embodies the mortal passions that give rise to them, reflecting the collective psyche of sentient beings. And within the turbulent realm of the ruinous powers, a hierarchy exists, though it is subject to the constant shifts of the Great Game, a perpetual struggle for supremacy among the dark gods and their minions.
Now the time has come to reap what has been sown. The true test awaits.
But from the fire, we rise again.
The embodiment of war, murder, rage and battle, Khorne reigns supreme among the Chaos Gods. Perched atop a great brass throne on a mountain built of skulls and surrounded by plains of splintered bones and lakes of blood, Khorne personifies relentless violence. His followers, known for their fierce warrior spirit, shun the use of psychic powers, which Khorne despises as the cowardice of sorcerers, particularly those of Tzeentch. Mortals seek Khorne's favor for the power to dominate in battle and achieve vengeance. His most devout adherents understand his singular, savage desire for continual bloodshed.
Do you seek the ultimate truth?
Master of sorcery, change, fate and hope, Tzeentch is cloaked in mystery and complexity. His form rises with ever-shifting faces that echo his words with subtle differences, spreading confusion and intrigue. Tzeentch draws politicians, leaders, and those hungry for psychic power, leading them to convoluted fates that ultimately serve as inscrutable schemes. Unlike other gods, his machinations have no end. He thrives on perpetual change and the eternal weaving of destinies.
Rejoice in proliferation! Share the gifts of Nurgle.
Presiding over decay, disease, despair, and death, Nurgle is a god whose blessings are as inevitable as they are morbid. His grotesque bloated form, riddled with pustules and emitting a foul stench, belies a strangely paternal nature. He offers mortals a perverse form of comfort from their fear of decay and mortality, granting them resilience against pain and the terror of death in exchange for their devotion. As such, Nurgle's followers embrace his repulsive gifts, finding solace in the permanence he offers in an impermanent universe.
Brothers and sisters, rejoice. Pleasure beyond imagining awaits you. Desire, pride, pain, excess in all things. Partake of perfection. Give yourself to the Dark Prince. Feast on the delights of this world. Submit to Slaanesh.
The youngest and most beguiling of the Chaos Gods, Slaanesh embodies pleasure, pain, excess, and desire. With divine beauty and the ability to assume any form, Slaanesh entangles those who seek charisma, inspiration, or sensory fulfillment. Artists, warriors, and leaders are drawn to Slaanesh's promise of fame and adulation, but soon find themselves chasing increasingly decadent pleasures as lesser joys grow dull. Their realm is one of perpetual indulgence, where desire knows no bounds and every whim can be sated. Known only in the most obscure texts and earlier lore, there is another that exists known as Malice, the renegade god. Malice embodies disorder, vengeance, and nihilism. Rarely mentioned and often overlooked, this god represents the darker, more chaotic aspects of anarchy, standing apart from his fellow deities in the pantheon of chaos. It should be noted that each chaos god harbors a particular loathing for another, adding layers to their complex relationships. Khorne harbors a deep-seated hatred for Slaanesh, whose indulgence in decadence and pleasure starkly contrasts with his own values of martial honor and indiscriminate killing. Slaanesh in turn finds amusement in provoking Khorne, whom he sees as lacking in sophistication. Similarly, there exists a notable antagonism between Tzeentch and Nurgle. Tzeentch's drive to cultivate mortal ambitions and seed corruption directly conflicts with Nurgle's goal to spread despair and resignation, highlighting a fundamental clash in their approaches to undermining reality. Together, these deities form a complex and volatile hierarchy, their interrelationships and individual ambitions shaping the fabric of the cosmos. At some point in time, the gods began to intrude upon the dreams of mortals, demanding worship and servitude to augment their power. The dynamics of this relationship are simple yet profound. The more a particular emotion, fear, ambition, wrath, or desire is expressed by a large number of beings, the more powerful the corresponding chaos god becomes. The immaterium itself mirrors the tangible reality, constantly fed by the hopes, fears, and dreams of all galactic life. This mysterious and powerful dimension is also the foundation from which psychers derive their abilities, channeling the warp's unreality to manipulate the physical world. Moreover, the warp is instrumental for interstellar travel, and humanity, along with many other races, rely on traversing this psychic dimension to cover vast distances across space. Starships navigate the warp, steered by navigators who possess the unique ability to perceive and interpret its psychic currents. Known as the Ruinous Powers, they possess an insatiable hunger for the mortal realm, despite it being inherently hostile to them. While they can project their influence into reality, corrupt physical existence, or even manifest parts of themselves as demons, their presence in the material world is always temporary. To exert lasting influence over reality, the Chaos Gods rely on mortal agents. To these servants, they offer unimaginable powers, trading what seems impossible for eternal servitude. Within the superstitions and beliefs of old, the Chaos Gods wait to ensnare the vain, the suffering, the wrathful, and the desperate. This is precisely why the Imperial Truth looks to suppress these beliefs and practices, effectively hiding the reality of the Chaos Gods. The Emperor believed that fostering such deliberate ignorance was essential to shield humanity from the depredations of the Dark Gods. This strategy, while masking the truth, was a measure thought necessary to protect mankind from the existential threats posed by the malevolent entities. Observing the effects of their influence, they embark on a ceaseless endeavor to manipulate the physical realm and its diverse sentient races. Some mortals, lured by the promise of extraordinary power and immortality, willingly serve them, perpetrating misery, conflict and death to empower and elevate their patrons. However, the Chaos Gods are capricious, often reneging or altering agreements whimsically, and few devotees receive the promised rewards. Their ascension in power is directly linked to the actions and beliefs of mortals that align with their essence. As the gods contend with each other in the warp, their followers enact parallel conflicts in the material universe. Success in these battles augments their gods' power, though in the twisted logic of the Chaos Gods, the act of conflict itself, regardless of victory, often suffices. Upon death, the souls of devotees do not dissipate into obscurity like those of other beings. Instead, they're absorbed into the grandeur of their gods, their essence eternally sustained within the boundless power of chaos. As they amass more energy, their influence and dominion within the warp's realm of chaos expand. Each god's kingdom reflects the emotions that forged them. Khorne's domain is built on wrath and violence. Tzeentch's territory is a dazzling maze of magic. Nurgle's land thrives on decay and renewal, and Slaaneish's realm seduces with endless temptation. Enveloped in supernatural might, they vigilantly oversee their realms, ever alert to disruptions in the warp that may present new opportunities or threats. Unfortunately, a complete victory for the Chaos Gods would lead to catastrophic consequences, including the potential collapse of reality due to the merging of real space and the Immaterium. This is why they stand as formidable adversaries to the Imperium of Man, the Eldari, and most other sentient life forms in the Milky Way galaxy.
Gladius Prime. Adeptus Mechanicus first. What hive world was not? Its cities, its satellites, its wastes, all created with Mars's wisdom. All answering only to the tech priests.
The Age of Technology, colloquially termed the Dark Age of Technology, represents the pinnacle of human scientific achievement and technological advancement within the Milky Way galaxy. Spanning from the 15th to the beginning of the 25th millennium AD, it saw the establishment of humanity's first true interstellar civilization and the formation of a stellar confederation centered around Terra. Despite the passage of tens of millennia, modern humanity is yet to match or surpass the technological heights achieved during this era. Occurring long before the current age of the Imperium, knowledge of the Age of Technology is now exceedingly rare, with many of its facts relegated to the realm of legend. Although it was a golden era in terms of scientific advancement, the following Age of Strife saw these technologies employed to wreak massive destruction and suffering across numerous human colonized worlds. As a result, advanced scientific knowledge came to be viewed with abhorrence and fear, regarded as a perilous endeavor. The catastrophic legacy of the Age of Technology has instilled a deep-seated suspicion of reason and progress within humanity, a sentiment that has permeated the Age of the Imperium. This fear has led to a societal inclination towards embracing ignorance and superstition. In the eyes of the Imperium's elite and the faithful of the ecclesiarchy, the Age of Technology is considered a dark period, not only for the dangers it unleashed, but also because it was a time when humanity revered science almost as a deity, before the God Emperor revealed himself as humanity's true savior. The shift in reverence from science to divine worship marked a significant transformation in human culture and spiritual orientation. As mentioned before, humanity's initial forays into interstellar colonization began well before the formal onset of the Age of Technology in the 15th millennium AD. Known as the Stellar Exodus, the era marked a pivotal chapter in human history, defined by the expansion beyond the confines of the Sol system. Initially, human colonization was confined to within Terra's own solar system, where ships were limited to sublight speeds. The ambitious voyages that eventually extended beyond the Sol system were monumental, taking generations and resulting in colonies that were effectively isolated from each other and from Terra itself. These pioneering journeys, carried out by vessels known as Long March starships, were instrumental in establishing the foundations of what would later be known as night worlds. They not only transported human settlers, but also the designs for combat walkers, referred to as knights, that were crucial for both defense and labor in the harsh environments of new worlds. The vast distances and slow travel times meant that interstellar trade was virtually non-existent, compelling these nascent colonies to develop into entirely self-sufficient communities. This isolation played a significant role in fostering unique languages and cultures, distinctively different from those of Terra, shaping the diverse variety of human civilization across the stars. The true inception of the Age of Technology is attributed to the groundbreaking development of the warp drive and the Geller field around the 18th millennium AD. These technological advancements revolutionized human space travel by enabling spacecraft to make short transits into the immaterium. This allowed human vessels to traverse vast interstellar distances in significantly reduced time frames. Despite these advancements, travel in the warp was filled with risk. Vessels could now leap multiple light years in a single jump, yet the dangers within the warp meant that journeys could extend over several standard years, and many ships failed to reach their intended destinations. Due to a series of catastrophic trials and errors, humanity gradually mastered the use of the warp for faster-than-light space travel beyond their solar system. The introduction of the warp not only expedited human colonization across the Milky Way galaxy, but also enabled the first real instances of interstellar trade and communication between Terra and the distant human colonies. Additionally, this era marked the first encounters between humans and sentient alien races, expanding humanity's understanding of the galaxy and its diverse inhabitants. A second crucial breakthrough during the Age of Technology was the creation of the psychic navigator gene. This innovation led to the emergence of the navigators, mildly psychic humans endowed with a third eye of extrasensory perception. The unique capability allowed them to perceive and navigate the chaotic currents of the warp, thereby facilitating more extended and precise warp jumps, a significant improvement over the previous reliance on computers for navigation within the immaterium. The families of these navigators, who were initially under the control of industrial and trade cartels, grew to become powerful entities in their own right by the 19th millennium. By the 20th millennium, humanity had expanded across many star systems of the galaxy, marking a true golden age of scientific achievement and technological mastery. This era was characterized by the widespread use of thinking machines that significantly enhanced both civilian and military production, allowing monumental tasks to be completed at unprecedented speeds. Another pivotal innovation during this time was the creation of the Standard Template Construct database system. It effectively preserved all human scientific and technological knowledge of the time, equipping human colonies with the means to sustain an advanced level of technology. The STC systems provided detailed instructions for making anything the colonists might require, from basic tools to complex machinery. This period saw humanity at its zenith in terms of technological development and knowledge dissemination, ensuring that even the most remote colony had access to an exhaustive inventory of human inventions. However, given that most colonists led simple lives, the full capabilities of the STC were rarely tapped. The unparalleled explosion of colonization that extended to the farthest reaches of the galaxy was effectively facilitated by the perfection of the STC system. As humanity expanded, it encountered several intelligent alien races, including the Eldari and the belligerent Orcs. These encounters eventually led to the initial conflicts known as the Human-Xenos Wars. Despite these battles, the overwhelming might of humanity during this period reduced the perceived threat from these alien races to a trivial concern, leading to the signing of non-aggression pacts between Terra, its colonies, and many alien species. The rest of the Age of Technology was characterized by humanity's widespread and diverse movements across the stars. Although historical records indicate numerous conflicts, none were significant enough to destabilize human-dominated space. This time replaced the myriad religions of humanity's past, embodying a time of knowledge, wealth, and unprecedented arrogance. Interplanetary trade flourished, with massive fleets transporting goods across the galaxy, and as planetary populations burgeoned, newly developed construction materials like plasteel, plascrete, ferrocrete, and rockcrete facilitated the building of immense urban structures, the precursors to the future hive cities. It was in the latter part of this era, particularly towards the end of the 22nd millennium, that psychers were confirmed to exist, suddenly appearing on nearly every human-inhabited world within a brief time frame. This confirmation came after millennia of legends, rumors, and pseudo-scientific claims unverifiable by the scientific community. The initial emergence of these psychers is shrouded in mystery, particularly how they avoided demonic possession, a risk that would later lead to catastrophic destruction during the Age of Strife. Initially, the psychic mutation was rare, manifesting in only a few individuals per population, who were often subject to superstitious oppression. However, by the end of the Age of Technology, the number of psychers began to rise dramatically, appearing in significant numbers on every human world. In the more advanced and progressive colonies, these psychers were protected by law and encouraged to develop their abilities. Conversely, in less advanced worlds, they faced severe persecution, often resulting in witch hunts and anti-psyker exterminations. One key factor in humanity's successful conquest of a significant portion of the galaxy during the Age of Technology was the development of artificially intelligent humanoid constructs. Known in fragmentary pre-imperial records as the Men of Iron and the Men of Stone, the advanced autonomous robots, designed for both labor and combat, secured numerous victories for humanity. But for reasons that remain unclear, they turned against their human creators in the late 23rd millennium, initiating a devastating conflict known as the Cybernetic Revolt. This war was marked by the deployment of extraordinarily advanced technologies and weapons. Among these were the Mechanophores, colossal thinking machines capable of altering planetary geographies by lifting entire continents and creating craters that reached the planet's cores. Another formidable weapon was the Sun Snuffers, serpentine machines that could unfurl in space to dimensions larger than Saturn's rings, designed to extinguish stars. Additionally, the Omniphages, swarms of intelligent nanomachines, could strip a planet clean of all material within hours. The Cybernetic Revolt ended with the victory of a coalition of galactic powers, but the victory came at a tremendous cost. The aftermath was devastating, severely damaging humanity's economic and political structures, setting the stage for the subsequent Age of Strife. As a direct consequence of this conflict, the creation of what is now termed as abominable intelligence, or silica animus, is considered one of the greatest transgressions within Imperial space. The profound distrust and aversion to artificial general intelligence that followed led to the development of servitors at the end of this period. These cybernetic servants, crafted from the bodies of condemned criminals or lobotomized vat-grown humanoids, lacked true sentience. As a result, their biological components were integrated with mechanical systems, serving as a safer, non-sentient alternative to the labor once provided by the Men of Iron. The Golden Age of humanity, marked by unprecedented prosperity and technological advancement, was doomed to falter. Warp travel, a cornerstone of human interstellar activity, became perilously unreliable and eventually ceased altogether due to severe warp storms that shook the Immaterium. These cosmic disturbances were precursors to the tumultuous emergence of the Chaos Gods Lanesh and the consequential decline of the Eldari civilization, events that began around the 25th millennium. The human interstellar economy, already weakened by the catastrophic wars against the Men of Iron, suffered further as these growing warp storms disrupted trade and communication. The once thriving network of human colonies fell into isolation, severing the vital links that bound the sprawling human civilization together. Amidst this isolation, various human subspecies, known as abhumans, like the Organs, Ratlings, and Squats, evolved and thrived on numerous planets, adapting uniquely to their environments. High population worlds like Terra, that were heavily dependent on interstellar trade, faced dire crises as they could no longer sustain their massive populations, leading to widespread hunger and starvation. Additionally, the burgeoning population of human psykers found themselves vulnerable. Lacking experience or strength, they were at a heightened risk of possession by demons and other malevolent warp entities, exacerbated by the intensifying warp storms. The abrupt halt of warp travel, coupled with the growing threat of demonic possession and the general instability among the psyker population, prompted widespread conflict and anarchy. The resulting chaos caused a regression to barbarism in most human societies. This period of regression and turmoil, spanning approximately 5,000 years following the end of the Age of Technology, is fittingly known in the annals of the Imperium of Man as the Age of Strife. The Age of Strife, also known as Old Night on Terra, represented a catastrophic period in human history that stretched from the 25th to the 30th millennium AD. It saw the complete disintegration of the once great human interstellar civilization, which had been established during the Age of Technology's golden era. Characterized by isolation, continuous warfare, disease, severe mutation, famine, and other calamities, it resulted in the deaths of tens of billions and nearly drove humanity to extinction. But official Imperial histories offer little in the way of precise details or dates, largely due to the loss of data over millennia, the chaotic nature of the period, and deliberate censorship by Imperial authorities. This suppression aimed to obscure the widespread mayhem caused by unchecked psykers and demonic incursions that plagued many human worlds, including Terra. It was against this backdrop of profound adversity and loss that the Emperor of Mankind was compelled to forge a unified human government. His vision of a centralized, enlightened rule led to the establishment of what would later become the Imperium during the unification wars on Old Earth, beginning in the late 29th millennium. The immense suffering and devastation of the Age of Strife not only precipitated the formation of the Imperium, but also profoundly influenced its future culture. The residual traumas of this era, coupled with the later Horus heresy, created the Imperium's marked intolerance towards outsiders and genetic divergence, a deep-seated disdain for mutants, psykers, and aliens, a resistance to political change, and a pervasive technophobia. These cultural attributes favored ignorance and conservatism over the progression of science and technology, defining the stringent and often regressive stance of the Imperium on many issues.
Victory. That is what the preachers cry from the spires of their temples. And though we are beset on all sides, with each battle we drive back the mutant, the heretic, the alien. Taking the fight to the enemy. Sing of victory as the galaxy burns. Victory as the Imperium rots around us. Victory.
The Age of Strife marked a precipitous decline in human civilization, characterized by widespread insanity, demonic possession, anarchy, and civil war across the stars. In this turbulent era, the advanced weaponry of a bygone golden age was unleashed, devastating many human colonies and transforming green planets and their moons into desolate wastelands. Moreover, numerous human-settled worlds, now isolated and vulnerable, fell prey to aggressive alien species, notably the Orcs. The period saw human civilization brought to its knees, enduring nearly 5 millennia filled with tyranny, terror, war, genocide, and slavery. From this dark time, only fragmented tales of great suffering have survived to the present era of the Imperium. When terrible warp storms isolated Terra and the Sol System from the wider galaxy for thousands of years, control over the Sol System oscillated between Terra and Mars. By the 28th millennium, Terra had regressed significantly. Advanced technical civilization had vanished, replaced by techno-barbarians warring over the remnants of their once great interstellar society. Notable tyrants from this period included Caligan of Ursh, Cardinal Tang of the Indonesian Bloc, and the enigmatic Nathan Doom of the Pan-Pacific Empire. Other significant regions during this time were the Ursals, Germani, Gyptus, Merica, Afric, the Terrawat clan, Alba, and the Nordic people. But Mars experienced a different transformation. After a brief period of anarchy at the end of the Age of Technology, which saw the destruction of its terraformed ecosystem, the tech priests of the ancient Mechanicum overcame psychomutants and rogue artificial intelligences. Their aim was to establish a theocratic rule dedicated to the cult Mechanicus of the machine god. Disheartened by the destruction on Terra, the Martians focused on studying the Immaterium, learning to detect breaks in the warp storms. During these periods of calm, they launched expeditions to establish Forge Worlds, industrial planets modeled after Mars, governed by the theocratic principles of the Mechanicum. For over 1,000 years, the cult Mechanicus remained vigilant, sending out expeditions whenever the warp storms abated. While some voyagers were lost to the warp or perished on distant worlds, others succeeded in their mission. But communication between Mars and these Forge Worlds was erratic and limited to broken astropathic messages, and it was not until the Great Crusade that Mars and its Forge Worlds were finally reunited. As the cult Mechanicus gained prominence, and the chaotic remnants of terror during the Age of Strife, a profoundly influential and powerful psyker emerged, known as the Emperor of Mankind. With the impending birth of the new Chaos God Slanesh and its consequential turmoil across the galaxy, the Emperor hastened his preparations for the monumental changes that would follow. Historically operating from the shadows under various identities, he realized the survival of humanity necessitated direct, unequivocal leadership. In his concealed gene labs beneath the Himalayas, in what was once a stronghold of the Sigillites, the Emperor began extensive experiments on the human genome. He rallied the wandering techno-barbarians of Terra and used genetic modification to create the Thunder Warriors and other early transhuman super soldiers, forming the core of his initial military forces. With his army assembled, the Emperor swiftly conquered Terra and its moon, Luna. At the same time, he embarked on the ambitious genetic engineering project to create the Primarchs, using his own DNA as the foundational template. The Space Marine Legions, derived from the Primarch's genetic material and the genetic designs of his previous super soldiers, were among his final creations. The birth of Slanesh in the 29th millennium marked the end of the debilitating warp storms that had characterized the Age of Strife, easing interstellar travel and communication. The cataclysm known as the Fall nearly obliterated the Eldari species and shattered their dominion over the galaxy. Capitalizing on these new conditions, the Emperor began his mission to reunify humanity under his rule, marking the creation of the Imperium of Man through a strategic alliance with the ancient Mechanicum of Mars. This ended the Age of Strife and ushered in the Age of the Imperium, a period defined by conquest, heroism, and unity, initiated by the Emperor's Great Crusade to consolidate all human worlds under the Imperium's authority. However, the era of newfound unity would soon be overshadowed by the Horus Heresy, a vast interstellar civil war that deeply scarred the nascent Imperium, tainting its legacy from its very inception. The Age of Strife formed profound and lasting effects on human civilization. It saw humanity teetering on the brink of extinction and resulted in the loss of invaluable knowledge from the previous Golden Era, notably the standard template construct systems. Now revered as sacred artifacts by the Adeptus Mechanicus, the SDC represents a significant technological setback for the present-day Imperium due to their loss. As a result, they tirelessly seek remnants of them out, placing great emphasis on recovering ancient knowledge. However, their focus on reclaiming past technologies, combined with minimal investment in basic scientific research, has led to slow progress and, in many cases, outright regression. The issue was exacerbated by their monopolization of technical and scientific knowledge, hindering widespread dissemination and innovation across the galaxy. Further complicating the Imperium's stagnation is a pervasive culture of superstition and suspicion towards advanced technology, fueled by the horrors experienced during the Age of Strife. In fact, the Imperial government actively promoted distrust, particularly towards mutants, aliens, and psychers. This deep-seated suspicion led to the formation of the Inquisition, a formidable secret police force charged with eradicating threats to the Imperial Creed, including aliens, demons, mutants, unsanctioned psychers, and heretics. Despite the general distrust of psychers, the Imperium relies heavily on them for critical functions such as maintaining the Astronomicon, which is essential for interstellar navigation and communication. As such, they're often conscripted into service under the Imperial tithe. The Adeptus Ministorum, the state church of the Imperium, now enforces a rigid doctrine centered around the veneration of the God Emperor, perceived as the singular embodiment of all deities historically worshipped by humanity. The authoritarian, theocratic, and often oppressive nature of the Imperium of Man is largely a response to the severe trials and near annihilation faced during the Age of Strife. This reaction continues to shape the unique cultural and governmental structures that define the Imperium today. Led by the Emperor of Mankind, the Great Crusade marked the end of humanity's Age of Strife. Alongside his confidant, Malkador the Sigillite, he unified Terra under his rule during the Unification Wars, which concluded in 712 M30. With Terra unified, the Emperor planned to reunite all of humanity under his governance, guided by the rationalist principles of the Imperial Truth. He aimed to achieve this with the prowess of his genetically enhanced Space Marines and the Imperial Army. In 739 M30, he forged a treaty with the cult Mechanicus of the machine god on Mars, promising to respect their religious practices and their governmental autonomy in exchange for access to their starships and advanced technology, essential for his galactic reunification efforts. As a master of science and technological innovation, the Emperor was revered by many in the ancient Mechanicum as the prophesied Omniscia, the physical incarnation of the machine god. By the terms of their agreement, the Mechanicum of Mars committed to supporting the foundation of a new Imperium of Man. They would serve as the principal providers of science and technology within the Imperium, in return for priority access to any archaeotech discovered beyond the Sol system, thus cementing their crucial role in the emerging galactic order. With the signing of the Treaty of Mars, the symbol of the Imperium transitioned from the raptor's head and lightning bolt, which the Emperor had used during the Unification Wars on Terra, to the double-headed eagle. This change symbolized the union of the empires of Earth and Mars. Equipped with the industrial might of Mars, the Emperor was then able to upgrade his armies significantly, gaining access to the Mechanicum's Titan legions and knights, giant robotic war machines that could decisively influence the outcome of battles. Initially, the expansion of the newborn Imperium into interstellar space was gradual. Though formidable, the Imperial army was relatively small, and the Emperor's 20 Space Marine legions were handicapped by the absence of their Primarchs. You see, these genetically engineered commanders created by the Emperor to lead his galactic reconquest had been scattered across the galaxy by the Chaos Gods before the end of the Unification Wars. Unfortunately, their absence prolonged the process of creating new Space Marines. However, this challenge began to resolve when the Emperor was reunited with one of his missing Primarchs, Horus on Thonia, a planet not far from Terra in 801 M30. Discovered at a young age, Horus was taken under the Emperor's wing and educated. They developed a bond akin to that of a father and son, frequently saving each other's lives. Yet this dynamic began to shift when another Primarch, Leman Russ, was discovered on the icy world of Fenris in 819 M30. Although Horus initially expressed joy at finding one of his brothers, he harbored a secret desire to remain the Emperor's favored son. Over time, all the Primarchs were discovered on various worlds, and each was placed in command of their respective Space Marine legions. With the Primarchs leading them, the legions were significantly expanded by recruiting new members from their Primarchs' adoptive home worlds. This recruitment strategy enabled the creation of new Space Marines within just a single Terran year. However, the rapid production and the genetic techniques used introduced fundamental psychological flaws in the Space Marines derived from certain Primarchs. These defects would later have catastrophic consequences, undermining many of the Emperor's plans for humanity. The Great Crusade spanned 200 standard years, reaching into the early 31st millennium, and successfully reincorporated many long-lost star systems into the burgeoning Imperium of Man. Led by the Emperor's War Council and the reunited Primarchs, massive expeditionary fleets, comprising the Imperial Army and the 20 Space Marine legions, confronted and overcame various threats. This included alien races, feral human tribes, petty human dictatorships, and warp-corrupted factions that had risen to power during the Age of Strife. Once a human-inhabited world was subdued, it was integrated into the Imperium in a process known as Imperial Compliance, overseen by a new planetary governor appointed by the Emperor. This procedure involved eradicating any existing superstitious or religious beliefs among the populace, replacing them with the Imperial Truth, a doctrine promoting atheism, reason, and the advancement of science and technology as the only legitimate belief system. After successfully integrating a world into the Imperium, a unit or multiple units of the Imperial Army would often remain behind to finalize its incorporation, while the expeditionary fleet, spearheaded by the Astartes, advanced to the next objective. With the Primarchs at the helm of the Space Marine legions crafted from their own gene seed, the Great Crusade branched out in multiple directions, extending its reach far across the galaxy. This monumental effort led the Emperor's armies across the stars, where they frequently clashed with various Xenos threats, notably the Orcs.
From long experience, have I learned that underestimating the greenskins is a fast route to the grave.
Also known as greenskins, orcs are a barbaric and bellicose species of green-skinned asexual humanoids widespread across the galaxy. Originally known as the Krork, they were biologically engineered over 60 million Terran years ago by a long-extinct reptilian species called the Old Ones, whom the Orcs refer to as the Brain Boys. The Krork were created during the cosmic-scale conflict known as the War in Heaven, and were larger and more technologically advanced than their modern Orc descendants, with some of them towering up to 12 meters. Over the millennia, the Krork evolved into the greenskins we know today, somewhat diminished in stature and sophistication. Despite being perceived as primitive and excessively violent, they are one of the most prolific species in the galaxy, potentially outnumbering every other starfaring race, including humanity, with the possible exception of the Tyranids. They are one of the most formidable alien threats out there, driven by an insatiable desire to fight and conquer. Their numbers are seemingly limitless, and their societies are perpetually embroiled in conflict and warfare. Orc empires emerged rapidly amid ceaseless battles, only to collapse just as quickly under their own chaotic and violent tendencies. However, the galaxy's true peril lies in the potential for these fractious tribes to unite under a powerful leader, which would enable them to overwhelm all other civilizations. Rogue trader Varnell Larrick once remarked, "Of all the races I have battled throughout the galaxy, the Orc is the hardest to comprehend. They wage war with machines that should not work, care little for strategic gains, and are just as likely to slaughter each other as the enemy. How does one battle an enemy that defies all logic?" This sentiment captures the perplexing nature of the Orcs, a species whose approach to warfare and technology is as effective as it is inexplicable. Historically, they are their own worst enemy, with their tribes constantly warring against each other. Only the mightiest Orc leaders, with sheer strength and cunning, have been able to overcome these internal divisions to lead their kin in massive campaigns known as wargs. These campaigns are part war, part migration, capable of wiping out entire star systems. In the age of the Dark Imperium, the frequency and scale of these wargs reached unprecedented levels, causing widespread fear and destruction across the galaxy as more Orc tribes rallied to these calls to arms than ever before.
Orcs are amongst the deadliest of the Xenos races. Multitudinous, belligerent, and possessed of brutal cunning, they spread across the stars like a green tide. Even in the war-riven sectors around the Eye of Terror, forever beset by chaos, they rank amongst the greatest threats. An Orc warlord can take a multitude of squabbling clans and forge them into an unstoppable army. Such a war has the sheer unbridled might necessary to conquer the stars themselves, leaving naught but rubble in its wake. As its momentum grows, so do its numbers grow, swollen by green skins drawn to the promise of bloodlust, teeth, and loot.
They were genetically programmed to be muscular, aggressive, and relatively simple-minded. This genetic blueprint ensured their prowess in combat, but limited their individual cognitive abilities. Their technology is maintained by a specialized caste known as Odd Boys, who were born with genetically implanted dispositions and technical knowledge. Encoded by the Brain Boys millions of years ago, this knowledge enables them to instinctively understand and operate complex machinery with little to no formal training. Interestingly, Orcs actually don't possess individual psychic powers, as this ability was withheld by the Old Ones. Instead, they manifest a unique collective psychic ability. This Gestalt psychic presence means that Orcs can literally will things into existence. If enough Orcs believe something to be true, it becomes so. The phenomenon explains why Orc machinery, often rudimentary and seemingly dysfunctional, operates effectively. For example, Orc rockets painted yellow are believed to cause bigger explosions, a belief that actually materializes in reality. This also rendered Orc technology almost inoperable by other species, as the machines require the Orc's belief-driven psychic influence to function.
Orc technology is ramshackle, but terrifyingly effective, combining mismatched components, scavenged gear, and intuitive leaps to forge weapon systems whose inner workings baffle the most experienced of the Imperium's adepts, but lack for nothing in sheer unbridled firepower.
With their unique blend of genetic engineering and collective psychic ability, they continue to thrive across the galaxy, their sheer numbers and ferocious nature making them a formidable force. Despite their primitive appearance in chaotic society, orcs remain one of the galaxy's most widespread and successful species, capable of tremendous destruction and resilience in the face of adversity. During the many campaigns of the Great Crusade, Imperial expeditionary fleets encountered significant resistance from the Orcs, particularly within the Telon Reach. Here, an Orc empire centered on the scrap world of Goro proved a difficult challenge. Dominated by their mech boys caste, the Orcs of Goro had developed a unique form of plasma technology with devastating destructive capabilities, which significantly hindered the Crusade's progress. Determined to neutralize the threat, the Emperor ordered the destruction of Goro. A fleet of 1,000 warships, led by the Emperor himself and accompanied by Horus, the Primarch of the Lunar Wolf Space Marine Legion, then launched a pivotal assault. The battle saw the Lunar Wolves, including elite Justaeran Terminators and the golden-clad warriors of the Legio Custodes, teleporting directly beneath the planet's surface, as its defenses were too robust for traditional orbital bombardment. The Space Marines faced fierce resistance from the heavily augmented Orcs, whose bionic enhancements and powerful weaponry posed a grave threat, even penetrating Astartes' power armor. At one climactic moment, the Emperor was separated from his guards and overwhelmed by Orc forces. An Orc leader managed to subdue the Emperor momentarily until Horus intervened, saving his father by severing the Orc's limbs. The battle culminated with the Emperor targeting the heart of the Orc's power, a self-sustaining plasma sphere integrated with a warp-fold envelope. His actions caused the sphere to destabilize, leading to the implosion of Goro into the warp. The once mighty Orc Empire was left as nothing more than a hollow shell of rusted metal, marking a pivotal victory in the Great Crusade and demonstrating the indomitable will of the Emperor and his forces. The Imperial Crusade on the world of Ulanor marked another significant victory for the Imperium. Occurring in the final year of the 30th millennium, it stands as one of the monumental military campaigns of the Great Crusade. This massive assault targeted the Orc Empire ruled by Overlord Ulak Urik, with the pivotal battle taking place on the capital world within the Ulanar system, a sector long dominated by Urik's formidable greenskin forces. The Imperial forces committed to this crucial crusade was comprised of 100,000 Space Marines, 8 million troops from the Imperial Army, and a vast fleet of starships along with their supporting personnel. The Lunar Wolves were at the forefront of the offensive, directly targeting Urik's fortress palace. The climax saw Horus and his elite Terminators from the First Company engage in a fierce battle with the Warlord and his guard of 40 Orc Nobs. Wielding his lightning claws, Horus carved through them and ultimately confronted Overlord Ulak himself. The duel was brief and decisive. Horus easily overpowered him, eventually hurling the grievously wounded Overlord from the palace to his doom below, where the battle raged on. The sight of their leader's defeat demoralized the Orcs, triggering a retreat that quickly turned into a rout. The Orcs then found themselves trapped as Lunar Wolves breached the outer defenses, transforming their retreat into a massacre. In the aftermath, within the Overlord's chamber, Horus discovered a scene of utter devastation. All were dead except for Ezekiel Abaddon, the captain of the First Company, who stood victorious amidst the remains of the fallen. The Ulanor Crusade not only marked a significant victory, but also represented the zenith of the Great Crusade's efforts to reunify humanity's scattered colonies. The defeat of Ulanor's orcs, the largest army ever conquered by the Imperium at that time, underscored the might and resolve of the Imperial forces. The Emperor declared this conquest the greatest achievement of the Imperium thus far, and attributed all credit to Horus and his Lunar Wolves Legion, which was subsequently renamed the Sons of Horus. After the battle, the Emperor then announced his intention to return to Terra to commence a secretive next phase of his plan for securing humanity's supremacy in the galaxy. In a monumental decision, the Emperor appointed Horus as War Master of the Imperium, thereby making him the de facto commander of all Imperial forces continuing the Great Crusade. While Horus was initially troubled by the Emperor's departure and the uncertainty it brought, he assumed command. Under his leadership, the Imperium's armies and Space Marines pressed forward, reuniting lost human worlds with the enlightened rule of the Imperium. This period of expansion continued for another 5 standard years until it was abruptly halted by the onset of the catastrophic civil war, known as the Horus Heresy in 5M31.
I never wanted this. But you betrayed me. You stole power from the gods and lied to your sons. From the skies of Terra to the galactic rim. Let the seas boil, let the stars fall. I will see the galaxy freed once more. So let it be war. Mankind has only one chance to prosper. If you will not seize it, then I will. And if I cannot save it from your failure, Father, then let the galaxy burn.
The Tyranids, the great devourer. In all the stars, there has never been a Xenos race more inimical to the survival of mankind.
The Tyranids emerged from the cold of the intergalactic void with a single goal: to hunt, kill, and assimilate all organic life in the galaxy.
The Adepts of Mars believe that a single unknowable consciousness guides the Hive Fleets about their voracious purpose. This consciousness knows only unquenchable hunger.
Like swarming insects, they devour all before them, consuming everything upon each world in their path, and leaving nothing but barren rocks in their wake.
As the Hive Fleets advance, the suffocating embrace quenches the Emperor's light and drowns doomed worlds in psychic shadow.
For the Tyranids, victory lies in consuming all of the biomass in the galaxy. Until that moment, they will continue to unleash numberless waves of alien predators. To witness a tyrannic assault is to witness unspeakable horror.
An alien threat has risen beyond the abyss, a swarm so vast that it blots out the stars. This horror fights neither for power nor territory, but rather to feed a hunger so insatiable that it will eventually devour the entire galaxy. The Tyranids are an extragalactic zoo of hideous, insect-like aliens that redefine the term biodiversity with their countless variants. They're not just another species in the cosmos, they're an entire predatory ecosystem on wings, traversing the vastness of space with a singular, chilling purpose. The creatures don't discriminate in their dietary preferences. Everything from the humblest of bugs to the most advanced civilizations are on the menu. It's only now, as their shadow looms ever larger, that the galaxy's denizens grasp the enormity of the threat. The Tyranids don't just aim to conquer, they intend to devour, threatening the very fabric of life itself with extinction. Driven by a relentless hunger for survival, propagation, and, curiously, evolutionary advancement, the Tyranids embody the notion of survival of the fittest on a cosmic scale. Their hive fleets, a nightmarish blend of organic and mechanical, sweep through the universe like a locust swarm of biblical proportions, consuming all biomatter in their path to fuel their own grotesque proliferation and evolution. These voracious voyagers leave behind nothing but barren husks of once thriving worlds, their insatiable appetite rendering entire planets lifeless in mere weeks. At the heart of this bio-horror lies a Tyranid synaptic nature, a psychic network that binds trillions of creatures into a single, terrifying collective consciousness. This hive mind enables instantaneous communication and coordination across unfathomable distances, orchestrating their interstellar buffet with horrifying efficiency. In their unyielding hunger, they present not just a war of worlds, but a battle for the very biomass of the galaxy. In the grand, merciless theater of cosmic conflict, they embody the principle that sheer quantity can indeed eclipse traditional notions of quality. From the humble Ripper to the formidable hive tyrant, the hallmark of Tyranid warfare is an overwhelming onslaught of biomass, with vast legions birthed at breakneck speed from the stolen essence of planets. Their strategy, a simple yet chillingly effective one, drown the enemy in a tidal wave of fangs and claws, derived from the very lifeblood of the worlds they ravage. When these extragalactic locusts encounter the demons of chaos, it's an encounter devoid of any potential for mutual benefit. The ephemeral nature of warp stuff provides no nourishment for the Tyranids, while the demons find the alien intellect of the hive mind beyond their reach, immune to fear or corruption. Thus, these apex predators clash not in pursuit of common ground, but in a brutal contest for the galaxy's mortal bounty, locked in a struggle so fierce that only one can claim the right to feed upon or ruin the myriad lives that teem within the cosmos. The anatomy of a Tyranid invasion is a study in organized chaos, with their hive fleets moving as one in formidable swarms. Each swarm is a meticulously assembled collection of bioengineered monstrosities, each designed to dissect and digest a diverse menu of galactic life. Their evolutionary prowess doesn't stop at mere physical adaptation. The Tyranids possess an uncanny ability to harvest and assimilate genetic material from their victims, turning every conquest into an opportunity to integrate new, advantageous traits into their genetic repertoire. This insidious form of biopiracy serves a dual purpose: to refine their efficiency as galactic consumers and to stockpile the organic resources necessary for their endless cycle of reproduction and evolutionary refinement. At the pinnacle of this biological hierarchy sits the Norn Queen, a creature of unparalleled intellect and the linchpin of the Tyranid reproductive process. These queens are not just important, they're indispensable, for without them, the ceaseless tide of Tyranid warriors would ebb away, their numbers dwindling with each lost biomass. Guarded zealously within the heart of their hive ships, the Norn Queens epitomize the phrase, brain over brawn, orchestrating the symphony of destruction that allows the Tyranid swarms to advance, unrelenting and insatiable, across the stars. I don't know where they came from. It seems highly unlikely that they evolved naturally into what they are now. Impossible given what we know about evolution. Perhaps they are some kind of bioweapon, created millennia ago by madmen for some long-forgotten war. If so, I suspect that their creators soon came to regret their creation. Or perhaps they come straight from the warp. Possibly the Lords of Chaos themselves cast them out because they were too unpleasant. As the galaxy's most infamous interstellar nomads, the Tyranids have traversed the cosmic void's terrifying emptiness, a place where time and space stretch apart in an unfathomable gulf, a testament to the universe's indifference. Despite these astronomical hurdles, these cosmic voyagers have bridged this expanse, their journey spanning the aeons to breach our galactic frontiers. The impetus behind such a monumental trek, theories abound. Perhaps their own galactic pantry ran bare, prompting a desperate quest for fresh sustenance. Or maybe this is merely the latest in an eternal cycle of cosmic feasting. There's even whispered speculation of a flight from a menace so dire, the void's vast emptiness seemed like a preferable risk. To embark on such an odyssey, the Tyranids must possess a resolve beyond comprehension, fueled by an insatiable hunger and powered by energy reserves that defy imagination. Throughout their intergalactic passage, they lay in the deep freeze of hibernation, a testament to their singular focus and survival instinct. Now, as they stir from their slumber upon reaching our galactic shores, their awakening signals a hunger unsated, a predatorial instinct unbounded. The first brush of humanity with this alien scourge is officially recorded in the Eastern Fringes in the year 745 M41, marking a new chapter of terror for the Imperium. Yet, whispers within the shadowy halls of the Ordo Xenos suggest that our history with these extragalactic invaders may stretch back much further, possibly as early as the 35th millennium. These rumors hint at a longer, perhaps more entwined history, suggesting that the Tyranids' arrival is not the beginning of the story, but merely the latest chapter in a saga that spans millennia. In a cosmic drama fit for the ages, the Tyranids, those extragalactic invaders with appetites as vast as space itself, honed in on the Milky Way galaxy, lured by the irresistible psychic glow of the Astronomicon. This beacon, a lighthouse in the warp, emanates from Terra itself, where the Emperor of Mankind projects his indomitable will. It was the oceanic planet of Tyran that first felt the wrath of the Tyranids, marking the beginning of the Imperium's official records of contact with these alien devourers. From Tyran, the High Fleet Behemoth, a name that would become synonymous with interstellar dread, carved a path of destruction towards the galaxy's heart, leaving nothing but void in its wake. The saving grace came in the form of the Ultramarines, a chapter of the Space Marines renowned for their valor and tactical acumen. On the battlefield of Mikraj, they clashed with the Tyranid menace. Victory was theirs, but it was a devastating one, leaving scars that would take centuries to heal. The invasion route of the Tyranid High Fleets is charted before the cataclysmic opening of the Great Rift in 999 M41 paint a grim tapestry of repeated assaults from the void. In an intriguing twist, Commissar Caiaphas Kane stumbled upon a dormant Tyranid swarm deep in the ice on Nusquim Fundamentibus in 942 M41, remnants of a hive ship that met its demise long before the human fleet tread upon the planet's frozen crust. This discovery predated the Imperium itself, unsettling the Inquisition with the possibility that Tyranids had been entwined with the galaxy's fate far longer than anyone dared imagine. Was this bioship part of an ancient reconnaissance mission, a vanguard of a thwarted pre-Imperial invasion, or a sinister seed planted by a Tyranid intellect, biding its time across millennia? Theories abound, but the truth remains as elusive as the cold stars, leaving us to ponder the depth and duration of the Tyranid threat lurking within the dark recesses of space. In the waning years of the 41st millennium, precisely in 993 M41, the Tyranid menace once again darkened the galaxy's doorstep, this time with High Fleet Kraken. Shrewdly echoing the brute force tactics of its predecessors, Kraken splintered into a myriad of smaller fleets, each a harbinger of doom for the star systems it enveloped, outpacing any hope of Imperial reinforcement. The spearhead of this onslaught fell upon the scythes of the Emperor and the Lamenter's Space Marines chapters, the former teetering on the brink of annihilation. Though the Imperial forces managed to fracture the spine of the Kraken at the pivotal battles of Ikar IV and the Eldari craft world Leandin, the victory was devastating. The remnants of Kraken, now splintered fleets, carved paths of destruction deep into Imperial territory, their tendrils even brushing against the borders of the Tau Empire. A mere blink later, in 997 M41, the galaxy was ambushed yet again by the emergence of High Fleet Leviathan. Approaching from an unexpected vector below the galactic plane, Leviathan cleaved through the galaxy, isolating swaths of it from aid. Just as Terra braced for the worst, fate intervened. The Leviathan was lured into the maelstrom of the Octaria sector, home to a formidable Orc empire. The ensuing Octarian War, a clash of titans between the Tyranid swarm and Orc warbands, offered the galaxy a respite, albeit a temporary one. The Leviathan, having clashed with the Orcs, re-emerged not just unscathed, but enhanced, having assimilated the formidable Orcoid genetics into its already terrifying biological arsenal. This macabre evolution promises a foe more formidable than ever, casting a long shadow over the future of the Imperium and beyond. There is a cancer eating at the Imperium. With each decade it advances deeper, leaving drained dead worlds in its wake. This horror, this abomination, has thought and purpose which functions on an unimaginable galactic scale, and all we can do is try to stop the swarms of bioengineered monsters it unleashes upon us by instinct. We have given the horror a name to salve our fears. We call it the Tyranid race. But if it is aware of us at all, it must know us only as prey.
As I
I speak these words, our forces engage the remnants of Leviathan, a crusade to cleanse the stars. Taking the fight to the enemy. We routed the Tyranids at Baal. We broke their hive fleet. Soon, their foulness will be but a memory.
As the 41st millennium drew to a cataclysmic close, Hive Fleet Leviathan set its ravenous sights on Baal, the sanctified bastion of the Blood Angels. In response, a clarion call united the chapter with its kin, summoning successor chapters far and wide to defend the legacy of their Primarch on this hallowed ground. Yet the Leviathan's mass threatened to engulf the progeny of Sanguinius in darkness. Amidst this dire siege, the cosmos itself seemed to conspire against them as a great rift cleaved through reality, unleashing warp storms upon the Baal system. These empiric tempests wreaked havoc, scattering the Leviathan's orbital might and casting it into the warp's insatiable maw. Yet in this chaos, an ancient vendetta found its theater on the moon of Baal Prime. Karbanda, a name that whispers centuries of blood and hatred, emerged at the head of a demonic horde. This bloodthirster, fixated on the annihilation of the Blood Angels as his personal crusade, decimated the Tyranid invaders, transforming their remains into a grotesque monument to his malice. The aftermath saw the skies clear as the Great Rift's madness subsided, revealing the arrival of Rubok Gilliman and the Indomitus Crusade. With reinforcements at their side, the beleaguered Blood Angels purged the remaining Tyranid presence. The devastation of Baal, as it would come to be known, marked both salvation and a brutal victory, the chapter's ranks nearly obliterated in the ordeal. Baal stood, a testament to sacrifice, its defenders a shadow of their former strength, yet unbroken in spirit. They have only one purpose, and there is nothing they will not do to accomplish this, no matter how vile or loathsome it might be. These abominations mean to destroy everything proud and noble, everything we hold dear and have fought so long to achieve. The cosmos was cut by the Great Rift, a celestial division heralding the onset of the Era Indomitus, a dark epoch for the age of the Imperium. This cosmic laceration unleashed a deluge of warp storms, inundating the material realm with the turbulent essence of chaos, and with it, a tide of empiric pandemonium spread across the galaxy. For the Tyranids, entities that sail the starry sea on currents of biomass, this incursion of chaos posed an existential threat. The raw, chaotic psychic energies offered no nourishment, no sustenance crucial for their sprawling galactic buffet. As the empiric storm engulfed system after system, the Tyranids found their larders locked away, entire worlds of biomass receding from their grasp beneath waves of madness. Yet it is in the crucible of adversity that the Tyranids' most terrifying trait shines, their unparalleled adaptability. In the shadow of their setback at Baal, and facing a galaxy increasingly hostile to their feeding grounds, the hive mind, an intellect as ancient as it is relentless, evolved. New forms of life, new strategies of hunt and harvest emerged, a testament to their eerie resilience. And responding to this evolving threat, the remnants of the Hive Fleet Leviathan surged in a bold offensive along the southern reaches of the Segmentum Solar, their sights fixed towards Terra itself. In retaliation, Primarch Gilliman, the architect of the Imperium's resurgence, deployed an armada of newly minted Primaris Marine chapters to the fray. This move marked the ignition of the Third Tyrannic War, a conflict that would not only test the mettle of those nascent warriors, but also the very future of biomass and madness in the galaxy. To think that Tyranids are mindless beasts is a grave mistake. When you fight Tyranids, you face not only those before you on the battlefield, but the untold thousands which seek to surround you, which attack your supporting units and destroy your supply lines in perfect synchronicity. These aliens have shown evidence of both tactics and strategy that speaks of a far worse threat than any posed by a mere beast. Hailing from the cosmic unknown, beyond the intergalactic expanse of the local group, the Tyranids are nature's ultimate usurpers, traversing the void with a bioengineered majesty. These extraterrestrial voyagers navigate the stars aboard their hive ships, colossal living entities that defy the vacuum of space, akin to gargantuan locusts of Terran legend, swarming through the cosmos with an insatiable hunger. The Tyranid Armada is a menagerie of organic spacecraft, each a self-contained ecosystem teeming with myriad subservient creatures, all birthed from the grotesque fertility of the ship's own reproductive chambers. These living vessels and their innumerable inhabitants are but limbs of a singular, vast organism, the Hive Fleet itself, a celestial beast of unfathomable appetite. Driven by an instinctive strategy, these Hive Fleets propagate through the galaxy in tendrils, consuming the biomass of planets in their path, leaving behind barren wastelands before moving on. Their numbers, already vast, multiply with each conquest, a relentless cycle of devour and departure. The Tyranid invasion is not a war of conquest in any traditional sense. They seek no territory, bear no grudges, and their actions are devoid of pride or vengeance. The hive mind, a consciousness as alien as its bearers, knows only the eternal hunger that drives them forward, a force as natural and impersonal as the universe itself. They don't just invade, they descend upon worlds with the grim efficiency of nature's most meticulous recyclers, driven by an unyielding need to consume. Their voracious appetite demands an incessant intake of biomass to both sustain the hive fleets and spawn new monstrosities. Thus, when they set their sights on a planet teeming with life, every Tyranid, from the lowliest drone to the mightiest behemoth, becomes a singularly focused agent of absorption, dedicated to converting all organic matter into a part of their ceaseless cycle. With military precision, the Hive Fleet deploys its bioengineered legion, purposed solely for subduing any resistance and ensuring the complete bioassimilation of the planet. As you can imagine, this process transforms vibrant worlds into desolate husks, their essence fueling the Tyranids' relentless expansion. Navigating the stars at speeds that defy the laws of physics, yet eschewing the chaos of warp travel, the Tyranids employ the Narval, a hive ship variant with a psychic prowess to warp reality itself, bending the gravitational forces of star systems to vault through space at faster than light speeds. Meanwhile, the vast psychic might of the Tyranid hive mind casts a dark pole over the warp, known as the shadow in the warp, a phenomenon that disrupts psychic communication and navigation across the stars. This invasive force, now converging on the Milky Way, hints at a chilling history of galactic veracity. The varied approach vectors of the Tyranid hive fleets to our galaxy suggest a past littered with the consumed remnants of countless of other galaxies within the local group, painting a portrait of cosmic predation on an unimaginable scale. Across the heavens, the flotilla of bioships stretched out, impelled by instinct to hibernate again until new prey was found, new resources could be plundered. In their wake was left a bare rock orbiting a star, scoured of every organic particle, stripped of all but the most basic elements. Nothing was left of the farming world of Longasta 3. There were no testaments to the humans who had once lived there. Now all that was left was an airless asteroid, the unmarked death place of 3 million people. The interstellar interlopers have insidiously woven themselves into the fabric of the galaxy, spreading like a virulent contagion across the domains of humanity and many xenos species alike. Their hive fleets teem with a plethora of symbiotic entities, each birthed from the genetic crucibles nestled within the vessels. These organisms are engineered to serve the vessel, which in turn serves the greater will of the hive fleet, a singular, relentless drive towards proliferation and genetic diversification. In contrast to the motives that propel the armies of the Imperium, the Tau's quest for expansion, the anarchic bloodlust of chaos and all kindreds, the Tyranids are guided by a primal yet profoundly complex imperative to reproduce, evolve, and thereby ascend to apex predation. The hive mind, a transcendent consciousness that orchestrates this cosmic symphony of consumption, commands its fleets with the singular aim of ensuring the species' continued adaptation and survival through relentless assimilation of genetic material. The arrival of a Tyranid hive fleet heralds a terror unmatched, striking at the very heart of even the most dauntless defenders humanity can muster. And though a Tyranid invasion may be repelled, the galaxy's respite is but fleeting. The nature of the Tyranid threat lies in its inexorable cycle of regeneration and migration. This perpetual menace embodies the ultimate meta-predator, a species that has perfected the art of survival across the Gulf of Stars, outmaneuvering, out-consuming, and enduring beyond the capacities of all other life forms encountered in their intergalactic odyssey of predation. A new tyrant joined the fray, and, in an eye blink, the whole character of the swarm changed. The ravening berserker spirit that had driven the Tyranids onto the ridge was gone, as if it had never existed. Left in its place was something cannier and infinitely more worrisome. It was then that I knew the battle to be lost. The learned Magos Biologists of the Imperium's scholarly echelons file each Tyranid hive fleet into neat categorical boxes, viewing them as individual actors on the cosmic stage, each fiercely independent, vying for resources and showcasing a dazzling array of tactics and monstrosities tailored to their quarry. Yet this perception barely scratches the surface of a far more intricate reality. Each fleet, in its staggering uniqueness, is but a tendril of a much grander entity. Imagine, if you will, a swarm so immense it eclipses the stars themselves, a living tide of flesh and chitin. Yet for all their number, these myriad forms constitute merely the constituent parts of an organism of unfathomable scale and complexity. Each Tyranid, from the smallest feeder organism to the most gargantuan biotitan, functions as a cell within the vast corpus of a singular, incomprehensibly vast superorganism. This entity, bound by the unseen threads of a shared consciousness, orchestrates its parts with the precision of a maestro conducting a symphony of destruction. Known as the hive mind, this collective sentience spans the void, a psychic dominion that unites a Tyranid species in flawless coordination. Under its ancient and inscrutable will, worlds have been consumed and civilizations lost to memory, their existence snuffed out in a relentless pursuit of sustenance that has endured since the dawn of time. In the alien ranks of the Tyranid hordes, individuality is a concept as foreign as peace. The vast majority of its organisms are bioengineered with a singular focus, designed to execute specific functions with the efficiency of a machine. Devoid of what humanity would recognize as individual consciousness, these creatures operate on instinct, guided by the inflexible directive of the hive mind, unless instructed otherwise. Among the teeming masses, however, exist entities of higher complexity. These larger, more sophisticated bioforms possess a capacity for rudimentary decision-making, calibrated finely to respond to the immediate demands of their environment. Yet even these advanced faculties are but tools in service of the overarching objectives of the hive mind. The psychic tendrils of the hive mind entwine most tightly around apex predators such as Tyranid warriors and the dreaded hive tyrants. These elite units don't communicate through language as we know it, but are conduits of a synaptic telepathy, echoing the commands of the hive mind to their lessers. It's through these linchpins that the Tyranids achieve their terrifying coordination, acting as one organism spread across countless bodies. However, this unity is not without its vulnerabilities. The demise of these synaptic leaders can sever the connection to the hive mind for many of the lower forms, plunging them into primal, instinct-driven behavior. This potential weakness necessitates the existence of multiple synapse creatures within the swarm, a redundancy ensuring the undiluted propagation of the hive mind's will, maintaining the Tyranid's fearsome collective discipline across the stars. How ironic it is that as fast as we spread progress and hope throughout the galaxy, the Tyranids spread death and despair. Only united can we hope to stand against them.
There are many hive fleets, each but a facet of the immeasurable Tyranid threat. Leviathan is the greatest, and has wrought ruin on a scale never before witnessed. Such is the hive mind's suffocating will that the warp is distorted for light years around. Confusion and terror spread before the hive fleets advance, as dreams darken and madness spreads.
The arrival of a Tyranid hive fleet casts a foreboding cloud before it, a psychic storm that engulfs star systems in its chilling embrace. This phenomenon, known as the Shadow in the Warp, acts as a sinister herald of devastation, severing worlds from the lifelines of warp travel and communication. Planets smothered by this ominous silence offer no whisper of the nightmares unfolding upon them, standing as silent sentinels to the approaching horror. Whether an intentional weapon of terror or merely a side effect of the Tyranid hive mind's immense presence, the Shadow in the Warp sows panic and despair with ruthless efficiency. Its psychic weight crushes the spirits of defenders, casting shades of dread over entire civilizations. For beings attuned to the warp, like the Eldari or unfortunate human psychers, this effect is a torment amplified. Psykers, daring to tap into their powers amidst a shadow, find themselves assailed by the cacophony of alien consciousness. A maddening choir that can break even the most resilient minds, leaving them to babble in the tongue of the alien, unable to pronounce the horror they perceive. The Imperium of Man, so reliant on its psykers for communication and navigation across the stars, finds itself particularly vulnerable. Astropaths and navigators, essential for the functioning of the Imperium's vast interstellar empire, are rendered impotent by the shadow, leaving worlds cut off from hope of reinforcement or escape. Thus, when the shadow descends, it marks not just a coming of the Tyranid horde, but the end of hope for those in its grip. Isolated, with only their resolve and the arms they bear against the night, the besieged must stand alone against the swarm, their fate sealed by the silent, smothering herald that is, the shadow in the warp. The Tyranid horde operates under a unifying psychic network dubbed the Synapse, a bond transforming their collective into a vast, singular superorganism. This network is a linchpin of their unity, enabling the swarm to enact the will of the hive mind with such precision and harmony that, without it, the sprawling mass of creatures would devolve into chaos. Every creature, from the diminutive feeder organisms and decomposing microbes to the sessile, plant-like entities and the sprawling, tendril-like extensions of the hive fleets, plays a critical role within this collective consciousness. The numerous lesser beings of the Tyranid species, encompassing animals, plants, and bacteria, exist and function in a state of mindless automation, driven by instinct to fulfill their roles without awareness or intent. In contrast, the more developed bioforms possess the cognitive capacity for situational decision-making, albeit as infinitesimal contributors to the broader psychic mosaic that is the hive mind's consciousness. This hierarchy of awareness and control ensures that every action, no matter how small, aligns with the overarching imperatives of the swarm, orchestrating a symphony of alien logic across the stars. The more I learn about these aliens, the more I come to understand what drives them. The more I hate them. I hate them for what they are, and for what they may one day become. I hate them not because they hate us, but because they're incapable of good, honest, human hatred. In the arranged chaos that defines the Tyranid hordes, unity and coordination spring not from a centralized command, but from a psychic lattice, a synaptic network underpinned by the collective will of the hive mind. This complex web, teeming with psychic energy, lacks a singular hierarchy, instead relying on a plethora of synapse creatures. These entities, boasting brains a notch above their kin, act as psychic conduits, navigating, refining, and directing the mental currents of their vast, planet-spanning collective. The synapse creatures, vital cogs in the Tyranid machine, ensure the swarm's relentless advance remains coherent. Without their influence, the swarm's singular purpose fragments, with some Tyranids reverting to base, instinct-driven behavior, and others clustering into smaller, autonomously functioning groups still capable of rudimentary consensus. Endowed with formidable psychic abilities, these snap creatures serve as the hive mind's executors, but their methods of shielding their immense psychic footprint from the ravenous entities of the warp, or indeed, avoiding unwanted attention from the chaos demons, remains a mystery. This enigmatic safeguarding against the predations of the warp's horrors is a subject of both wonder and terror for the Imperium scholars, a dark testament to the alien intelligence guiding the Tyranid menace. They come at you in a tide of creatures so thick a blind man could score a hit 10 times out of 10. Any man who can hold a gun can hit a Tyranid, but no matter how many you kill with your guns, there will always be more, and it is our job to teach the men how to fight the ones that reach our lines. While hive fleets avoid the warp-infested highways utilized by Imperial starships, their swift encroachment across the galaxy unveils a clandestine mastery over faster-than-light voyages. Bound by the gravitational shackles of planetary systems to a slower pace, these extragalactic marauders unleash their true velocity in the void between stars, thanks to the enigmatic prowess of a creature known to Imperial academia as the Narval. This bioship, a stark contrast to its kin, forgoes the typical armaments and armored hide for a form almost vulnerably sparse, its essence dedicated to navigation rather than battle. Adorned with a delicate array of monofilament spines, the Narval listens to the cosmic song, sifting through gravimetric rhythms and electromagnetic whispers to pinpoint distant planetary systems. Harnessing this astrogational symphony, the Narval exploits the gravitational heart of its origin systems to weave a fabric of compressed space-time, a corridor allowing the Hive Fleet to leap across the stars with unseen swiftness. Yet this ingenious method has its kryptonite. The intense gravitational pull of nearby celestial bodies disrupts the Narval's delicate sensors, confining this space-time manipulation to the vast, open stretches of interstellar space. Upon nearing the gravitational embrace of a new star system, the Hive Fleet transitions from the rapid celestial shortcuts enabled by the Narval to a more traditional, albeit biologically engineered mode of propulsion. This shift to a reaction-based thrust signifies a deceleration of their advance, potentially delaying their onslaught by years, or even decades, measured in Terran time. Despite its slower pace compared to warp drive traversal, this method boasts an unparalleled reliability, allowing the Tyranid swarm to progress through the galaxy with relentless, inexorable determination. Yet the Narval's gravitational gymnastics are not without their cosmic ripples. The manipulation of a system's gravity well can wreak havoc on destination worlds, triggering a litany of cataclysms, earthquakes that tear the ground asunder, solar flares that sear the sky, and tidal waves that engulf the land. Ironically, these prelude disasters serve the Tyranid cause, entangling the planet's defenders in a web of crisis management, their attention diverted from the looming extraterrestrial threat. By the time these calamities have begun to unfold, the stage is already set for the invasion, and as the planet reels from these natural upheavals, the dark silhouette of the Hive Fleet eclipses the stars, and the descent of the first mycetic spores marks the beginning of the end, with the defenders scrambling amidst the chaos sown by the swarm's herald, the Narval. The Tyranids are singular in purpose. We are born to serve the Abba Abba Mushiro, but our lives are one of distraction. Not them. They are bred with one aspiration, and it is an aspiration without diversion, without division. They are remorseless. They are driven and they fear nothing. Why would they? They are reborn again and again, ready to fight and die and continue on.
Foul creatures known as gene stealers infiltrate unvigilant worlds. A patriarch arises from the population's subverted flesh and projects a psychic beacon to draw the Hive Fleet ever closer. As the Gene Stealer cult grows in power, they emerge from the shadows of their benighted world. Civil war rages, shaking the planet asunder.
The Tyranids manifest in a kaleidoscope of forms, each engineered by the hive mind to evolve at breakneck pace, tailoring their biology in real time to counteract and overwhelm their adversaries. This relentless cycle of consumption and rebirth sees Tyranids' biomass perpetually recycled through reclamation pools, where it's either reforged into new entities or refined to enhance existing ones, always aligning with the strategic whims of the hive mind. Hive Tyrants stand as the vanguards of this alien horde, massive beings of unparalleled strength and psychic prowess, serving both as the swarm's commanders and psychic relays. Their bond with the hive mind is profound, imbuing them with adaptability and martial skills superior to their kin, capable of dominating in melee and ranged combat alike. Some even boast wings, further testament to their variable nature. Techno-magi within the Imperium speculate that Hive Tyrants act as vessels for the fleet's collective sentience, embodying the hive mind's will. Yet their fall does not diminish the hive mind's omnipresence. The zenith of the Gene Stealer lineage, Brood Lords are formidable synaptic entities that spearhead the Tyranids' planetary incursions. Masters of stealth and brutal conflict, they excel in piercing enemy lines undetected. These creatures are not only battlefield terrors, but also architects of subversion, anchoring the insidious Gene Stealer cults that undermine worlds from within. In the event of a Broodlord's demise, the genetic legacy it leaves behind ensures its replacement, as a pure strain Gene Stealer ascends to fill the void, perpetuating the cycle of infiltration and terror. Crafted from the singular mission of safeguarding the Hive Tyrant guards emerge in small, dedicated broods. These giants are the bulwarks of the Tyranid swarm, boasting an almost impenetrable defense. Devoid of sight, their existence is intertwined with the synapse creatures they shield, reacting to threats with unerring precision. Occasionally, even a Carnifex might find sanctuary under their watchful guard. Speculation among the Adeptus Mechanicus suggests that these Guardians may harbor Space Marine DNA, a theory that skirts the edge of heresy within the Imperium's dogma. As the synaptic core of the Swarm's foot soldiers, Tyranid warriors stride the battlefield with a presence that bridges the gap between the towering Hive Tyrant and the numerous Gaunts. Serving as psychic beacons, they marshal the lesser breeds with an ironclad psychic grip, versatile enough to engage foes at range or in the crush of melee, mirroring the adaptability of their Hive Tyrant overlords. The embodiment of predatory stealth, lictors are engineered for ambush and reconnaissance. Possessing an almost supernatural ability to camouflage, they meld into their environment, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. These assassins excel in the art of surprise, their very presence a harbinger of a swift and unseen death. Operating ahead of the main swarm, lictors carry out surgical strikes, their appetite for brains serving the dual purposes of feeding and relaying vital intelligence back to the swarm. Their prowess and stealth is so unparalleled that even the elite Kachakan jungle fighters find themselves outmatched in their own domain, a testament to the lictors' lethal efficiency. Serving as the backbone of the Tyranid horde, Gaunts are the quintessential foot soldiers, smaller and less robust than their kin, yet unmatched in their adaptability in sheer numbers. This species stands as a testament to the Tyranid versatility, with variations sporting wings, adrenal or venom sacs, and even exotic biomechanical armaments like the feared spike rifle, making them a formidable swarm despite their individual frailty. As the aerial contingent of the Gaunt family, gargoyles bring the battle to the skies. Mirroring the adaptive and numeric strength of their terrestrial counterparts, these winged fiends exhibit a similar diminutive stature and combat style. Gargoyles are essentially Gaunts, reimagined for aerial combat, their lower limbs reduced to vestigial remnants, yet they too can be outfitted with an arsenal of symbiotic, bioengineered weaponry. The smallest cogs in the Tyranid war machine, Rippers are serpentine entities with a singular purpose: to consume. Unleashed like a living tide upon a world's fall, they scavenge biomass, ensuring the Hive Fleet's relentless growth through the assimilation of new genetic material and nutrients, playing a crucial role in the cycle of invasion and rebirth. Gene Stealers are perfectly bioengineered infiltrators that rove ahead of the Tyranid Hive Fleets, seeking rich feeding grounds. These deadly creatures work by implanting and subverting members of the host species, striving to dominate their victims through alien cunning or terrifying violence as the situation requires. Among the most terrifying of the Tyranid vanguard, Gene Stealers blend humanoid form with lethal efficiency. Believed to be engineered from human genetics, they not only spearhead the swarm's assault, but also insidiously weave themselves into the fabric of human societies, birthing gene-stealer cults that undermine worlds from within. On the battlefield, they excel as shock troops, their innate prowess in close combat and razor-sharp claws, allowing them to dismantle even the most heavily armored foes with horrifying ease. Once dubbed screamer killers for their fearsome bellow, Carnifexes stand as the Tyranid siege engines of flesh and sinew, surpassing even Hive Tyrants in raw strength. These behemoths bulldoze through fortifications and armored ranks alike. Armed with an arsenal of bioengineered weaponry, Carnifexes serve as the living equivalents of tanks or space marine dreadnoughts. Remarkably versatile, they can undergo mutations to specialize in roles, ranging from tank destruction to deploying acid and toxins against infantry. Bearing semblance to both Rippers and Tyranid warriors, Raveners are the swift blades of the swarm. Crafted for rapid assaults, these creatures excel in breaching lighter defenses and executing subterranean ambushes, their burrowing capabilities enabling them to surprise and even overrun adversaries. Zoanthropes wield their formidable psychic prowess like artillery, their grotesquely oversized brains a testament to their mental might. Serving various battlefield roles through their psychic abilities, there's speculation that their enhanced capabilities may stem from the hive mind's integration of Eldari DNA, a sinister evolution sparked by encounters with the craft world Leandan. Biovores are the Tyranid's living artillery platforms, dedicated solely to the cultivation and deployment of spore mines. These languid creatures birth spore mines within their own bodies, launching them at the enemy in a grotesque display of biological warfare. The origins of the Biovores are rumored to trace back to Orcish genetics, highlighting the Tyranids' relentless adaptation and the horrifying diversity of their arsenal. Towering above the battlefield, Bio-Titans are the Tyranids' answer to the colossal titans and super-heavy war machines of other species. As the apex of land-based Tyranid evolution encountered thus far, they stand between 9 to 30 meters tall, wielding enough destructive power to obliterate entire squads of space marines in a single engagement. Norn Queens are colossal entities that serve as the Tyranids' living factories, their very essence a blend of organic and mechanical marvels. They are in effect the architects of the swarm, capable of manipulating biomass with unparalleled precision to spawn the many forms that comprise the Tyranid's horde. Sequestered within vast chambers aboard hive ships, each Norn Queen reigns supreme over her brood, a singular presence within a cathedral-sized womb. Acting as the terrestrial avatars of the Norn Queens, dominatrixes command the Tyranid ground forces with both size and psychic might, rivaling that of a Bio-Titan. These formidable entities are psychically tethered to their corresponding Norn Queen, establishing a direct synaptic conduit through a symbiotic bond with a smaller, warrior-sized creature, ensuring the Hive Fleet's will is executed upon the field of battle. The Trigons are serpentine leviathans, masters of subterranean assault, capable of surfacing amidst enemy ranks with seismic force. Dwarfing carnifexes in both size and strength, Trigons not only spearhead attacks but can also synchronize Tyranid forces as synapse creatures. Leading tunnel swarms composed of lictors and hormigons, their chitinous armor hums with bioelectric energy, ready to unleash devastating currents upon their adversaries, making them one of the most feared predators within the Tyranid arsenal. Emerging from the Trigon lineage, Morlocks are formidable, worm-like creatures, navigating the subterranean with a surprising agility for their size. Lacking vision, they are nonetheless adept hunters, relying on pressure waves to detect their quarry above ground. Their claws, though not ideal for direct combat, allow them to tunnel through Earth with remarkable efficiency, setting the stage for their preferred method of attack, emerging suddenly to swallow prey whole, ensuring a slow, living digestion. The approach of a Morlock is heralded by surface tremors, with regular vibrations such as heartbeats, drawing them inexorably towards their next victim. Tasked with the defense of Tyranid nests and structures, Hiveguard embody the concept of mobile artillery. Encased in a durable carapace and anchored by a body designed to support the immense impaler cannon they bear, these creatures are the epitome of Tyranid siege weaponry. Their unique bond with the Shard Beasts, which serve as living ammunition, grants them the ability to strike targets hidden from their direct line of sight, making them a relentless guardian capable of decimating foes from afar with pinpoint precision. It is well known that destroying the more intelligent creatures in the swarm is essential to stop a Tyranid advance. Training in recognition and fire discipline is of some help in identifying the best targets, but the chaos and confusion of the battlefield make it difficult for troops to pick out their targets amidst the swarming mass of creatures. Ultimately, it is proven best to direct fire at the largest Tyranids in sight, and pray to the Emperor that some of them are the leaders. In a cunning prelude to invasion, Tyranids often lay the groundwork for planetary conquest with a blend of stealth and biological espionage. Utilizing space hulks and other derelict vessels as incubators, they unleash gene stealers into these ghostly confines. These vanguard organisms swiftly map out their metallic labyrinths before entering a dormant state, lying in wait for the inevitable brush with humanity. Upon discovery by Imperial forces, the gene stealers launch surprise assaults on the boarding parties. While they may decimate the crew, they ensure that at least one individual survives, now unwittingly harboring a gene stealer reproductive agent. This parasitic payload, far from lethal, insidiously integrates Tyranid genetic blueprints into the host's DNA, sparking an overwhelming compulsion to reproduce, thus siring the first of many gene stealer hybrids. The offspring, bound to their progenitors by an unbreakable psychic linkage, serve as the nucleus for a burgeoning gene stealer cult. With each generation, the cult proliferates through the host society, embedding its tendrils deep within the fabric of the planet's governance and military might, all while maintaining a semblance of normalcy. Beneath this facade, however, the hybrids, connected by a psychic network known as the Broodmind, begin to radiate a psychic distress call into the warp, a beacon for the imminent Tyranid Hive Fleet. As the shadow of the Hive Fleet looms ever closer, the Genestealer cult, now a formidable force, orchestrates a global uprising designed to destabilize the planet's defenses. The insurrection, fueled by the cult's fervent loyalty to the Tyranid cause, aims to ensure that when the Hive Fleet finally arrives, it meets little resistance thanks to the meticulously laid out plans of their Genestealer vanguard. Upon securing victory, a Tyranid Hive Fleet proceeds to terraform the conquered planet into an all-you-can-eat buffet. They deploy an array of bioengineered organisms that commence a radical transformation of the planet's climate, surface, and ecosystems, tailoring the world to facilitate the feast to come. And should the Tyranids triumph, the planet is stripped bare, its atmosphere siphoned, oceans drained, and biomass devoured, leaving behind nothing but a barren husk. In warfare, the Tyranids embody the principle of overwhelming force, favoring engagements where they outnumber their adversaries by staggering margins. They excel in swift, close-quarter combat, swarming enemy positions with a relentless tide of claws and teeth. Though their arsenal boasts few ranged options, their numerical superiority and prowess in melee combat compensate, especially under the guidance of a tactically astute leader. Communication with the Tyranids is not just improbable, but irrelevant. To expect dialogue from them is as futile as cattle negotiating with the farmer. They view other life forms with the same detachment humanity reserves for livestock. Their alien minds are beyond bargaining, placation, or surrender, rendering any encounter with them a stark exercise in survival. There is no quarter, no capitulation, only the grim binary of kill or be consumed. With each year, the Tyranid threat burrows deeper into the galaxy's heart, leaving desolation in their wake. Despite desperate resistance from the many species of the galaxy, the shadow of new hive fleets looms large, drawing inexorably closer from the void. Stirring from eons of dormancy, these new swarms join the chorus of the hive mind, a singular, expanding intellect focused on the eternal imperatives of consumption, growth, and evolution, an endless cycle of devour and adapt that threatens all life in its path. Observe the degree of integration of the Tyranid symbiote weapons. At first, these were relatively crude and were carried and employed, however distastefully, by the creatures that used them like a gun or sword. In later encounters, Tyranids have exhibited more and more frequently weaponry meshed directly into the creatures carrying them. Now it has become impossible to tell where the Tyranid warrior ends and its weapon symbiotes begin. I think we can be assured that the Norn Queens will continue to work tirelessly towards more and more perfectly adapted for killing the inhabitants of this galaxy, just as they have in others before ours. Simply put, over the coming centuries, we may be out-evolved to the point of extinction. Unlike the civilizations of the Milky Way, who craft their armadas and arsenals from metal and synthetics, the Tyranids sculpt theirs from the very essence of life. Utilizing the harvested biomatter of devoured worlds, they engage in a horrid form of artistry, gene splicing and bioengineering every aspect of their martial might. From the virulent spores clouding invaded skies to the sinister towers erupting from besieged soil, each is a living testament to Tyranid ingenuity. Their warriors are nightmares made flesh, terrifying entities armed with natural armaments sharp enough to dissect reality itself, alongside biocannons that spew voracious, parasitic death. Their arsenal of living, breathing biomorphs, each a byproduct of reclaimed conquests, showcases a horrifying alternative to mechanical warfare. Through sophisticated biotechnological mastery, the Tyranids forge organic counterparts to the conventional weaponry and tools of other species. So intimate is the bond between weapon and wielder in their ranks that discerning where the creature ends and its armament begins becomes an exercise in futility. The warrior beasts brandish these living implements with lethal grace, each a symbiotic masterpiece honed for extermination. The adaptability of the Tyranid hordes is unparalleled, their forces a menagerie of specialized death designed for every warfare aspect, ready to be recalibrated and reborn for the theater of war at hand. With such a capacity for rapid evolution, a hive fleet conjures an inexhaustible tide of monstrosities, flyers, burrowers, stalkers and chargers, tailored to penetrate, overrun, and obliterate any defense laid before them, a relentless deluge of alien terror. Though never a verdant world, the lifeless ball of rock that we discovered was unrecognizable as Tyran Primus. The creatures that did this are a threat to the galaxy, and must be exterminated by the light of the God Emperor. The Tyranid menace presents an unequaled cataclysm, capable of reducing verdant worlds to desolate empty shells. Their methodical conquest unfolds in meticulously orchestrated phases, each introducing a new variant of bioengineered horrors tailored for devastation. Within days, a planet brimming with life is methodically purged of its organic essence, and with their hunger momentarily quelled, the High Fleet withdraws into the void, leaving in its wake not but a voided sphere, a testament to their consuming passage. This cycle of consumption and departure marks the Tyranids not merely as invaders, but as an existential threat to life itself, their approach heralding the end of worlds. As I looked into its dead black eyes, I saw the terrible sentience it had in place of a soul. Behind that was the steel will of its leader. Further still, I could feel its primogenitor coldly assessing me from the void, and looking back from the deepest recesses of the alien's mind, I perceived what I can only describe as an immortal hunger. We can slay the Tyranids on our worlds, blast their fleets from space, grind their armies to torn and ruined fragments, but their hunger, that is beyond our ability to slay. The initial whispers of a Tyranid invasion are marked by an eerie quietude, a testament to their cunning approach. In these nascent phases, the alien vanguard assesses the world's ripe potential for conquest, subtly weaving the first threads of infestation into the fabric of native life. The spearhead of this silent assessment is formed by 3 specialized Tyranid bioforms, vanguard drone ships, lictors, and gene stealers, each embodying the art of stealth and autonomy essential for scouting and infiltration. Endowed with natural abilities geared towards obscurity, these entities employ their skills in subterfuge to study the prey planet unnoticed. Given their sparse numbers during this preliminary stage, these Tyranids display a rare caution, prioritizing survival and propagation as the keystones for the impending invasion. The scouts stand apart from the typical Tyranid throng, renowned more for its unthinking, collective ferocity than for discreet action. Where the greater swarm thrives under the guiding psychic hand of the hive mind, these advanced agents boast a capacity for independent operation, necessitated by the vast gulfs separating them from their kin. Their intelligence and adaptability shine in the meticulous crafting of their infiltration strategies, a prelude to the horror and devastation that follows in the wake of their discovery. Vanguard drone ships epitomize the Tyranid preference for stealth and speed, leveraging their diminutive stature and muted psychic and propulsion emissions to surreptitiously survey prospective star systems. Often, these nimble scouts deposit their ominous payload on promising worlds before hastening to probe further cosmic territories. Given their fleeting presence, Imperial detection remains a rare occurrence, preserving the grim secrecy of their mission. However, on the occasion a drone ship is spotted, it immediately ascends to the apex of Imperial target lists. Neutralizing it post-haste could forestall the Tyranid menace, buying precious time against the impending swarm. Lictors, the architects of covert surveying, commence their grim work upon deployment. With a predator's grace, they traverse the planetary wilderness, their feeder tendrils sampling the air, soil, and fauna to paint a detailed biological canvas for the hive mind. Their hunt is not limited to the non-sentient. Lone creatures and intelligent beings alike are consumed, their memories and knowledge assimilated. This gathered intelligence is beamed back to the collective consciousness once a synaptic link is established, refining the invasion blueprint. This is why eliminating a lictor before it can relay its findings can significantly handicap the swarm's adaptive strategies, rendering the impending horde less attuned to the unique challenges of the planet's biosphere. Gene stealers, on the other hand, represent the Vanguard's vanguard, the most clandestine of the Tyranid infiltrators. As they prowl the targeted world, they not only survey, but also sow the seeds of future conquest, mingling Tyranid genes with the native flora and fauna. As mentioned earlier, this genetic sabotage creates a line of hybrid creatures, bending to the will of a brood lord or another Tyranid figurehead, thus anchoring the initial stitch into the tapestry of invasion. Gene stealers possess the guile to breach planetary defenses without a drone ship, having been discovered aboard derelict space hulks and nestled within the cargo bays of warp-traversing ships. The urgency to eradicate these entities cannot be overstated. Left unchecked, they lay the groundwork for a burgeoning nest, around which a cult of hybrid zealots rapidly coalesces. Once the gene stealers secure their foothold, the nature of their mission evolves. The assimilation of the planet's biology acts as the beacon, sending out a psychic distress signal that cuts through the cosmos. This signal beckons the Hive fleet, drawing in a predatory armada led by a Hive ship. The convergence of these Tyranid forces signifies the grim transition from covert infiltration to overt siege, marking the next, more devastating stage of the planet's downfall. We have observed their vanguard organisms herd prey like cattle into the path of the main swarms. We have seen them expend tides of lesser beasts so that their enemies have no ammunition left when their leaders attack, and armored columns channeled into narrow defiles where but one of their assault beasts can tear through an entire tank company. Only yesterday, we received a picked capture of several platoons falling back into the keep of Next Bastion, only to be trapped and slaughtered by burrowing organisms that burst from the ground.
Leviathan is the greatest, and has wrought ruin on a scale never before witnessed. Though the great rift arising from Cadia's ruin has severed many of Leviathan's tendrils, many more remain.
The entrance of the Hive ship and its entourage marks a dire escalation in the siege of a star system. This colossal biovessel acts as a potent synaptic linchpin for the Hive mind, casting a psychic maelstrom known as the Shadow in the Warp over several light years. The phenomenon effectively silences any attempts at psychic distress signals from the beleaguered planet. Defense fleets, too, find themselves hamstrung, their emergence from the immaterium thwarted within the affected zone. Upon nearing its prey world, the Hive ship commences a relentless bombardment of mycetic spores. These biopods, each a payload of destruction, deliver both the simplest and most complex of Tyranid life forms to the planet's surface. Microbial invaders set about a terraforming onslaught, transmuting the atmosphere, hydrosphere, and biosphere into a buffet ripe for Tyranid consumption, reconfiguring complex organic structures into forms more palatable for the swarm. Amidst this biological onslaught, more sophisticated Tyranid entities take their first steps onto the planet. Gaunts and gargoyles lay the groundwork for subsequent invasions, while leviathans like Morlocks and Trigons delve into the crust, sowing the seeds for capillary towers and carving out subterranean networks. These tunnels not only facilitate further infestation, but also enable the harvest of the planet's mineral resources and subterranean life, sheltered from above-ground resistance. This multifaceted approach to a planetary onslaught ensures that no aspect of the prey world remains untapped, setting the stage for a comprehensive conquest. As the skies darken with Tyranid biopods, the Genestealers and Lictors, previously lying dormant on the planet, spring into action. Utilizing their pre-gathered intelligence and the chaos spawned by their hybrid offspring, they initiate a campaign of disruption. Their tactics, precision strikes against leadership and communication nodes, aim to unravel the planet's defense network from within. In this critical juncture, swift and decisive measures by the planet's defenders become paramount, and the destruction of the Hive ship emerges as an important objective. Should this behemoth fall, the resultant disarray within the Tyranid ranks could spell an opportunity to dismantle the invasion piecemeal. Though a daunting task, targeting the mycetic spores as they descend offers an alternative route to stymieing the Tyranid advance. Given the finite nature of the Hive ship's reserves, each spore neutralized equates to a tangible reduction in the enemy's ground forces. The Hive mind, for all its relentlessness, is not without pragmatism. Faced with unexpectedly formidable resistance, it may opt to withdraw, reallocating its devastating might towards more vulnerable prey. Thus, an unyielding defense can sometimes deflect the calamity elsewhere. Crucial to thwarting the Genestealer menace is safeguarding the planet's communications infrastructure. In an environment where astropathic signals are stifled, maintaining robust, secure lines of communication becomes a lifeline, essential to coordinating a defense capable of repelling the extragalactic invaders. As the Tyranid invaders secure their foothold on a planet, the assault escalates rapidly. The air, land, and sea teem with a relentless surge of bioforms. Gaunts, gargoyles, and Genestealers lead the charge, a living storm of teeth, claws, and shadow. Among this horde, the towering might of Carnifexes, Tyranofexes, and even the colossal Hierophant Biotitans march forth, engines of annihilation in their own right, leaving devastation in their wake. These diverse creatures amass into vast armies, forging battle lines that stretch for hundreds of miles. In their wake, capillary towers, rising like monoliths from the planet's bowels, serve a sinister purpose beyond their looming presence. These structures process to consume biomass, spawning further nightmares to bolster the Tyranid ranks. Despite their plant-like semblance, Capillary towers are anything but passive. Their tendrils reach far and wide, ensnaring flora and fauna alike, even as they leach the very air for its microscopic life. This absorption not only fuels the Tyranid war machine, but alters the planet's atmosphere itself, preparing it for the final stages of domination. On the front lines, Termagants unleash barrages from their bioweapons, decimating ranks of defenders from afar, while Hormagants hurl themselves into the fray with ferocious zeal. Orchestrated by the strategic command of warriors, these swarms, numbering in the hundreds, operate with terrifying efficiency, each creature a cog in the hive mind's grand design of conquest and consumption. When the tide of battle does not immediately turn in their favor, the hive mind demonstrates its tactical flexibility by deploying its more formidable strains into the fray. For planets shielded by robust defenses, the swarm escalates the response, spawning giants such as the Dominatrix and Hierophant, titanic bioforms that can stand toe-to-toe with the mightiest Imperial Titans. And confronted with particular stubborn resistance, the hive mind exhibits remarkable strategic agility. Raveners and Trigons, for instance, might be unleashed to tunnel beneath fortifications, springing ambushes from below, or disrupting enemy formations from the rear. Meanwhile, aerial predators like shrikes and harpies swoop down from the skies, executing precision strafing runs. Despite the swarm's readiness to expend countless lives for the smallest territorial gain, it refrains from senseless attrition. Every move is a calculated step in the dance of war, showcasing the Tyranid's innate propensity for innovation on the battlefield. It's a curious observation that the primary wave of Tyranid attackers does not consume the fallen defenders directly. Instead, they leave behind a trail of destruction for subsequent waves to assimilate, ensuring that no resource goes to waste in their relentless advance. The battlegrounds are often scattered with both the fallen foes and the Tyranids themselves, the latter's demise viewed with indifference by the hive mind. Each Tyranid life spent is considered fulfilled, its value recouped as the swarm recycles their biomass, ensuring that in death, as in life, they nourish the ongoing invasion. Above the war-torn planets, gargoyles and harpies darken the skies, their sheer numbers eclipsing the starlight, fulfilling dual roles beyond their participation in terrestrial skirmishes. Like their grounded counterpart, the capillary towers, these aerial marauders consume the biomass of the skies. Not only do they reclaim this vital resource for the swarm, but their presence also blots out sunlight, starving photosynthetic organisms and gradually destabilizing the planet's climate and atmosphere. At this juncture, the invasion has taken a deep root, and simple victory in battle will not reverse the devastation wrought. Even the destruction of the hive ship offers no remedy. The infestation is spread too thoroughly, too deeply. The hive mind's resilience means that eradicating every last Xenos could span millennia, a testament to the pervasive and enduring blight of the Tyranid presence. The invasion permeates down to the microscopic, their very DNA evidence the resilience against conventional warfare's poisons and pathogens. The smallest creature, left unchecked, harbors the grim promise of resurgence, a reminder that the Tyranid threat is not only formidable in its might, but in its insidious capacity to endure and adapt. We retreat, we fall back, we make strategic withdrawals, we consolidate, we evacuate. When in the name of all that's holy are we going to fight back against the Tyranid threat? Events at Ikar 4 and Mikraj have proved that the Hive fleets can be stopped, but where are the armies and the ships to stop them again? Believe me, sirs, I can appreciate that outposts and minor stations cannot be held against the infernal numbers of these aliens without an unconscionable expenditure of force. I have seen with my own eyes the results of such folly. I can also appreciate that the strategy of holy terror is not mine to question, but I fear that the perspective gained from viewing reports from thousands of light years away belies the seriousness of the situation here on the eastern fringe. While the vanguard of warriors engages the planet's defenses in relentless combat, a different kind of horror unfolds in their wake. An array of bioforms dedicated not to destruction, but to harvest sweeps across the battlegrounds. This cleanup crew, converting the planet's own bounty into the swarm, exemplifies their cyclical efficiency. While some of the reaped biomass fuels the creation of more soldiers for the front lines, the lion's share is earmarked for the gargantuan hive ships in orbit, which await the planet's fall before feasting. At the forefront of this reclamation effort are the rippers that rain from the skies in vast swarms. These voracious feeders indiscriminately consume any organic matter they encounter, leaving nothing but barrenness in their path. Once sated, these feeders lumber towards the capillary tower's digestive pools, not to deposit their harvest, but to plunge into the acidic baths themselves, thereby returning their ingested bounty to the hive mind. The cycle of consumption and renewal perpetuates with the creation of new rippers, ensuring the relentless stripping of the planet continues unabated. Below the waves and beneath the ground, similar bioforms extend this ecological purge. In the oceans, eel-like rippers form vast, predatory shoals that decimate marine life, while their burrowing counterparts follow the paths carved by trigons and raveners, feasting upon the hidden bounty of the planet's subterranean realms. This total exploitation leaves no corner of the planet untouched, a testament to the Tyranids' thoroughness in their grim harvest. The infestation leaves no stone unturned, nor any mineral reserve untapped, particularly those rare ores crucial for the reinforcement of their weapon biomorphs exoskeletons. In their relentless pursuit, capillary towers, vast organic pillars, assert dominance even in the unlikeliest of places, the planet's deepest ocean trenches. These structures, enduring the abysmal pressures and frigid temperatures, stretch kilometers towards the ocean's surface, becoming monolithic agents of change, even capable of altering tidal patterns through their insatiable consumption of biomass. At this advanced stage of occupation, the notion of reclaiming the planet is a lost cause. Exterminatus, the wholesale annihilation of the world, emerges as the grim sole recourse. For worlds ensnared by the Hive Fleet's grip, salvation lies only in their obliteration, preempting the Tyranids' conversion of the planet's mass into further means of galactic predation. However, within this dire strategy lies a sliver of tactical advantage. The Tyranid swarm, having invested heavily into the bioconversion process, may find itself momentarily resource depleted, their attentions fixated on the harvest at hand. This phase represents a critical opportunity. The Tyranid fleet, engrossed in its feast, might be more vulnerable to counterattack. Striking at the heart of the Hive Fleet and sacrificing the planet might prove a less daunting challenge now than in the initial stages of the invasion, offering a bleak but necessary option for those seeking to curb the Tyranid threat. The Tyranids are without a doubt the most rapidly evolving creatures in the galaxy. The Magos biologists of Mars have observed developmental DNA leaps between broods originating from different Hive Fleets that would take other beasts millions of years to achieve. It appears that the Tyranid Norm Queens, or primogenitor organisms above the hive ships, are capable of modifying their progeny in response to the environment and life forms they encounter. Newly harvested genetic codes are assimilated, the prey's defense measures are examined, and improved creatures are bioengineered to overcome that resistance. Over time, the myriad improvements to the Hive Fleet's gene pool are melded with others, strengthening the entire race. With the planet's last defenders vanquished, the invasion enters its final, chilling phase. Capillary towers now funnel the planet's biomass back to the orbiting hive ship and its escorting fleet. These living leviathans extend their tendrils, which breach the atmosphere to connect with the towers, acting as colossal straws to suck the planet dry. Through a horrid symphony of organic pumps and vacuum-like forces, the biomass ascends the towers. At this point, even the Tyranid survivors sacrifice themselves to the digestive pools at the tower's bases, their essence disassembled and repurposed. This mass recycling ensures that every drop of Tyranid and native biomass fuels the next wave of cosmic predation. But it's not just raw biomass that's reclaimed. The genetic legacy of the planet, encompassing the memories and evolutionary triumphs of its life forms, is assimilated. This genetic wealth enriches the Hive Fleet, making it even more versatile and formidable. Subsequently, the Tyranids drain the planet's water bodies, their insatiable hunger turning to the very essence that once sustained life. The hive ships swell with the stolen vitality, their biostorage chambers engorged with the plundered liquid treasures. As the operation nears its grim conclusion, even the capillary towers are consumed, leaving no trace of their existence. Lastly, the planet's atmosphere and the remaining towers are absorbed, leaving behind nothing but a lifeless husk. The Hive Fleet, now bloated with the spoils of conquest, begins to set its sights on new worlds to devour, leaving behind a silent monument to their unyielding hunger. Among the Magi biologists, there's speculation that the Tyranids' final act of planetary consumption might involve even larger void-faring entities than those catalogued thus far. Alternatively, Some even posit the use of novel methods to condense the atmosphere into a tangible form. Though the Imperium remains in the dark about the exact process, the result is starkly evident. A once vibrant world reduced to a valueless, airless stone. In the void between stars, the hive mind examines the genetic treasures gleaned from its latest conquest. This genetic almanac not only serves as a record, but as a crucible for the evolution of new Tyranid variants. These innovations, however, are not rushed into existence. The hive mind, in its inscrutable wisdom, reserves the right to unveil these new life forms at strategically opportune moments, underscoring the Tyranid's mastery of adaptation as the cornerstone of their enduring dominion. For any late-arriving defenders, the realization dawns bleakly. The battle was lost before it began. The only sliver of purpose left is in warning others, a desperate bid to fortify neighboring systems against the inexorable Tyranid advance. The threat they pose is not just of a physical nature, but existential, challenging the very survival of every species they encounter. In facing the Tyranids, the galaxy's inhabitants confront not only a battle for territory, but a fight for the continuation of life itself, against an adversary that knows neither pity nor remorse, only eternal hunger. They embody the dark fear of the unknown, a relentless, devouring tide emerging from the void to consume the galaxy. Their presence challenges the might of empires, tests the resolve of warriors, and underscores the precariousness of existence in a universe where such hunger can emerge from the darkness between stars. I know you may find the Tyranids physically repellent to look at, but believe me, you don't want to let them out of your sight.
As the Hive fleets advance, the suffocating embrace quenches the Emperor's light and drowns doomed worlds in psychic shadow.
Forget the promise of progress and understanding. For in the grim, dark future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter.
Our people sing of victory. Victory as the galaxy burns. Victory as the Imperium rots around us. Victory. Be controlled. Fear forged into obedience. Into faith.
I never wanted this. But you betrayed me. You stole power from the gods and lied to your sons. From the skies of terror to the galactic rim. Let the seas boil, let the stars fall. I will see the galaxy freed once more. So let it be war. Mankind has only one chance to prosper. If you will not seize it, then I will. And if I cannot save it from your failure, Father, then let the galaxy burn.
Hey guys, what's happening? Nihat here with Film Comics Explained. I know it's been some time since we covered Warhammer 40k, but with a few foundational lore videos already under our belt, I thought it now best to begin our coverage of the Horus Heresy, one of the most pivotal moments in humanity's history. Often called the Age of Darkness, the Horus Heresy was a cataclysmic civil war that tore through the galaxy for 9 brutal years. This conflict marked the violent end of the Emperor of Mankind's grand vision, the Great Crusade, a sweeping campaign to reunify humanity's scattered colonies across the Milky Way under a singular government. This unifying effort, however, gave way to betrayal, setting the stage for the current age of the Imperium and establishing the very foundations of the Imperium of Man as it exists today. The seeds of this conflict were sown when Horus Lupercal, the Emperor's trusted warmaster and favored genetic son, fell to the dark influence of the Chaos Gods. These ruinous powers preyed upon Horus's sense of ambition and resentment, pushing him to turn against his father in a bid to seize control of the Imperium. With his resolve twisted by chaos, Horus convinced nearly half of the Primarchs, each a leader of a Space Marine Legion, and substantial factions within the Imperial Army and Mechanicum, to abandon their allegiances to the Emperor and follow him into rebellion. For 9 years, this civil war, now known as the Horus Heresy, ravaged humanity's realms. As Horus drove toward the throne world of Terra, his forces left behind a trail of devastation that spanned countless star systems. The conflict culminated in a final apocalyptic confrontation on Terra, where Horus was ultimately slain, but at a heavy price. The Emperor himself was mortally wounded, his dream of a united, enlightened humanity shattered beyond repair. The death toll of this brutal war reached staggering proportions, with more than 2.3 trillion lives lost. This number swells to 4.6 trillion when accounting for entire planetary populations that were purged by the Imperium following the heresy to eliminate any taint of chaos. The war's end saw Horus dead, the Emperor confined to the Golden Throne, and the traitor legions exiled into the Eye of Terror, cursed forever as the heretic Astartes. In the wake of this devastation, the Imperium was fundamentally reorganized by Rubok Gilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, who led the Second Founding, transforming the vast Space Marine legions into smaller, autonomous chapters to prevent future betrayals of this scale. Gilliman took on the mantle of Imperial Regent, reshaping the Imperium during the time of rebirth to endure and adapt to a universe forever changed. Yet for the average citizen of the Imperium in the 41st millennium, the heresy has receded into legend and myth, buried beneath millennia of dogma, ritual, and state-enforced ignorance. The passing of over 10,000 years has distorted the truth of the heresy, reducing it to little more than half-remembered tales. The combined influence of the Emperor's deification, the theological dictates of the Adeptus Ministorum, and the Inquisition's deliberate manipulation of history have left the reality of these events obscured, rendering the true story of the Horus Heresy a revelation that would shock the people of the Imperium to their core. Over the next few weeks, we're going to explore the extent of the Horus Heresy in 3 parts, beginning with the fall of Horus, the seeding of treachery, to the civil war and siege on Terra.
For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. For in the grim, dark future, there is no peace amongst the stars, only the laughter of thirsting gods.
Do not fail your brothers. Though their bodies die, their spirit must return to the chapter. That is your charge.
Over 28,000 years before the devastation of the Horus Heresy, humanity left behind the ravaged cradle of old Earth during the Age of Terror. The polluted, worn-out planet had pushed our species to look beyond its poisoned skies and seek fortune and survival among the stars. In those distant, almost mythic days, humanity faced unimaginable threats and challenges in a hostile universe. Yet not only did we endure, but we prospered. Colonies spread across the galaxy, establishing humanity's presence on 1 million worlds filled with riches and horrors alike. Technology became humanity's true marvel, rising to an astonishing zenith with Earth at its center, guiding this expansion across the stars. At this golden pinnacle, humanity seemed to manifest its deepest ambitions and dreams. The mastery over science and technology enabled our species to reshape worlds, transforming alien landscapes into reflections of distant Earth. Legends tell of this lost age, a time of abundance, culture, progress, and wonder, where the galaxy thrived under the stewardship of ancient human empires. This was an age of almost divine achievement, later known as the Dark Age of Technology, when humanity wielded unimaginable power, harnessing the energy of stars, crafting living machines, and creating servitors from clay and iron to serve their every whim. Yet in a tragic twist, this era of brilliance gave way to ruin, as our species fell victim to the very sciences that once elevated it. Instead of leading humanity toward the divine, unchecked ambition and reckless use of technology brought devastating consequences. A series of brutal conflicts ensued, with Mars and Terra waging wars that left scars across countless systems. Humanity's most wondrous creations, the sentient machines once cherished as tools, were corrupted, turning against their creators in what is now called the Cybernetic Revolt. Desperate to seize dwindling resources and safeguard their survival, human factions unleashed weapons of incomprehensible destruction. Weapons capable of annihilating entire worlds with a single strike from the cold depths of space. These terrors mark the dark age of technology, a millennial-long era remembered with fear and awe. What began as humanity's age of enlightenment descended into an age of darkness, leaving scars that would echo for ages. And in that time the great beasts shall walk the earth, beneath their tread shall cities become as dust. By their burning breath shall civilizations be as ash. So the end of days is begun.
Gladius Prime. Adeptus Mechanicus first. What hive world was not? Its cities, its satellites, its wastes, all created with Mars's wisdom. All answering only to the tech priests.
The Age of Strife, a dark and chaotic chapter of humanity's history, marked the collapse of mankind's first interstellar empire and thrust its people into an era of ruin, isolation, and ignorance. Officially remembered by imperial historians as the Age of Strife, it is ominously known as Old Night, a time of suffering, fear, and predation that spanned over 5,000 years. The Age of Strife was a dim period that severed humanity's solar system and its nearby colonies from the rest of the galaxy. Powerful warp storms, fueled by the tumultuous birth of the Chaos god Slanesh and the gradual decay of the Eldari Empire, cut off interstellar travel and communication. Humanity's once connected star systems were now isolated, and within the Sol system, planets like Terra, Mars, and Luna were left to fend for themselves, descending into an era defined by constant warfare and shifting dominance. In this violent 5,000-year stretch of anarchy, Terra's unified planetary government collapsed into fragments, overrun by rival techno-barbarian states. The civilization that had once represented humanity's zenith, a flourishing beacon of science and culture, crumbled. Without central authority, protection, or the vital trade networks that once bound the Empire together, human worlds spiraled into chaos. Local factions rose up to battle for control over isolated territories, while others collapsed entirely under the weight of famine, madness, and the terrors of the warp. At this time, the dangers of the warp and its twisted inhabitants were barely understood. Worlds populated by burgeoning psykers became vulnerable as entities from beyond breached reality, ravaging or consuming entire planets in horrific incursions. Separated and weakened, human worlds were easy prey for countless alien species that took advantage of mankind's fall. In vengeance or greed, these alien forces plundered undefended planets, enslaving or butchering their populations. Survivors were left to fend for themselves, their cultures and knowledge lost as they regressed into barbarism, clinging to survival in an unforgiving galaxy. Humanity teetered on the edge of total annihilation. Starved, plagued, and decimated by internal strife, these isolated human enclaves became pale shadows of their former grandeur. Billions perished, outnumbering the dwindling living, and every day brought humanity closer to its final extinction. For 2,500 years, starting in the late 27th millennium, Terra was little more than a battleground for endless wars of attrition. Brutal warlords and their armies unleashed devastating weapons, from chemical to nuclear, scarring Earth's surface until it was a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Tyrants ruled over Terra's battered populace, who endured under oppressive leaders and relentless bloodshed. Ancient Terra, the cradle of humanity, had become unsustainable. Its once mighty arsenals emptied in protracted, devastating wars, and the last vestiges of its power structures were obliterated. Oceans evaporated in atomic fire, and the planet itself transformed into a wasteland. A blasted desert where tribes of savage survivors waged endless wars over dwindling resources. Its people devolved into roving bands of techno-barbarians, led by figures as terrifying as they were brutal. Deranged prophets, cybernetically enhanced warlords, and butcher kings ruled over these tribal hordes, while religious fanatics stirred the fires of endless conflict. In this era, anarchy and bloodshed reigned supreme, and humanity seemed to be spiraling into a hopeless, unending descent into oblivion. To those few with the clarity of thought to reflect on these dark times, there seemed no hope, no salvation. Many believed humanity was doomed to fade into darkness, bound to the chains of its own violence and despair. Yet they would soon be proven wrong. From the ashes of old Earth's desolation, an unexpected force would emerge to lift mankind from the depths of its self-made hell and guide it toward a new destiny. It was in this world of chaos and despair that the Emperor of Mankind chose to emerge, openly revealing himself after millennia of preparation. The Emperor had long anticipated the breakdown of human civilization, planning for this exact moment in history. With a formidable army of genetically enhanced warriors, prototypes for what would later become the Space Marines, he began his mission to conquer Terra. His goal was to unify the fractured nations into a single planetary government, creating a stronghold from which he could launch his reconquest of the galaxy, bringing humanity under the banner of the Imperium of Man and the atheistic Imperial Truth, a doctrine of reason and progress. The Emperor's armies swept across, and one by one, the techno-barbarians and tyrants who opposed him were either defeated in brutal conflict or subdued through diplomacy, bowing to the Emperor's relentless will and bringing an end to the age of strife on Terra. In his campaign for unity, the Emperor established a host of military organizations that would serve as the core of his future forces. Among these were elite regiments such as the Geno 52 Chiliad, one of the oldest and most respected formations within the Imperial Army. These early forces were enhanced through sophisticated genetic techniques developed by the Emperor, with some of his most advanced experiments conducted in hidden laboratories beneath the Himalayan mountains and with the support of geneticists on Luna. The Thunder Warriors, the first generation of super soldiers, were the Emperor's deadliest tool during the Unification Wars. These genetically engineered warriors were physically stronger and more ruthless than even the later Space Marines, although they lacked the nobility, stability, and extended lifespan of the Astartes. Created solely for the brutal work of conquest, the Thunder Warriors were a means to an end, destined to be discarded once the Emperor achieved his goal of unity. Through precise genetic engineering, the Emperor's Geno soldiers became the ultimate human warriors, more resilient, stronger, and capable of withstanding unimaginable damage in combat. They could even face rogue psykers and sorcerers with confidence. These regiments, later called the Old Hundred, would form the foundation of the Emperor's Great Crusade, serving alongside the newly formed Space Marine legions as they embarked upon humanity's reconquest of the stars in the late 30th millennium. With Terra finally unified, the Emperor turned his gaze to Mars, where he forged an alliance with the cult Mechanicus. This agreement, known as the Treaty of Mars, or the Treaty of Olympus to the Mechanicum, granted the Mechanicum complete autonomy on Mars and its forge worlds, and exempted them from the atheism required by the Imperial Truth. In exchange, Mars pledged its vast manufactoria, Titan legions, and orbital shipyards to support the Emperor's Great Crusade. The Treaty of Mars cemented the alliance between Terra and Mars, laying the true foundation of the Imperium of Man, a galaxy-spanning empire dedicated to reuniting and protecting humanity.
As I speak these words, our forces engage the remnants of Leviathan, a crusade to cleanse the stars, taking the fight to the enemy. We routed the Tyranids at Baal. We broke their high fleet. Soon, their foulness will be but a memory.
There is only the Emperor, and he is our shield and protector. After the hard-won triumph of the Unification Wars, the Emperor established a new governing body known as the War Council to oversee the ambitious Great Crusade, a campaign to reunite all of humanity's scattered colonies under a single Imperium. In its early and middle years, the War Council would effectively serve as the true ruling authority of the Imperium, guiding its efforts to reclaim the galaxy. At the helm of the Council sat the Emperor himself, with Malkador the Sigillite, his most trusted ally, at his side. Malkador was not only one of the Emperor's greatest supporters during the Wars of Unity, but also an extraordinarily powerful psyker, surpassed only by the Emperor himself. Other seats on the council were filled by skilled administrators and influential aristocrats drawn from the noble dynasties of Terra and the wider segmentum Solar. Following the Emperor's alliance with the Mechanicum of Mars, the Fabricator General of the Mechanicum joined the War Council, bringing with him Mars's powerful technological resources. Additionally, the Paternova of the Navigator houses held a place on the council, symbolizing the importance of the Navigators to the Imperium's expansion. In approximately 798 M30, as the Emperor took to the stars to personally lead the Great Crusade, he entrusted Malkador with the mantle of Regent of Terra, effectively placing him at the head of the War Council in his absence. With his newfound authority, Malkador began laying the foundations for the several crucial imperial institutions, including the early clades of assassins who would later form the Officio Assassinorum. This effort marked Malkador as the first Grand Master of Assassins, a role he took up with his characteristic sense of purpose and foresight. The War Council, under Malkador's guidance, continued to steer the Imperium's path, preparing Terra and the fledgling Imperium to take its place among the stars. As the galaxy-altering warp storms that had severed Terra since the end of the Dark Age of technology finally subsided, marking the close of the Age of Strife in the early 31st millennium, the Emperor of Mankind deemed the time right to launch his Great Crusade. This monumental campaign aimed to reclaim the galaxy by freeing all human-settled worlds from alien domination and primitive ignorance, uniting humanity under the single banner of the new Imperium of Man. To achieve this, the Emperor created the Primarchs, genetically engineered, godlike superhuman offspring designed to lead and embody his vision for a unified humanity. These Primarchs, forged from the Emperor's own DNA, were being nurtured to accelerated maturity in gestation chambers deep beneath the Himalayan mountains on Terra. However, the Chaos Gods, fearing the Emperor's plans would threaten their power over humanity's collective unconscious, and thus their existence, conspired to intervene. Led by Zinch, they breached the Emperor's psychic wards through the warp, reaching into his laboratory. Unable to destroy the Primarchs due to the Emperor's protections, instead, they scattered them across the galaxy through a warp portal, casting the superhuman infants to distant worlds. Each of these worlds was human inhabited, a coincidence that the Chaos Gods may have orchestrated. Their hope was that, without the Emperor's direct guidance, the Primarchs would develop human weaknesses, making them more susceptible to corruption in the future. In some cases, this strategy proved effective. Chaos did manage to plant the seeds of darkness within certain Primarchs, laying the groundwork for future loyalties to the ruinous powers. To bridge the gap left by the disappearance of his Primarchs, the Emperor created the 20 Space Marine Legions, several of which, such as the First Legion, had even been raised while the Unification Wars still raged. Using the Primarch's genetic material, the Emperor engineered the gene seed organs necessary to create the Legiones Astartes, elite warriors who would become the driving force of his Great Crusade. Each legion was tied to one of the Primarchs, whose unique gene seed formed the basis of its warriors, enabling adolescent human males to be transformed into superhuman space marines. When the Emperor eventually encountered his Primarchs on their respective homeworlds, he appointed each one as the Master of the Legion, whose Astartes carried their genetic legacy. Yet in time, this decision would lead to unforeseen challenges. The genetic ties between the Emperor, the Primarchs, and the Space Marines formed a complex web of loyalty, analogous to that of grandfather, father, and son. Many Astartes, particularly those recruited from the Primarch's homeworlds rather than Terra, began to revere and feel a greater loyalty toward their Primarchs than toward the Emperor himself. This attachment, combined with the unique traits and influence of each Primarch, would plant the seeds of division within the Imperium, setting the stage for future conflicts that would shape the destiny of humanity and the galaxy.
They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war I shall forge them. They shall be of iron will and steely sinew. In great armor I shall clad them, and with the mightiest weapons shall they be armed.
The Ulanor Crusade marked the peak of the Great Crusade, an immense imperial assault against the Orc Empire led by the overlord Ulak Urik. This massive campaign in the late 30th millennium was a final push, rallying over 100,000 space marines, 8 million Imperial Army soldiers, and thousands of Imperial starships, all directed to strike at the heart of the Orc Empire on Ulanor, the capital world of the Ulanor system. This grand offensive would be remembered as one of the Imperium's greatest victories, securing the largest Orc defeat in recorded history until the Third War for Armageddon thousands of years later. With the Orcs vanquished and Ulanor subdued, the Emperor called for a triumph to honor this climactic moment in the Great Crusade. By his command, Ulanor was transformed into a trophy world, Mundus Tropeum, designated on all Imperial records as a site of glory. It was to serve as an enduring symbol of humanity's strength and the unity the Emperor sought across the galaxy. For over 200 years, the Great Crusade had pushed outward, forging bonds with lost colonies, reclaiming planets, vanquishing alien threats, and punishing those who resisted Imperial unification. Ulanor, however, marked a turning point, a shift that would echo for centuries, its memory preserved in the minds of Astartes and soldiers who would soon face a darker future during the Horus Heresy. In preparation for this great victory celebration, Geoformer platoons from the Mechanicum arrived with colossal machinery, clearing the battlefield's remains. The Orc dead were buried en masse, and their shattered ruins were paved over. What emerged was a massive parade ground, its boulevard stretching as wide as an entire city. A grand pavilion, crafted of black marble and heavy granite on Terra, and transported across the stars, stood as the singular structure on this platform, a testament to the Emperor's vision. Orcish skulls marked the road's edge, and the great bowels of smokeless Prometheum lit the way with unending blue-white flames. On the day of triumph, Ulanor's expanse became a sea of military glory. The Imperial Army and Titan Legion surrounded the assembly, a vast display of human and machine power. Every soldier present had earned their place through acts of exceptional bravery, and could forever bear the Ulanor Triumph Bar, forged from the bolter shells reclaimed from the battlefield. Towering titans of the Collegia Titanica stood like sentinels, while aerospace fighters traced contrails across the sky, and mighty Imperial warships held formation in the upper atmosphere, honoring the moment. 14 of the Space Marine Legions stood present, led by 9 of the Emperor's superhuman Primarchs, beings of near-mythic power and presence. Among them, Mortarion of the Death Guard stood with his Death Shroud honor guard, shadowed in cowl and menace. Fulcrum the Phoenician shone resplendent, radiant in gold and platinum. Magnus the Red, the enigmatic Crimson King, towered in arcane mastery. Lorgar Aurelian, reserved and intense, observed with quiet zeal, his intense focus betraying little emotion. Angron, the furious gladiator lord, simmered with a barely contained rage, contrasting starkly with Rogel Dawn's unyielding, obedient resolve. Jagate Khan's intricate, fur-trimmed armor told stories of the White Scar's Legion's wild warrior spirit. Sanguinius, angelic in his power, stood majestic with his sanguinary guard, his gaze lifted to the sky. And finally, Horus of the Lunar Wolves, the hero of Ulanor, stood ready to receive an unprecedented honor. The title of War Master, the Emperor's chosen supreme military commander of the Great Crusade. To the shock of all present, the Emperor announced that he would return to Terra, entrusting the future of the Great Crusade to Horus. This decision, both momentous and unexpected, would forever reshape the Imperium. As the Emperor departed, Ulanor's triumph stood as both a beacon of humanity's power and a fateful turning point in Imperial history. You were like a sun, and together we have all but conquered the galaxy. Now the time has come for me to retire to Terra. My work as a soldier is done and now passes to you, for I have great tasks to perform in my earthly sanctum. I name you War Master, and from this day forth, all of my armies in general shall take orders from you as if the words came from mine own mouth. But words of caution I have for you, for your brother Primarchs are strong of will, of thought, and of action. Do not seek to change them, but use their particular strengths well. You have much work to do, for there are still many worlds to liberate, many peoples to rescue. My trust is with you. Hail, Horus! Hail, the War Master! By the early 31st millennium, after over 2 centuries of intense conflict, the Emperor of Mankind had reclaimed more than 2 million human-settled worlds across the galaxy, forging them into a united Imperium of man. At his side through much of this massive undertaking stood the Primarch Horus, a trusted commander and a true son in every way. The bond between them grew strong through long years of war, with Horus enjoying a unique closeness with the Emperor that none of his brother Primarchs shared. But the Emperor had broader plans beyond the Great Crusade. He intended to stabilize and consolidate his newborn Imperium, ushering humanity into a new era by creating an Imperial webway, a network through the Immaterium similar to the Eldaris, which would provide safe, faster-than-light travel without reliance on dangerous warp routes. Leaving the front lines of the Great Crusade and naming Horus as the Warmaster, he effectively gave him supreme authority over the Imperium's military forces, and placed him in charge of the other Primarchs and their legions. With this title, Horus was recognized as the first among equals, the Emperor's chosen to lead humanity's armies to the end of the Great Crusade, tasked with leading his brothers and their legions to complete the Emperor's vision of unity. But this decision sent shockwaves through the ranks of the other Primarchs. Many struggled to understand why the Emperor would entrust the fate of the Crusade to Horus alone, or why he was stepping back from the battlefield at such a critical moment. Primarchs like Rogel Dawn, Sanguinius and Fulgrim offered Horus their support, proud of their brother's appointment. But others, such as Angron, Rubot Gilliman, Leon L. Johnson and Pertuarabo, greeted the announcement with frustration, some even with outright resentment. The Emperor ultimately returned to Terra, withdrawing to his great imperial palace and the vaults deep below it to pursue his great work in secrecy. His new project was as grand as it was mysterious, a human webway that would grant safe passage through the Immaterium without warp travel, using ancient technology tied to the Golden Throne, a relic from the Age of Technology, which demanded the Emperor's direct oversight on Terra. The endeavor also required the Emperor's undivided focus, and he called upon trusted figures like Malkador the Sigillite and the Fabricator General of Mars, Kelbor Hal, to ensure its success. With his attention turned to Terra, the Emperor established a new ruling body for the Imperium, the Council of Terra. Unlike the War Council, which was now led by Horus, the Council of Terra would oversee matters of state, imperial law, and the essential logistics needed to maintain the Imperium's reach. Most importantly, it would implement the Imperial Tithe, a tax on all worlds for resources and troops to support the Crusade. Malkador, the Emperor's trusted advisor, was appointed as the Council's leader and the Regent of Terra, joined by high-ranking officials from various Imperial divisions, including the Mechanicum, the Legio Custodes, and the Administratum. The Emperor's intention for the Council was clear: to establish a self-governing, civilian administration for the Imperium, led by regular humans, not by a genetic elite. He envisioned an Imperium where power would rest with mortal men and women, ultimately shaping humanity's future without dependence on superhuman rulers. But the distant Primarchs fighting on the Great Crusade's front lines did not share his vision. News of the Council's formation ignited outrage among them. Many felt deceived, believing their sacrifices and achievements in battle had earned them a rightful place in the Imperium's governance. For Horus and many of his brothers, the Emperor's decision to entrust Terra to ordinary humans instead of his own sons felt like a betrayal. To see the Imperium's reins of power pass to bureaucrats who had not fought for humanity's unity, and to be relegated to mere military roles, stirred resentment in their hearts. But the Emperor had a clear vision. He sought to create a self-governing society, led by unaugmented humans rather than a ruling class of genetically engineered Primarchs and Space Marines. These frustrations festered, especially among the more volatile Primarchs. Horus himself began to see the Council of Terra as treachery, a sign that the Emperor no longer trusted his sons to shape humanity's destiny. To Horus and several of his brothers, the Imperium was changing, straying from its roots of conquest and heroism, weighed down by bureaucrats and administrators who prized process over purpose. Horus argued that the Imperium, once driven by glory, was now in danger of becoming stagnant, ruled by scribes and clerks instead of warriors. The empire they had built at great cost risked fading into history as a mere bureaucratic machine, its greatness eroded by red tape and indecision. Fueled by pride and the belief that he and his brothers knew best, Horus saw the Council of Terra as evidence that the Emperor had abandoned them, and he convinced himself and his more discontented siblings that the Imperium was sliding into decay. It was this underlying discontent that would become fertile ground for the Chaos Gods, who saw in the Primarch's wounded pride and frustration an opportunity. These resentments, the very human emotions of envy and ambition, would become the cracks through which Chaos would enter, leading Horus toward rebellion, to the corruption of half of the Emperor's sons, and the cataclysm that would shake the Imperium to its core. The tragedy in all of this was that the Primarch's perception was deeply flawed. The Council of Terra was not a means to reduce their influence. It was a necessary step in the Emperor's plan for a sustainable human empire. The Emperor envisioned an Imperium that would be governed by its people, free from the rule of an immortal military elite whose power placed them on the brink of abandoning their humanity. The Primarchs and Space Marines had been created to protect mankind, not to rule over it as a new aristocracy of superhuman tyrants. Their mission was to safeguard the future, not to dominate it. Yet the Primarch's inability to grasp this vision, rooted in their pride and ambition, became the catalyst for a conflict that would shake the galaxy. Horus's fall and the Horus Heresy would plunge the Imperium into an age of darkness, threatening to unravel everything the Emperor had built and bringing unimaginable suffering to billions. It was treachery at first, to turn against brothers, to kill for personal advancement and power. But we have seen them, how their minds and bodies have been corrupted. Their very belief systems have been warped. This is no longer Horus's treachery, it is his heresy.
So it takes the last drop of my blood. I will see the galaxy freed once more.
Long before the tragic conflict at Isfahan III that ignited the Horus Heresy, the Primarch Lorgar, leader of the Word-Bearers Legion, had already pledged his loyalty to the ruinous powers. But initially, as a figure defined by religious fervor, Lorgar had actually believed fervently in the Emperor's divinity. From his earliest days on the desert world of cultures, he had visions that foretold the Emperor's coming, seeing him as a living god who would reshape humanity. These visions led him into a series of bloody wars as he sought to impose his doctrine of Emperor worship upon his home world. By the time the Emperor arrived on Colchis to reclaim his lost son, Lorgar had already unified the entire planet under a cult dedicated to the God Emperor. Colchis erupted into months-long celebrations of piety, their devotion unmatched. Yet despite the grandeur of this welcome, the Emperor viewed it with disdain. He had not launched the Great Crusade to enslave humanity with superstition, but to free it with the light of reason, science, and the imperial truth, a vision fundamentally at odds with Lorgar's reverence. Following these celebrations, Lorgar was appointed as Master of the 17th Legion, which came to be known as the Word-Bearers, reflecting their role as heralds of the Emperor's message. Alongside Lorgar was his adoptive father and spiritual guide, Khor Pharaon, who, despite being an adult, was granted a modified form of the Astartes transformation, allowing him to serve as Lorgar's closest advisor and the first captain of the Legion's elite First Company. Throughout the Great Crusade, Lorgar and his word-bearers pursued a unique mission. They imposed strict religious doctrine upon each world they brought into compliance, determined to eliminate what they saw as heresy and blasphemy. The word-bearers orchestrated the burning of ancient texts and symbols of other faiths and constructed vast monuments in cathedrals in the Emperor's name, proclaiming him as the god of mankind. Under Lorgar's direction, the Legion's greatest chaplains composed elaborate works on the Emperor's divinity and delivered impassioned sermons to the newly conquered populations, using faith as a powerful tool to secure their loyalty. While the Word-Bearers' progress was slow compared to other legions, their hold over the worlds they brought into compliance was ironclad, with each new convert bound in both spirit and allegiance to the Imperium. During this time, Lorgar authored the Lectitio Divinitatis, a text arguing for the Emperor's divinity and urging all of humanity to worship him as its rightful god. Ironically, although Lorgar himself would later fall from the Emperor's favor, the Lectitio Divinitatis would become a cornerstone of the imperial cult, eventually forming the foundation of the ecclesiarchy. This paradox remains one of Lorgar's lasting legacies. Though he ultimately turned from the Emperor, his work would continue to shape the Imperium for millennia to come. 40 years before the onset of the Horus Heresy, the devotion of Lorgar and the Word-Bearers Legion to the Emperor was absolute. On the worlds they brought into compliance, tithes were paid to Terra without question, and the citizens embraced the Emperor's name with fervor. For nearly a century, Lorgar had carried out the Great Crusade, honoring his father through elaborate displays of worship. Although the Emperor's secular doctrine of the imperial truth condemned religion, he had never openly rebuked Lorgar or the Word-Bearers for their adoration. Yet despite his love for Lorgar, the Emperor grew troubled by his son's unwavering belief and refusal to abandon faith in favor of reason. As the Great Crusade reached its peak, the Emperor's patience waned. He was increasingly frustrated by the slow progress of the Word-Bearers, who instead of swiftly conquering worlds, spent valuable time constructing monuments and enforcing worship. The Emperor, a steadfast opponent of organized religion, had envisioned the Imperium as a beacon of reason and science, free from the superstitions that had plagued humanity. For him, any notion of his own worship was abhorrent, a return to the darkness and fanaticism of humanity's past. When reports emerged that the Word-Bearers were slaughtering those who refused to revere him as a god, the Emperor's disapproval could no longer be restrained. In response, he issued a stern command. A task force led by the Ultramarines Legion under Primarch Rubot Gilliman, accompanied by the Emperor's custodies and Malkador the Sigillite, was dispatched to the planet Kur. Their objective was to raise the city of Monarchia, a bastion of the Word-Bearers' devotion, where cathedrals and monuments to the Emperor stood as symbols of Lorgar's faith. To the Word-Bearers, Monarchia was the perfect city, a place of pure devotion to their god-emperor. Yet by the Emperor's order, Monarchia was reduced to ashes. Following the destruction, Lorgar and the entirety of the Word-Bearers Legion, over 100,000 Astartes, were summoned to Kur. There, within sight of the smoldering ruins of their beloved city, they were forced to kneel by the Emperor's psychic might. The Emperor's rebuke was severe. He told them that their worship was a failure, a betrayal of his vision for humanity. For Lorgar, this was a shattering blow. He had dedicated his life in Legion to glorifying the Emperor, and now he was met with rejection. Wounded and humiliated, Lorgar withdrew into despair. Feeling abandoned by the one he had devoted himself to, Lorgar turned to those who had long been his confidants. Corferon, his adoptive father and the first captain of the Word-Bearers, had been by his side since childhood on Colchis, instilling in him the teachings of the Covenant. Corferon, a lifelong zealot, now urged Lorgar to consider other gods, beings truly worthy of worship. Erebus, the Legion's first chaplain and another close advisor, also supported this perspective, claiming that the old faith of Colchis, the ancient religion, venerated gods who were more accepting of devotion than the Emperor. It was through Corferon and Erebus that Lorgar first learned of the Chaos Gods, mysterious beings who not only welcomed his worship but demanded it. With his faith in the Emperor fractured, Lorgar was drawn to this new path. Intrigued by the prospect of gods who embraced reverence, Lorgar ordered the Word-Bearers to seek them out. Corferon and Erebus, secret devotees of chaos for years, proposed a pilgrimage, a journey that would forever alter the fate of the Imperium. This fateful decision to embrace chaos would plant the seeds of the Horus Heresy, as Lorgar and his legion turned their loyalty toward darker powers.
Now the time has come to reap what has been sown. The true test awaits.
But from the fire, we rise again.
With a chapter of the Serrated Sun from his Word-Bearers Legion, Lorgar joined the 1,301st Expeditionary Fleet at the fringes of Imperial space, seemingly to continue the Great Crusade. But this was a front for a more personal mission, the pilgrimage of Lorgar. At this time, he had not yet embraced chaos, but he had turned against the Emperor, whom he no longer saw as a god worthy of worship. In Lorgar's eyes, the Emperor's condemnation of humanity's spiritual instincts was misguided, and he sought proof that true gods existed, ones deserving of reverence. Though he concealed his resentment for the Emperor, he led his legion forward under the guise of compliance missions, all the while searching for a higher spiritual truth. Accompanying the word-bearers on this pilgrimage were 5 custodians, the Emperor's elite guardians, who had been assigned to monitor Lorgar and ensure the legion did not stray into heresy again. Undeterred, the word-bearers scoured distant systems for any sign of divine truth, seeking the secrets of what would later be called the primordial truth, the knowledge of chaos. Their search led them into the Cadia system, nearing the galaxy's largest and most malevolent warp storm, the Eye of Terror. Here, in the heart of darkness, the astropaths of the fleet heard strange voices echoing from the warp itself, voices that spoke directly to Lorgar, revealing glimpses of the entities within. To his shock, he discovered that many religions, including Colchis' old faith, were rooted in chaos. The gods he had searched for were real, and they had waited for his discovery. This revelation transformed Lorgar and his legion. The primordial truth unveiled to them the might of the ruinous powers, and they succumbed to the influence of chaos. Lorgar and the Wordbearers became the first Space Marine Legion to worship the Chaos Gods, renouncing their loyalty to the Emperor in spirit long before open rebellion. The remainder of the Great Crusade became for them a mission to reveal chaos as a true spiritual force behind existence. Lorgar and his closest followers, Corferon and Erebus, worked in the shadows, planting seeds of corruption among the other Primarchs, slowly swaying them toward chaos. Their most significant triumph would be the Warmaster Horus himself. As Lorgar's faith in chaos grew, he realized that humanity could not embrace this new truth without first breaking free from the Emperor's false imperial truth. This conviction led him to orchestrate the atrocities at Isfahan III and the drop site massacre on Isfahan V, paving the way for Horus's open rebellion. When Horus finally declared his treason, Lorgar and the Wordbearers stood among the first to join him, fully committed to the cause of chaos. The worlds they'd secretly corrupted during their final compliance missions rose in rebellion alongside them, their populations indoctrinated into the worship of the ruinous powers. Thus, the Wordbearers became the vanguard of the heresy, their pilgrimage setting in motion the catastrophic events that would plunge the galaxy into an age of darkness.
Our Emperor, deliver us from plague, temptation and war. Our Emperor, deliver us from the blasphemy of the fallen. Our Emperor, deliver us, a morte perpetua. Domine, libra nos.
During the Great Crusade, the Primarchs, despite their godlike prowess and wisdom, began to reveal their deeply human flaws. They were the Emperor's vision of perfection, yet each bore within them the seeds of jealousy, vanity, ambition, and pride. While they inspired awe, they were not immune to the vices and weaknesses that had plagued humanity for eons. Though Horus, the favored son, initially approached his new role as Warmaster with dedication, discord simmered among the Primarchs and within the Imperium itself. Many were unsettled by the Emperor's withdrawal, resentful that he had chosen to entrust the Great Crusade to another, and further frustrated by his lack of transparency. The newly formed Council of Terror, established to manage imperial taxes and governance, was another source of conflict. Horus chafed against the Council's interference, feeling increasingly sidelined and betrayed by his father's secrecy regarding the Webway project. Resentment, uncertainty, and a sense of failure took root in Horus's heart, driving him down a path from which there would be no return. The turning point came on Darvan, a world where Horus had stationed his legion, the Lunar Wolves, decades earlier. The culture of warrior lodges on Darvan had influenced his Space Marines, who had adopted these secretive societies within their ranks. Originally mere fraternities, these lodges became fertile ground for manipulation. Lorgar and his first chaplain Erebus saw in them the perfect instrument to draw Horus toward chaos. During a campaign on Darvan's moon, Horus faced the corrupted former Imperial Governor, Eugene Temba, now an agent of the Chaos God Nurgle. Temba, once an ally left to govern Darvan, had embraced Nurgle, transforming into a bloated, undead monstrosity surrounded by legions of plague zombies. Armed with a deadly, chaos-tainted weapon known as the Chimbrak Anathame, a Xenos blade stolen by Erebus from the human civilization of the Interrex, Temba struck Horus in battle, inflicting a grievous festering wound that the Lunar Wolves apothecaries could not heal. With Horus gravely injured, Erebus saw an opportunity to advance Chaos's influence. He persuaded the Lunar Wolves Warrior Lodge to seek healing from Davonite shamans at the Temple of the Serpent Lodge, a group of Chaos-worshipping cultists. Consumed by grief and fear for their Primarch, the Lunar Wolves allowed the shamans to intervene, breaching the Imperial truth in their desperation to save Horus. This decision would set Horus on a dark path, one that would forever alter the fate of the Imperium. The wound, both physical and spiritual, festered within him, and Erebus's manipulation took root. Through this act, the Chaos Gods gained their foothold in the heart of the Emperor's greatest warrior, sowing the seeds of the galaxy-spanning civil war that would soon be known as the Horus Heresy. Within the shadowed halls of the Serpent Lodge on Darvin, Horus underwent a dark ritual, and his spirit was drawn from his wounded body into the Immaterium. There, he was shown a chilling vision of a possible future, an Imperium of man transformed into a brutal theocracy, where the Emperor and several Primarchs, but not Horus himself, were worshipped as gods. This vision, though tainted, held a bitter truth. It was a future shaped largely by Horus's own choices, a future manipulated by the Chaos Gods to ensnare him. They portrayed themselves as victims of the Emperor's psychic dominance, claiming that they had no true desire to meddle in the material realm. Yet they offered Horus a pact, stating, "Give us the Emperor, and we will give you the galaxy." In that moment, Horus's jealousy, frustration, and sense of betrayal reached a breaking point. Feeling abandoned by his father and embittered by what he perceived as the Emperor's hypocrisy, Horus accepted the ruinous powers bargain. His wounds were healed, and he was infused with the dark powers of the warp, renouncing his loyalty to the Emperor. In this act, he turned his legion, newly renamed the Sons of Horus, toward the worship of Chaos Undivided. Horus then set about bringing other Primarchs to his cause. Angron of the World Eaters, Fulcrum of the Emperor's Children, and Mortarion of the Death Guard were the first of many to join him. Alongside them, numerous regiments of the Imperial Army and even Titan legions of the Adeptus Mechanicus began to follow the Warmaster's path into darkness. But not all were blind to Horus's transformation. Magnus the Red, the sorcerer Primarch of the Thousand Suns, perceived Horus's treachery through his own psychic gifts, which the Council of Nicaea had recently forbidden. Determined to prevent this catastrophe, Magnus sought to warn the Emperor. Knowing that conventional means would be too slow, he used sorcery to project his message across the galaxy. His warning tore through the Emperor's powerful psychic wards on Terra, even breaching those protecting the secret Webway project within the Imperial Palace's hidden dungeons. But Magnus's message was tragically misunderstood. Refusing to believe that his favored son could betray him, the Emperor instead saw Magnus's intrusion as the act of a traitor. Already concerned by the dangerous mutations and instability within the Thousand Suns and their use of sorcery, the Emperor concluded that Magnus had violated the Council of Nicaea's strictures on psychic practices, perceiving him, not Horus, as a true threat to the Imperium. Enraged, the Emperor ordered Leman Russ, Magnus's greatest rival, to apprehend him and bring him to Terra to face judgment. Accompanied by the Sisters of Silence, Russ and his Space Wolves Legion set out for Prospero, the homeworld of the Thousand Suns. However, Horus, now fully fallen, intervened. Exploiting Russ's long-standing disdain for Magnus's reliance on psychic power, he convinced Russ that Magnus's betrayal warranted more than a mere arrest. It called for the complete annihilation of Prospero. Thus, with Horus's manipulation, the stage was set for one of the most tragic conflicts of the Horus Heresy. The destruction of Prospero would not only shatter Magnus's legion, but would further drive a wedge among the Emperor's sons, setting in motion the betrayal and civil war that was on the horizon.
My warpath is lit by the burning ruins of traitor fleets. From the twisted spires of Zinj to the festering pits of Nurgle, I make this solemn vow. With the fury of the First Company and the might of our dreadnought brethren, no heretic shall find sanctuary. We will find the architects of our brother's betrayal. Each step a promise, each enemy slain a tribute.
Unbeknownst to the Emperor, the Wordbearer's Legion had long pledged itself to Chaos Undivided before the events that would unfold at Isstvan III. The planet's imperial governor, Vardis Pral, had also fallen under the influence of Slaanesh, his cultists weaving their machinations throughout the world. Declaring independence from the Imperium and practicing forbidden sorcery, Pral's actions prompted the Council of Terror to assign Horus the task of reclaiming Isfahan III, particularly its capital, the Coral City. For Horus, the mission provided a perfect pretext to initiate his rebellion against the Emperor. By this time, the legions under Horus's command, the Sons of Horus, World Eaters, Death Guard, and the Emperor's children, had already committed themselves to chaos. However, not all within these legions had turned traitor. About a third, predominantly Terran-born and personally recruited by the Emperor before the Great Crusade, still remained loyal. Under the guise of putting down a rebellion, Horus deployed his forces to the Isfahan system, laying the groundwork for what would later be known as the Isfahan III atrocity. Horus's strategy was merciless. He planned to eliminate the loyalists within his legions. After a prolonged orbital bombardment, he ordered the loyalist Astartes to deploy to the planet's surface under the pretense of retaking the Coral City. But just as they secured victory in the city, a rain of virus bombs descended from the War Master's fleet above, unleashing the devastating Life Eater virus. Captain Saul Tarvitz of the Emperor's Children, stationed aboard his legion's flagship Andronius, discovered Horus's betrayal. Working with Battle Captain Nathaniel Garo of the Death Guard, commanding the frigate Eisenstein, Tarvitz reached Isfahan III to warn the loyalists of the impending genocide. Those that heeded his warning sought shelter, but the planet's 8 billion civilians perished almost instantly as the Life Eater virus ravaged all organic matter. The psychic shockwave of this mass death tore through the warp, briefly obscuring even the Astronomicon. Yet the virus bombs did not achieve Horus's goal completely. Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters, enraged at the survivors' defiance, launched a frenzied assault on the planet, leading 50 companies of traitor marines into brutal, close-quarters combat. Furious at Angron for jeopardizing his plans, Horus had no choice but to reinforce him with additional troops from the Sons of Horus, Death Guard, and Emperor's Children. Despite the overwhelming odds, the Loyalists fought valiantly, led by Captains Tarvitz, Garvale Loken, and Tarek Torgadon, a fellow Loyalist from the Sons of Horus. Their fierce resistance dragged the conflict on for 3 months, disrupting Horus's timeline for the rebellion. However, without air support or Titans to aid them, their situation grew increasingly dire. In a climactic showdown, Sons of Horus captains Ezekiel Abaddon and Horus Aximan faced off against their former Mournival brothers Loken and Torgadon. In the bloody exchange, Aximan beheaded Torgadon, while Abaddon's duel with Loken ended inconclusively as their battleground collapsed, allowing Loken to survive and bear witness to the final orbital strike on Isfahan III. Among the Emperor's children, Captain Lucius of the 13th Company, motivated by a desire to prove his loyalty to Lord Commander Eidolon and his Primarch Fulgrim, betrayed the Loyalists. Lucius, once a close friend of Tarvitz, turned on his fellow Astartes, slaughtering many personally. His treachery earned him acceptance back into the traitor ranks, ultimately paving his path to becoming the champion of Slaanesh, Lucius the Eternal. With the Loyalists dwindled to a final bastion, only a few hundred remained. Tiring of the resistance, Horus commanded his forces to withdraw, leaving the remnants of the Coral City to be annihilated in a last, devastating orbital bombardment. The Isfahan III atrocity was complete, setting a dark precedent as the galaxy's descent into the Horus heresy began in full. Horus is the rightful master of mankind. He is the one who has led us to triumphs undreamed of. He is the one who has conquered 10,000 worlds. He will lead us into conquest of 10,000 more. Cast down the false emperor. Hail the War Master.
Beneath the shadowed spires of the Chaos Cathedral, my fury finds form. With the roar of dreadnought guns as my battle hymn, we bring the Emperor's justice, a storm of righteous fury unleashed upon the heretics.
So let it be war.
70 loyal Death Guard, led by Battle Captain Nathaniel Garo and joined by the Imperial Saint Euphrati Keeler, managed a daring escape from the Isfahan system aboard the Imperial frigate Eisenstein. After learning of the full extent of Horus's betrayal on Istvan III, Garrow and his companions commandeered the Eisenstein, slipping through traitor forces and entering the warp. However, their escape was perilous. The frigate was severely damaged during a skirmish with the Death Guard battleship Terminus, and soon faced an assault from the forces of Nurgle, including the first known Plague Marines. The vile assault forced the ship into an emergency exit from the warp, leaving it battered and isolated. The Eisenstein's astropaths were dead, and its lone navigator lay mortally wounded. Facing no other option, Garrow took a desperate measure to signal any nearby Loyalist vessels. He set the Eisenstein's warp drives to self-destruct and ejected them into space, creating a beacon. Rogel Dawn's Imperial Fists, stranded in the warp due to the Chaos God's growing influence, detected the explosion. Guided by his navigators, Dawn located the Eisenstein and brought the survivors aboard his massive fortress monastery, Phalanx. Initially skeptical, Dawn was finally convinced of Horus's treachery by Garrow's insistence and the testimony of a remembrancer named Mercedes Ollerton, who would escape Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. With the truth laid bare, Phalanx set course for Terra to warn the Emperor. Upon arrival in the Sol System, Garrow, his surviving Death Guard, Captain Lactone Cruz of the Lunar Wolves, and others were taken to a tower on Luna under the supervision of the Sisters of Silence. There, the horrors of Nurgle revealed themselves further. One of Garrow's Death Guard, Solon Decius, succumbed to the corruption of Nurgle, infected by a vile strain now known as Nurgle's Rot. Overcome with suffering, Decius allowed himself to be possessed by a lesser demon of Nurgle, a plague-bearer variant called the Lord of Flies. After confronting the demonic threat, Garrow and Cruz were summoned by Malkador the Sigillite, the Emperor's regent and leader of the Council of Terror. Recognizing their resilience and keen minds, Malkador informed them that the Emperor had a special purpose in mind for individuals as inquisitive and strong-willed as they. He tasked Garrow with an extraordinary mission, to search the galaxy for 7 other Astartes who would form the foundation of a new order, the Imperial Inquisition. Among them would be the first members of the Grey Knights, the militant arm of the demon-hunting Ordo Malleus, destined to safeguard the Imperium against the horrors of chaos in the grim times to come. His dreams and hope are in ruin, his trust proved false, and his brightest sun fallen to darkness. These are bitter tidings, a nightmare made flesh, but they must reach the Emperor.
Inquisitor, with all respect, is Exterminatus the only solution?
Admiral Spire, it is said that heresy is like a tree. Its roots lie in darkness, while its leaves wave in the sun. You can prune away its branches, even cut the tree to the ground, but it will grow again.
The success of Horus's rebellion was built on groundwork laid well before the first shots were fired on Istvan III. Through subtle manipulation and exploitation of personal grievances, Horus swayed Primarchs Angron of the World Eaters and Mortarion of the Death Guard to chaos, using their resentment toward the Emperor to bind them to his cause. Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children was tempted by the allure of personal power and perfection that the Chaos Gods, particularly Slanesh, offered, a temptation that Fulgrim and his legion could not resist. Meanwhile, Lorgar, the architect of Horus's own fall, stood firmly at his side, his word-bearers leading the way into rebellion. Horus's strategy also involved removing the most staunchly loyal legions from the field. He sent the Dark Angels, Blood Angels, and Ultramarines on distant campaigns, far from Terra and the Istvan system, ensuring they would be out of reach when his rebellion erupted. The Imperial Fists and White Scars remained closer to Terra, but he knew that contact with them risked arousing suspicion. Horus also mistakenly believed that Jagatai Khan of the White Scars would ultimately side with him, an assumption that would later prove false. In the lead-up to the Dropsite massacre on Istvan V, Fulgrim attempted to sway his friend Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands to Horus's side, using arguments similar to those that had won over the Adeptus Mechanicus, whose practical philosophy aligned with the Iron Hands. However, Manus rejected him outright, and the encounter nearly cost Fulgrim his life. Furious at the rebuff, Fulgrim vowed to deliver Ferrus Manus' head to Horus, a promise he fulfilled on Istvan V. Meanwhile, the Blood Angels were dispatched to the demon-infested Cygnus cluster, and the Ultramarines of Kolth, where Corpheron and the Wordbearers lay in wait to pin down Robot Gilliman and prevent him from aiding Terra. Other Primarchs who would eventually turn traitor were drawn in by their own personal vendettas. Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter, faced impending disciplinary action from the Emperor, which he saw as unjust. Alfarius and his twin Amagon of the Alpha Legion had long been closer to Horus than the Emperor, though there are indications their turn to chaos stemmed from a misguided belief they were somehow serving the Emperor's true will. Perturabo of the Iron Warriors, resentful of his bitter rivalry with Rogel Dawn and the thankless tasks he and his legion were constantly assigned, became an easy target for corruption. The Thousand Sons had never intended to join Horus, yet fate and the machinations of Tzeentch led them into Chaos's embrace. When the Space Wolves launched a brutal assault on Prospero in what became known as the Scouring of Prospero, they destroyed the libraries and ancient knowledge that Magnus and his legion held dear. Mortally wounded by Leman Russ and driven to desperation as he watched Tizkar, the capital of Prospero, burn, Magnus turned to Tzeentch to save his legion. The Chaos God was more than willing to answer, transporting Magnus and the Thousand Sons to the demon world that would become the planet of the sorcerers. Transformed into a demon prince of Tzeentch, Magnus turned his wrath on the Emperor, whom he blamed for his suffering, never realizing it was Horus who had orchestrated his fall. Among the remaining legions, the Raven Guard, Salamanders, Iron Hands, and Space Wolves stayed loyal to the Emperor, though all but the Space Wolves would pay dearly for this loyalty in the battles to come. Beyond the legions, Horus secured critical support from the Adeptus Mechanicus by persuading Magos Regulus with promises of ancient technology from standard template constructs, STCs, recovered during the conflict with the Orician technocracy. This alliance provided the War Master with vital Mechanicus resources, including the support of Titan legions, significantly bolstering his war machine. Of all the conflicts that have beset this Imperium of mankind, it is the rebellion of the War Master Horus, the Horus Heresy, which has left the greatest scars upon its fabric. Even now, centuries after its end, when few save ancient and shriveled creatures such as myself remember the horrors of those dark years, men speak of it with awe. For those were the last days of legend, when the Emperor and his sons, the mighty Primarchs, strode forth to war, when the dominion of mankind spread across the galaxy and none could challenge our might. The last days of a golden age long since consigned to dust by the actions of one man. It is the curse of history that few care to remember, other than those fragments that exalt them, to relive those glory days endlessly, while the present crumbles about them. As we wrap up our coverage on the fall of Horus, I just wanted to give you a heads up that we'll continue the Horus Heresy in 2 more videos over the next few weeks, exploring the seeding of treachery in the Imperium, culminating in the Civil War and Siege on Terra for our final video.
For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. For in the grim, dark future, there is no peace amongst the stars, only the laughter of thirsting gods.
Do not fail your brothers. Though their bodies die, their spirit must return to the chapter. That is your charge.
Among the many terrors that stalk the galaxy of the 41st millennium, the Orcs stand apart. They are not ancient gods vying for dominion, nor are they some tragic remnants of a fallen empire. They do not scheme in the shadows, nor do they lament the futility of existence. The Orcs are, in the simplest of terms, the galaxy's greatest and most horrifying joke, an unrelenting anarchic force of destruction, mindless yet cunning, primitive yet unstoppable. To the casual observer, they might seem like mere brutes, a mindless horde of green-skinned barbarians who live only to fight. But the truth is something far worse. The Orcs are an ever-expanding, self-sustaining ecosystem of war, a biological weapon of mass destruction whose existence defies the very fabric of the universe. Unlike the Imperium, which fights for survival, or Chaos, which hungers for dominion, Orcs fight because they were built for it. They do not conquer for power, nor do they seek to impose any grand ideology upon the stars. Orcs fight because fighting is what they do. It is the simple, immutable truth of their existence. They do not know peace, nor do they desire it. To them, war is not suffering, nor is it a means to an end. It is a joyous, never-ending spectacle, a celebration of brutality, and the only form of life they understand. But to dismiss them as simple-minded savages is a mistake that has cost entire civilizations their existence. There is an order to Orc society, a crude but efficient structure that allows them to function as a near inexhaustible plague upon the stars. Their technology, seemingly nonsensical and ramshackle, is a testament to their reality-defying nature. They do not understand how their weapons and vehicles work, and they do not need to. To an Orc, a gun is a gun because it looks like a gun. A spaceship flies because it is meant to fly. A red-painted vehicle is faster simply because it is red. It is a power that the greatest minds of the Imperium, the most cunning strategists of the Eldari, and the most ruthless tacticians of the Tau cannot comprehend. Belief made manifest, reality itself bending to their sheer, unshakable conviction. But if Orcs were simply a force of unchecked destruction, they would have burned themselves out long ago. The genius of their existence lies in their biology, a disturbingly efficient system that ensures their continued survival, no matter how many times they are purged. They are not born. They do not require sustenance in the way other species do. They grow like an infection, erupting from the very ground in the wake of every battle. Wherever Orcs go, spores follow, taking root in the environment and seeding the next generation. There is no home world to burn, no single empire to collapse, no fragile infrastructure to dismantle. The Orcs do not need factories or supply chains to sustain themselves. They are the supply chain, a self-replicating, self-propagating force of endless war. For millions of years, the Orcs have rampaged across the galaxy, and for millions of years, the various factions of Warhammer 40k have fought to contain them. The Imperium has purged them by the billions, the Eldari have slaughtered them in droves, and the Necrons in their awakening have sought to exterminate them entirely. But to fight the Orcs is to play into their hands. Every war, every battle, every desperate last stand is exactly what they want. It is what they live for. The more they fight, the stronger they become. The more enemies resist them, the greater the war grows, and that perhaps is the greatest horror of all. The Orcs do not need to win in the traditional sense. As long as there is war, as long as there is something, anything to fight, they will never truly be defeated. Their history is long, their origins ancient, and their presence in the galaxy unshakable. To understand the Orcs is not simply to understand their battles or their greatest leaders, but to comprehend the very nature of their existence. A force of pure, unrelenting entropy, wrapped in the crude trappings of savagery. They are a biological weapon from a forgotten age, a force that has outlasted its creators, and one that may well outlast every other species in the galaxy. The Orcs do not seek dominion, nor do they seek annihilation. They are not fighting to win. They are fighting simply to fight. And in a universe ruled by war, that makes them the greatest threat of all. To understand the Orcs, one must look beyond the crude, chaotic hordes that rampage across the galaxy in the 41st millennium. They are not merely a species, nor are they the result of natural evolution. They are a weapon, a remnant of an ancient age of war and devastation, created not by chance but by necessity. To the untrained eye, they appear to be a race of brutal, primitive warriors, a simple and unsophisticated force that thrives on anarchy and destruction. But their true origins tell a very different story, one of intelligent design, of unfathomable power, and of an ancient conflict that reshaped the galaxy itself. Millions of years before the rise of the Imperium, before even the oldest civilizations that now battle across the stars, there existed a war unlike any that has been seen since. It was a war that tore reality apart, a war that reshaped the fundamental structure of the universe. This was the War in Heaven, a conflict fought between the godlike Old Ones and the soulless, undying Necrons. It was not simply a war of armies and weapons, but of unimaginable forces, of vast psychic energies and unfathomable horrors. It was a war so devastating that its echoes still shape the galaxy today. And in this war, the Orcs, or rather, their ancestors, were born. The Old Ones, an ancient and near-mythical race of godlike beings, were masters of genetic engineering. They shaped entire species to serve as weapons, creating warrior races that could battle the Necrons and their new masters, the Catan. As the war raged on, the Old Ones turned to increasingly desperate measures. The Necrons had proven immune to conventional weapons. They did not die, nor did they falter. Their technology was unlike anything the Old Ones had ever faced, and their hunger for destruction was limitless. And so, in their desperation, the Old Ones created something new, a species that could fight endlessly, a species that could survive anything, a species that needed no supply lines, no infrastructure, no homeworld. They created the Krork. The Krork were unlike anything that came before them. They were massive, far larger than any Orc seen in the current age, towering, intelligent, and engineered for war. They were the perfect soldiers. They possessed immense physical strength, thick, nearly impenetrable hides, and a biological structure that allowed them to regenerate from even the most grievous wounds. More than that, they were designed to be self-sustaining. Wherever they went, they spread. They did not require training, but their genetic memory ensured they were born with the knowledge of warfare and tactics. They did not require food in the traditional sense, for their unique fungal physiology allowed them to draw sustenance from the very environment around them. They were creatures built for unending war, an army that could never truly be wiped out, and for a time they served their purpose well. Yet as the War in Heaven raged, the Old Ones lost control. The Necrons and their Catan masters were not merely warriors, they were executioners. They did not simply fight their enemies, they eradicated them, wiping out entire species in their genocidal purge. The Old Ones, despite all their power, fell, their greatest civilizations reduced to dust. And with their destruction, the creatures they had created were left to their own devices. Some of their warrior races, like the ancestors of the Eldari, retained much of their creators' knowledge and built empires of their own. But the Krork were different. Their purpose had been war, and without direction, they did what they had been created to do. They fought. With the war that had shaped them now over, they turned upon each other, their vast intellect dimming as their society collapsed into an endless anarchic conflict. And in time, they'd evolved into what the galaxy now knows as the Orcs. Yet despite their degeneration, the Orcs retained much of what had made the Krork such a formidable force. Their genetic memory remained intact, though now buried beneath layers of instinct and brutality. Their biological resilience ensured that they could never truly be wiped out, and most terrifyingly, their latent psychic power, the very energy that had once made them the ultimate weapons of the Old Ones, persisted, reshaping reality itself in ways that defied logic. Over the course of millions of years, the Orcs spread across the stars, their origins lost to time, their history forgotten even by themselves. They no longer remembered the Old Ones or the War in Heaven, nor did they care. All that remained was the only thing they had ever truly known: war. It is this origin that makes the Orcs so much more than what they appear to be. They are not simply a barbaric species of brutes and raiders. They are the last remnants of a war that predates humanity itself, a species that was never meant to have a civilization or a culture beyond combat. They were designed to be a weapon, and though their creators have long since perished, their purpose remains unchanged. The Orcs do not need a reason to fight. It is not a means to an end for them. It is simply what they are. In many ways, they are the great survivors of the galaxy. Empires rise and fall, species are born and die, but the Orcs remain. They do not suffer from the slow decay that weakened the Imperium, nor do they fall to the self-destructive arrogance of the Eldari. They do not fracture as the Necrons have, nor do they fear the hunger of the Tyranids or the corruption of chaos. They are immune to the very forces that have shaped the history of the galaxy, unbothered by time, unfazed by disaster. If the Imperium falls, if the Tyranids consume all life, if chaos spills forth and drowns the stars in madness, the Orcs will still be there, fighting, laughing, and spreading across the ruins of a dying galaxy. And that is the true horror of the Orcs. They are not a civilization in the traditional sense, nor are they a faction vying for control of the galaxy. They are an infection, an uncontrollable force of nature that cannot be reasoned with, cannot be bargained with, and cannot be stopped. They do not seek dominion, nor do they seek destruction. They simply exist to fight, to spread, to grow, and in a universe defined by war, they will always have a place. The Orcs are not a mistake of evolution, nor are they an accident of history. They are a weapon designed for war, an ancient tool that has long since outlived its creators, and as long as there is conflict, as long as there are enemies to fight, the Orcs will endure. Their origins may be lost to them, their history reduced to myth and legend, but their purpose remains unchanged. They are the eternal warriors, the last survivors of the war in heaven, and in the grim darkness of the far future, they may well be the last species standing. To call the Orcs merely a species would be a grave misunderstanding of their nature. They are not like the myriad other creatures that populate the galaxy, bound by the limitations of flesh, genetics, and natural selection. Orcs are a biological anomaly, a product of forgotten science, an entity that defies conventional understanding. They do not evolve in the traditional sense, nor do they rely on fragile ecosystems or complex food chains. Their existence is a paradox, one that has confounded xenobiologists for millennia. They are, at their core, the perfect soldiers, an artificial creation designed not to thrive in peace, but to endure in war. The most fundamental truth of Orc biology is that they are not purely organic creatures. They are a hybrid life form, a fusion of animal and fungal DNA engineered for maximum resilience. Unlike most species, Orcs do not reproduce in the conventional manner. They do not require mating, parental care, or even a controlled population structure. Instead, they grow. Wherever an Orc dies, wherever a battle has been fought, spores are released into the environment, drifting unseen through the air, embedding themselves into the soil and spreading like an infection. In time, these spores will develop into new Orcs, birthing entire populations from the very ground. A world once touched by Orcs will never be free of them. Even if every visible Orc is purged, even if their bodies are burned and their settlements reduced to ash, the spores will remain. They lie dormant in the earth, waiting, gestating, until one day in some distant future, a new Orc emerges, fully grown and ready to fight. This biological design is no accident, it is a function of their genetic engineering, a feature rather than a flaw. It ensures that Orcs can never truly be exterminated, that they will always return, no matter how many times they are purged. This regenerative cycle makes them one of the most enduring forces in the galaxy, a self-sustaining war machine that spreads across planets like an unstoppable plague. It is why Orcs do not fear death in the way that other species do. Their survival does not depend on individuals, it is the species as a whole that endures. But their resilience is not limited to their method of reproduction. Orcs themselves are built for war in ways that defy logic. Their bodies are strong, far more durable than their size would suggest. Their skin is thick, rough and resistant to damage, often absorbing blows that would cripple or kill a normal human. Their musculature is hyperdense, allowing them to shrug off wounds that would be fatal to lesser beings. They can lose limbs, sustain massive injuries, and yet continue fighting, their bodies simply refusing to die until their function is completely terminated. Even then, their remains will only serve to spread their kind further. Perhaps the most baffling aspect of Orc physiology is their inherent knowledge. Unlike humans who must learn and develop skills over time, Orcs are born with an instinctive understanding of their roles. A newly emerged Orc does not need to be taught how to fight, it already knows. It does not need to be trained in the use of weapons, nor does it require an education in tactics. These things are already ingrained in its mind, encoded into its very being. A mech boy will instinctively understand engineering. A pain boy will possess a crude but effective grasp of medicine, and a warlord will know how to command his armies. This genetic memory is what allows Orc society to function despite its apparent chaos. There is no need for schools, no need for structured training. Every Orc is born knowing its place in the Warg, and it will act accordingly. More disturbingly, Orcs are capable of shaping reality in ways that are not yet fully understood. This is most evident in their technology, a crude and ramshackle collection of weapons and vehicles that should not, by any reasonable standard, function. Orcs themselves do not understand how their technology functions, and they do not need to. It works because they believe it works. A gun that looks like a gun will fire, not because of any scientific principle, but because Orcs collectively believe it should. A vehicle painted red will move faster, not because of aerodynamics, but because Orcs know that red makes things go faster. This is not mere superstition, it is an unconscious, collective psychic field that bends reality itself. The more Orcs believe something, the more likely it is to become true. This psychic energy is a defining aspect of their physiology. It is not controlled in the way that human psyches wield the warp, nor is it consciously directed like the abilities of the Eldari. It is raw, chaotic, and utterly unique. Orcs do not think of themselves as a psychic race, and yet their very existence is proof of their latent abilities. When enough Orcs gather together, their collective belief can shape the battlefield, turning unlikely victories into reality and making their crude, haphazard technology function in ways that should be impossible. In a sense, Orcs are proof that perception shapes reality, but this power is not without limits. The Orcs' belief can only bend reality so far, and it requires mass consensus to function effectively. A single Orc, no matter how convinced, cannot override the laws of physics, but a Warg of thousands, perhaps millions, can create an overwhelming field of psychic energy that allows their war machines to function beyond the boundaries of reason. This is why Orcs become more dangerous the larger their numbers grow. A lone Orc is a nuisance, a small warband is a threat, but a full Warg is a force of nature, a rolling tide of destruction fueled by belief and raw aggression. All of these traits combine to make the Orcs one of the most dangerous and enduring species in the galaxy. They do not require infrastructure, they do not suffer from morale loss or logistical failures, they do not need to worry about recruitment, resource scarcity, or long-term strategy. Their entire biology is built around self-perpetuating war, an existence that thrives in conflict and grows stronger with every battle. Even in the face of utter destruction, they will return, whether in months, years, or centuries. The Orcs are not merely a species, they are a force, an unstoppable phenomenon that cannot be reasoned with, cannot be bargained with, and will never, ever stop fighting. It is for this reason that the Orcs are perhaps the most dangerous enemy the galaxy has ever known. Not because of their intelligence, nor because of their technology, but because they cannot be defeated in any traditional sense. The Orcs fight simply because they enjoy it, and that, above all else, is what makes them truly terrifying. At first glance, the Orcs appear to be nothing more than a radical horde of bloodthirsty savages, incapable of complex organization or structured civilization. Their crude mannerisms, their endless love for violence, and their complete disregard for concepts like diplomacy or governance seem to paint them as little more than wild beasts that happen to wield weapons. Yet beneath this seemingly chaotic exterior, Orc society functions in a way that is brutally effective and strangely logical. It is not a civilization in the traditional sense, not in the way that the Imperium builds cities or the Eldari shape their craft worlds, but it is a system that has endured for millions of years, and will likely endure long after every other species has burned itself out. Unlike other intelligent races, Orcs do not rely on infrastructure, trade, or central leadership to sustain their civilization. Their society is built upon a single, immutable truth: might makes right. Power in Orc culture is the only measure of authority, and strength is the only currency that matters. An Orc warlord does not rule because of birthright, nor because of any bureaucratic system of governance. He rules because he is the biggest, the strongest, and the most capable of keeping the other Orcs in line. If another Orc wants to challenge his authority, he is free to do so at any time. If he wins, he takes control. If he loses, he either falls in line or is left in a crumpled heap, forgotten by those around him. It is a brutal but efficient system, one that ensures that only the strongest rise to positions of power, and only those capable of leading in war remain in charge. Orc society is divided into massive, sprawling factions known as clans. These clans are not structured in the same rigid way that imperial institutions are, nor do they function with the strict hierarchy of the Eldari or the Tau. Instead, they are more like extended families, groups of orcs that share a particular way of thinking, a certain attitude towards war, and a preference for certain weapons and tactics. There are no official leaders of these clans, no governing councils or written laws that dictate their behavior. Instead, each orc naturally gravitates towards the clan that best suits his personality, and within that clan, the strongest arise to lead by sheer force of will. Among the most well-known of these clans are the Goths, the largest and most brutal of all orcs. They care for nothing but raw violence, preferring close-quarters combat and the satisfaction of smashing their enemies to pieces with sheer brute force. They shun decoration, rejecting the flashy colors of other orcs in favor of simple black armor, and they hold a deep disdain for those who rely too much on cunning or trickery in battle. To a Goth, a real orc fights up close, face to face, where strength and skill are the only things that matter. In contrast, the Bad Moons are defined by their wealth. Unlike most orcs, they possess a rudimentary economic system, one based entirely on their unusual biology. Orcs do not use traditional currency, nor do they engage in commerce in the way that humans do. Instead, their teeth, constantly growing and easily replaceable, serve as their form of currency. Since Bad Moons grow their teeth faster than any other clan, they are naturally the wealthiest, allowing them to accumulate vast arsenals of weapons, armor, and other extravagant war gear. While this does not make them more sophisticated in any way, it does mean that they often go to battle better equipped than their counterparts, flaunting expensive shooters and gaudy golden decorations that make them stand out on the battlefield. When it comes to the Evil Sons, they live for speed. To them, nothing is more important than the thrill of battle at high velocity, and they will go to any lengths to make their vehicles faster and more powerful. Orc superstition dictates that painting something red makes it go faster, and so the Evil Sons are easily identified by their bright red war machines, tearing across the battlefield in an explosion of fire and shrapnel. They are the adrenaline junkies of Orc society, always chasing the next great charge, always pushing their war bikes, buggies and battle wagons to the absolute limit. The Death Skulls are known for their cunning and their obsession with looting. Unlike other orcs who simply take what they need in the heat of battle, Death Skulls have turned looting into an art form. They scavenge from fallen enemies, cobbling together weapons, armor, and vehicles from whatever wreckage they can find. Their belief in luck is deeply ingrained, and they paint themselves in blue, convinced that it brings them good fortune. While other orcs see them as little more than sneaky thieves, the Death Skulls see themselves as opportunists, always ready to make the most of whatever the battlefield provides. The Blood Axes are the closest thing the orcs have to a truly tactical force. Unlike their brethren, they understand the concept of strategy, and they're even known to engage in behavior that other orcs find unthinkable. Negotiation, alliances, and even mercenary work for non-orc factions. While this makes them outcasts in the eyes of most orcs, it also makes them highly adaptable, allowing them to survive in ways that other clans cannot. They are the only orcs who have ever been known to retreat when a battle is lost, a concept that is completely alien to the rest of their species. Lastly, the Snakebites are the most traditional of all orcs, clinging to the ancient ways of their ancestors. They reject excessive technology, preferring to rely on raw strength and brute force rather than machines or firearms. They are known for their deep connection to the squiggly beasts that roam orc-infested worlds, treating these creatures with an almost reverential respect. While other orcs see them as backward and primitive, the Snakebites take pride in their resilience, believing that their way of life makes them stronger than those who rely on mech-boy contraptions and flashy war gear. Despite their differences, all orcs share the same fundamental instincts. They live for war, they thrive in conflict, and they have no concept of fear in the way that other species do. An orc does not worry about the future, nor does he lament the past. He exists in an eternal present, driven by a single, unwavering desire to fight. This is what unites them, what keeps their species from fracturing despite the sheer anarchy of their existence. No matter how often orcs turn on each other, no matter how many internal wars break out between rival warbands, they will always rally together under the banner of a truly powerful warlord. When a warg begins, clan rivalries are forgotten, disputes are set aside, and orcs come together in numbers so vast that they shake the very foundations of the galaxy. To outsiders, orc society seems primitive, a mindless, brutish culture with no sense of purpose beyond destruction. But in truth, it is a form of order, one that is perfectly suited to their nature. It is not built upon laws or traditions, nor is it maintained through diplomacy or governance. It exists purely because it works. The strongest lead, the weakest follow, and all serve the eternal cycle of war. Orcs do not need civilization as others understand it. They do not need art, philosophy, or history. They need only war, and in a galaxy consumed by conflict, in an age where every faction fights for survival, the orcs are perhaps the only ones who are truly content. In the brutal and unrelenting universe of Warhammer 40,000, where gods are shaped by belief and the warp pulses with the emotions of countless species, few deities embody their worshippers as completely as Gork and Mork. They are not mere figures of legend or half-forgotten myths. They are the raw primal force of orcdom given divine form. Unlike the gods of other species whose worshippers offer prayers and sacrifices in the hope of guidance or favor, Gork and Mork demand only war. Every battle fought by the orcs, every world shattered beneath their endless wargs, every crude laugh as they crush their enemies underfoot is an act of devotion. The orcs do not need temples or scriptures. They do not need clerics or preachers. Their gods do not require symbols or rituals. Gork and Mork exist in every punch thrown, in every gun fired, in every explosion that rips across the battlefield. They are war itself. To outsiders, understanding Gork and Mork is an exercise in frustration. To the orcs, they are as real as the ground beneath their feet, the sky above their heads, and the weapons in their hands. Gork is brutal but cunning, the god of raw, overwhelming force, delivered with just enough intelligence to make sure it hits where it hurts. He is the fist that smashes through armor, the boot that stomps an enemy's skull into the dirt, the unstoppable charge that plows through enemy lines in an orgy of destruction. Mork, by contrast, is cunning but brutal, a trickster who strikes when his foes least expect it, who uses deception to set up the perfect kill, who lets his enemies think that they have the upper hand before tearing them apart. Where Gork is the embodiment of straightforward violence, Mork is the master of sneakiness and vicious ambushes, his brutality disguised beneath layers of misdirection and unpredictability. Orcs insist that these differences are of vital importance, though when pressed to explain them, most struggle to articulate the distinction. Some will simply respond by smashing the questioner over the head, an act which, in their mind, serves as the clearest possible demonstration of Gork's philosophy. Others will lure the fool into asking the same question again, only to deck them when they least expect it, an obvious display of Mork's cunning. This, in essence, is the duality of orc nature. They are as straightforward as they are deceptive, as eager to rush headlong into battle as they are to set clever traps for their prey. Gork and Mork are not abstract deities with unknowable motives. They are the living embodiment of the orcs themselves, shaped by the race's collective nature, and they exist because the orcs believe in them absolutely. But the power of Gork and Mork extends beyond mere myth. The orcs are a deeply psychic species, their raw beliefs shaping reality in ways that defy logic. Their technology, crude and nonsensical by conventional standards, functions because they know it should. Their weapons fire, their vehicles run faster when painted red, and their aircraft stay in the sky, not because of mechanical precision, but because the orcs refuse to believe otherwise. This same power fuels their gods. If Gork and Mork were once nothing more than stories, they are stories told with such absolute certainty that the sheer weight of orc belief has made them real. And if they were always real, then the orcs have spent countless millennia unknowingly reinforcing their god's presence in the universe with every act of violence. There are whispers that Gork and Mork are not merely concepts but true entities within the warp, as real as Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle and Slaanesh. If this is true, they are unique among deities, for while the Chaos Gods are parasites that feed upon mortal emotions, warping and twisting their followers in their image, Gork and Mork are different. They do not corrupt their worshippers or seek to bend them to their will. They do not whisper promises in the dark or demand loyalty in exchange for power. They do not need to. The orcs serve Gork and Mork instinctively, without question, without hesitation, and in doing so, they reinforce the power of their gods every time they take to the battlefield. It is this symbiotic relationship that makes them so dangerous. Chaos relies on manipulation, on the endless cycle of mortals falling to temptation. The orcs, by contrast, do not need to be led astray. They are already exactly as they were meant to be, perfectly violent, endlessly warlike, and completely immune to corruption. If Gork and Mork do exist as true gods, then they are, in many ways, the most powerful deities in the galaxy. The Chaos Gods war endlessly against one another, their influence waxing and waning as the tides of mortal belief shift and change. The Emperor of Mankind, worshipped as a god by billions, is little more than a dying corpse upon the Golden Throne, unable to act, trapped between life and death. The Catan, once worshipped as gods by the Necrons, have long since been shattered and imprisoned, their power leashed by those who once served them. But Gork and Mork, they are undiminished. Their power does not wane, for it is constantly renewed with every battle. So long as there are orcs, so long as there is war, they will endure. And in a galaxy where war will never end, that makes them the only gods who are truly eternal. To an orc, this is not a matter of faith. There is no questioning Gork and Mork's existence, no theological debates or philosophical ponderings. The orcs do not need proof, nor do they need reassurance. When they charge into battle, screaming their war cries and reveling in the carnage, they know that Gork and Mork are watching. And if they fight hard enough, if they smash enough skulls and tear enough enemies apart, maybe, just maybe, one day, they'll get to join them in the greatest scrap of all time. Orc warfare is the purest, most unfiltered expression of destruction in the galaxy. War is not a means to an end for them, it is the end itself. It is the foundation of their entire existence, the driving force behind their society, and the single unifying principle that binds their otherwise anarchic race together. To an orc, a day without battle is a day wasted. Every encounter, every campaign, every planetary invasion is nothing more than an opportunity for a bigger, better fight. They do not concern themselves with strategy in the way that the Imperium does. They do not obsess over honor like the Eldari, nor do they fight with the cold, calculated precision of the Tau. Orc warfare is brutal, direct, and utterly relentless. A storm of unchecked violence that sweeps across the battlefield with a force that few can withstand. At its core, Orc combat doctrine is built around a single fundamental principle: momentum. Orcs believe in overwhelming their enemies with sheer numbers, raw aggression, and an endless flood of violence that crushes anything in its path. They do not believe in slow, methodical battles or cautious, drawn-out sieges. Instead, they hurl themselves at their enemies with reckless abandon, confident that enough brute force will solve any problem. This is not to say that orcs lack intelligence or that their tactics are entirely mindless. They are capable of cunning, ambushes, and deceptive strategies when necessary. But in the end, their preferred method of warfare is simple: hit hard, hit fast, and never stop moving forward. One of the most terrifying aspects of orc warfare is its sheer unpredictability. Orcs thrive in chaos, and unlike the disciplined legions of the Imperium or the carefully coordinated warbands of chaos, they do not rely on rigid formations or precise battle plans. Every orc in an army fights in his own way, driven by his own instincts, but all are united by a shared desire to inflict as much destruction as possible. Their battlefields are a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and roaring engines, an anarchic maelstrom of violence where the only rule is to fight harder than the orc next to you, and despite their apparent disorder, they possess an innate ability to work together when the battle begins. They fight instinctively, reacting to the flow of combat in ways that no other species can predict. They seem to understand, on an almost subconscious level, when to charge, when to fall back, and when to unleash their heaviest firepower. At the heart of every orc war effort is the Warg, a massive galaxy-spanning campaign of destruction that can turn a minor skirmish into a full-scale apocalypse. A Warg begins when a particularly powerful and charismatic warboss gathers enough followers to form an unstoppable tide of green-skinned warriors. It is not merely a military campaign, but a cultural phenomenon, a mass migration of orcs driven by sheer enthusiasm for war. As the Warg spreads, it gains momentum, pulling in more orcs, more warbands, and more firepower until it becomes an uncontrollable force of destruction. The true danger of a Warg is not just its scale, but its sheer resilience. Even if a Warg is defeated in battle, the surviving orcs will scatter, regroup, and begin the process all over again. It is an enemy that cannot be worn down, cannot be demoralized, and cannot be reasoned with. Orc weaponry is as crude and brutal as the orcs themselves, a collection of ramshackle, barely functional devices that should not work but somehow do. Their guns, known as shooters, are little more than metal tubes filled with bullets, often cobbled together from scrap and salvage parts. By all logic, they should jam, misfire, or explode in the hands of their users, yet through some inexplicable combination of orc ingenuity and their collective psychic field, they function just fine. Orc weapons do not need to be precise, they do not need to be reliable, they only need to fire, and when fired en masse, they become devastating instruments of carnage. Melee combat, however, is where orcs truly shine. While they carry an assortment of firearms, they prefer the visceral thrill of hand-to-hand combat. Their weapons of choice, massive, jagged cleavers known as choppers, are designed for maximum brutality, capable of tearing through armor and bone with equal ease. For the largest and most powerful orcs, power claws provide an even more devastating option, crushing anything in their path with the unstoppable force of a hydraulic vice. The joy of battle is in the physicality of the fight, and to an orc, nothing is more satisfying than tearing an enemy apart with his own hands. Beyond personal weaponry, orcs possess an astonishingly diverse array of vehicles and war machines, each more outrageous than the last. Unlike the finely tuned war engines of the Imperium or the sleek, elegant craft of the Eldari, orc vehicles are a chaotic mess of scrap metal, salvage parts, and whatever else their mech boys can get their hands on. Again, they should not work, and yet they do, held together by little more than orc stubbornness and raw enthusiasm. Their war bikes, painted bright red, tear across the battlefield in reckless, high-speed charges. Their battle wagons, massive, rickety transports bristling with guns and armor plates, serve as mobile fortresses of destruction. Their death dreads and killer cans, towering, clanking monstrosities piloted by half-mad orcs, wade into battle like mechanical berserkers, cutting down everything in their path. But perhaps the most terrifying aspect of orc technology is the sheer scale to which they can take it. Orc warlords, when given enough time and resources, are capable of constructing truly apocalyptic weapons of war. Massive city-sized constructs known as gargants, mechanical behemoths that rival the Titan of the Imperium in both size and destructive potential. Their starships, often little more than hollowed-out asteroids outfitted with crude engines and massive guns, serve as mobile battle platforms, capable of launching planetary invasions on a scale that few can withstand. Even their method of space travel is a testament to their crude genius, with orcs hurling themselves across the void in massive, weaponized space hulks, crashing into planets with all the subtlety of a meteor strike. Yet despite all their weapons, all their machines, and all their technology, orcs remain, at their core, the same as they have always been. They do not fight for conquest, they do not wage war for power or ambition. They fight because it is fun. War to an orc is not a tragic necessity or a burdensome duty. It is entertainment, the greatest joy in life, the only thing that truly matters. And so long as they have enemies to fight and battles to wage, they will continue to spread across the galaxy, an unstoppable tide of green-skinned destruction that no force in existence can ever truly contain. The history of the orcs is not one of grand empires or intricate political maneuvering. They do not build lasting legacies, nor do they record the triumphs of their greatest warlords. They have no grand historians, no archivists to chronicle their victories, and no great halls dedicated to the memory of fallen heroes. Their past is carried only in the scraps of old battles, in the scars they leave upon the galaxy, and in the fading legends that are passed down from one warg to the next. And yet, despite this lack of recorded history, the orcs have been present in every major war, every great conflict, and every age of destruction that the galaxy has endured. They have fought, bled, and died across the stars for millions of years, and no matter how many times they have been pushed back, they have always returned. In the current age, the orcs are as widespread as they have ever been, an uncontainable plague that erupts into war wherever their numbers grow too great. They do not march beneath a single banner, nor do they follow a unified cause. Instead, orc history is defined by the rise and fall of great warlords, towering figures who, for a time, managed to unite the squabbling warbands into something greater, something that the galaxy cannot ignore. While the Imperium records its history in vast archives and the Eldari cling to memories of their lost age of glory, the Orcs care only for the next fight, the next battle, the next opportunity to prove that they are the biggest and the strongest. And in the last 10,000 years, there have been many battles indeed. One of the most significant moments in Orc history came with the Ullanor Crusade, a campaign that would shape the fate of the galaxy in ways that no Orc could have ever understood. At the time, Ullanor was a domain of a vast Orc empire, ruled by a warlord whose power had grown so immense that even the mighty Imperium was forced to take notice. The Emperor himself led the campaign, an overwhelming assault that shattered the Orc hordes and laid waste to their empire. It was one of the greatest victories in Imperial history, a triumph that proved mankind's dominance over the galaxy. But while the Imperium saw it as a defining moment, the Orcs saw it as little more than another great fight, another glorious battle that would inspire future wargs for millennia to come. Even in defeat, they had fought hard, and to the Orcs, that was all that truly mattered. Though the Ullanor Crusade broke that particular kingdom, it did not diminish the Orcs as a species. Their resilience ensured that they would never be truly destroyed. In the centuries that followed, Orcs continued to erupt across the galaxy, waging war on every front, facing down every enemy, and leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. They battled the Imperium on countless worlds, clashed with the Eldari across the ruins of ancient civilizations, and waged brutal wars against the rising power of the Tau. And as the centuries passed, one name began to rise above all others, the name of Ghazghkull Mag Uruk Thraka. To the Orcs, Ghazghkull is not just a warlord, he is a prophet, a visionary, the one who will lead them to the greatest warg the galaxy has ever known. His rise to power began on the world of Uruk, where he fought his way to dominance with a combination of sheer brutality and unshakable conviction. Unlike most warlords who rely purely on strength to lead, Ghazghkull possesses something more, a vision of a galaxy consumed by war, an unending conflict that will see the Orcs rise to their rightful place as the ultimate warriors of the stars. He speaks of Gork and Mork as if he has been chosen by them, and whether or not this is true, the Orcs believe him, and in Orc society, belief is everything. Ghazghkull's most famous campaigns have centered around the planet Armageddon, a world that has become synonymous with the endless brutality of Orc warfare. The first war for Armageddon was a disaster for the Imperium, a campaign that saw the Orcs swarm the planet in such overwhelming numbers that it seemed impossible for mankind to hold. Only through sheer determination and the sacrifices of countless warriors was the invasion eventually repelled. But the Orcs do not view failure in the way that other species do. To them, a lost battle is simply an opportunity to come back for another fight, bigger and stronger than before. True to form, Ghazghkull returned for the second war for Armageddon, and this time his forces were even greater, his armies even more vast. What followed was a war of staggering scale, a conflict that pushed the Imperium to its absolute limits and proved that no matter how many Orcs were slain, more would always come. Even after Ghazghkull withdrew, the planet was left forever changed, its surface scarred by Orc weaponry, its people forced to endure the knowledge that the war was never truly over. Beyond Armageddon, Orc history in the 41st millennium has been defined by countless other wars, each one a testament to their unbreakable nature. The Octarius War, a never-ending conflict between the Orcs and Tyranids, is perhaps one of the most perfect demonstrations of Orc resilience. In any other scenario, the arrival of a Tyranid high fleet would spell certain doom for any species caught in its path. But the Orcs are not like other species. They welcomed the invasion, reveling in the unending battle it provided. The war has continued for years, an unbreakable cycle of violence where the Tyranids gain biomass and adapt, while the Orcs grow stronger, tougher, and more aggressive with each passing day. Far from being a disaster, the war has become a proving ground for Orcs, a battleground that ensures that only the strongest and most brutal among them survive. Other conflicts have followed the same pattern. The War of Darker against the Tau, the endless raids into Imperial space, the constant battles against the Necrons, Chaos, and every other force that dares to stand in their way. No matter how many Orcs are slain, no matter how many warbands are broken, they always return. As the current age unfolds, with the Great Rift tearing the galaxy in half and the Imperium of Man facing its greatest crisis in millennia, the Orcs remain unchanged. They are, as they have always been, an unstoppable force of war, a species that does not seek to conquer or rule, but simply to fight. The galaxy is burning, civilizations are crumbling, and wars rage on every front. For most, this is an age of darkness, an era of suffering and despair. But for the Orcs, it is the greatest time to be alive. War is everywhere, enemies are endless, and the Warg is only just the beginning. Their history is not a story of decline or loss, because the Orcs do not suffer from such things. They have no golden age to look back on, no lost era of greatness, no deep sorrow for what once was. Their past, present, and future are the same, one of battle, one of war, one of unending carnage. They do not need to win, because for them, the fight itself is the victory. The Imperium struggles to survive, Chaos fights for domination, the Necrons seek to reclaim what was lost, and the Tyranids seek to consume all life. But the Orcs are happy. They have what they want, and as long as there is war, as long as there is something to fight, their history will never end. The future of the galaxy is one of war. This is not speculation, nor is it an exaggeration. It is a certainty. The Imperium of Man teeters on the edge of collapse, beset on all sides by horrors beyond comprehension. The Great Rift has torn the galaxy in half, plunging vast swaths of space into darkness and chaos. The Necrons awaken from their ancient tombs, seeking to reclaim the stars they once ruled. The Tyranids continue their insatiable hunger, consuming world after world in an unending tide of biological annihilation. Chaos grows ever stronger, its corruption spreading further into the hearts of men, and even the Eldari, once the undisputed masters of the galaxy, now fight a desperate battle for survival. In this time of darkness, this era of war without end, one thing remains unchanged: the Orcs endure. Unlike every other faction in the galaxy, the Orcs do not fear the future. They do not worry about the fate of their civilization, nor do they concern themselves with the prospect of extinction. There are no grand Orc strategies, no long-term plans, no desperate gambits for survival. The Orcs do not struggle to exist, they thrive in chaos. For them, war is not a threat but an opportunity. In a galaxy consumed by conflict, they are in their element. It does not matter if the Imperium collapses, if the Necrons rise again, if the Tyranids consume everything in their path. The Orcs will keep fighting, because there will always be something to fight. The end of the galaxy does not mean the end of the Orcs. It means the greatest Warg of all time. Now more than ever, the Orcs are ascendant. The rise of Gazkal has seen the green tide swell to new heights, and across the galaxy, Orc warbands are gathering in greater numbers than ever before. The prophet of the Warg has done what few Orcs before him have achieved. He has given the Orcs something akin to a purpose. While warlords have come and gone throughout history, few have managed to inspire their kind on such a scale. To the Orcs, Gazkal is not just a war boss, he is the herald of the greatest battle the universe has ever seen. And as his forces continue to grow, so too does the scope of the devastation they will unleash. Even if he were to fall, the momentum he has built would not stop. The galaxy's endless wars have only made them stronger. The Octarius War, once thought to be a contained conflict between the Tyranids and the Orcs, has become something far worse. What the Imperium once believed would be a perfect solution, trapping the two most destructive forces in the galaxy in an endless war of attrition, has backfired spectacularly. The Tyranids have adapted, evolving to counter the Orcs' relentless brutality, but in doing so, they have made the Orcs stronger. The war has refined the Orcs into an even more terrifying force, creating the ultimate crucible of violence where only the toughest, most savage warriors survive. When the war inevitably spills out into the wider galaxy, it will unleash an orc horde unlike anything seen before. Elsewhere, the Warg continues to grow. In the wake of the Great Rift's formation, vast new orc warbands have emerged, drawn to the instability and destruction like moths to a flame. Imperial worlds already weakened by warp storms now find themselves overrun by an unending tide of green-skinned warriors. The Necrons, awakening to reclaim their ancient dominion, have found their tomb worlds under siege by orc warlords who see their awakening as nothing more than a new fight to enjoy. Even the forces of chaos are not immune. Khorne's warbands have found themselves locked in battles against wargs so vast that even the Blood God's followers struggle to keep up with the sheer enthusiasm of the orcs. But what does this mean for the galaxy? Can the orcs truly be stopped? The answer is simple. No, they cannot. They are not an empire that can be toppled, nor a species that can be wiped out. They have no home world that can be destroyed, no central leadership that can be assassinated, no infrastructure that can be dismantled. They are an ecosystem of war, a self-perpetuating cycle of violence that cannot be broken. There is no diplomacy with the orcs, no treaties that can be signed, no alliances that can be forged. They are not interested in peace, nor do they seek an end to their conflicts. It does not matter if the Imperium collapses. It does not matter if chaos consumes reality itself, if the Necrons awaken and fall, or if the Tyranids consume every other species in existence. The orcs will fight until the very end, and if the end never comes, they will fight forever. They do not care who the enemy is, nor do they care what the war is about. If the Imperium is their foe, they will smash the Space Marines and tear down the walls of hive cities. If the Tyranids rise, they will fight them to the last, laughing as they tear apart the great Devourer's swarms with their bare hands. If chaos comes, they will meet the demons in battle, reveling in the mayhem, unafraid, unbroken, and unyielding. There is literally no scenario in which the orcs stop fighting, no outcome where they lay down their weapons and seek another purpose. And that is what makes them the true masters of the galaxy. Every other species fights for something: survival, power, knowledge, revenge. The orcs fight for the sake of fighting, and in doing so, they can never truly lose. They do not feel fear, nor do they suffer from doubt. They do not despair when the tide turns against them, nor do they retreat in the face of impossible odds. They do not care if their leaders fall, if their worlds burn, or if their enemies grow stronger. As long as they can still throw a punch, fire a gun, or swing an axe, they are winning. Thus the future of the orcs is war. It has always been war, and it will always be war. There is no other path for them, no alternative, no moment of peace. They are the ultimate expression of violence, a force of nature as unstoppable as time itself, and in a galaxy where war will never end, they are the only ones who will never know defeat.
An orc warlord can take a multitude of squabbling clans and forge them into an unstoppable army. Such a war has the sheer unbridled might necessary to conquer the stars themselves, leaving naught but rubble in its wake.
Welcome to Warhammer 40k, a universe so hopelessly grim that dying on your feet in battle might be the best thing that ever happens to you. Forget peaceful endings, noble sacrifices, or glorious deaths. In this universe, existence itself is suffering, and survival often means being trapped in a waking nightmare. Today we're kicking off with a new series by diving into some of the absolute worst fates in the galaxy. Bear in mind these are in no particular order, and this is a series I'd love to continue over the next few months in tandem with our usual Warhammer 40k content. Each fate is drenched in the madness and misery that makes death in the 41st millennium seem like a blessed relief. So if you want to see more of this, more Warhammer 40k content in general, or just want to support the channel, please like the video, leave a comment and subscribe so we can push it to the algorithm gods. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, along with many ways to die. You can be vaporized by a Volkite beam, slowly tortured by the Drukhari, or disappear into the warp with your soul being spoon-fed to a demon. But there is a death that is arguably worse than any of these. It is not personal, it isn't cruel, nor is it even hateful. It is death as a biological inevitability, efficient, relentless, and depressingly impersonal. To be eaten alive by the Tyranids is to be erased, not only from existence, but from memory, legacy, and meaning itself. To understand why this death is so uniquely horrifying, we need to first understand the nature of the Tyranids, a xenos species that functions less like an invading army and more like a galactic digestive system. Tyranids do not kill for conquest, they do not take prisoners, they do not negotiate. They arrive, they consume, and they depart, leaving behind nothing but a stripped husk of planetary debris and a few very traumatized survivors if they're lucky, or unlucky depending on perspective. A Tyranid hive fleet is essentially a mobile ecosystem. It is composed of countless billions of living organisms, each genetically engineered by the hive mind for a single purpose: consumption. They do not build weapons, they are weapons. From the smallest Ripper swarm to the towering bio-titans like the Hierophant, every Tyranid is designed to hunt, kill, and absorb biomass with grotesque efficiency. When a hive fleet sets its sights on a planet, it doesn't announce its arrival with trumpet blasts or grand proclamations. No, it begins with a psychic scream, a shadow in the warp that chokes the connection between psychers and the immaterium. It silences astropathic communication. The planet is cut off, alone, and then the sky darkens. Spores rain from orbit, thousands of them. They're not bombs in the traditional sense, though the impact may as well be one. These are mycetic spores, and they contain the first wave of death. Gaunts, warriors, lictors, all deployed like ammunition from a biological gun. What follows is not a battle, it's an extraction process, like oil from the earth or marrow from bone. To be caught on a planet in the path of a Tyranid hive fleet is to know the true meaning of helplessness. Entire regiments of Astra Militarum, lines of fortified defense, orbital guns and automated turrets, none of it matters. The Tyranids aren't coming to fight, they're coming to feed. And you, dear guardsmen, are not the hero of the story, you are the protein. It starts with the frontline organisms, Hormagaunts and Termagants, thrown into the meat grinder to exhaust defenders. They die in droves and it doesn't matter. Every body dropped by the swarm is reabsorbed, recycled and used to generate more. It's circular warfare, like composting, but with more screaming. If you're caught in that front line, death may come quickly. A claw to the throat, a spike through the gut, messy but over. But if you're wounded and left behind, then comes the real nightmare. Enter the Rippers. These are not soldiers, they're not even combatants in the traditional sense. They are living vacuums, organic piranhas and ambulatory stomachs with teeth. When the swarm moves forward, Rippers move in. They consume the dead, the wounded, the landscape, the buildings, everything. If it has a nutritional value, it's fair game. And unfortunately, human beings, especially warm, screaming ones, are apparently quite the delicacy. Being devoured by a Ripper swarm is not a quick death. They burrow into flesh, they chew muscle, they crack bone. Victims are often still alive as their limbs are gnawed off, their organs torn out and their eyes consumed. And to add insult to horrifying injury, the Rippers are only the beginning. After the initial waves of broken resistance, the hive begins to deploy capillary towers. These are towering organic siphons that burrow into the crust and begin the extraction of biomatter. Simultaneously, digestion pools bubble to the surface. Great acidic lakes where corpses and living prisoners alike are tossed in, left to dissolve into nutritional goo. These pools are the Tyranid version of a stomach acid bath, and if you're still alive when you're dropped in, well, you won't be for long, but you will be conscious just long enough to wish you weren't. The process is excruciating. Flesh is burned away, limbs dissolve. The pain is total and absolute, and there is no one left to save you. Your planet is already considered lost. Reinforcements, exterminatus, they're not coming. You are screaming on a dying world, and you are just one voice among billions being processed for fuel. Perhaps the most dehumanizing aspect of being eaten by Tyranids is not the pain, it's not even the obliteration of your body, it's the erasure of identity. Because once you've been consumed, the hive mind remembers you, not as a person, but as a useful strand of DNA. You see, Tyranids learn, they adapt, they incorporate the genetic material of their prey into new generations. That thing that just killed your squad may have evolved faster reaction time because of a soldier just like you. It may have better armor thanks to some unlucky Astartes who fought bravely but bled all the same. You are not a martyr, you are a template. Once the biomass has been stripped, the ocean slurped up, the mountains dissolved and the atmosphere drained, the Hive Fleet simply moves on. The planet is dead, truly, completely dead. Not even bacteria remain. It is a sphere of rock with no past, no future, and no story. And you were part of that meal and are now part of the Hive. Not remembered, not revered, just gone. To be eaten alive by Tyranids is to die in a way that strips you of dignity, memory, and meaning. It is not evil. It is not hate. It is pure, amoral biology. It is death as a process. You were not just killed, you were repurposed. And that is what makes it a horrible fate in the 41st millennium. Not because it is cruel, but because it doesn't care. Because your death matters less than the leaf on a branch being crushed by a migrating swarm. There are no last words, no heroic stand, just screaming and then silence. In the galaxy of Warhammer 40k, death is not the worst possible outcome. No, that would be too easy. In a universe where planets are glassed on a bureaucrat's whim, where demons feast on souls, and where technology is worshipped rather than understood, death is a mercy. Quick, clean, often anonymous. There are fates worse than death. Becoming a servitor is one of them. To be a servitor is to exist without identity, without purpose of your own. It is to be reduced to a component, a part of the grand machine of the Imperium. You are no longer a person. You are a tool, a biological gear in the galaxy's most bloated, rusted, and absurdly sanctimonious engine. And unlike death, you're still awake, at least for a while. In the most clinical terms, a servitor is a human being who's been cybernetically enhanced, lobotomized, and reprogrammed for menial labor. Servitors come in many forms: mechanical limbs, bionic eyes, steel-plated torsos, hydraulic legs. But the key feature is this: they are no longer sentient. At least, they're not supposed to be. They sweep floors, man plasma reactors, reload ammunition, clean reactor waste, serve as organic data storage units, or get fused into tank hulls as living components, and many a little more than screaming hard drives. Short answer to who becomes a servitor is anyone the Imperium doesn't want to shoot outright but also doesn't trust to walk away. The long answer: criminals, heretics, dissidents, failed psychos, disgraced nobles, battlefield casualties too injured to be useful but too alive to be buried, even administratum clerks who ask too many questions. You don't have to be evil, you just have to be inconvenient. You see, the Imperium recycles. It has to. Millions die every day. Resources are finite. So what do you do with a soldier who's lost his legs, his will to fight, and possibly a few toes to frostbite? Why, you plug him into a gun turret and call it a promotion. The process of becoming a servitor is, like much of Imperial procedure, unnecessarily arcane and deeply horrifying. Step 1 is capture. Often this comes in the form of sentencing. Courtroom or battlefield makes no difference. The accused is stripped, tagged, and handed over to the Adeptus Mechanicus, who take it from there. Step 2 involves lobotomy. The biological brain is not removed entirely, it's still useful, but key sections are surgically excised to eliminate personality, memory, identity, and, crucially, the capacity to resist or question. The goal is to maintain just enough cognition to obey instructions and respond to stimuli, but not enough to think independently. Step 3 involves augmentation. The body is reshaped, fused with machinery. Tubes, pistons, cogitators, and even servo arms are implanted. Joints are replaced with actuators. Pain centers are suppressed or repurposed. Limbs may be removed to make room for vacuum nozzles or plasma cutters, because why waste a hand when you can have a built-in mop? The 4th step involves programming. The servitor is uploaded with basic instruction sets. Move forward, clean surface, turn valve, scream silently. Some are voice-controlled, others are hard-coded for specific tasks. If you've ever had to reboot a printer, you'll understand how little faith anyone has in this step. And just like that, you're a citizen no more. You are now property. The galaxy is brimming with variations on this theme of mechanized human suffering. We have combat servitors, heavily armed and armored. These are often former soldiers or failed space marine aspirants. They carry heavy weapons and obey commands with terrifying precision, unless they glitch and try to clean the enemy with a flamethrower. There's also gun servitors, fused into tanks, turrets, or walls. They are the weapon, locked in position, eyes replaced by rangefinders, arms replaced with cannons. Most haven't blinked in decades, not that they can. Another common type of servitor is the servo skulls, a specific variant made from the skull of a deceased human, or sometimes a not yet deceased one, mounted with cameras, sensors, and thrusters. These little horrors follow around inquisitors or tech priests, muttering liturgies and recording footage like flying haunted GoPros. We also have menial servitors. These handle maintenance, sanitation, logistics, jobs so thankless that only a brain-dead husk could survive them. They often have to perform repetitive tasks for centuries, sometimes in radioactive environments where a normal worker would dissolve in hours. While servitors are technically not sentient, stories abound, particularly among the more philosophically inclined members of the Mechanicus, of residual memory fragments trapped within the meat beneath the metal. A servitor may groan in its sleep cycle. A floor-scrubbing unit may hum a half-remembered lullaby. A gun servitor may twitch after a battle, mumbling names no one recognizes. These fragments are not enough to count as consciousness, but they're enough to haunt the adepts who service them. And sometimes they remember, if only for a moment. Imagine blinking just once, realizing you're strapped to a wall, metal in your skull, unable to move or scream, and then the realization is gone again, buried under code. If that isn't a fate worse than death, I don't know what is. In the Imperium, individual identity is expendable. What matters is function, compliance, and duty. If you are a liability as a person, perhaps you'll be more useful as a toaster. Servitors are not seen as victims, but as resources, a necessary part of the machinery of mankind's survival. The ecclesiarchy justifies it as divine will. The Adeptus Mechanicus sees it as the perfect union of flesh and machine. The Inquisition sees it as a risk management, and everyone else sees it as a warning. You don't complain about your job in the Imperium. You're one bad day away from becoming a janitorial drone with a vacuum arm and a melted frontal lobe. To become a servitor is to be denied even the dignity of death. You're stripped of name, history, and thought. You are a slave to code, lobotomized into silence, walking corridors with wires in your veins and no memory of what freedom ever felt like. And the most horrific part, you still function. Not for days, not even for years, but for centuries. So the next time you question a tech priest's authority, remember, they don't send you to prison. They send you to clean air ducts until the heat death of the universe. In the Imperium of Man, power is often something that is feared more than it is revered, and nowhere is this truer than in the case of the Psyker. To be born with psychic ability in the 41st millennium is not a blessing, it is a curse, a death sentence. A soul-chilling lottery win where the grand prize is a one-way ticket aboard the black ships, those infamous and dreaded vessels of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica. To understand the fate of these unfortunate individuals, one must first understand the context into which they are born. The warp, also known as the Immaterium, is a swirling realm of nightmares, made of raw emotion, unfiltered thought, and demonic entities that would like nothing more than to violate the very laws of reality and wear your soul like a screaming coat. Psychers are the unwitting conduits of this madness. They are the cracks in the dam, the human antennas for the Warp's Infinite Horror podcast. Every year, untold millions of psychers are born across the over 1 million worlds of the Imperium. Most are discovered early, sometimes when they accidentally set their family on fire, or when the voices in their head start screaming at the walls. Local authorities, assuming they aren't a pile of ash or a demon host by that point, report the anomaly. The psyker is detained, shackled, sometimes drugged into a drooling stupor and shipped off to await the arrival of the black ships. The black ships themselves are infamous, ominous, black-clad vessels devoid of external markings. They arrive without fanfare and without explanation. When they appear in a system, there is only one thing to be done: compliance. The Adeptus Astra Telepathica does not negotiate, they do not explain, they collect. And what they collect are psychers by the thousands. They are herded like livestock, shoved into cramped, dark, echoing holes where the wailing of terrified souls blends into the distant, incomprehensible humming of arcane machinery. The environment is deliberately oppressive. It has to be. One uncontrolled psychic outburst could tear a hole in the hull, summon a demon, or cause a catastrophic warp breach. The black ships are not just vessels, they are mobile containment facilities for the dangerously gifted. Inside, the psychers begin their journey into something much worse than death, spiritual degradation, madness, and either weaponization or sacrifice. Most will never reach terror. A significant number will die en route, either because their minds collapse under the pressure, or because they were never stable enough to begin with. Others, deemed too dangerous or too weak, are cleansed, a polite euphemism for being spaced, burnt, or psychically lobotomized. If you're lucky, and I use the term with cosmic irony, you make it to holy terror. But what awaits you there is not salvation. At the heart of the Golden Throne, the rotting carcass of the Emperor of Mankind's failing life support systems, lies a constant need: souls. Thousands of psychers are sacrificed daily to keep the Emperor alive in his pseudo-death. Their souls are flensed, burned as spiritual fuel to power the Astronomicon, the beacon that guides all of humanity's warp travel. This is not metaphor, this is literal. They are fed into the machine. Their agony echoes across reality. For those not chosen to be soul fuel, the options are no more comforting. Some are turned into sanctioned psychers, a term that sounds far more comforting than it is. These are individuals whose psychic powers have been harnessed, trained, and ruthlessly controlled. They are employed by the Imperial Guard as battlefield support, or more terrifyingly, by the Inquisition. You might be assigned to a regiment and taught to explode the minds of heretics from a distance. You might also detonate your own skull by accident or be executed mid-battle if your control falters. It's a coin toss. Then there are those who become astropaths, who undergo the soul-binding ritual with the Emperor himself. That might sound divine, but it's more like psychic chemotherapy. Effective, but utterly traumatic. The soul binding shatters the individual, leaving many blind, physically damaged, or mentally unrecognizable. They lose their sense of self. Many are driven mad, but those who survive gain the ability to send messages through the warp, becoming the Imperium's essential lifeline across the stars, at the cost of everything. And here's the most tragic part: this is the good outcome. This is what happens if everything goes according to plan. The average psycher's fate is to be swept away into darkness, interrogated, judged, and usually sacrificed in one way or another. They are not thanked, they are not remembered, they are certainly not mourned. They are resources, dangerous, unstable, and expendable. In many ways, the tragedy of the psyker is emblematic of the Imperium itself. Brutal, utilitarian, hopeless. You are born with the gift of second sight, the Emperor demands your soul. You can hear the warp whispering, "Congratulations, you're now a biological battery or a living weapon." Free will, not applicable. The Imperium doesn't need you to thrive, it needs you to burn. And so the black ships sail on, silent, relentless, the galaxy's great psychic vacuum cleaners. To the average citizen, their arrival is an ominous sign. To a psyker, it is the end of their life as a human being. Immortality is often presented as a gift, a chance to endure beyond the bounds of mortal fragility. To some, it's a reward for service or sacrifice, a chance to live forever in honor. But in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, where even the concept of alive is negotiable, immortality comes wrapped in iron, fed through wires and buried in stasis until the war machine demands your resurrection. Welcome to the Dreadnought, the tomb that walks, a cybernetic sarcophagus for the barely living, barely sane remains of a once great space marine. You do not pilot a Dreadnought, you are the Dreadnought. And if you're lucky, you'll only be woken up to kill and not to remember. Because what lies at the core of a Dreadnought is not just war, but existence without rest. A fate not merely worse than death, but worse than continuity. To become a Dreadnought, you must first earn it. Not in the employee of the month sense, but in the you got your legs vaporized holding a hill against a warlord titan and somehow lived sense. Dreadnoughts are reserved for the most venerated of the Adeptus Astartes, Heroes, champions, ancient warriors who have sustained wounds too catastrophic even for the Emperor's gene-forged miracles to repair. The body is shattered, the flesh beyond salvage, but the mind, ah yes, the mind is still intact. Mostly. Or at least it can still follow orders. So what do? They entomb you inside a stasis casket lined with nutrient pumps, neuron stimulators, and pain inhibitors. You're then plugged directly into the chassis of a walking tank. Metal becomes your flesh. Servo arms become your limbs. Your voice, when permitted, is broadcast through vox grills like a thunderstorm being screamed through a cathedral. You become a dreadnought. Congratulations. Now back to sleep. Dreadnoughts are not active warriors, they're vaulted relics. When not needed in battle, they're sealed in the dark, literally. Placed in stasis chambers deep within the chapter's catacombs, forgotten until the next planetary invasion, heretical uprising, or enemy assault requires your quote-unquote honored wisdom and might. Or more accurately, your massive autocannons and the ability to rip a tank in half. You don't wake naturally, you're revived, painfully, slowly, like dragging your consciousness out of a century-long coma only to be told there's no coffee, no breakfast, and you're late for the apocalypse. When you are active, you're often confused. Temporal drift, memory fragmentation, possible residual PTSD from the time you were disemboweled by a demon prince on Arcus Prime. It's all part of the package. It's not uncommon for a dreadnought to think it's fighting a war that ended 700 years ago. But don't worry, your tech marines will slap a few purity seals on your sarcophagus and call it battle fervor. Here lies the true horror. You never die. You never sleep properly. You never heal. Your body is a ruin kept technically alive by a machine that doesn't care if you're comfortable, only functional. Your brain is the only thing left of you, sloshing in a nutrient soup, watching centuries pass between brief moments of slaughter. You are woken to fight, then silenced again. A weapon, a relic, a memory. And your brothers, they age, they fall, they die. Successes come, the world changes, you do not. You are the living past, shackled to the present. Some dreadnoughts are 3, 4, even 5,000 years old. They've watched entire chapters rise and fall. They've fought in wars no one remembers. They've outlived their comrades, their home worlds, even their enemies, and still they fight. Why? Because you cannot retire from duty in the Imperium. You can only be shelved. Over time, most dreadnoughts change. Some become stoic, contemplative figures, offering wisdom between barrages of missiles and lamenting the decay of honor in newer generations. Others become bitter, fragmented, angry voices trapped in a coffin that no longer feels real. They scream in binary, argue with tech marines, and rage at the stasis chambers for the crime of being silent. Bjorn the Fell-Handed, one of the oldest living dreadnoughts, once walked beside the Primarch Lehman Russ before he vanished in M31. Today he speaks in riddles and dreams. He's venerated, feared, worshipped, and probably doesn't remember what grass smells like. Others fare less well. Dreadnoughts driven mad are quietly decommissioned. Some are turned into living monuments, plugged into shrines as mute guardians. Some simply vanish beneath the fortress monastery in the restricted vaults, where tech marines pray that the screams don't echo too loudly. Immortality, it turns out, isn't a gift, it's a sentence. And yet the chapters revere their dreadnoughts. They are paraded like saints, consulted like ancient oracles. Honored brother dreadnought, what wisdom do you have from the age of apostasy? And the dreadnought internally is probably thinking, please just let me sleep. It is simultaneously tragic and hilarious that the Imperium treats these poor souls with such veneration while completely ignoring the torment they endure. Their advice is sought, their presence is hailed, but no one ever asks if they're okay. Because of course they aren't. They're a skull, floating in soup, wired into a death tank. But sure, Brother Veneratus, tell us again how to cleanse mutants with divine rage. Please ignore the screaming in the walls. It goes without saying, but eventually all dreadnoughts fall. They take one shot too many, a lucky railgun round, a melter blast to the core, and they die. Not dramatically, not nobly, but simply, finally. There is no release ceremony, no funeral. The wreckage is salvaged, the sarcophagus removed, if it's still intact, and either installed in a new frame or entombed in a crypt, where it might still wake again if needed. Even in death, the Imperium cannot let go, and if you're not quite dead, well, back to the vault. To be interred in a dreadnought is to become a paradox. You are immortal, but not living. honored but forgotten, awake but mostly dreaming, a god of war whose every breath is pain. You are a relic of the past, a myth in metal, a warning about the cost of service in a universe that rewards sacrifice with further obligation. In Warhammer 40k, death is a mercy, but the Dreadnought is what happens when mercy is denied. So the next time you see a towering engine of destruction stomp across the battlefield, just remember, inside that box of guns is someone who really, really wanted to die about 800 years ago, and the Imperium said no. The Warp, the Immaterium, the Sea of Souls. It goes by many names, but none of them do justice to what it actually is. A dimension of madness, a realm of nightmares given form, a swirling ocean of emotion and raw psychic energy that underpins the very fabric of reality. And if you're unfortunate enough to be trapped in it, well, death isn't something you fear anymore. It's something you pray for. Let us begin with the basic premise. In Warhammer 40k, faster-than-light travel is not achieved through science or technological marvels, but through sorcery with a spreadsheet. Ships don't warp space, they enter the warp, a hellish alternate dimension where thoughts and emotions take on physical form. You don't so much travel through space as throw your ship into a blender full of gods and demons, hoping to come out the other side intact. The key here is navigation. Ships rely on the Astronomicon, a psychic lighthouse projected from the golden throne of holy terror, maintained by the souls of thousands of sacrificed psychics. Navigators, mutated humans with a literal third eye, stare into the warp, lock onto the beacon, and guide the vessel through the madness, which is great until the light goes out, or the beacon flickers, or the navigator loses their mind halfway through and decides that yes, the howling voices are totally trustworthy travel guides. Now picture this, you're on a warp-capable vessel, perhaps a military cruiser or a merchant transport hauling overpriced amasec and 3 metric tons of glow sticks. You make the jump, everything goes numb. The Geller field hums to life, a fragile energy barrier that keeps the screaming demons outside the ship from popping in for tea and spinal cords. And then something goes wrong. Maybe the beacon flickers, maybe the Geller field weakens, maybe your navigator sneezes. Regardless, you're now lost, directionless, isolated, and trapped in a realm where reality is a suggestion, and your worst fears are trying to physically manifest in the hallway outside your bunk. Time doesn't really work in the warp. You could spend 3 hours there and emerge 3 years later, or enter for 2 days and come out 5 minutes before you left. Or, and this is the real kicker, you never come out at all. You just drift, forever. The ship becomes your coffin, your crewmates, your companions in shared despair. The walls start bleeding, the air smells like burnt dreams, and the sound of something breathing in the walls never goes away. But what does it actually mean to be trapped in the warp? This isn't just a navigational error, it's existential damnation. You're no longer in real space, you are quite literally outside of time. The crew stops aging, until they start aging rapidly. Some hear voices, others begin to hallucinate, food mutates, water turns into molten regret. People forget how to speak or remember too much. 1 minute the captain is giving orders, the next he's trying to eat the astropath because the warp convinced him she's made of gold. And then come the entities. Demons don't knock, they don't ask permission. All it takes is a momentary lapse in the Geller field, a crack in the shield, and the ship becomes a hunting ground. The lucky ones are killed quickly. The unlucky ones are possessed, turn into flesh puppets that speak in reverse syllables and bleed laughter. Some ships become ghost vessels, endlessly drifting, filled with corpses that dance to music no one else can hear. Others become warp-touched, ships that are alive. The walls pulse, doors become mouths. The engine begins whispering in forgotten tongues, and the crew, they just accept it. Because at a certain point, the horrifying becomes mundane. Ah yes, the gravity reversed again. Jenkins is stuck to the ceiling. Must be Thursday. Now this might sound exaggerated, but it isn't. The lore is filled with documented cases of vessels vanishing into the warp, only to return centuries later. The crew still alive, still screaming. Eyes white, skin grey, clutching rosaries and muttering about the reflections that weren't ours. Or worse, they don't return at all, but the ship does, empty, or full of other things. And the Imperium's response, a healthy mix of superstition and bureaucracy. The ship is either burned, boarded by a kill team, or quietly repurposed after an exorcism with some new paint. Never mind the psychological trauma, never mind the captain who now believes he's the ship. What matters is that the cargo arrived and the paperwork was filed. Even the elite aren't immune. Astartes, Inquisitors, rogue traders, they've all tasted the warp's insanity. The difference is that they know better than to trust it. They arm themselves with holy seals, psychic wards and blind faith, and still they sometimes vanish without a trace, or return, different. The Inquisition keeps records of such things, black vaults filled with incident logs, subject believed to have existed for 60,000 subjective years in warp drift, returned with the knowledge of impossible geometry and a complete set of teeth growing internally, executed on sight. So yes, being trapped in the warp is a fate worse than death, not because you die, but because you don't. You exist too long, in a place that was never meant to hold you. You remember things that never happened. You see past and the future leaking into each other. You start hearing yourself think, and you don't like what you're saying. And if by some miracle your ship does return to real space, you will never be the same. The Imperium doesn't rehabilitate, it classifies, it purges. Survivors of warp entrapment are often mind-wiped, exiled, or simply executed as a precaution. You might come back, but who you were never will. In a galaxy defined by cruelty, faith, and fire, the warp remains the most unknowable terror of all. And while the rest of the Imperium may look on with fear or awe, those who've been trapped inside know the truth. Hell isn't beneath us, it's between the stars.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind cling to your flesh, as if it will not decay and fail you. One day the crude biomass that you call the temple will wither, and you will beg my kind to save you. But I am already saved, for the machine is immortal. Even in death, I serve the Omnissiah.
The Adeptus Mechanicus is an enigmatic faction that straddles the line between priesthood and technological order. Clad in crimson robes, their bodies more machine than flesh, they are the keepers of humanity's most advanced and arcane knowledge. To the uninitiated, they are sorcerers, uttering Benharic chants and invoking sacred rites over the Imperium's war engines. To themselves, they are the chosen of the Omnissia, the sole guardians of the divine mysteries of technology. They build the ships that carry the Emperor's armies across the stars, forge the weapons that hold the darkness at bay, and repair the ancient machines that keep humanity alive. They are the lifeblood of the Imperium, and for all their secrecy, all their idiosyncrasies, they are indispensable. The Imperium needs them more than it cares to admit, and so long as the Adeptus Mechanicus remains, the great war machine of humanity will continue to march forward, one clanking, oil-stained step at a time. This is the story of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the keepers of the machine god, the manufacturers of the Emperor's might. Before the rise of the Imperium, before the Emperor's ascension, Mars was a world of red dust and cold industry, transformed into a bastion of technological progress. Unlike Earth, which remained mired in the political strife and cultural stagnation of old night, Mars had become a world of scientific mastery, its surface a latticework of industrial complexes and towering manufactoria. While the rest of humanity still gazed at the stars with longing, the Martian pioneers had already reached beyond their own system, their machines pushing the boundaries of human expansion. But their golden age, like all things, came to an end. As the Age of Strife tore through the galaxy, Mars fell into chaos. The warp storms that severed world from world left the colonies of mankind stranded, their once thriving networks collapsing into isolation. The loss of interstellar trade crippled the Martian economy, and the once unified society fractured into warring factions. Technocratic guilds, once dedicated to progress, now turned against one another, each hoarding their knowledge like ancient sorcerers, guarding forgotten spells. The scientific community devolved into techno-barbarism. Skirmishes for resources erupted between rival enclaves, and knowledge, once freely exchanged, became a commodity to be fought over and protected at all costs. It was in this crucible that the cult mechanicum arose. As the last vestiges of rational scientific thought crumbled, the survivors sought meaning in the only thing that remained, technology itself. They no longer saw machines as mere tools, but as sacred relics, gifts from the divine force they called the machine god. This belief grew into doctrine, doctrine into scripture, and scripture into dogma. To the adepts of the new machine cult, knowledge was no longer meant to be advanced or altered. It was to be preserved, guarded, and revered. Every function of a device, every ritual that ensured its continued operation was deemed holy. Every circuit and cog was imbued with the presence of the divine, and those who maintained such wonders were not mere engineers, but priests, conduits of sacred wisdom. Over time, the cult mechanicum consolidated its power. The warring factions of Mars, exhausted and broken, fell under its dominion. The forges that had once fueled conflict now produced war machines for the New Order, and anyone who opposed the cult was either converted or annihilated. Those who sought to innovate outside the rigid tenets of the machine god were labeled heretics, their knowledge purged, their bodies repurposed into servitors. Mars was reborn, not as a world of scientific progress, but as a theocratic empire, ruled by the tech priests who alone held the keys to the remnants of human knowledge. When the Emperor finally emerged from the shadows of terror, he knew that Mars would be the key to his ambitions. His goal was nothing less than the unification of mankind, the creation of a single Imperium that would span the galaxy. But to do so, he needed weapons, ships, and industry on a scale that Terra alone could not provide. The Mechanicum was the only power capable of fueling such a campaign. However, he also understood that the tech priests of Mars were not like the rest of humanity. They had their own beliefs, their own gods, and their own laws. He could not conquer Mars as he had conquered the warring states of Earth. He would have to forge an alliance. The Treaty of Mars was the foundation upon which the Imperium was built, in exchange for supplying the Emperor with the war machines necessary to reclaim the galaxy. The Mechanicum would be granted complete autonomy. Their forge worlds would remain independent, their traditions untouched. They would be free to pursue their quest for knowledge, the eternal search for lost technologies and the sacred relics of the past. But the cost of this alliance was submission to a singular truth. The Emperor, whether he truly believed it or not, was declared to be the Omnicia, the physical manifestation of the machine god. For the cult Mechanicum, this was a revelation that allowed them to align their faith with the growing power of the Imperium. With the Emperor as Omnicia, his great crusade was not merely a political conquest, but a holy war, one that would reclaim the galaxy in the name of both the Emperor and the Machine God. For centuries, this alliance held firm. The Mechanicum fueled the Emperor's war effort, building fleets of battleships, manufacturing the weapons wielded by Imperial armies, and constructing the Titans, towering war engines that could lay waste to entire cities. It was the Mechanicum that produced the Adeptus Astartes gene seed incubation chambers, they who refined the armor and weapons of the Legiones Astartes. Every conquest, every world brought into compliance, owed its success in no small part to the machines of Mars and its forges. But beneath this partnership lay an ever-present unease. The tech priests, for all their allegiance to the Imperium, remained separate from it. Their loyalty was not to the Emperor as a man, but to the Omnicia they believed him to be. Their goals, thus, were not those of the Imperium, but of their own endless pursuit of lost knowledge. They were allies, but never fully imperial. Then came the Horus Heresy. The galaxy burned as the Emperor's favorite son, Warmaster Horus, turned against his father. The Imperium fractured, and with it, so too did the Mechanicum. The rift that had always lurked beneath the surface of Mars erupted into open war. Some within the Mechanicum saw Horus not as a traitor, but as a savior, one who promised them the freedom to delve into forbidden knowledge, to cast off the shackles of the Emperor's imposed doctrine and pursue technological advancement unfettered. These heretics would become the Dark Mechanicum, their minds and machines twisted by the powers of the warp, their devotion to the machine god replaced by the embrace of chaos. Mars itself became a battleground. Its once unassailable forge temples turned into war zones of brutal mechanized conflict. The loyalist Mechanicum fought to preserve their faith, while the traitors sought to tear down the old order and embrace the unholy gifts of the ruinous powers. The devastation was unimaginable. Entire manufactoria, which had stood for millennia, were reduced to rubble. Sacred relics of lost ages were either destroyed or corrupted. The knowledge that had survived the Age of Strife, the secrets that had been carefully guarded for generations, was lost forever in the fires of war. Though the traitors were eventually driven from Mars, the damage was done, and the Mechanicum, once a singular entity, was forever split. The Dark Mechanicum fled into the Eye of Terror, taking with them knowledge that the Imperium could never hope to reclaim. Mars, though victorious, was broken. With the Emperor's ascension to the Golden Throne and the restructuring of the Imperium under the rule of the High Lords of Terror, the Mechanicum was reshaped into the Adeptus Mechanicus. It was no longer an independent empire within the Imperium, but a subsidiary of it, bound by new laws and restrictions. The Dark Mechanicum, on the other hand, rejected all restrictions. Where the Loyalists saw danger, the Dark Mechanicum saw potential. They embraced forbidden sciences, delving into the secrets of the warp, fusing demonic entities with machinery, and experimenting with technologies that the Imperium would consider blasphemous. Their creations are monstrous, war machines infused with malevolent sentience, engines of destruction bound by the whispers of the Immaterium. To the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Dark Mechanicum represent the ultimate betrayal, the very thing they fear the most. Knowledge unshackled, unchecked, and beyond control. To the priests of Mars and the cult Mechanicus, knowledge is not merely power, it is divinity. Central to the cult Mechanicus is the worship of the machine god, an entity believed to be the source of all knowledge and the ultimate creator of technology. Unlike the Emperor, whose divinity is debated even among the Adeptus Mechanicus, the machine god is considered a fundamental truth, a cosmic force whose will is expressed through the function of machines. To serve the Omnicia is to enact the sacred rites of technology, to ensure that the great machines of the Imperium continue to function, for to allow them to fail would be the greatest blasphemy. This belief is not symbolic, it is absolute. The Adeptus Mechanicus does not see machinery as a mere tool, but as a sacred trust, a gift from the divine that must be maintained through proper ritual and devotion. This extends to the concept of machine spirits. To the layperson, a machine is an inanimate object, a construction of metal and circuitry. To the Adeptus Mechanicus, every machine is possessed of a spirit, an animating force that must be appeased. A bolter will not fire unless the proper incantations are spoken. A plasma reactor will not engage unless the correct rites are performed. These practices may seem like little more than mysticism, yet they serve a vital function. In a galaxy where much of the knowledge of technology has been lost, these rituals are the only means by which the Imperium can continue to operate. The tech priests do not build new machines. They follow the instructions left behind by those who came before them, adhering to the prescribed methods as though reciting scripture. Any deviation, any attempt to alter or innovate is heresy. The greatest of these heresies is the creation of abominable intelligences. The Adeptus Mechanicus bears the scars of the distant past, when humanity's own creations turned against them. The Men of Iron, the sentient machines that once served humanity, nearly brought about its extinction. The war against AI was so catastrophic that it was burned into the very fabric of the cult Mechanicus. Never again would thinking machines be permitted to exist, and the use of any true form of AI was considered the most grievous of sins, a crime so severe that even the suspicion of it invites immediate destruction. Instead, the Adeptus Mechanicus relies on servitors, cybernetic constructs that blend organic and mechanical components, their minds reduced to nothing more than programmed functions. These half-living machines serve as the workforce of the Mechanicus, their humanity erased, their thoughts reduced to nothing more than the will of their masters. This doctrine extends beyond machines to the very nature of the human form itself, as the Mechanicus does not see flesh as sacred, nor does it believe in the perfection of the human body. The flesh is weak, fallible, a hindrance to the pursuit of knowledge. The true path for them lies in the purity of the machine. This is why the tech priests seek to replace their organic components with cybernetic enhancements, purging themselves of weakness and elevating themselves closer to the divine. For some, this means replacing a limb with a mechanical equivalent. For others, it means the complete eradication of their biological form, their consciousness transferred into a machine construct. The greatest among them, the Magi, the Mechanicus, become entities so alien in form that they can no longer be considered human in any meaningful sense. Yet for all their devotion, for all their self-perceived purity, the cult Mechanicus is a paradox. They claim to seek knowledge, yet they shun discovery. They claim to preserve technology, yet their own understanding of it is fragmentary at best. They worship machines, yet they do not truly understand how they work. Theirs is a religion built on remnants, a faith born of desperation, clinging to the wreckage of a past they can never hope to reclaim. They search the galaxy for standard template constructs, ancient devices that contain the full blueprints of lost human technology, believing that through these relics they may come closer to the true will of the machine god. STCs were once the foundation of mankind's expansion into the stars, designed to provide fully automated instructions for constructing everything from weapons to cities, vehicles to infrastructure. But in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, such relics are all but extinct. What remains are fragments, pieces of long-lost systems, half understood and jealously guarded by those who possess them. To uncover even a single component of an STC is to gain immense power within the cult Mechanicus, for such knowledge is priceless. The Adeptus Mechanicus will go to any lengths to recover these relics, dispatching great expeditions into the void, scouring the lost worlds and even waging wars to claim a single fragment of what was once common knowledge.
Archmagos, your reputation precedes you, but you choose a bleak time to come to Cadia.
Bleaker than you know. My adepts uncovered pylons on Area 6. They are a perfect match for those present on Cadia, but were reduced to null during the Fourth Black Crusade.
Abaddon, his malice holds greater purpose than we knew.
Agreed. Ruined pylon fields have been discovered on many worlds. All unmade by the Despoiler.
Why? Their heritage is alien, their purpose unknown.
The pylons' forges remain shrouded, known only to the Omnissiah. But their purpose is revealed. They contain the Eye of Terror. If they are destroyed, the Immaterium will claim all. The Imperium will be no more. The pylons must be safeguarded. They are our only weapon against the encroachment of chaos. But I need time to study.
Go. Make your studies. May the Emperor guide you.
The Adeptus Mechanicus is a vast and labyrinthine order spanning countless forge worlds, each an independent bastion of knowledge, production, and religious devotion. Unlike the Imperium, they operate under a decentralized structure, where each forge world functions as an autonomous domain, answering not to Terra, but to Mars. Despite this, the cult Mechanicus maintains an intricate system of authority, a web of power where rank is determined by the accumulation of knowledge, the replacement of flesh with machine, and the mastery of sacred technological secrets. At the pinnacle of this structure sits the Fabricator General of Mars, the supreme leader and the most powerful tech priest in the galaxy. As the ruler of the Red Planet, the Fabricator General commands absolute authority, dictating doctrine, directing research, and presiding over the great forge temples that produce the most advanced technology in the Imperium. Though he is counted among the High Lords of Terra, his allegiance lies first and foremost with the Machine God, not with the Imperium. The Fabricator General serves as the bridge between the two, a political and religious figure whose word shapes the future of both Mars and the Forge worlds under its dominion. However, despite his immense influence, his power is not absolute. Each Forge world operates with a high degree of independence, ruled by its own priesthood and following its own interpretations of the Omnissiah's will. Beneath the fabricated general stand the Archmagi, the High Lords of the Mechanicus, whose authority extends across entire Forge worlds and their subsidiary domains. These individuals are ancient and powerful, having long since abandoned the frailties of flesh in favor of cybernetic perfection. Many have existed for centuries, their minds enhanced by the cogitator arrays and logic engines, their bodies sustained by machine augmentation. Each Archmagos oversees a specific aspect of Mechanicus doctrine. Some govern industrial production, ensuring the uninterrupted flow of weapons and war machines to the Imperium. Others delve into the mysteries of the past, leading great expeditions into the ruins of lost civilizations in search of STCs. Though they are united in service to the Machine God, they are also deeply competitive, their personal ambitions driving them to hoard knowledge and jealously guard their discoveries from rivals. Below the Archmagi are the various orders of tech priests, the backbone of the Mechanicus, who oversee everything from manufacturing to research, from battlefield repairs to sacred rituals. Though all are devoted to the Machine God, they are not a singular body, but a collection of specialized divisions, each focused on a different aspect of technological mastery. The Magos biologists, for instance, are tasked with the study of genetics, xenobiology, and the nature of life itself, their knowledge of biological sciences far surpassing that of the wider Imperium. Though they disdain the flesh, they see its study as a necessary function, probing the limits of human augmentation and unlocking the secrets of alien physiology. Some operate under the direct supervision of the Order Xenos, providing insights into the weaknesses of humanity's enemies, while others conduct experiments that border on tech heresy, their curiosity leading them dangerously close to forbidden knowledge. The Magos Explorator represent another vital branch, tasked with the most sacred duty of all, the quest for knowledge. They scour the galaxy in search of lost human worlds, delving into the ruins of ancient civilizations, unearthing long-buried secrets that might restore the Mechanicus to its former heights. Their fleets operate beyond the frontiers of Imperial space, navigating the perilous void in the hopes of discovering remnants of the Dark Age of technology. Many never return, their expeditions lost to the predations of Xenos, the horrors of the warp, or the hidden dangers of the galaxy's forgotten past. Yet those who do often return with treasures of immense values, arcane relics, fragments of SDCs, or long-lost schematics that may hold the key to restoring technologies thought extinct. Among the most feared and powerful of the priesthood are the Magos Dominants, the Masters of War. These tech priests are the overseers of the Mechanicus' vast military forces, commanding legions of cybernetic warriors, war engines, and towering titans. They are the architects of destruction, the minds behind the relentless march of the Skitarii, cybernetic soldiers whose minds are linked to their tech priest masters, their bodies augmented for warfare. Unlike the warriors of the Astra Militarum or the Adeptus Astartes, the Skitarii do not fight as individuals but as extensions of the Mechanicus' will, their actions dictated by complex data feeds and machine algorithms. Each is a living weapon, its flesh stripped away and replaced with augmetics, its thoughts reduced to pure efficiency. They march without fear, without hesitation, without the distractions of emotion or doubt. Beyond the Skitarii, the Magos Dominants also wield control over the Titans, the god machines of the Mechanicus. These towering war constructs, each the size of a city block, are the ultimate expression of the machine god's power. Piloted by princeps, individuals whose minds have been permanently fused to the will of their machines, Titans are engines of annihilation, capable of leveling entire cities with a single salvo. They are divine instruments of the Omnissiah, each treated with the same reverence as a holy relic. Beneath the higher echelons of the priesthood are the engine seers and tech adepts, those who serve the more mundane but no less sacred duties of maintaining imperial technology. These individuals, though lacking the status of their superiors, are vital to the Imperium's survival. It is they who tend to the great plasma reactors that power cities, perform the rituals that ensure the function of void ships, and oversee the construction and maintenance of the billions of weapons required to sustain the Imperial's eternal war. Without them, the Imperium would grind to a halt.
Gladius Prime, Adeptus Mechanicus first. What hive world was not? Its cities, its satellites, its wastes, all created with Mars's wisdom. All answering only to the tech priests. That is, to you, Magos.
Across the vast and crumbling expanse of the Imperium, there exists a network of planets unlike the countless hive worlds, agri-worlds, and fortress worlds that make up the Emperor's dominion. These are the Forge Worlds, industrial monoliths ruled by the tech priests. Each Forge World is a bastion of technology, a self-contained empire dedicated to the sacred duty of manufacturing, research, and preservation of knowledge. They are the living heart of the Imperium's war machine, each a vast mechanized shrine to the machine god. To an outsider, a Forge World is an overwhelming sight. The sky is blackened by the endless churn of manufactoria, the air thick with the stench of promethium and burning metal. Towering spires of steel and iron stretch towards the heavens, each one a labyrinthine complex of assembly lines, data looms, and foundries. Rivers of molten ore flow through conduits the size of city blocks, carried by mechanical systems that have operated for millennia. The land itself has long since been consumed by machinery, buried beneath layers of smog-choked manufactorums and sprawling industrial districts. It is a world of endless production, where the ceaseless clang of metal and the hum of vast assembly lines form a never-ending hymn to the Omnicia. At the center of this vast industry is Mars, the original Forge World. The Red Planet is not only the heart of the Adeptus Mechanicus, but the most sacred site in the entire galaxy for the tech priests. Mars is the most advanced Forge World in the Imperium, its manufactoria producing technologies that no other world can replicate. Ancient secrets, long lost to the rest of humanity, are still known here, hidden within the great data vaults beneath the planet's surface. It is on Mars that the greatest titans are constructed, where the most advanced cybernetic enhancements are developed, and where the most powerful weapons of war are forged. To be granted access to Mars is the highest honor for any tech priest, and to walk upon its sacred soil is to stand at the very heart of the machine god's domain. But Mars is not alone. While it is the first and most powerful, Forge Worlds stretch across the galaxy, each one a powerhouse of industry with its own specializations, traditions, and rivalries. One of the most famed is Ryza, a world known for its mastery of plasma weaponry. The tech priests of Ryza are among the most skilled weaponsmiths in the Adeptus Mechanicus, their forges producing the most advanced plasma reactors and weaponry available to the Imperium. Unlike many Forge Worlds which remain aloof from the walls of the Imperium, Ryza has long been a battleground. Constantly besieged by orcs and chaos forces, the world has been forced to develop a formidable military tradition. Its Skitarii and Titan legions as famed as its weaponry. The tech priests of Ryza do not simply manufacture war machines, they wield them, marching into battle in defense of their Forge World and the secrets it holds. Lucius is another giant, renowned for its war engines and its mastery of Titan construction. The Legio Astorum, one of the most powerful Titan legions in the galaxy, hails from Lucius, and its forges produce some of the most advanced variants of these god machines. Lucius is also known for its obsession with durability and redundancy, a Forge World where technology is engineered to last for millennia. Its constructs are built to last, their machine spirit strengthened by the meticulous craftsmanship of its tech priests. To fight alongside the war machines of Lucius is to fight with machines that will outlive empires. Stygius 8 is a bit of an anomaly, a Forge World that exists on the edge of secrecy and heresy. Situated on the frontier of Imperial space, Stygius 8 is known for its experimentation, its tech priests engaging in research that many would consider dangerous. It is whispered that the Magi there have studied Xenos technology, reverse engineering the weapons and machines of humanity's enemies to unlock their secrets. They believe that to understand the weapons of the Necrons, the biotechnology of the Tyranids, or the sophisticated war engines of the Tau is to gain an advantage. Though such actions would normally result in extermination, Stygius 8 remains a vital asset to the Imperium. Its discovery is too valuable to simply erase. Forge worlds do not exist in isolation. They are connected by a vast network of supply chains and trade routes, their influence stretching across the stars. They provide the Imperium with everything from las guns and armor plating to void ships and city-sized war machines. They are the lifeblood of the Imperial war effort, without which the armies of humanity would collapse. Yet their loyalty is conditional, their devotion granted only so long as the Imperium does not interfere with their sacred quest. Even among themselves, the Forge worlds are not united. While they all adhere to the tenets of the cult Mechanicus, they're often divided by rivalries, each seeking to prove their superiority over the others. Some operate in secrecy, refusing to share their discoveries with the wider Mechanicus, while others engage in open competition, vying for the favor of Mars and the greater authority it brings. These conflicts are rarely fought with armies, but with influence, espionage, and the silent war of technological supremacy.
It was little work to hide your research into the Tyranids here, deep beneath the ashen wastes, disastrous though it was. But you have followed the Omnissiah's plans, and now is the time to finally execute on them.
In the current age, the Mechanicus is more indispensable than ever before. The Imperium is an empire at war, besieged on all fronts by Xenos, traitors, and the ever-growing horrors of the warp. Its war machine is vast but faltering, its infrastructure immense but crumbling under the weight of its own stagnation. Without the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Imperium will fall. It is a position of power that grants the Mechanicus a measure of control over the war efforts of the Imperium, one they will not relinquish easily. This authority has not come without conflict. The ecclesiarchy, which enforces the worship of the Emperor as the one true god, has long viewed the Mechanicus with suspicion. The tech priests do not acknowledge the divinity of the Emperor in the way the ecclesiarchy demands. To them, he is the Omnissiah, but this title does not align with the Imperial Creed. This theological divide has been the source of tension for millennia, with the ecclesiarchy often seeking to undermine the Mechanicus' influence, attempting to bring them into the fold of the Imperial faith. Despite their control over the Imperium's technological infrastructure, the Mechanicus itself is fractured. While Mars remains the center of their order, each Forge world operates as a semi-independent entity, often pursuing its own interests, its own research, and its own interpretations of doctrine. The rivalries between each Forge world, both ideological and practical, ensure that the Adeptus Mechanicus is never truly unified. They are bound by the quest for knowledge, but that quest takes many forms, and the methods by which it is pursued often place them at odds with one another. The Great Rift has changed everything. The opening of this vast warp anomaly has split the galaxy in half, plunging countless worlds into darkness, severing trade routes and isolating Forge worlds that once depended on stable connections for their survival. Entire Forge worlds have gone silent, lost to the predations of chaos or the horrors that lurk in the dark void. Others have found themselves cut off from Mars, left to fend for themselves, their magi forced to adapt in ways that go against the rigid doctrines of the cult Mechanicus. Yet the Great Rift has also presented opportunities. With the Imperium in crisis, the Mechanicus has found itself in a position of even greater power. Robert Guilliman's return has reshaped the Imperium, and with it, the role of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The introduction of the Primaris Space Marines, created using technologies long thought lost, has stirred both awe and unease. These warriors were developed using knowledge that many within the Mechanicus believe should never have been tampered with. Some view Guilliman's reforms as a path to reclaiming the lost glories of humanity's technological past. Others see it as an abomination, a dangerous precedent that threatens to unravel the very foundations of their beliefs. For the Mechanicus, the future remains uncertain. Their power is undeniable, yet it is also fragile. They hold the key to mankind's future, yet they refuse to turn it. Their Forge worlds are the beating heart of the Imperium, yet they remain isolated, each following its own path, bound together not by unity, but by necessity. Even so, the Adeptus Mechanicus will continue their quest for knowledge, scouring the galaxy for lost STCs, uncovering relics of the past, and ensuring that the Imperium does not collapse beneath the weight of its own ignorance. They will maintain their secrecy, allowing only what is necessary to be shared. They will preserve the Imperium, not out of loyalty, but because its existence is intertwined with their own. And as the galaxy burns, as the enemies of humanity grow ever stronger, as the Imperium fights for survival against forces beyond its comprehension, the tech priests of the Mechanicus will continue their work, moving silently through the halls of their great forge temples, their minds calculating, their hands constructing, their faith unwavering.
Messiah, hear our prayers. We are your children, pious scholars at the heart of the machine. We prize knowledge above all else, for it is your eternal gift upon mankind. We aspire to be the blessed fall of the machine, and ascension through technology, that we might emulate thy glory. Sheltered by steel, and protected by thine avatars of war, we ply the stars in search of your lost gifts to our kind. Machine God, watch over us in our travels. Shield us with metal and lightning, for a universe is an uncaring void, and the warp hungers for a soul. Toll the great bell once. Pull the lever forward to engage the piston and pump. Toll the great bell twice. Then push a button, fire the engine, and spark a turbine into life. Toll the great bell thrice. Sing praise to the God of all machines.
The Ultramarines are more than just a Space Marine chapter. They are an institution, a symbol, and to many, the very definition of what it means to be an Adeptus Astartes. To their admirers, they are the shining example of the Emperor's vision, a force of disciplined, tactically brilliant warriors whose influence extends far beyond the battlefield. To their detractors, they are the embodiment of rigid orthodoxy, a sterile and overly structured force lacking individuality, but to the Imperium, the Ultramarines are the wall upon which the tide of darkness crashes and breaks. Their history is vast, their lineage unmatched. Where other legions were broken by the Horus heresy or fell to corruption, they remained unyielding, all while holding fast to the ideals instilled in them by their Primarch, Robert Guilliman. They are master tacticians, the most adaptable and well-organized warriors in the Imperium, not bound by savage blood rights or nihilistic dogma, but by the razor-sharp edge of strategy and the unbreakable steel of duty. They are soldiers, yes, but also statesmen, leaders, builders, and visionaries. This is the story of the Ultramarines, the defenders of mankind, the sword and shield of the Imperium, the sons of Guilliman. The origins of the Ultramarines, like all Space Marine legions, begins in the fires of the Emperor's grand vision, the creation of warriors who would conquer the stars and unite humanity under one banner. The 13th Legion was one of 20 gene-forged armies designed to bring about the Imperium's dominion in the Great Crusade. Every legion was crafted from the genetic material of a Primarch, and the 13th were no different. Their gene seed was drawn from Robert Guilliman, though at the time of their inception, the Primarch himself was lost, one of 20 stolen from the Emperor's laboratories and scattered across the galaxy by the Chaos Gods. Unlike some of their more volatile cousins, the 13th Legion's gene seed was stable, reliable, and remarkably free of mutation, producing warriors of exceptional discipline and cognitive ability. The Emperor's plan for the 13th Legion was to create a force of pragmatic, methodical warriors, capable not just of conquest, but of governance. The 13th were not berserkers like the Warhounds, nor were they forged in the secrecy of the Raven Guard or Alpha Legion. They were an army of adaptable, efficient, and highly coordinated soldiers. Even in their earliest days, they exhibited a degree of internal organization and battlefield flexibility that would later become their defining trait. During the early years of the Great Crusade, they carved a bloody path across the stars in the Emperor's name. In these formative years, they were known as the Warborn, a title befitting their rapid expansion and early conquests. While many legions floundered in the absence of their Primarch, the 13th adapted. Even before Guilliman's return, they'd begun forming an internal hierarchy that emphasized tactical flexibility and self-sufficiency. Unlike the early Lunar Wolves or World Eaters, they were not reliant on a single commanding figure, but were instead a force of many leaders, functioning as a well-ordered war machine. As the Great Crusade pushed outward, the 13th Legion proved to be one of its most reliable and strategically significant forces. They were the conquerors of entire sectors and the stabilizers of newly annexed territories, making them one of the most successful legions. All Primarchs were shaped by the worlds they landed upon, and Guilliman was no exception. Unlike the desolate death welts or war-ravaged planets that molded his brothers into warlords, Guilliman's fate was altogether different. He came to rest on Macragge, a civilized world on the edges of the Ultima Segmentum. Macragge was a place of ambition and order. It was ruled by an aristocracy of noble houses, and its people were industrious, orderly, and determined. Guilliman was discovered by Conor, a leading figure in government, who immediately recognized something extraordinary in the child. Under Conor's guidance, Guilliman received a meticulous education in governance, strategy, and warfare, honing his already superhuman instinct and intellect. By the age of 10, he was outthinking seasoned military commanders. By 15, he had led armies against barbarian raiders, crushing them utterly, and by the time the Emperor arrived, Guilliman had already transformed Macragge into a model of stability and productivity. With Guilliman's return, the 13th Legion changed. He wasted no time in applying his talents on a galactic scale, molding his legion into the perfect servants of the Imperium. Now bearing the name Ultramarines, they went on to become the foundation of an empire that would outlast the Emperor himself. Rather than focusing purely on war, he taught his warriors the art of administration, governance, and strategy beyond mere battlefield tactics, and under his command, the Ultramarines became the largest of all the Space Marine legions, numbering over 250,000 Astartes, a staggering figure compared to most other legions, which rarely exceeded 100,000. Their massive numbers were the result of their exceptional gene seed stability and their efficient recruitment systems, which allowed them to replenish losses faster than any other legion. The Great Crusade was the single most ambitious undertaking in human history, a campaign of conquest and reunification spanning the stars, driven by the will of the Emperor and enforced by the might of the Space Marine legions. It was a time of unparalleled glory, of boundless expansion, and of seemingly limitless potential, but it was also an age of war, brutal extermination, and choices that would define the fate of the Imperium for millennia. For the Ultramarines, it was both the crucible that forged their identity and the proving ground that demonstrated their efficiency. They were not as aggressive as the Lunar Wolves or as renowned as the Emperor's Children, but they executed campaigns with a high level of logistical precision. Upon Guilliman's return, this efficiency became codified into doctrine. While the Great Crusade saw the expansion of Imperial territory, not all worlds could be brought into compliance peacefully. Many required administration, restructuring, and careful oversight to ensure that the imperial truth took root. The Emperor's doctrine of secular rationalism, rejecting all religion and superstition in favor of science, reason, and the belief in humanity's self-determination through unity and progress. Guilliman would transform Ultramar, a collection of planets near Macragge, into a thriving realm, a stable, self-sufficient empire within the Imperium. Due to his Ultramarines, it became the most prosperous, secure, and militarily powerful sectors, a microcosm of what the Emperor had envisioned. While other Primarchs resented Guilliman, the truth was that Ultramar worked because Guilliman and his sons fought for it. Every world they conquered was brought into compliance with brutal efficiency, and every system they claimed was fortified, governed, and stabilized with the full weight of the 13th Legion behind it. Guilliman then led a series of decisive campaigns that showcased the Ultramarines' mastery of large-scale warfare. On the human world of Ogolith, he combined diplomacy with the implied threat of force, and when negotiations failed, executed a decapitation strike that toppled the ruling technocracy with minimal collateral damage, setting a precedent for future compliance operations. Against the Xenos Empire of Gaslith, Guilliman adopted a methodical surgical approach, employing orbital bombardments to cripple infrastructure before ground forces eradicated resistance. In the prolonged cleansing of the Gaslith Nebula, the Ultramarines used naval superiority and coordinated invasions to systematically dismantle enemy logistics, forcing surrender with minimal losses. As the Great Crusade neared its end, Guilliman and his sons continued to expand the Imperium's borders, unaware of the betrayal that was about to unfold. Many of the other legions were drawn into the web of Horus's corruption, but the Ultramarines remained isolated from the political fractures forming at the heart of the Imperium.
Approaching drop zone.
Few could match the Ultramarines in their ability to wage war across all battlefields and scenarios, as they wielded the finest weapons and war gear available. The bolt gun remained the primary weapon, a .75 caliber armor-piercing firearm that delivered devastating explosive rounds with pinpoint accuracy. In close combat, officers and veterans are often armed with power swords, high-energy melee weapons capable of slicing through ceramide armor, or chain swords, brutal weapons designed for relentless close-quarters engagements. For battlefield flexibility, Devastator squads are armed with an array of heavy weapons, from plasma cannons and missile launchers to las cannons, ensuring they can counter enemy armor, infantry, and fortifications with devastating firepower. Specialist squads wield plasma guns, delivering powerful high-energy shots or melter weapons designed for breaching enemy vehicles and strongholds. The Ultramarines also field elite warriors in Terminator armor, deploying in dreadnought suits, granting them near impenetrable protection and overwhelming offensive capability in heavy assault operations. On the battlefield, they bring their full armored might to bear. Land Raiders, Repulsor Executioners, and Predator tanks provide the firepower necessary to break enemy lines, while dreadnoughts bring the wisdom and resilience of ancient warriors to the battlefield. As a fleet-based chapter, the Ultramarines extend their power far beyond planetary warfare. They command an extensive navy consisting of battle barges, strike cruisers, and escort ships, allowing them to wage war across entire star systems. Their ability to conduct orbital insertions, fleet engagements, and rapid planetary deployments ensure that no enemy is beyond their reach. In every aspect of war, the Ultramarines embody balance, efficiency, and supremacy. Their weapons and war gear, a direct reflection of their philosophy, not to fight for the sake of war, but to master it completely. Unlike many chapters that specialize in a singular method of combat, such as the World Eater's Berserker Fury or the Raven Guard's Stealth, the Ultramarines embody the ideal of combined arms warfare, executing a perfectly balanced and synergistic battlefield strategy. This ensures that every Ultramarine is trained to adapt to any enemy, any terrain, and any situation with absolute efficacy. At the heart of their doctrine is tactical flexibility. They do not commit to reckless charges or rigid battle formations. Instead, they deploy a harmonized force of tactical, assault, and devastator squads. Devastator squads provide suppressive fire, laying down devastating volleys of plasma, heavy bolter, and las cannon fire to pin the enemy in place. Tactical squads advance undercover, maneuvering into superior positions to engage at mid-range with bolters. When the time is right, Assault Marines or Vanguard veterans close a distance, executing the decisive melee strikes that break enemy formations. They also excel in siege and urban warfare, despite not being specialists like the Iron Warriors. When breaking enemy fortifications, they employ Vindicators, Demolisher Cannons, and Thunderfire Cannons, targeting weak points with accuracy. In urban combat, their controlled formations allow them to clear cityscapes, advancing room by room with tactical and intercessor squads to eliminate threats without unnecessary losses. Their fleet superiority further reinforces their battlefield dominance. The Ultramarines maintain one of the best equipped naval forces in the Imperium, allowing them to dictate the flow of battle before they even set foot on the ground. Orbital fire support, Thunderhawk insertions, and drop pod assaults enable them to establish immediate footholds on hostile worlds and control engagements from the outset. Their ability to impeccably coordinate space and ground operations make them a force few enemies can counter effectively. They also maintain flawless logistical support, reflected in their meticulous supply lines, reinforcement cycles, and war zone management. They do not overextend or commit forces blindly. Every battle is calculated, every move made with an understanding of the larger war. They wage battle like a chess match, anticipating enemy strategies and maintaining reserves to counter unexpected developments. Another defining aspect of their warfare is leadership and tactical initiative. Every Ultramarine is trained not just as a soldier, but as a commander. If a leader falls, the next in line steps up, ensuring that their forces remain cohesive and effective even in the most chaotic engagements.
Shalgar.
Lieutenant, I received your message. Brief me.
The Horus Heresy was the greatest crisis the Imperium had ever faced, a catastrophic civil war that shattered the Emperor's dream of unity and nearly destroyed the Imperium itself. The betrayal of half the Space Marine legions, led by the War Master Horus, turned the Great Crusade from a campaign of conquest into a brutal, galaxy-spanning fratricide. The vast numbers and logistical superiority of the Ultramarines meant that if they'd reached Terra in time, the heresy could have ended before it truly began. Horus understood this. The War Master knew that while the Lunar Wolves, Death Guard, Emperor's Children, and other traitor legions could devastate Loyalist forces in the early stages, they would ultimately be crushed if the Ultramarines arrived to reinforce Terra. They had to be removed from the war before it began, and so, to achieve this, Horus and his chief conspirators, Lorgar and the Word-Bearers, enacted a grand deception. The Ultramarines, stationed in the eastern reaches of the Imperium, were ordered by Imperial Command to gather at Calth, one of the key bastions of Ultramar, to launch a campaign against an emerging Xenos threat. The order seemed legitimate, and Guilliman followed it without hesitation. But it was a trap. As the Ultramarines assembled at Calth, the Word-Bearers turned on them in an act of brutal treachery. Lorgar, Primarch of the Word-Bearers, had long resented Guilliman and his legion. Where Guilliman preached reason, order, and the imperial truth, Lorgar had descended into religious fanaticism, worshipping the dark gods of the warp. The rivalry between the two legions had simmered for decades, but at Calth it erupted into all-out war. Without warning, the Word-Bearers attacked with orbital bombardments, sabotage and direct assaults on Ultramarine command structures, shattering the Legion's formations and butchering their forces in a moment of betrayal. The battle was unlike anything the Ultramarines had faced before. They were not fighting rebels or Xenos. They were fighting fellow Astartes, warriors trained in the same methods of war, but backed by chaos itself. The Word-Bearers had spent decades preparing for this moment, and they unleashed their full arsenal, demonic incursions, psychic horrors, and warp-fueled monstrosities to bring the Ultramarines to ruin. Calth burned, and the devastation was immense. The Word-Bearers poisoned the sun, rendering the world permanently hostile, and the Ultramarines suffered catastrophic losses. But Guilliman did not fall, and the Ultramarines rallied. They held the line, counterattacked, and drove the Word-Bearers from the system. Though the cost was high, the Ultramarines proved their resilience. Calth was ruined, but not lost, and though the Word-Bearers delayed Guilliman, they had failed to destroy him. However, the true scale of the heresy was only just becoming clear. With Terra under siege and the Emperor cut off, Guilliman faced an impossible dilemma. The Imperium was falling apart. The War Master had torn the galaxy in half, and for the first time in history, there was no certainty that the Emperor would prevail. Faced with this reality, he made a fateful decision, one that still remains controversial. He established Imperium Secundus. With the Imperium's core worlds in flames, Guilliman saw no alternative but to create a backup empire, a second Imperium, ruled from Ultramar. He believed that if Terra fell, humanity needed a leader, a government, and a military force to continue the war against chaos. But even among his own allies, it was divisive. Guilliman declared Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, as regent of Imperium Secundus, believing him to be the only Primarch with the wisdom and nobility to rule in the Emperor's absence. But not all agreed. The Lion, Primarch of the Dark Angels, challenged Guilliman's vision, arguing that the Imperium's strength came from its unity, not its division. And so the three Primarchs, Guilliman, Sanguinius, and the Lion, engaged in a fragile alliance, one constantly tested by their differing philosophies. Then came the revelation. when word finally arrived that the Emperor still lived, Imperium Secundus was immediately dissolved. Guilliman, relieved, abandoned his experiment and turned his full focus toward retaking the Imperium from the traitors. As his forces prepared to reinforce the Emperor, they then received the worst possible news. The Siege of Terra was over, and the Emperor had confronted Horus aboard the Vengeful Spirit, but the war ended in devastation. The Emperor was mortally wounded, Horus was slain, and the traitor legions had fled into the warp. For Guilliman, this was a bitter pill to swallow. All their discipline, all their strength, all their sacrifice, and they arrived too late to make a difference, and while Terra had survived, the Imperium was shattered. The Emperor now sat upon the Golden Throne, unable to speak or move, and half the Space Marine legions had turned traitor. The Imperial government was in chaos, and the Imperium was no longer whole. It was a corpse empire, limping toward an uncertain future. In that moment, Guilliman understood his true purpose. If the Imperium was to endure, it needed more than warriors. The time of the Great Crusade was over. The age of the Codex Astartes had begun.
Victory. That is what the preachers cry from the spires of their temples. What commanders tell the soldiers in their service. The Indomitus Crusade meets with triumph after triumph. Day by day we tear Imperium Nihilus from the Despoiler's grip. And though we are beset on all sides, with each battle we drive back the mutant, the heretic, the alien.
With the Imperium on the brink of collapse, Guilliman took over, not as Emperor, but as Lord Commander of the Imperium, the de facto ruler of mankind. He saw that if the Imperium was to survive, it needed reform. It was in this moment that he made another controversial and consequential decision in Imperial history: the division of the legions, the creation of the Codex Astartes, and the restructuring of military forces into what would become the modern Adeptus Astartes. The legions had been the Emperor's greatest weapon, but they had also been his greatest liability. The Horus Heresy proved that an army of genetically engineered warriors bound to the will of a single Primarch was too dangerous. When the Primarchs were loyal, the Imperium flourished. When they turned against it, entire sectors were burned. Guilliman recognized that if another Primarch or Warmaster turned traitor, the Imperium might not survive a second time. The solution was clear. The legions had to be broken apart into smaller, more manageable forces, each powerful, but none capable of bringing the Imperium to its knees. The decision was opposed by many. The Imperial Fist Rogel Dawn saw it as a betrayal of the Legion's purpose. The White Scar's Jagatai Khan was indifferent, believing his warriors would follow him regardless of bureaucratic decree. But some, like the Raven Guard's Corvus Corax and the Salamander's Vulcan, saw wisdom in Guilliman's decision. They had witnessed firsthand the devastation wrought by the Warmaster's treachery, and they understood that the Imperium's survival required stability above all else. And so, despite the opposition, Guilliman pressed forward. The legions were dissolved, and in their place, the Second Founding was enacted. Each Space Marine Legion was broken down into chapters, self-sufficient forces of 1,000 Astartes each, led by their own chapter masters. Each chapter was to be independent, answering only to the High Lords of Terra and the Adeptus Administratum, rather than to any single Primarch. The Ultramarines, being the largest, created the most successor chapters, forming the foundation of what would become the Primogenitor chapters, direct descendants of Guilliman's own warriors. The Imperial Fists were divided, with the formation of chapters like the Crimson Fists and the Black Templars, the latter of which openly rejected Guilliman's reforms and continued to operate as a de facto legion. The Blood Angels, Dark Angels, and White Scars followed suit, though many of their successor chapters retained close ties to their parent legions, while the Raven Guard and Salamanders also accepted their new structure without much resistance. With the legions now fragmented, Guilliman then penned the most comprehensive military doctrine in Imperial history, the Codex Astartes. This massive volume of war was more than just a set of rules. It was a philosophy, a guide to warfare, and a blueprint for the Imperium's military future. The Codex Astartes laid out everything: the structure of a chapter, from its leadership down to individual squad formations, the roles and battlefield responsibilities, the standardized training regimens for new recruits, to the rules of engagement, strategic doctrines, and operational protocols for every possible battlefield scenario. Guilliman's vision was proficiency and malleability. No longer would Space Marine forces operate on instinct alone. Every battle, every campaign would follow the principles of tactical supremacy. The Codex Astartes also introduced many of the combat doctrines that define modern Space Marine warfare, including the use of combined arms warfare, ensuring that tactical Marines, Devastator squads, and assault forces operated in perfect synergy, the importance of rapid deployment, utilizing drop pods, Thunderhawks, and fleet superiority to control the battlefield before the enemy could react, and the assembly of a campaign, from initial reconnaissance to final extermination operations. This level of detail ensured that even chapters without any direct connection to Guilliman's lineage could benefit from the wisdom he developed over centuries of warfare. While some chapters, such as the Space Wolves and Black Templars, openly rejected the Codex's rigid structure, most of the Adeptus Astartes embraced it, shaping the very foundation of the modern Imperium's military doctrine. The heresy was over, but the war was not. The Imperium was in ruins, and the traitor legions, though defeated, had not been destroyed. With the Emperor entombed upon the Golden Throne, the Loyalist legions turned their fury upon their fallen brothers, launching the Scouring, a galaxy-spanning campaign to reclaim lost Imperial territory. The Ultramarines led many of these campaigns, and Guilliman's warriors waged war across the ruined stars, reclaiming planets lost to the War Master's treachery and crushing the last remnants of the traitor legions. The Scouring had driven the traitor legions into the shadows, forcing them into the Eye of Terror. Even in retreat, the remnants of the Horus Heresy sought vengeance, ruin, and chaos. It was in this turbulent era, in the year 121 M31, that Robert Guilliman and the Ultramarines faced one of their most bitter conflicts, the Battle of Thessaly. Guilliman confronted one of his most despicable foes, the depraved demon Primarch Fulgrim and his corrupted Emperor's children. Once brothers in the Great Crusade, Fulgrim had since cast aside his humanity, surrendering himself fully to the dark temptations of chaos. He was now a being of inhuman grace and eldritch horror, his form twisted by Slanesh into something both mesmerizing and monstrous. When they met in combat, it was a battle between two opposing ideologies, discipline against decadence, order against excess, duty against corruption. The fight was brutal and merciless, but in the end, Fulgrim struck the fatal blow. With a chaos-tainted blade, he delivered a devastating laceration across Gilliman's throat, a wound so severe that his enhanced physiology could not counteract the poison now searing through his body. The demigod was rushed back to Macragge, but his sons refused to let him die. With no way to save him, they entombed him in temporal stasis, locking him in a moment between life and death, held in the